It is said that in this world there exist two divine swords, one of which is named the fiery breath. The bearer of the sword must undoubtedly be the most malevolent individual in the realm, a renowned clear lotus. Only those destined to save humanity may possess it. Yet you simultaneously became the master of two enchanted swords, for you are willing to sacrifice yourself in exchange for the tranquility of the realm. Yet countless sects and common folk will have slaughtered sharks to the brink of extinction, become a monstrous shark among the populace. What they do not realize is that you are indeed a person of the demonic sect, and you have slaughtered the very leaders of this nefarious cult. At this moment, you lie adorned in fresh snow upon the path to transcendence. Two divine swords hovered ominously above the head, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, as if lamenting in sorrow. Before me stand countless formidable warriors, gathered to wage battle. A young woman approaches you, sword in hand. Thief, today I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens, to appease the spirit of my revered master above. Upon hearing a familiar voice, you reluctantly open your eyes, gazing at the impending thrust of the azure snow sword with a face full of bitterness. Yet, what prevails is a sense of solace. She is the contemporary saintess of the Tianyuan sect, one of the foremost cultivators in the Mahayana stage, Zhao Lingyun. In those years, you were the esteemed eldest disciple of the heavenly origin sect. Despite your initially humble talents, you experienced a remarkable surge in strength, thanks to the nurturing guidance of your master. Yet, unexpectedly, after your growth, you brazenly severed the head of your own master before the eyes of all. Such treacherous individuals deserve to be condemned. The crowd hurriedly applauded in approval. The demon lord has been subdued. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Let us first break the seal before us and open the passage to ascend to the higher realms. This person is none other than the prodigy Ling Tian, who has emerged in the past 2 centuries, and he is also the founder of the Demon Extermination Alliance. However, what took everyone by surprise was that just as the sword light was about to obliterate you, a figure suddenly appeared in front of you, intercepting the attack and dissipating its force. In the gaze of all, I cradle you in my embrace. At this moment, why do you still withhold the truth? You ought not to conceal it any longer. As the young girl speaks, tears cascade uncontrollably from her eyes. Did I not see correctly? Is it the holy maiden of the Infinity Palace, Shen Ruoyan? Is she not a member of the Sanchi? In the crowd, someone quickly recognized the woman. You cast a glance at Shen Ruoyan as if lost in thought. Ignoring the intense pain coursing through your body, you attempt to push her away. You shouldn't be here. Please leave. In the next moment, a flash of sword light surged forth. One could see the Empress of Daqi, Han Yujin, enveloped in a swirling aura of vitality. Very well. In the past, you too conspired to harm my father and perpetrated atrocities against 1 million innocent souls of Daqi. Today, we shall settle the score together. However, Shen Ruoyan appeared oblivious to everything before her. If I were to live, what significance would it hold? Just as the sword light surged forth, a figure clad in black emerged from the crowd, positioning himself before you. It was the demon lord, He Tsang, known for his cunning and merciless nature. Some among the throng recognized the man's form. My life is a gift from my master. He treats me as if I were his own child. No matter how he treats me, I find myself at a loss for words. As the conversation concludes, I turn abruptly to Ling Tian, suddenly kneeling before him. Alliance Master Ling, may I offer my life in exchange for my master's? You gaze upon He Tsang, who kneels before you, and your body trembles involuntarily. Throughout his life, he has only bowed down to you. Yet now he finds himself in such a lamentable state. You gritted your teeth, intending to rise, yet the severity of your injuries rendered you unable to do so, causing you to collapse once more into unconsciousness. He Chang, witnessing this, turned his gaze towards a woman standing at the forefront, her face etched with desperation. Ye Xiyu, you are the disciple of the master and nurtured by him from infancy. In light of the bond between master and disciple, before he could finish his plea, the woman named Ye Xiyu coldly interrupted. When I was but an infant, he slaughtered my parents and annihilated my family, leading me to mistake a thief for my mentor. How can I be expected to plead on his behalf? With that, she unsheathed her sword, declaring, if you persist in your delusions, Do not blame me when my sword shows no mercy. What a splendid moment beneath the sword, devoid of clarity. What an exquisite embodiment of unwavering obsession. Shen Ruoyan suddenly erupted into laughter. As the ethereal moment approached, you smiled enigmatically. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed with caution as he cast a glance at the ascension platform above. Uncertain thoughts flitted through his mind, and an unmistakable hint of anxiety crept across his face. I mock your ignorance. I deride your foolishness. Shen Ruoyan gazed at the crowd, her expression akin to that of one observing the deluded. Since you incessantly proclaim him to be the most notorious fiend in the realm, why not allow the world to witness for themselves the depravity and unprincipled nature of the so-called demon lord you speak of? Upon hearing those words, Ling Tian's countenance darkened instantly. The demon lord's actions were notorious, well known to all. Everyone was eager to confront them. Breaking the seal and opening the ascension passage to the upper realm was of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Shen Ruoyan seemed to contemplate something, casting a half-smile at Ling Tian. The matter of breaking the seal was indeed a foregone conclusion. Your eagerness to summon the Shark Shepherd's song, could it be that you harbor some ulterior secret? Without waiting for Ling Tian's rebuttal, Zhao Lingyun turned her gaze towards one of the women at the forefront, Ji Yanwu. I have heard that your Shuiwe studio possesses a treasured artifact known as the Shuiwe Mirror, which is capable of reflecting ancient memories. Ji Yanwu is the current master of the Shuiwe Pavilion, and she is also one of the foremost practitioners in the Great Ascension stage. The Demon Lord and I have an irreconcilable enmity. Even without your prompting, I shall utilize this treasure to unveil the transgressions of the Demon Lord. As soon as the words were spoken, a bronze mirror materialized before you. The mirror abruptly ascended into the sky, gradually enlarging to a size exceeding 10 feet. In the next moment, a beam of white light emerged from the void, enveloping you and causing you to vanish. What remains unseen is that at this moment, Shen Ruoyan's lips unexpectedly revealed a faint smile. In the mirror appeared a dilapidated temple, within which curled a diminutive figure. This individual is none other than the Demon Lord, Chen Zun. In a state of deep cold and hunger, Xiao Chan was on the verge of succumbing to slumber when he was suddenly stirred by a noise from outside the door. Grasping a nearby stick, he rose cautiously to his feet. At that moment, a woman entered, cradling a young girl in her arms, while wielding a sword in her hand, appearing both slender and formidable. After gently placing the girl in his arms onto the ground, he collapsed onto the earth. You witnessed it all, yet he dared not utter a sound, for a strong scent of snow lingered in the distance. The woman seemed to sense the presence within, pondering who it might be. In the next moment, she raised the long sword in her hand, preparing to strike. At that moment, you emerged, steeling yourself to confront the situation. You valiantly stepped out, braving the challenge ahead. Upon realizing the presence of a miserly individual, the woman felt her taut nerves begin to relax. However, the wounds upon her body continued to elicit involuntary cries of pain. The little girl beside her clutched the woman's garment, weeping, "Mother, please awaken." Suddenly, several streaks of luminous light flashed across the horizon. At this moment, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, as if she sensed something. In the next instant, she turned her gaze towards you. "Young man," she beckoned, "please come here. I implore you for a favor and hope you will not refuse." You hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately approached her. An instinct within you whispered that this woman was not of malevolent nature. A woman retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and placed it into your hands. "My days are numbered, and my enemies have already closed in. I implore you to take my daughter and conceal her away from their sight. You may seek assistance from the Tianyuan sect using this jade pendant." You could discern the sorrow in the woman's voice. Approaching the girl, I gently took her small hand and nodded towards the woman. I promised. As she was about to depart, the woman seemed to recall something, her expression suddenly shifting to one of seriousness. "After I leave, regardless of who may come, do not emerge. Even if it is I, do not respond." Upon hearing this, you dared not linger any longer. The corner was no longer a refuge. You recalled the concealed door beneath the pedestal of the Bodhisattva in the temple, its original purpose now a mystery. The space within was modest, yet with a little squeeze, it could still accommodate 2 small children. At this moment, The crowd gazed at the reflection in the mirror and immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this woman? Who is pursuing her? The girl who stands beside the demon lord must be of no ordinary stature. Yet why had no one heard of her before? Everyone is speculating about the identities of the woman and the girl. It seems as though no one pays attention to the jade pendant, except for Zhao Lingyun, who, upon seeing the pendant, turns pale in an instant. She reached out to touch her neck, murmuring softly, "This is impossible. How could this be?" The owner of Shui's studio, Ye Xiyu, also took notice of the jade pendant, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, upon observing Zhao Lingyun's unusual behavior, she seemed to have deduced something in her heart, and a look of profound determination appeared on her face. Shen Ruoyan cast a glance at Zhao Lingyun, her eyes brimming with unreserved mockery. In the temple reflected within the mirror, you and the girl concealed yourselves in a hidden nook for an extended period, so long that she eventually succumbed to slumber, resting against your embrace. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a sudden voice emanated from outside the temple, a woman's voice calling out, "Mother has returned. Come out swiftly." At that moment, the girl suddenly regained consciousness. Just as she was about to respond, your hand swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering a single sound. Although the voice of the other party bears a striking resemblance, with careful discernment, one can still perceive the subtle differences. You gently pull the girl closer, signaling her to remain silent. The voice of the woman outside the temple gate continued to call out. After a considerable time, there was no response. After a considerable time, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, just as you began to relax, two men unexpectedly appeared at the temple gate. "Brother Feng," I called out, imitating the woman's voice for quite some time. "It seems that the remnant of that past is not present here. Exercise caution to avoid significant errors. That woman has already crossed the line. However, remnants of her past remain a constant threat." The two spoke in hushed tones, yet their words were crystal clear to your ears. Fortunately, you refrained from venturing out once you had relaxed. "Since we are here, let us venture inside and take a look. Perhaps she is hiding in this dilapidated temple." With that, the two of them separated to search within the crumbling sanctuary. Outside the mirror, a cacophony of noise ensued. I seem to have a vague recollection of these two individuals. It feels as though I have encountered them somewhere before. The crowd, startled by the moonlit water mirror, unleashed a torrent of invective against the treachery of those two men. Ling Tian felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards the discussions among the crowd. No matter how treacherous and cunning these two individuals may be, they are still incomparable to the cruelty of the demon lord. The bystanders silently lamented the unfolding events, promptly showering praise upon the master of the demonic realm, attributing his current predicament to the unparalleled strategies of the esteemed leader Ling. However, in the next moment, a voice of derision pierced the air. What a display of superior intellect! In terms of wisdom, what do you possess that could possibly compare to that of Lord Shen? Were it not for his graciousness in sparing you, how would you wretched creatures have had the audacity to speak so boldly? The speaker was none other than Shen Ruoyan. Should you continue to speak in his favor, do not blame this sovereign for being ungracious. I shall first send you on your way. The Empress of Daqi, Han Eugene, harbors the deepest grievances against you and cannot abide anyone defending you. Instantly, a cold light flickered in her eyes. As the great battle loomed imminent at that moment, Zhao Lingyun cried out, positioning herself before Han Eugene. The demon lord still harbored many secrets yet to be revealed. Should you choose to strike at this juncture, first inquire whether the azure snow sword in my grasp shall grant its consent. Upon witnessing this, Han Eugene refrained from taking action. She wished for the world to witness your transgressions. In the mirror, two men searched every nook and cranny, yet they were unable to locate you. One of the men, seeing no results from their efforts, urged the individual known as Brother Feng to depart. Brother Qin, though the town is quite small, it proves to be rather troublesome to navigate. Our master has already issued 7 decrees, yet we are unable to locate the remnants. You and I, as brothers in the same sect, are destined to face grave consequences. As the words fell from Feng's lips, a glimmer of intensity flickered in his gaze. A flash of ethereal light manifested in his hand, revealing a crimson banner of absolute authority. You shall incinerate it with the celestial fire technique, while I will wield the Snow Soul banner to reduce this town to mere ashes, eradicating all future threats. Before departing, Brother Feng cast a final glance over his shoulder, a beam of sword light flickering from his fingertips. The clay statue of the Bodhisattva in the temple suddenly erupted, causing the small shrine to collapse as well. Shortly thereafter, a celestial fire descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire town within its grasp. Agonizing cries echoed relentlessly from within. Wasn't Shui Luo Zong eradicated a millennium ago? How could there still be a method for forging the Shui Han banner? The crowd gazed at the crimson flag, collectively inhaling sharply in astonishment. Locations where disciples of Shui Luo Zong have manifested, regardless of whether they are human or demon, have witnessed a grand-scale slaughter of sharks. Thus, over a millennium ago, they were collectively eradicated by various factions. Yet now, in the memory of the Demon Lord, the Shui Soul banner has astonishingly re-emerged. At that moment, a voice cried out. The two individuals were Feng Ruhua and Qin Mubai from the Nine-Star Gate. They were indeed the ones ensnared by the Demon Lord. The Nine-Star Gate stands as one of the 7 foremost sects of the righteous path, and it is the only sect that you annihilated completely. At that time, you betrayed the Heavenly Origin sect and mercilessly eradicated all disciples of the Nine-Star Gate. Well done. In the past, our great Marsh Demon clan also suffered greatly at the hands of the Snow Luo sect. Such disciples, I believe the Nine-Star Gate is not much better. The speaker is the great Marsh Demon King, Ye Xiyu. The raging inferno within the mirror blazed throughout the night until it finally extinguished. By the time Taiyang emerged, the quaint town had been reduced to a desolate ruin. Within the dilapidated temple, you emerged from the shards of tiles alongside the young girl. Observing the place where you had grown up now reduced to such a state, your heart swelled with a profound sense of resentment. I am filled with trepidation. The sight of those wretchedly burned homes leaves me trembling in fear. You took a deep breath, trying to maintain your composure as you gently stroked her head. Do not be afraid, my dear sister. Close your eyes, I shall carry you. You donned the main pendant around her neck and embarked on the journey to Tianyuanzong, carrying her upon your back. We ventured to another location. Will my mother be unable to find us? The girl inquired, filled with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, your body trembles slightly. You speak slowly. She should be able to find us. The crowd outside the mirror turned their gazes towards Zhao Lingyun, for it is well known that the Tianyuan sect is famous not only for her, but also for you. However, Zhao Lingyun was oblivious to the gazes of others. All her attention was focused solely on that girl. She could not recall events from a decade ago, yet everything in the scene felt as though she had experienced it herself. At this moment, no one pressed for further inquiries. Everyone eagerly anticipated the unfolding of subsequent events. After your departure from the town, an unexpected turn of events was imminent. The girl had fallen ill with a fever. You sprinted desperately with her in your arms, yet your body had grown exceedingly frail. Before reaching the next town, you collapsed in exhaustion. At that moment, the girl spoke. Has my mother already turned 3? I heard the words of those 2 wicked individuals. Her voice was soft, yet remarkably serene, displaying a composure uncharacteristic of a mere 2 or 3-year-old child. She clung tightly to your neck, tears cascading down her cheeks. Many wicked individuals have come to our home, and my family is no longer intact. Only my mother managed to escape with me. She once said that she would never abandon me if it weren't for dire circumstances. Brother, I am bereft of family. Will you abandon me? The girl's words leave you at a loss for response. After spending months together, you have long regarded her as a younger sister. I shall not abandon you, you are my sister. The girl smiled, her laughter imbued with innocence. Leaning her face close to your ear, she whispered, my mother once told me, aside from the uncle of the Tianyuan sect, I should not disclose my name to others. Does my brother wish to know my name? It has indeed been several months since the girl last spoke to herself about her name. Brother, listen closely. My name is Zhao Lingyun. From now on, you may call me Yuner. The enchanting fairy Lingyun is, in fact, the sister of the Demon Lord. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all eyes turning towards Zhao Lingyun. Zhao Lingyun's delicate form trembled slightly. Although she had mentally prepared herself to a degree, she still found it somewhat difficult to accept the situation. Ling Tian also found it hard to believe. Yet this is not the time for idle spectatorship. Even if Fairy Lingyun is the sister of the demon lord, what significance does that hold? She stands with us in the noble pursuit of vanquishing evil. This embodies the grand act of righteousness that transcends familial ties. Shen Ruoyan could not help but burst into laughter beside her. What a noble act of righteousness against kin. Had it not been for Chen Zun's timely rescue, she would not have survived to this day. As her words fell, she immediately turned to Zhao Lingyun. The world may speak ill of Chen Zun, but you alone must not. Were it not for you, how could this small town have been brought to ruin? You are the true architect of this calamity. Shen Ruoyan's words struck Zhao Lingyun's heart like a heavy hammer. In that moment, she recalled how, for nearly a century, you had never inflicted even the slightest harm upon her. Her face, pale and desolate, stared blankly at the distant figure of you, now shrouded in twilight. Only the golden spikes protruding from your exposed heart at the opening of your bag are dazzlingly conspicuous. Cease your incessant chatter, you enchantress. As Zhao Lingyun found herself rendered speechless, Ling Tian felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere. He immediately interjected, "The fairy speaks for the welfare of all sentient beings. She has done nothing wrong." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Lingyun's gaze instantly solidified with resolve. In the past, he had imprisoned me within the eternal ice chamber. Had it not been for my breakthrough and the recognition of the green snow sword, I would have long perished within its confines. The grace of salvation has faded into oblivion. No matter the multitude of favors he bestowed upon me, they pale in comparison to the slightest kindness shown by my master. My master's benevolence weighs heavily upon me, while he, a traitor to our sect, has betrayed the very principles we uphold. I seek vengeance from my master, and I act for the sake of the common people. I have done no wrong. Shen Ruoyan fell silent, merely crouching down to cover your cheek with her hand, her brow etched with a bittersweet smile. Chen Zun, O Chen Zun, is this person truly worthy of your salvation? After traversing the mountainous path for quite some time with Zhao Lingyun upon your back, you finally caught sight of a quaint little town. Before long, you stumbled upon a medical hall, yet the entrance was already barred. With little regard for the circumstances, you approached and rapped upon the door vigorously. "Is anyone there? Please open the door." The voice of the person inside was tinged with a hint of irritation. "It is quite late now. Who could be knocking at the door? We are not accepting patients today. Please come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, you were momentarily taken aback. However, thinking of your sister's illness, you could only plead, "Doctor, tomorrow will be too late. My little sister has been suffering from high fever and has been in a coma for 7 days. I bow before you and implore your great mercy. Please save my little sister." As you spoke, you knelt down with a thud, fervently bowing your head. Beneath a man's knee lies gold, yet you are steadfast and proud. Even in moments of indignation, when nothing could be obtained, you would rather endure hunger and frailty than kneel to anyone. Yet now, in a bid to save Zhao Lingyun, you find yourself on your knees 7 times. The door has been opened after a prolonged period, and an elderly gentleman has entered. "Please come in." A delicate trace of fresh snow rests upon your head. After expressing a word of gratitude, I lifted Zhao Lingyun and carried her inside. The elderly man stepped forward and gently touched Zhao Lingyun's forehead. He then retrieved a set of silver needles and proceeded to skillfully insert them into the various acupoints on Zhao Lingyun's body. Her complexion has improved significantly. Upon witnessing the situation, you hurriedly expressed your gratitude to the elderly man with white hair. "Thank you, esteemed doctor, for saving my younger sister's life. The debt of gratitude for your life-saving intervention is one that I shall never forget." The elder wiped away a bead of sweat, and a solemn expression gradually emerged on his face. A surge of heat coursed through his body, merely restrained for the moment. If this condition remained unresolved within 3 days, not even a celestial being could reverse the situation. Upon hearing these words, a shiver coursed through your body. You never anticipated that a mere fever could be entwined with an enigmatic intensity, one that could potentially threaten your very existence. "Is there any way for the doctor to save her?" As you spoke, you suddenly knelt down and bowed 3 times with fervent intensity. The elderly man with white hair did not anticipate such a reaction from you. After observing you for a while, he spoke in a deep voice. 50 miles from here lies the desolate Hanmang Mountain. Upon this mountain, There exists a cave, accessible only through an opening scarcely larger than that of a child. Within, the cold is profoundly chilling. Chapter 10. The black serpent Chen Zun gazed quietly at the elderly man with white hair, patiently awaiting his words. The old man, stroking his beard, wasted no time and turned to retrieve a small bundle, stating, "The journey ahead is arduous. This bundle contains provisions and water sufficient for 3 days. Take it with you. Moreover, all celestial treasures are guarded by extraordinary beasts. Within the icy caverns of Hanmang Mountain resides a creature that protects the ice veins and the frozen fruit trees. This bundle contains items favored by that beast. Once you arrive there, set up the bait 1 mile away. When the creature consumes the lure, it will fall into a deep slumber for the duration of an incense stick. Seize this opportunity to collect the fruit." Chen Zun solemnly accepted the bundle, securing on his back with a nod. In addition, the elderly man produced a jade vial and, with a grave expression, instructed, before entering, "Consume the pill within this vial, then fill it with the liquid beneath the fruit tree. Once all is accomplished, do not be greedy. Apply the powder from the bundle onto your body and descend the mountain as swiftly as possible. You have but the span of an incense stick. Remember this well." "I will remember," Chen Zun replied, not daring to be careless. He committed the old man's words to memory, grateful for his good retention. He repeated them silently several times, ensuring he retained every detail. The old man, still uneasy, requested Chen Zun to recite his instructions to confirm there were no errors before he felt reassured. Chen Zun inquired further about the extraordinary beast and the quickest route to Hanmang Mountain. As the old man patiently provided answers, he felt increasingly confident in Chen Zun's undertaking. By this time, it was already deep into the night, and after gathering all necessary information, Chen Zun prepared to set off. The distance was considerable, 50 li, and departing early would allow him to procure the fruit and hasten the recovery of Zhao Lingyun from her ailment. The old man offered no further words, handing Chen Zun a chopping knife and holding up 3 fingers. "Your sister's fiery ailment can only endure for 3 days. You must return within that time. Otherwise, once the time has passed, even the gods will be unable to save her. Do not forget. Rest assured, I shall return within 3 days. I entrust my sister's care to you," Chen Zun said quietly as he accepted the knife with a nod of gratitude. Finally, he approached the bedside, grasped Zhao Lingyun's small hand, and whispered, "Sister, you must wait for my return." With those words, Chen Zun opened the door and stepped outside, his small figure swiftly merging with the shadows of the night. The elderly man stood at the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, sighing softly as he muttered to himself, 30 years have passed. This is the 15th time. If this lad fails to procure the Hanyu Lu to treat her foundational injuries, I may not last much longer. May he return safely." Meanwhile, Chen Zun, after leaving the small town, traversed the night with relentless speed, covering over 40 li by dawn's first light. At that moment, his feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, heavy and fatigued, breathless and drenched in sweat. He found himself utterly drained of strength. Having journeyed through the night with scarcely a pause, he had reached his limit for one of his age. Yet, despite his exhaustion, a smile graced Chen Zun's face, for his efforts bore fruit. Hanmang Mountain lay just ahead. Chen Zun had no intention of continuing his journey. He realized that he must first take a moment to rest. In this secluded area, the presence of wolves and tigers remained an uncertainty. Thus, he ascended a nearby tree, perched himself upon a branch, and consumed some provisions along with water before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he found his body invigorated, albeit with a lingering soreness in his back and waist, yet his spirit was remarkably high. By now, the sun had begun its descent in the west, and with approximately 10 miles remaining, Chen Zun, feeling replenished, descended from the tree. He dared not linger any longer and resumed his trek. After several hours, Chen Zun arrived at the location described by the elderly man, and darkness had fully enveloped the sky. He glanced upward at the luminous, full moon, surrounded by a tapestry of twinkling stars, unmarred by clouds, truly splendid weather. Not wanting to waste time, he retrieved a copper box from his pack, extracting several pills sealed in wax. After breaking the wax seal, he placed the pills on the ground, then gathered his belongings and concealed himself behind a distant rock, wielding a hatchet as he waited in silence. Time passed slowly, and the surrounding stillness began to stir a sense of unease within Chen Zun. Just as he began to doubt the efficacy of his bait, a commotion erupted in the forest as a flock of birds took flight, accompanied by the sound of snapping twigs and rustling leaves. "They are coming." Chen Zun's heart raced as he held his breath, lowering his voice as he focused on the source of the noise. The sound of rustling grew nearer, and soon, the creature responsible approached the bait. Bathed in moonlight, Chen Zun discerned the nature of the being, a colossal serpent. This massive black snake, as thick as a barrel and measuring 5 or 6 zhang in length, bore a head the size of a bull, with eyes as large as fists. It coiled around the bait, its eyes gleaming and flicking its tongue, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Having never encountered such a creature, Chen Zun was paralyzed with fear, his back slick with cold sweat, too terrified to move or even breathe, lest he draw its attention. Perhaps the bait's allure was too great for the serpent. With a flick of its tongue, it devoured the bait whole, displaying a hint of satisfaction. After a moment, the serpent, seemingly still unsatisfied, lifted its head and sniffed the air, confirming the absence of additional prey before preparing to depart. What? No effect. Just as Chen Zun's anxiety peaked, the serpent's head began to sway unsteadily, and soon after, it succumbed to sleep, its tongue still protruding from its mouth. Chen Zun's heart leapt with joy, but he dared not approach immediately, fearful that the effects of the drug had not yet fully manifested. Instinctively wary of such a colossal beast, he took a moment to observe. Noticing that the giant serpent remained utterly still, Chen Zun summoned his courage. Grasping his hatchet as he cautiously stepped forward, he maintained a safe distance from the black serpent, anxious not to inadvertently awaken it. Following the trail left by the massive snake, he quickly began to run. Time was of the essence. He had but the duration of an incense stick to gather the fruits and extract their essence, coupled with his escape, leaving him with little time to spare. Not long after, Chen Zun arrived at a mountain wall, where a multitude of white bones lay scattered outside, not only decayed, but also encrusted with moss, indicating the passage of many years. At the center of the mountain wall, there was an aperture barely large enough for a child to pass through, from which emanated a chilling draft that penetrated to the bone, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It seemed he had indeed found the right place. Without further hesitation, Chen Zun retrieved a jade vial, removed the cork, and poured out a red pill no larger than a fingernail, which he swallowed in one gulp. Strangely enough, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and a surge of warmth coursed through his body, reddening his face and ears, while beads of sweat soon formed on his forehead, making him feel as though he were being scorched by fire. Realizing this was the effect of the medicine designed to combat the cold, Chen Zun tucked the jade vial into his bosom, secured a hatchet to his waist, and began to crawl into the cave. Chapter 11. The skeleton of the Taoist. As I entered the cave, the chill intensified, resembling an icy abyss. The deeper I crawled, the more oppressive the cold became, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The narrow passage barely allowed Chen Zun to pass through alone. Despite an instinctual fear gripping his heart, he could not retreat. He was resolute in his mission to procure the fruit to save Zhao Lingyun, and pressing forward was his only option. The passage twisted and turned as he ventured further, and after an indeterminate time, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Chen Zun's heart leapt with joy, realizing he was nearing his destination. With a few more determined movements, he emerged into a spacious cavern. The expansive chamber was approximately 10 zhang in size, and at its apex, an object the size of a fist radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the cave's structure. The walls were encrusted with a thick layer of ice, and at the center stood a recessed stone pedestal containing a small pool of liquid, with a diminutive tree flourishing within. All the mist emanated from that tree. Suspended above the pedestal was a massive stalactite directly aligned with it, from which a droplet of milky liquid slowly dripped, plopping into the small pool below. Before the pedestal lay a skeleton, draped in decayed garments, seated in a meditative posture, its death a mystery obscured by the passage of time. Judging by the attire, it was evident that this was the remains of a long-deceased Taoist priest. To his astonishment, there was indeed a corpse here. Chen Zun paused momentarily, scrutinizing the scene with caution. Although he was unaware of the identity of the skeleton or the cause of its demise, he understood the necessity of being careful. He carefully avoided the skeleton's vicinity and turned his gaze towards the modest tree atop the pedestal, which bore a few crystalline fruits of ordinary size, from which he could faintly detect a delicate fragrance. It seemed he had finally discovered the ice vein frost fruit he had been seeking. Having already spent half a stick of incense's worth of time, Chen Zun dared not delay further. No one could predict when the colossal black serpent would awaken, and he needed to act swiftly. He approached the pedestal, and the closer he drew, the more intense the cold became. Despite having consumed the elixir provided by the elderly man, his body struggled to withstand the frigid air. By the time he stood beside the pedestal, he was shivering uncontrollably, his hair and eyebrows coated in a thick layer of frost. Enduring the biting chill, he retrieved a jade vial, meticulously filled it, and sealed it carefully before storing it away. He then opened the copper box, cradling it in his palm, and reached out to pluck the largest fruit. At the very moment his fingers brushed against the fruit, an unexpected transformation occurred. A flash of spiritual light surged from the black ring on the skeleton's finger, shooting towards the luminous stone at the cave's summit. Suddenly, the entire mountain began to tremble. Chen Zun's expression shifted in alarm. He was uncertain of what was transpiring, but it was evident that his touch upon the fruit had triggered this upheaval, causing the ice column above to sway perilously. From the entrance of the cave came a furious hiss. The black serpent had been roused from its slumber by this sudden commotion. Chen Zun's heart sank, and disregarding everything else, he hastily plucked the fruit and secured it within a copper box. Just as he turned towards the cave's entrance, he was startled to see a serpent's head protruding from the opening, flicking its tongue as it gazed at him. The black giant serpent has unexpectedly returned, glaring furiously at the insignificant and despicable thief before it, intent on tearing this intruding human to shreds. At this moment, Chen Zun's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. With no escape in sight, what could he possibly do in such a dire predicament? Outside the mirror, onlookers fixated on the black serpent, and soon, someone recognized its name. If I am not mistaken, this must be the black-scale mysterious serpent, rumored to possess a unique bloodline, a true otherworldly beast. The demon lord is still in a mortal body. It appears he is in grave peril. But if he truly faced imminent doom, how has the demon lord managed to survive until now? Surely, there must be an extraordinary encounter ahead. Likely some legacy left by that skeletal remains that allowed him to escape, not to mention that black ring. At this juncture, one should not focus on the serpent. The half-pool of Millennium Cold Jade Dew and Ice Vein Frost Fruit are the true treasures. The former is a coveted elixir for foundational cultivators dreaming of forming their golden core, while the frost fruit can enhance one's cultivation by 30 years with just a single piece. Had I possessed these two treasures in my youth, I would not have had to toil for 2 centuries. The crowd harbored a mix of concern and envy for Chen Zun's plight. Their gazes towards the jade dew and frost fruit filled with longing. Among them were numerous high-ranking cultivators, although they could not utilize them. Who among them did not have disciples and descendants? With these 2 treasures, they could surely nurture several promising golden core cultivators. Consequently, many powerful individuals discreetly instructed their disciples to depart in search of the location of Hanmang Mountain, while foundational cultivators unable to ascend to the heavenly void palace had already slipped away upon glimpsing these treasures. After all, in the realm of spiritual treasures, the swift reap rewards while the slow are left with nothing. Opportunities hold far greater significance than witnessing the spectacle of the demon lord. Among those most concerned for Chen Zun was only Shen Ruoyan. She displayed an expression of worry and tension. Although she believed Chen Zun would survive, she knew he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Zhao Lingyun did not exhibit the same level of concern as Shen Ruoyan, but her tightly grasped jade pendant betrayed her inner turmoil, revealing that her heart was anything but tranquil. Chen Zun's perilous situation arose from her actions, yet her animosity towards him was equally fierce. These conflicting emotions left her in a state of disarray. The other beautiful women displayed various expressions: indifference, aloofness, and malicious glee, revealing the intensity of their resentment towards Chen Zun. Among them, Ling Tian appeared the most delighted, nearly wearing his joy on his forehead. Whenever Chen Zun acquired something good, he seethed inwardly, and Chen Zun's dangers were a source of his delight. No one present harbored as much animosity towards Chen Zun as he did. Had it not been for Chen Zun's interference, he would have long since broken the seal. Why wait until now? He mused to himself. Even if you obtain these two spiritual treasures, we shall see how you confront the black-scaled mysterious serpent. Even if you survive, you will surely suffer greatly. While each person entertained their own thoughts, the crowd was more concerned with how Chen Zun would extricate himself from this seemingly fatal predicament. The water-moon mirror continued to display the scene within. Inside the mirror, the dark-scaled serpent had fully plunged into the cave, eagerly unveiling its gaping maw in an attempt to utterly rend the frail human, Chen Zun, before it. Grasping a hatchet, Chen Zun could even detect a nauseating stench, the very essence of death looming over him. Confronted with such peril, his latent potential surged forth. Unwilling to succumb passively, he rolled backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Retreating toward the stone platform, since this serpent sought his life, he resolved not to await his demise in vain. At worst, it would be a trade of extremes. Indeed, Chen Zun's objective was the frost fruit of the ice vein. If you desire my death, I shall destroy the spiritual fruit you so fervently protect. Chapter 12. The inheritance of spiritual patterns. Chen Zun found himself engaged in a high-stakes gamble with the black-scaled mysterious serpent. Given that the serpent had guarded this treasure for so long, the ice vein frosted fruit must hold paramount importance. Perhaps, by threatening to destroy the ice vein frosted fruit, he could negotiate a slim chance of survival. This was his only option, albeit at the cost of his own life. In a flash, Chen Zun made his decision. He would consume one fruit and use the rest as leverage against the black-scaled mysterious serpent. He was not far from the stone platform, and with a swift roll, he reached the ice vein frosted tree. Without hesitation, he reached out, quickly plucking a frosted fruit and swallowing it whole. In that instant, he felt his mind come to a standstill. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, he was enveloped in an overwhelming chill, reminiscent of the harshest winter, rendering his body unresponsive, as if frozen in place, with his limbs stiff and immovable. Despite his meticulous planning, Chen Zun had never anticipated that such a celestial treasure as the ice vein frosted fruit was beyond the endurance of his mortal frame. The black-scaled mysterious serpent, too, was taken aback by Chen Zun's audacity to consume the frosted fruit whole. Quickly, the serpent regained its composure. My fruit, my opportunity, it thought. Imagine if someone were to steal the fruits of your labor just as you were about to reap the rewards. How would you react? Naturally, you would be furious. The black-scaled mysterious serpent, already of limited intellect, lost all rationality in its rage. Enraged, it swung its tail, and with a flash of dark light, a colossal ice pillar materialized in midair, hurtling directly towards Chen Zun. The serpent no longer cared about whether this attack would endanger the ice vein frosted tree. Its sole desire was to obliterate the insignificant human before it. It was over. As Chen Zun watched the ice pillar approach with increasing proximity, his face was etched with unwillingness. His own demise mattered little, but Zhao Lingyun awaited his return for salvation. Now, he could only watch helplessly as the ice pillar advanced, despairing for the end of his life. This was unacceptable. Suddenly, just as Chen Zun resigned himself to his fate, a beam of white light descended from the luminous stone at the cave's apex, enveloping him and his surroundings. An invisible barrier intercepted the ice pillar, shattering it into icy shards that scattered throughout the cavern. He was alive. What was happening? Chen Zun was initially stunned, but soon he felt the frigid aura dissipate, warmth flooding his body, although he found himself floating uncontrollably in midair. Before he could process the situation, a golden light emanated from a black ring adorning the skeletal hand of the Taoist, wrapping around him once more. The luminous stone at the cave's summit revealed an array of purple, mysterious, twisted characters, coalescing into a small sword that swiftly pierced his brow. With a thunderous impact, Chen Zun felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge invade his mind, the majority of which comprised a sword technique. Despite his lack of formal education, he recognized the script. The azure, snow, sword technique. What on earth? Panic surged within Chen Zun as he felt as though he had encountered a ghost. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to control his own body, which assumed a meditative posture as the Bai Shui sword technique commenced its autonomous operation. As the technique unfurled, a thin stream of the cold jade dew from the stone platform below was continuously drawn into his mouth. Chen Zun involuntarily closed his eyes, and soon his mind became serene and clear, entering a state of profound enlightenment, detached from all external sensations. Meanwhile, the black-scaled serpent, witnessing this transformation, was rendered utterly bewildered. Having occupied this ice cave for over a century, it was aware of the dangers posed by the Daoist skeleton and dared not approach. Occasionally partaking of the cold jade, due to enhance its cultivation, yet it refrained from touching the ice-vein cold fruit, waiting for it to mature. Unexpectedly, consuming the cold fruit triggered unforeseen events. Although its intelligence was limited, it recognized that Chen Zun had stumbled upon a monumental opportunity, one that was rightfully its own. In that moment, the black-scaled serpent was engulfed by fury. Its massive tail lashed out at Chen Zun, suspended in midair. Alas, an invisible barrier thwarted its every strike, filling the ice cave with the serpent's impotent rage. Eventually, realizing its efforts were futile, the exhausted serpent coiled itself, regaining its vitality while glaring menacingly at the diminutive figure above. It refused to believe that Chen Zun could remain in that state indefinitely. When he emerged, it would be his demise. Outside the mirror, gasps of astonishment echoed. Hiss! By heavens, it's the inheritance of spirit patterns. After witnessing Chen Zun's encounter, expressions of disbelief mingled with exclamations of frustration. Many felt their eyes redden, clenching their fists in silent envy. Why such envy among the multitude? It was imperative to elucidate the nature of the spirit pattern inheritance. In the realm of cultivation, the transmission of techniques traditionally occurs through scriptures and jade slips. The former relies on written records for practitioners to study and internalize, necessitating not only rote memorization, but also personal comprehension. This method, while foundational, is fraught with inefficiencies. A single miswritten character could spell disaster, leading practitioners astray or, in dire cases, jeopardizing their very lives. Thus, for many wandering cultivators, this perilous path became their only recourse, often to their detriment. Recognizing the risks associated with written scriptures, astute pioneers soon devised an alternative method that mitigated the potential for intentional errors while eliminating the tediousness of rote memorization. The jade slip. Crafted from a unique stone, these slips allow practitioners to imprint techniques within them using a memory replication technique. By merely pressing their foreheads against the slips, users could absorb the contents into their memories, not only enhancing convenience, but also circumventing the risks of miswritten techniques. Some cultivators even shared their insights on these slips, amplifying their benefits. Consequently, jade slips have emerged as the predominant medium for transmitting cultivation techniques in the contemporary realm of immortality. Besides this, there exists a more obscure method known as Ding, or initiation. It is the advanced practitioners who impart their lifetime of power and memories directly to the crown of the heads of lower-tier cultivators through a method known as crown importation. However, this approach carries significant risks, as it may lead to the imparting practitioner becoming incapacitated and in dire circumstances. It could even result in the demise of both parties involved. Thus, aside from the aging masters of prestigious sects who are compelled to resort to this desperate measure to ensure the prosperity and legacy of their sects, such methods are rarely employed. In contrast, the technique of spiritual pattern inheritance amalgamates the advantages of the aforementioned methods. Its prerequisites are exceedingly stringent, necessitating the forging of a rare spiritual pattern stone, which must then be nurtured in the Dantian by a high-ranking practitioner for several decades to be deemed a viable vessel for inheritance. This process allows the holder to encapsulate their lifelong insights and supreme techniques within the stone, serving as a means of legacy. Those who receive the spiritual pattern inheritance may not gain substantial improvements in their cultivation, yet they can inherit the entirety of the holder's devoted efforts. It is no exaggeration to assert that acquiring such an inheritance is tantamount to obtaining a ticket to the ranks of advanced practitioners. However, the sole limitation lies in the fact that a spiritual pattern stone can only be utilized for a single transmission before it loses its efficacy. The fact that Chen Zun, an ordinary mortal, has managed to obtain this spiritual pattern inheritance evokes jealousy and envy among all present. Chapter 13. The Azure Snow Sword Technique. It is no wonder that the Demon Lord has ascended to become the most formidable cultivator of the Tianluo Continent. Were I to possess such an opportunity, I would not have faltered here. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, tinged with envy. Though everyone felt a pang of jealousy, such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after. Admiration is futile. Ling Tian, too, was consumed by bitterness, his anger rendering him speechless. With an extraordinary lineage, he considered himself the child of destiny. Yet when compared to Chen Zun, he undeniably found himself overshadowed. The other enchanting women were unaware of Chen Zun's circumstances. Although surprised, their interest was piqued only to a limited extent. Zhao Lingyun, however, was an exception. Upon glimpsing the small, purple rune sword, her pupils constricted and her delicate frame trembled involuntarily. Among all present, only she recognized the significance of the technique that Chen Zun had acquired, for the very martial art she currently practiced was none other than the Azure Snow Sword Technique. What truly unsettled Zhao Lingyun was the knowledge that she was the sole practitioner of this technique in the entire realm. She recalled her master presenting her with a spirit rune stone years ago, stating that only her ice-veined spiritual body could inherit the runic legacy of the Azure Snow Sword Technique, and that there was none other like it. Yet, what she observed through the water-moon mirror contradicted her master's words. Was it not said that the Azure Snow Sword Technique existed in only one copy within the Tianluo Continent? What then was the nature of Chen Zun's acquisition of this technique, and how had he obtained it before her? This conundrum swirled in her mind like a tempest, as myriad thoughts raced through her consciousness. No matter how she pondered, the words of her master eluded her understanding. Suddenly, a chilling thought pierced her mind. What if that spirit rune stone had been a legacy left for her by Chen Zun? She dared not entertain such a notion further. It cannot be. It must not be. Zhao Lingyun murmured to herself, her body swaying precariously, her complexion paling to an extreme white, as though she had encountered an unspeakable horror. Ling Tian was the first to notice her distress, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired with concern, "Fairy Lingyun, what troubles you?" At the very moment Ling Tian spoke, the other exquisite women also became aware of Zhao Lingyun's peculiar behavior, their gazes converging upon her. I am fine," Zhao Lingyun stammered, striving to regain her composure and forcing a smile in response. Fine? One might as well encounter a ghost. The women present were all top-tier cultivators. Having faced numerous spectacles, their mental fortitude honed to an extraordinary degree. They remained unfazed even when confronted with the gravest of calamities. For Zhao Lingyun to exhibit such disarray indicated a matter of great significance. Yet, she refrained from sharing, and none dared to probe further. However, the most likely trigger for her distress was undoubtedly a particular scene in the water-moon mirror that had profoundly affected her. Now, the women began to scrutinize the details within the mirror's reflection with heightened awareness. Only Shen Ruoyan's gaze flickered slightly, as if she surmised something, glancing at the Bai Shui sword in Zhao Lingyun's hand, lost in contemplation. Within the mirror, the scene abruptly accelerated. A day and a night elapsed until Chen Zun completed the acceptance of the spiritual pattern inheritance, at which point the imagery returned to its normal pace. His aura had deepened significantly. Suddenly, a stone at the pinnacle of the ice cave shattered with a loud crack. The golden light enveloping Chen Zun vanished. Yet he remained suspended in midair, eyes closed. Meanwhile, the cold jade dew on the stone platform had nearly run out, and the crystalline, Droplet-ready ice, vein cold fruit trees appeared notably withered, reminiscent of frostbitten eggplants. The lurking, black-scaled, mysterious serpent witnessed this and felt an opportunity arise. If not now, then when? The serpent coiled its body, and in an instant, it propelled itself upward like a spring, opening its cavernous maw, intent on swallowing Chen Zun whole. Today, it could not let this human, who had seized its fortune, escape unscathed. Suddenly, Chen Zun opened his eyes, emitting a blinding light that was difficult to behold. He formed a hand seal, as if accustomed to this action through countless repetitions, and flicked his fingers to unleash a beam of white sword light, striking the black-scaled serpent's head with astonishing speed. The creature let out a dreadful cry, crashing to the ground. Even a beast renowned for its physical might could not withstand such a blow. The black-scaled serpent now bled profusely, its scales shattered, flesh torn, and its breath weakened, appearing on the verge of death. This demonstrated the terrifying power of Chen Zun's sword energy. Observing this, he formed another seal, gathering a gleaming sword light at his fingertips. Ready to strike again, the black-scaled serpent, now gravely weakened, had become like meat on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. Just as it believed its demise was imminent, it noticed that Chen Zun had yet to release the sword light, prompting it to raise its head in confusion. Chen Zun had already descended to the ground and spoke. "Given the difficulty of your cultivation and my own fortune gained through you, I shall spare your life. However, you must not harm others in the future. Otherwise, no matter how far you flee, I will seek your life." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the serpent nodded fervently, eager to survive. Chen Zun approached the stone platform, plucking 2 ice vein cold fruits and tossing them before the black-scaled serpent, adding, "You are gravely injured. These fruits will preserve your life. Consume them quickly." The serpent, taken aback, found it peculiar that this individual not only spared it but also provided healing fruits. Without these fruits, survival was uncertain, and any hope of advancing further in its cultivation might be jeopardized. It reluctantly consumed the offerings. The ice vein cold fruits, true treasures of nature, significantly healed the serpent's wounds. However, at this moment, it harbored no other thoughts, coiling its body and lowering its head in submission. At that moment, the ice vein cold tree still bore 2 ripe fruits and several pea-sized, unripe ones. Chen Zun retrieved a copper box, placed one of the fruits inside, and then addressed the black-scaled serpent. "This fruit rightfully belongs to you. I shall take one for my reserve, and the rest are yours." The black-scaled serpent, thoroughly subdued, dared not disagree. Having gathered his belongings, Chen Zun approached the skeletal remains of the Taoist and knelt down, solemnly bowing his head several times. Without the legacy left by the venerable elder, the lad would have surely met his demise. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the opportunity to be reborn. After completing his homage, the skeletal remains astonishingly transformed into a pile of ashes, while a black ring levitated and settled into Chen Zun's palm. The ring bore 2 characters, Huamu. Chen Zun was somewhat taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. His mind was now enriched with a plethora of knowledge, revealing that upon acquiring the Taoist's legacy, the remnants acknowledged him as their master. By simply shedding his blood to affirm ownership, the ring would rightfully belong to him. Chen Zun, however, did not rush. He intended to respectfully handle the Taoist's remains. Thus, he carefully stored the ring and, with a flicker of sword light, excavated a small pit in the corner to place the ashes within, covering it with soil to create a pristine burial mound. Subsequently, he carved a stone slab into a headstone, inscribing, "The Tomb of Huamu." Chapter 14. Too coincidental. Having completed his tasks, Chen Zun no longer lingered and crawled out from the cave's entrance. The black-scaled serpent, sensing the departure of this calamity, hastily filled the entrance with stones. After this encounter, it had no desire to venture outside again. The world beyond was far too perilous, since its cultivation no longer required sustenance. Remaining here to diligently practice was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Before the mountainside, Chen Zun brushed off the dirt from his clothes and took a moment to reflect on his journey. The most significant gain from this expedition was the inheritance of spiritual patterns. Through the invaluable legacy imprinted in his mind and the formidable spiritual energy coursing through his body, he realized he had inadvertently embarked on the path of cultivation, no longer the frail mortal he once was. According to the teachings of the inheritance, the realms of cultivation were divided into 9 stages: chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit refinement, void return, harmonization, self-forgetfulness, and great ascension. He presently found himself at the initial stage of core formation, having leaped 3 realms from an ordinary mortal, a feat that could indeed be described as ascending to the heavens in a single bound. It is worth noting that many cultivators spend their entire lives without achieving foundation establishment, and those who reach core formation are exceedingly rare. Thus, it was evident that the spiritual pattern inheritance was as remarkable as its reputation suggested, but it was also due to Chen Zun's innate talent and fortuitous circumstances. Few in the world could transcend 3 major realms in a single day. Although he had acquired this extraordinary legacy, Chen Zun's excitement was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure. He spared the black-scaled serpent not out of fear, for it was merely in the late foundation establishment stage and bore little intent for slaughter. Its attack had merely been a reaction to his attempt to seize its spiritual objects. Moreover, he was not one to indulge in senseless killing. As for the bones outside the cave, Chen Zun examined them closely. They did not appear to belong to adults, but rather to youths of a similar age to his own, all sharing a striking similarity. They were all roughly the same height, just enough to pass through the cave's entrance. Such coincidence was unsettling. Had this occurred before his encounter, he would have given it little thought, but after nearly meeting his demise, he was not foolish enough to disregard it. Had fortune not favored him, he might have ended up like those remains outside. Chen Zun felt an ominous undercurrent to the situation. His gaze flickered with caution, and he resolved to keep his acquisition of the inheritance a secret for the time being. The pressing matter at hand was to return swiftly and rescue Zhao Lingyun. If his memory served him well, tonight marked the 3rd day. Fortunately, he had attained the core formation stage. Otherwise, he would surely be unable to return in time. With this thought, Chen Zun transformed into a streak of escaping light, darting off in a particular direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, the white-haired elder paced back and forth in the room, appearing quite anxious. Lying on the bed, Zhao Lingyun's condition was dire. Her body was flushed, and even the silver needles embedded in her were emitting faint wisps of smoke. It seemed she could not endure much longer. The elder's worry was not solely for Zhao Lingyun's ailment, but rather because Chen Zun had been gone for nearly 3 days without any word concerning his own schemes. He could only pray for Chen Zun's safe return. Yet, today marked the final day, and with no sign of his return, an unsettling restlessness gnawed at him. He seemed to witness the visage of his efforts over the past 3 decades, culminating in failure once more. After so many years of striving without success, the chances of this untrained youth achieving anything appeared even slimmer. Was he perhaps too desperate, flinging himself into a sea of uncertainty? Bang! Just as the elderly man sighed, a knock echoed at the door. "Who goes there?" he barked in response. "Doctor, I have returned," came the voice of a young man from outside. Recognizing Chen Zun's voice, the elder's face brightened, and he hurried to open the door. Standing there was indeed Chen Zun. For a cultivator of the golden core stage, a journey of 50 li was but a few breaths. Chen Zun had paused just outside the small town to disguise himself, appearing travel-worn before finally returning. "Why have you returned only now? I was nearly beside myself with worry." "Come in." The elderly man swiftly ushered Chen Zun inside, closing the door behind him without waiting for a reply. "Have you secured the items?" Observing the elder's eager and anxious gaze, Chen Zun felt that the man's urgency surpassed his own, and he nodded in affirmation. "I have obtained everything." "Really? Quickly, let me see. How is my sister faring?" Noticing the elder's fervent excitement, Chen Zun felt a weight in his heart. The man's reaction seemed exceedingly abnormal. He chose not to voice his concerns, but instead inquired about Zhao Lingyun's condition. To his surprise, the elder's expression darkened. "Her situation is dire. You must present the items at once." delay any longer, and I shall be unable to heal her. Gazing at Zhao Lingyun, who lay upon the bed, Chen Zun's heart sank. It was indeed as the elder had stated. Her condition was grave. Yet he distinctly sensed a flicker of malevolence in the elder's otherwise gentle demeanor. Should he fail to produce the ice vein frost fruit and the cold jade due promptly, the elderly man might resort to searching him himself. At that moment, Chen Zun, a cultivator at the golden core stage, detected an aura of foundation establishment pressure emanating from the elder. It dawned on him, a revelation of many truths. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter, he could have easily fallen victim to deception. First, I must save my sister. Let us see what you intend to do. He mused internally, his visage betraying a sense of urgency as he retrieved the ice vein frost fruit and cold jade dew. Here they are. I implore you to treat my sister without delay. The elder snatched the items, examining them closely. A jade vial filled with cold jade dew and an ice vein frost fruit lay quietly within a copper box. The other fruit had long been concealed by Chen Zun. Ha, splendid, splendid. With certainty that he possessed the right items, the elder erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming good thrice in succession. Subsequently, he did not conceal the means by which he was a practitioner. With a swift motion, the frost jade dew and ice vein frozen fruit vanished from his grasp. Smiling at Chen Zun, he said, "Time is of the essence. You should leave now. I shall commence the healing of your sister at once." Chen Zun, astonished by the old man's sleight of hand, widened his eyes in disbelief, feigning hesitation as he turned to exit the room, closing the door behind him. Observing the youth's anxious demeanor, the white-haired elder revealed a hint of satisfaction. The earlier display had been intentional, aimed at instilling confidence in him, and it appeared to have been quite effective. Now he mused. It was time to address Zhao Lingyun's fiery poison. The elder murmured to himself, "This fiery poison is no trifling matter. Utilizing the ice vein frozen fruit on her would indeed be a waste. However, I can certainly manage to suppress it for a month." From start to finish, the white-haired elder had been deceiving Chen Zun. The ice vein frozen fruit would not be used on Zhao Lingyun at all. Chapter 15. The Ice Vein Spirit Hiss. I had long discerned that this old man was not a virtuous character, and indeed, my intuition proved correct. It seems that heroes often share similar insights. I had already perceived his ill intentions. How could a mere mortal's fiery poison necessitate the use of the ice vein frost fruit for treatment? Alas, it appears the demon lord has been deceived. Outside the mirror, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Who could have imagined that a figure embodying celestial grace would harbor such shamelessness behind the facade? Inside the mirror, dawn began to break. Chen Zun had not slept, pacing anxiously outside the door. With a creak, the white-haired elder emerged, fatigue etched on his face. Chen Zun hurried to greet him. "Doctor, how is my sister?" "Rest assured, I did not fail you," the elder replied, a smile gracing his lips. Although the ice vein frost fruit was not utilized, he had exerted himself to the utmost. Had it not been for Chen Zun retrieving those two items, his efforts would not have been so fervent. After a night of desperate measures, Zhao Lingyun's fiery poison was finally subdued. Yet, the poison proved to be quite troublesome. With his foundational cultivation, he could not eradicate it, only suppress it. The elder was baffled. Even with the ice vein frost fruit, it would have been futile, merely postponing the resurgence of Zhao Lingyun's affliction by a year. How peculiar! Regardless, he had done his best. Henceforth, Zhao Lingyun's fate was no longer his concern. Unbeknownst to Chen Zun was the true state of Zhao Lingyun's health. His primary concern was her well-being, prompting him to rush into the room. Approaching the bedside, he beheld the little girl lying quietly, her breath steady, the fever having subsided. Apart from a slight pallor, she appeared no different from a healthy child. Chen Zun exhaled deeply, the worry that had clouded his face dissipating, and the tension that had gripped him for days began to ease. At that moment, the elder's voice resonated behind him. "Do not worry. Your sister is out of danger and merely requires a couple of days of rest to recover." Chen Zun turned to see the elder, a broad smile illuminating his face at the door. He spoke earnestly. "I shall never forget the life-saving grace of the doctor. Regardless of your intentions, Your act of saving Zhao Lingyun warrants my deepest gratitude. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Then, he regarded Chen Zun with a thoughtful expression. A notion stirred within him. I have drifted through life, unanchored, without a successor for half my existence. This young man may be fated to cross paths with me. If he possesses a spiritual root, perhaps I shall bestow upon him a fortuitous opportunity. With this resolution, the elder inquired, Young man, have you ever heard of the existence of immortals in this world? Chen Zun paused, taken aback. In times past, he would have undoubtedly scoffed at such a notion. Yet having received the legacy of spiritual patterns, he found himself more inclined to believe than anyone else. Uncertain of the elder's true intentions, Chen Zun feigned skepticism. Doctor, you jest. The concept of immortals is largely fabricated, a mere echo of human imagination, not to be taken seriously. The elder had anticipated this response from Chen Zun, and with a grave demeanor, he continued, The figures enshrined in temples, sculpted from clay, are indeed false. They are but the spiritual projections of certain mortals, not the immortals I refer to. Chen Zun was acutely aware of the implication behind the words of the white-haired elder, and he feigned a look of bewilderment, inquiring, What exactly is a celestial being? The elder merely smiled without offering a response. He extended his withered hand, and from the palm, a small flame, akin to a bean, flickered into existence. In an instant, the tiny flame swelled dramatically, transforming into a fireball the size of a fist. Chen Zun recognized this as the fireball technique, a relatively rudimentary form of elemental magic. Yet, the elder's mastery over fire was undeniably impressive. He continued his display, and Chen Zun appeared genuinely astonished, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit within. Observing Chen Zun's reaction, the elder expressed great satisfaction, speaking slowly, This is the power of a celestial. With his ethereal demeanor illuminated by the crimson glow of the fireball, he appeared all the more enigmatic. Chen Zun trembled with a mix of excitement, unease, and fear. Doctor, are you a celestial being? Certainly not, the elder replied, extinguishing the fireball with a flick of his hand. He shook his head, sighing. Attaining immortality is no simple feat. Possessing the abilities of a celestial without the longevity of one, I am merely an insignificant ant among countless seekers of the Tao. Chen Zun fell into a contemplative silence, his expression revealing deep thought. You are still young. Discussing such matters with you is futile, the elder remarked, a smile playing on his lips after expressing his sentiments. His aim was to instill in Chen Zun a belief in the existence of celestial beings, laying the groundwork for what he was about to say next. The elder's expression turned serious as he posed a question. Young man, those who achieve immortality can perceive life and death, sharing their lifespan with the heavens. Do you wish to learn this transcendent art? At last, after much meandering, Chen Zun understood they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Ordinarily, even a fool would comprehend that upon witnessing such magical feats, one would be inclined to agree. Thus, he nodded fervently, without hesitation declaring, I implore you, doctor, to impart the celestial arts to me. Fearing his performance lacked authenticity, he adorned his face with an expression of unrestrained joy. His acting was seamless, without a hint of flaw. While the transmission of celestial arts seemed straightforward, it was not a practice accessible to everyone. It required specific conditions, reserved for those of exceptional talent. The elder deliberately built suspense. On one hand, he provided Chen Zun with some foundational knowledge, while on the other, he maintained control over the dialogue. Are there prerequisites for cultivating immortality? Chen Zun inquired, his naivety shining through his eager gaze. Of course, it is akin to the need for kindling to create fire or water to freeze, the elder explained. What then is required for attaining immortality? With wide eyes brimming with curiosity, Chen Zun gazed at the elder, awaiting enlightenment. Spiritual root. What is a spiritual root? Chen Zun asked, his expression tinged with anxiety as he pondered. A spiritual root is the foundation for cultivation. Without it, one cannot sense spiritual energy and thus cannot attain immortality. Chen Zun's demeanor reflected a hint of apprehension as he inquired, Doctor, "Do I possess a spiritual root?" The elder replied with a gentle smile, "Whether you do or not can be determined with a simple test." "How do we test it?" Chen Zun asked eagerly. The elder's hands shimmered with ethereal light. A crystal, roughly the size of a fist, materialized in his hand. He placed his palm upon it. Chen Zun stepped forward. Pressing his hand against the surface, his expression grave. Though he was aware of possessing a spiritual root, he was nonetheless intrigued to discover the nature of it. Closing his eyes, he sought to empty his mind, dismissing all distractions. Yes, that was it. The white-haired elder spoke in a calm, encouraging tone, guiding Chen Zun with gentle persuasion. After a considerable time, the room was enveloped in profound silence. The elder regarded the unresponsive crystal, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that this young man lacked a spiritual root? Outside the mirror, a voice exclaimed, "Huh? Why is the spirit testing stone unresponsive? Could the demon lord truly be without a spiritual root? Nonsense. If the demon lord lacked a spiritual root, how could he have ascended to become the foremost cultivator in the Tianluo Continent? I suspect the elder's spirit testing stone is likely a counterfeit. It seems that great minds think alike. Your words resonate with truth." I concur wholeheartedly. As the onlookers observed the scene, they collectively dismissed the notion that Chen Zun possessed no spiritual root. It was absurd. If he could attain the pinnacle of cultivation without a spiritual root, then what did that render them? Those who did possess spiritual roots, if not utterly inept. At that moment, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Ah, my eyes! Good heavens! A nice, vain spiritual body." Chapter 16. Astonishing secrets. Suddenly, the spirit-testing stone within the image erupted with brilliance, akin to a miniature sun. Its dazzling light seemingly poised to burst forth from the waters of the moon mirror. In an instant, the scene was engulfed by an overwhelming radiance, rendering everything invisible. The spectators, caught off guard, felt a piercing pain in their eyes. However, the blinding light did not persist for long. Within a few breaths, normalcy was restored. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd as they turned their gaze toward the source. Before them, nestled within the transparent spirit-testing stone, appeared a pristine white snowflake. The knowledgeable viewers immediately recognized the significance of the snowflake, prompting an audible gasp of disbelief from one individual. Could it be true? The demon lord possessed an extraordinary spiritual root, a legendary ice vein spirit body? The demon lord had never previously exhibited any ice-related powers. Could it truly be an ice vein spirit body? There was no doubt, for the celestial maiden Zhao was also an ice vein spirit body. In his youth, the speaker, an elderly man, had the fortune to witness Zhao's spirit root testing at the Tianyuan sect, and he confirmed that what he saw now mirrored that earlier occasion precisely. The old man spoke with conviction, dispelling the doubts of those around him. Soon, his assertions were corroborated by several other elders, dispelling any lingering skepticism. This was no ordinary elder. He was the current head of the Qingqiu Pavilion, known as Gamashir, and his esteemed establishment was recognized as the foremost historical lineage in the Tianluo Continent. Well-versed in various historical texts, he was privy to many ancient secrets, earning him the moniker Eternal Scholar. At that moment, Gu was filled with exhilaration. He had long desired to compose a tome titled The Demon Lord's Legacy, but the scarcity of information regarding the demon lord's early life had hindered his efforts. Now, with the moon mirror offering glimpses into the demon lord's childhood, he could no longer contain his enthusiasm and resolved to commence his chronicle. The scene unfolding before him was an immense blessing for someone as insatiably curious as he, prompting him to produce a scroll and begin inscribing fervently. On this date, the white-haired elder first tested the demon lord's spirit root, revealing it to be an ice vein spirit body, a level of talent beyond our own. Just as he penned these words, Gu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Something felt amiss. Throughout history, there had been only 4 or 5 individuals with such a spirit body, and it was not uncommon for millennia to pass without one. If the demon lord indeed possessed an ice vein spirit body, why had he remained so obscure? Moreover, considering the timeline, the public became aware of the celestial maiden's ice vein spirit body at a later date. Was there a connection between the two? Hearing the old man's murmurs, the crowd began to sense the peculiarity of the situation, though they struggled to pinpoint the source of their unease. At that moment, the long-silent Shen Ruoyan spoke, offering a revelation. You should ask Zhao Lingyun. She grew up alongside Chen Zun. I refuse to believe she is unaware of any of this. Indeed, with the principal parties present, it seemed far more prudent to inquire directly than to speculate. The crowd turned their attention toward Zhao Lingyun. Even the stunning women entangled with Chen Zun cast their gazes upon her. Only Ling Tian was left standing aside, his expression dark and somber. Zhao Lingyun had long been startled by the scene in the water-moon mirror, her pupils constricting as her heart became a tumult of confusion. When she finally regained her senses, she noticed the inquiring gazes of those around her, revealing a look of utter bewilderment. I do not know. I cannot recall anything before the age of 10. Upon hearing this, the crowd was greatly disappointed. The old man wore a face full of regret, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. With the water-moon mirror present, it mattered little if she could not remember. However, the few exquisite women were far more focused on Zhao Lingyun. Their intuition as women told them that Zhao Lingyun's ice-vein spirit body was undoubtedly linked to Chen Zun. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingyun felt an even greater sense of dread as she recalled her masteress' words. Your ice-vein spirit body is hard-earned and unique in this world. You must cherish it and avoid arrogance. Within the mirror, as everything returned to normal, the white-haired elder opened his eyes. When he beheld the snowflake-shaped mark on the spirit testing stone, he was left dumbfounded. This is an extraordinary spirit root. After rubbing his eyes several times to confirm he was not mistaken, he was momentarily speechless, his face a portrait of astonishment. Though he was not well-versed enough to recognize the ice-vein spirit body, he understood that what was displayed on the spirit testing stone was an ice spirit root, a supreme rarity among extraordinary spirit roots. With such a spirit root, how could one not aspire to greatness? In that moment, the white-haired elder was filled with immense excitement, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! The heavens have shown mercy! Chen Zun opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face as he gazed at the white-haired elder and asked, What is an extraordinary spirit root? It is widely known that the 5 elements consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each corresponding to its respective spirit root. Beyond these 5 roots, there are 3 extraordinary spirit roots: wind, thunder, and ice. These 3 are exceedingly rare, but possess qualities far superior to the 5 elemental roots, allowing for rapid cultivation without encountering bottlenecks or heavenly tribulations before reaching the nascent soul stage. To be a child of destiny is to embody such potential. You are one of them. The white-haired elder, suppressing his overwhelming joy, began to enlighten Chen Zun. He had intended to bestow upon Chen Zun a fortuitous opportunity, but never anticipated the boy's talent to be so extraordinary. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Chen Zun wore an expression that suggested he understood partially, but in truth, he had already grasped the meaning when the white-haired elder spoke of the extraordinary spirit root. Master, since my spirit root has been tested, could you also test what spirit root my sister possesses? Suddenly, Chen Zun remembered something and hurriedly requested the white-haired elder to assess Zhao Lingyun. After all, since Zhao Lingyun's mother was also a practitioner, it was certain that she possessed a spirit root, and he wished to know what it was. However, to his surprise, the white-haired elder put away the spirit testing stone and shook his head, saying, There is no need for testing. I learned of it a few days ago. Chen Zun pressed for details. Then what spirit root does she have? She possesses no spirit root. Outside the mirror, upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, the scene fell into silence, followed by an explosive uproar. It was sensational, an astonishing revelation. The crowd felt as though the world had become somewhat surreal. The illustrious Tianyuan saintess, Zhao Lingyun, a peak cultivator of the ice-vein spiritual body, was astonishingly declared to possess no spiritual root by a mere rogue cultivator. Was this not sheer nonsense? The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their jaws agape. Zhao Lingyun herself could hardly believe it, her eyes vacant as she murmured to herself, Impossible, absolutely impossible. At that moment, Ling Tan, who had remained silent until now, seized the opportunity to speak. He stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice, "A charlatan, undoubtedly a charlatan. This old fool cannot even extract the heat poison from an ordinary person. Thus, his words cannot be trusted." His proclamation garnered a chorus of agreement from many, though a significant number remained silent, intimidated by Ling Tian's esteemed position. Meanwhile, the elderly bard, Wan Gutong, paid no heed to the commotion and meticulously inscribed the recent events. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Could it truly be that the Tianyuan saintess possessed no spiritual root? Was this the result of a misdiagnosis by a quack? Or did the truth lie elsewhere? The enigma deepens, and for further revelations, one must await the next installment. Chapter 17. An unexpected situation within the mirror. Chen Zun was naturally skeptical of the old man's words. As a wild youth possessing a spiritual root, it was inconceivable that Zhao Lingyun, born of extraordinary lineage, would lack one. Observing his disbelief, the old man provided an explanation. "Your sister," he stated, "must have been afflicted by inherent heat toxins even before birth, which have long since obliterated her foundational essence. It is only through the aid of the ice vein frost fruit that I have successfully eradicated these toxins. I surmise that had it not been for the intervention of a certain adept, your sister would have perished long ago, not to mention the absence of a spiritual root. Her survival to this day is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune." The old man's words were a mixture of truth and deception. For during his initial examination of Zhao Lingyun, he had discovered her lack of a spiritual root and her deficiency in the 5 elements, rendering her incapable of sensing spiritual energy. As for the fabricated portion of his tale, he spoke it freely, unafraid of Chen Zun's discernment. Upon hearing the old man's assertions, Chen Zun's mind buzzed with confusion. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly inquired further, "Is it impossible to cultivate immortality without a spiritual root?" "Indeed, it is impossible," the old man replied, shaking his head vigorously. "Is there truly no alternative? Perhaps a method to restore the spiritual root?" "Nave." The old man chuckled at Chen Zun's suggestion, responding languidly, "There exists a multitude of cultivators in this world, and I have yet to hear of anyone without a spiritual root achieving immortality. Furthermore, how could one sense spiritual energy without a root? As for methods to restore a spiritual root, I am uncertain of their existence, and even if they do, the cost would be exorbitant." Chen Zun's expression darkened, his spirits plummeting. Noticing his despondence, the old man refrained from offering consolation, instead regarding him with an intense gaze. "Given your exceptional spiritual root, I wish to take you as my disciple and impart the ways of cultivation. Are you willing?" Had this proposition arisen before he acquired the inheritance of the spiritual patterns, Chen Zun would have been elated and readily accepted. Yet, with the influence of Zhao Lingyun's lack of a spiritual root weighing heavily on him, he remained silent. The old man's brow furrowed in displeasure. Had it been anyone else, they would have prostrated themselves, fervently pleading for acceptance. Yet this young man remained unresponsive, which was decidedly unusual. "You are unwilling?" Observing the old man's increasingly dark demeanor, Chen Zun instinctively considered revealing his acquisition of the spiritual inheritance. However, the image of the skeletal remains outside the cave on cold, Mist Mountain suddenly flashed in his mind, prompting him to remain silent. "I am willing." "Excellent." The old man erupted in hearty laughter, though his countenance soon turned serious. "Hasten, and pay your respects to your master." "Is it so soon?" Chen Zun inwardly scoffed, but nonetheless approached to kneel, performing the traditional act of reverence. Disciple Chen Zun pays respect to master. "My good disciple, rise quickly." The old man stepped forward to assist Chen Zun in standing, saying, "Now that we share the bond of master and disciple, you need not address me as master repeatedly. My surname is Mo, with a single character Wu. Henceforth, you may simply call me Master Mo." Chen Zun nodded in acknowledgement. "Having been awake all night, I am rather fatigued and require rest. During the day, I would appreciate your assistance in caring for your sister. Then, Master Mo, please rest early. I shall keep watch here." Chen Zun observed the weariness etched upon Mo Wu's face and felt a twinge of guilt. It was thanks to his intervention that Zhao Lingyun had begun to recover, and thus he urged Mo Wu to rest early. Witnessing his disciple's thoughtfulness, Mo Wu regarded Chen Zun with growing admiration. He gently patted the shoulder of his cherished disciple and instructed, "You too must take care to rest well. This evening, come to my quarters, and I shall impart to you the methods of cultivating immortality, so that you may embark upon the path of transcendence at the earliest opportunity." With that, Mo Wu departed the apothecary, hanging the no consultation sign on the door before retreating to his own chamber. Chen Zun watched him leave, then settled onto a round stool beside Zhao Lingyun. As a cultivator in the core formation stage, he required no sleep and remained in good spirits. Moreover, after so many days, it was the first time he had the leisure to admire Zhao Lingyun's countenance. As he gazed, his expression softened considerably. He was no longer an orphan. He had a family to care for, and the feeling of having a sister was truly delightful. "Sister, I will surely discover a way for you to cultivate immortality," the young man whispered, his tone resolutely firm. Zhao Lingyun looked at the image of Chen Zun, whose expression radiated boundless tenderness, and an indescribable sensation welled up within her. Long-buried memories slowly surfaced in her mind, and she seemed to hear once more that resonant, magnetic voice. "Yin'er, if anyone bullies you, you must tell your brother. I will help you confront them. Yin'er, I have obtained something wonderful on my travels, which is of no use to me, but will suit you perfectly. Yun'er." Those gentle words echoed in her mind as if they had occurred just yesterday. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. How wonderful it would be if nothing had changed. Alas, there are no ifs. Within the mirror, the scene continued, swiftly bypassing trivial matters. Before long, night fell once again. After dinner, Chen Zun lit an oil lamp and fanned away the mosquitoes bothering Zhao Lingyun. Meanwhile, Mo Wu, who had slept throughout the day, emerged from his room. However, he appeared somewhat haggard. Unlike someone who had rested, his complexion was pallid. Chen Zun felt a flicker of concern, but dismissed it, quickly inquiring, "Master, did you not rest well?" "Just a bit fatigued, such is the plight of age, but it is of no consequence," Mo Wu replied, nodding. Although he appeared weary, he also seemed overly exhilarated. "Come now, follow me tonight. I shall formally impart to you the methods of cultivating immortality." "Oh," Chen Zun acknowledged, rising to his feet. "Wait a moment," Mo Wu interjected. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, summoned a small green flag into his hand. Chanting incantations, he waved it vigorously, and a flash of green light enveloped the flag, causing it to vanish. An invisible and mysterious force enveloped the entire building. After completing this, Mo Wu turned to meet Chen Zun's inquisitive gaze, smiling as he explained, "To safeguard the transmission of my teachings from unforeseen interruptions, I have arranged a formation. It is better to be prepared. Come along, follow me." With that, Mo Wu led the way, and Chen Zun followed obediently in his wake. Upon pushing open the door, Chen Zun was struck by the astonishing simplicity of the room's decor. There were neither bookshelves nor a bed, nothing at all, really. The sole items of note were 2 meditation cushions positioned in the center and a bronze furnace, standing half a person's height, seemingly intended for alchemical purposes. Chen Zun felt a flicker of curiosity. His frugal master certainly led a life of austerity. Yet he pondered whether his master meditated or slept during his rest. As he settled onto one of the cushions, his mind wandered amidst his thoughts and curiosities. At that moment, Mo Wu beckoned him over, gesturing for him to take a seat on one of the cushions. Just as Chen Zun complied, a beam of light cascaded from the ceiling, enveloping him in its glow, while beneath the cushion, a surge of crimson light erupted, binding him with several illusory blood ropes. Chen Zun's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy to break free, only to find that it felt as though his entire essence was ensnared, rendering him powerless. He could only struggle in vain, and just as he was about to speak, Mo Wu produced a yellow talisman inscribed with blood and affixed it to his forehead. In an instant, Chen Zun found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to utter a word. "Do not waste your strength," Mo Wu intoned. This is a spirit-binding array and soul-fixing talisman that my master painstakingly arranged over the course of half a day. Even a core formation cultivator would find it impossible to escape. A wave of alarm washed over Chen Zun, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. What exactly did Mo Wu intend to achieve? Chapter 18. The past of Mo. Were you curious as to why I have confined you? Observing the perplexed gaze of Chen Zun, Mo Wu fervently declared, I shall reveal the truth. I require your corporeal form. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Chen Zun's heart as two ominous words surfaced in his mind. Soul seizure. What does it mean to seize a soul? It is when the seizer annihilates the consciousness and soul of the host, thereby claiming dominion over the body. Should the seizure be successful, the individual shall vanish from this world, deprived of even the opportunity for reincarnation. Noticing the terror etched in Chen Zun's eyes, Mo Wu felt a peculiar pleasure swell within him and continued his narrative. My dear disciple, this is not a course I chose lightly. It is a matter of dire necessity. With the situation now settled, he leisurely recounted his past. Due to possessing the primary wood spirit root, I began my cultivation journey with a wandering practitioner at the tender age of 5. Alas, my spiritual roots were woefully inadequate. I stumbled along the path, isolated and unsupported, and by the age of 60, I had yet to establish a foundation. In desperation, I resorted to nefarious deeds, engaging in murder and theft, surviving numerous brushes with death, which ultimately provided me with the resources to establish my foundation at the age of 80. The hardships I endured during this time are known only to me. As he reminisced, Mo Wu's countenance bore the weight of regret and fear. After establishing my foundation, I yearned to escape the trepidation of daily life, fearful of encountering a cunning adversary. Thus, I returned to the life of a typical cultivator, dedicating myself to alchemy as a primary means of resource acquisition. For over a century, I refined elixirs and gathered various spiritual materials, achieving a state of consummate foundation establishment. I believed that this would naturally lead to a breakthrough into the realm of core formation. However, after 3 years of seclusion, my inadequate aptitude rendered those years utterly fruitless. Naturally, I was unwilling to accept stagnation in my cultivation. Yet, all my possessions had been expended on my training, leaving me destitute. Moreover, the elixirs that assist in core formation were exceedingly rare. Often, by the time news emerged, they would have already been purchased. Thus, in a state of desperation, I scoured for information, hoping to obtain an elixir to aid in core formation. Fortune favored the diligent, and within 6 months, I learned of an auction at a certain market where an elixir was to be sold. Witnessing someone win the bid, I seized my opportunity. Together with a few fellow cultivators at the foundation stage, we ambushed the route. After losing 2 companions, we finally acquired the elixir. To prevent any leaks, I eliminated the remaining friends and took their possessions in exchange for valuable spiritual materials. Hearing this, a chill ran down Chen Zun's spine. This treacherous master, willing to betray his friends for treasure, was truly malicious. In pursuit of success, I sold all my belongings and relocated to a cave rich in spiritual energy for seclusion. Success would lead to core formation, while failure would mean my demise. As a master, I find myself akin to a gambler, perpetually teetering on the precipice of life and death. Yet, once more, I have triumphed, successfully navigating the tribulations to reach the stage of Dan formation. When the topic of Dan formation arises, Mo Wu's face radiates with pride. Typically, those with 4 spiritual roots struggle to establish a foundation. However, a wandering cultivator devoid of connections or resources and possessing mediocre talent has nevertheless forged his way to the Dan formation stage. His fortune and prowess are indeed commendable, for had it been anyone else, they would have long since become mere ashes. Though he briefly reflects on this achievement, a shadow of gloom and resentment quickly envelopes his countenance. Despite having entered the Dan formation stage, the individual who sought to eliminate him is no ordinary foe. His elder, at the nascent soul stage, has employed some secret technique to locate me and has made a move against me. It is lamentable that my strength was insufficient. Had I not resorted to an immensely costly secret technique to escape, I would have already become a soul claimed by another's blade. However, the price was steep, causing my recently attained Dan formation stage to plummet back to the initial foundation establishment level, further injuring my roots. Though Mo Wu has suffered decline in his realm, he does not attribute the fault to the act of killing for treasure, but rather to his own lack of strength. For years, in an effort to evade pursuit, he has concealed his identity, gathering intelligence on spiritual items capable of healing his roots and restoring his realm. Ultimately, he learned from a minor wandering cultivator that on Hanmang Mountain, there exist Han Jie Du and ice vein frost fruits. After silencing those who might leak this information, he settled in that location. Mo Wu has made several attempts to ascend the mountain, yet a mid-foundation black-scaled serpent guards it. Having long since exhausted his magical tools, and with his declining realm, he finds himself unable to defeat the serpent. Faced with no alternatives, he began to cultivate over a dozen children, instructing them on how to procure the Han Jie Du and ice vein frost fruits, only to see them vanish without a trace, rendering all his efforts futile. Having lingered in this place for far too long, with his roots in dire need of healing and his cultivation deteriorating, he finds himself on the brink of yet another gamble. Just as he prepared to stake everything, you arrived, fulfilling your promise by retrieving these two precious items. With them, I commend my roots and enhance my cultivation by 30 years, allowing me to confront that serpent and collect the remaining Han Jie Du and ice vein frost fruits. At this moment, Chen Zun finally understands why there are so many youthful bones at the foot of Hanmang Mountain. They were all the children nurtured by Mo Wu who perished there. Speaking of which, you have bestowed upon me a chance for rebirth, and I wish to repay you. I shall see if you possess spiritual roots and offer you a fortuitous opportunity. To my astonishment, your spiritual roots are remarkably exceptional. Your talents so prodigious that even the grand sects are vying for you. Consequently, I must reconsider my intentions. Mo Wu unabashedly reveals his jealousy towards Chen Zun's talents. His eyes ablaze with fervor. After over 250 years of cultivation, enduring countless hardships due to my inferior spiritual roots, I have only just managed to reach the Dan formation stage. Even if I restore myself to this level with the Han Jie Du and ice vein frost fruits, advancing further will be akin to climbing the heavens. The nascent soul stage remains an elusive dream. In your case, possessing an extraordinary spiritual root, you encounter no hindrance in the three major realms before the nascent soul stage, not even needing to endure the tribulations of heaven. In less than 200 years, the attainment of the nascent soul is within your grasp. I find this exceedingly unfair, as my own qualifications are woefully inadequate, despite my relentless efforts. It remains uncertain whether I can reach the late stage of the golden core before my limited lifespan expires, while you ascend effortlessly to greatness. I have long understood that a gambler wagering their very life may triumph numerous times, yet a single defeat results in total loss. Thus, I can no longer afford to gamble. Given your exceptional talents, why should I not exchange this aging body of mine? By doing so, the path to enlightenment may be within reach, and perhaps one day, I shall share longevity with the heavens. Chen Zun had never anticipated that the root of all his troubles stemmed from his own prodigious gifts. He felt a pang of regret for placing too much faith in Mo Wu. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the golden core stage, he would not have been so easily ensnared. Yet, at this moment, regret served no purpose, for Mo Wu approached him, a peculiar smile adorning his face. My dear disciple, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at your extraordinary spiritual root and your tendency to trust others too readily. Your body, rest assured, will be entrusted to me. Chapter 19, Polar Reversal Beyond the Mirror. The atmosphere was momentarily hushed. As the crowd listened to Mo Wu's narration, not a single voice of dissent emerged. Among them were many who had come from solitary cultivation, well aware of the complexities involved. To be fair, had they been in his position, they might have acted similarly. Although soul seizing is a profoundly malevolent and perilous act, For ancient cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan and desperate individuals teetering on the brink of death, the unwillingness to fade into oblivion might compel them to take such risks. Ultimately, the pursuit of longevity and immortality is the lifelong aspiration of cultivators, no matter the danger, is deemed worthwhile. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is a brutal arena where the strong prey upon the weak. Should one possess the strength, they can impose upon the feeble, while the weak may perish unnoticed by others. For cultivation inherently involves contending with fate for longevity, engaging in conflict with others, and striving against oneself. Selfishness and the quest for gain are innate human instincts. No one could justly criticize Mo Wu's actions. Any individual present might have acted even more extravagantly. Only Shen Ruoyan, observing the scene, despite her knowledge that Chen Zun would navigate the peril, could not suppress her profound anxiety. Zhao Lingyun, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, found herself undergoing a subtle transformation, even amidst her hatred. Soon, someone pointed out an anomaly. Is it possible? The demon lord has faced 3 life and death crises in such a brief span. This is rather absurd. But what else could be expected of a demon lord? Without enduring hardships, how could one possibly grow? This old scoundrel harbors ill intentions. Daring to attempt seizing the demon lord's body, his adversary has already attained the golden core stage through the inheritance of spiritual patterns. This is akin to courting death. Great minds think alike. Your observations resonate deeply with me. Within the mirror, Mo Wu had approached the mat before Chen Zun, sitting cross-legged. His fingertips glimmered with emerald light as his hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals, while incantations flowed from his lips. Eventually, his countenance grew solemn. He brought his fingers together, the green light intensifying at their tips, and pressed it against Chen Zun's forehead. In Chen Zun's eyes, filled with dread, he could discern Mo Wu's serious expression tinged with a hint of greed, yet his vision began to blur. His eyelids drooped, and consciousness plunged into darkness. Boom! In the impenetrable blackness devoid of light, Chen Zun's awareness resurfaced. Surveying his surroundings, he found no sign of Mo Wu. All was shrouded in inky blackness. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Though assured of solitude, a flicker of fear lingered within him. For the environment felt utterly foreign and eerily silent. The unknown is the root of fear. Where am I? With the urgency dissipated, curiosity and confusion enveloped Chen Zun. He instinctively reached out, only to be astounded. What is happening? His appendages were absent. To be precise, he had neither hands nor feet. At present, he was but a sphere of white light, roughly the size of a fist, floating in the darkness. Just as he pondered the reason behind his transformation into a mere orb of light, a green glow, the size of an egg, intruded upon this realm. Ha! I have finally arrived. In the stillness of the encroaching darkness, Mo Wu's ecstatic voice reverberated, only for the joy to dissipate the very next moment as he beheld the radiant white light emanating from Chen Zun. Within the silence, a vibrant sphere of white light stood in stark contrast to the dim green glow, both seemingly locked in a gaze across the void. It was evident that both Chen Zun and Mo Wu had recognized each other, the disparity in their strengths immediately apparent. While Chen Zun was engulfed in confusion, Mo Wu found himself rendered speechless, staring at the dazzling white aura that surpassed his own nascent spirit and power. A torrent of disbelief surged through his mind. When had this boy's spiritual essence grown so formidable? It was even larger than his own nascent spirit at the early stage of the Golden Core. In that moment, Mo Wu's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and despair. Mo Wu, after a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Chen Zun quickly identified his opponent as the crafty master Mo Wu. Realization struck him. He was within his own Niwen Palace, the very abode of his nascent spirit, and the green light manifesting Mo Wu's essence sought to usurp him. The pervasive darkness here, he surmised, was likely linked to the blood tether binding him. Anger coursed through Chen Zun as he recognized the betrayal. He had placed his trust in Mo Wu, and had it not been for his own cautiousness, he might have faced dire consequences. For one who harbored intentions to take his life, retribution was the only acceptable course. He charged toward the green orb, determined to consume it. "Wait, I have something to say," Mo Wu lamented inwardly, regretting his impulsiveness. He found himself in a predicament, unable to articulate his distress while desperately fleeing. There was no choice but to run, for he was acutely aware of his weakened state. If caught, he would undoubtedly be the one consumed. I want to listen. Chen Zun, having been deceived once, would never again fall for Mo Wu's honeyed words. In this confrontation, only one would emerge alive. It would be a matter of survival. Outside the mirror, laughter erupted. I knew a twist was coming. Mo Wu thought he could easily dominate a mere mortal, not anticipating the demon lord's cunning. How foolish to attempt possession without understanding who he was dealing with. It wasn't bravery, it was sheer folly, ignoring the 3 cardinal rules of possession. He naively believed that a mere blood-spirit array would suffice to seize control of a mortal. Such arrogance had led him to the brink of his own demise. As the 2 luminous spheres engaged in their chase, the onlookers erupted in mirth, many reveling in the misfortune of another. Possession was a forbidden art fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead to failure. The cultivation world had long established 3 immutable laws. First, one must never attempt to possess a mortal, lest the host body collapse under the strain of the invading spirit. Second, one should never attempt possession of a being of superior cultivation, as it would invite a backlash. Thirdly, all practitioners, irrespective of their level of power, are permitted only a single attempt at soul possession. Any 4-second attempt would result in the inexplicable annihilation of their primordial spirit. Mo Wu, in his impatience, committed the first error by daring to attempt possession of a mortal. However, this is not an absolute rule. Under certain exceptional spiritual artifacts and formations, it is indeed possible to ensure that the possession of a mortal's physical body and primordial spirit does not collapse. Mo Wu likely entertained such thoughts. Those present recognized that Mo Wu had employed his own vital essence to cast a blood-spirit formation in order to enhance his chances of successfully possessing Chen Zun, while safeguarding both his physical body and primordial spirit for disintegration. Yet, such methods are exceedingly extreme, akin to burning one's boats. They epitomize the notion that failure would lead to dire consequences. Mo Wu's grave mistake, however, lay in transgressing the second ironclad law. Attempting to possess a practitioner of a higher realm is destined for failure. The essence of possession hinges upon the strength of one's primordial spirit. Thus, targeting a practitioner of superior cultivation is an act of self-destruction, without exception. Nevertheless, while many present relished his misfortune, they also felt a mixture of pity and amusement at Mo Wu's plight, acknowledging the unfortunate turn of events he had encountered. Who could have anticipated that a mere child of 10 years, within the span of 3 days, would acquire the legacy of spiritual patterns and ascend from an ordinary mortal to the damn formation stage? It was inconceivable to the gathered crowd that, were it not for the reflection in the water-moon mirror, they would have remained oblivious to Chen Zun's remarkable and undisclosed fortuitous encounter. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have faced calamity. It can only be said that Chen Zun, at such a tender age, possesses an astute understanding of concealing his true abilities, demonstrating remarkable caution. Chapter 20. The 7 Fairies and the 3 Dynasties Within the Mirror. Chen Zun continued his relentless pursuit of Mo Wu, having already consumed several portions of his primordial essence. Consequently, the green light emanating from Mo Wu diminished significantly, growing increasingly dim, akin to a candle on the verge of extinguishing. Aware of his impending defeat, Mo Wu, desperate for survival, cast aside his pride and pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. You, great lord, possess a generous heart. Spare me this once, he lamented. Chen Zun, however, was resolute in his refusal, responding with anger. It is too late to seek mercy now. He understood that Mo Wu's plea was merely a desperate tactic, with his own physical form still imprisoned. Allowing Mo Wu to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Had it not been for the fortuitous attainment of his current level of cultivation, he would have long since been usurped. Thus, Showing mercy to an adversary was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. Regardless, Mo Wu was convinced of his inevitability, believing no one could alter his fate. As their conversation unfolded, Chen Zun's primordial spirit transformed into a formidable maw, swiftly catching up to Mo Wu and voraciously seizing another substantial portion of green light. The air was filled with Mo Wu's continuous, anguished cries, resonating through the darkness. While the pain of the physical body could be endured through sheer willpower, the injury to the primordial spirit, akin to a manifestation of the soul, inflicted a torment that penetrated to the very essence of being, far exceeding any earthly torture. Witnessing this, Chen Zun resolved to deliver a merciless blow, denying Mo Wu any respite, and launched into a frenzied assault. The screams persisted, though they gradually diminished. Realizing that his pleas were in vain and hope for survival was but a distant flicker, Mo Wu uttered his final curse. "Chen Zun, may you meet a wretched end." His voice dripped with malice, echoing like the lament of a vengeful spirit from the depths of the abyss. Unfazed, Chen Zun continued to devour Mo Wu's primordial essence. Soon, the darkness fell silent once more, save for the now enlarged sphere of white light that had increased by 1/3. It was as though Mo Wu had never existed in this realm. Having consumed the essence, Chen Zun felt as if he had savored the most exquisite delicacy. His primordial spirit enveloped in unparalleled comfort. Suddenly, his essence surged, erupting into a brilliant light akin to that of daybreak, banishing the darkness and revealing an endless expanse of white. Unaware of any external changes, Chen Zun dared not linger within the mud-pill palace, and his primordial spirit dove towards the luminous abyss below. With a resounding crash, control of his familiar body returned, and he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of white light illuminating his vision, revealing his surroundings. What met his gaze was the visage of Mo Wu, frozen in terror, his aged countenance still poised in a meditative gesture, pointing forward. Yet his essence had vanished, leaving behind a lifeless shell. Startled, Chen Zun recoiled several steps, causing Mo Wu's corpse to topple backward. Quickly regaining his footing, he observed that the mirror above had shattered into fragments, and the mat where he had sat had been reduced to mere dust, as if scorched by fire. Reflecting on the recent battle for possession, despite the overwhelming advantage on his side, he remained shaken to his core. Had it not been for the fortune bestowed upon him by the heavens, there would have been no chance of survival. This experience profoundly instilled in him the realization that, while the majority of mortals may be numb and indifferent, they pale in comparison to the cunning and treachery of those who cultivate immortality. Chen Zun understood that dealing with such individuals requires utmost vigilance. One must tread carefully, lest they find themselves ensnared in a plot without even realizing it. Once his emotions settled, Chen Zun proceeded to manage the aftermath. He conjured a beam of white light that struck Mo Wu's lifeless body, instantly transforming it into a crystalline block of ice. With a subtle squeeze of his fingers, the ice shattered into countless fragments, and a fireball enveloped the remains, incinerating them completely, leaving behind only a small, gray pouch the size of a palm. Thus, the existence of Mo Wu was erased from the world. Chen Zun approached and retrieved the pouch, a remnant of Mo Wu's storage bag. With the owner deceased, the residual markings within the pouch had naturally vanished, rendering it an unclaimed item. He scanned its contents with his spiritual sense. The space was limited and the items scarce, with any valuables having been thoroughly depleted by Mo Wu. Aside from the cold jade dew and ice-veined frost fruit, there lay only a spirit-testing stone and a few miscellaneous vials. The relics of a core formation cultivator amounted to this meager collection, truly indicative of destitution. Having consumed Mo Wu's primordial spirit, Chen Zun inherited a fragment of his memories, realizing that these items held little significance for him at present. Thus, he had no intention of toying with them. Subsequently, guided by Mo Wu's recollections, he stored the bronze cauldron and the plate into the pouch. For these two artifacts represented Mo Wu's most valuable possessions. The former was a well-crafted alchemical furnace purchased by Mo Wu in his early years. while the latter was the item used by Mo Wu to slay the individual who had acquired the assistance for the core formation elixir. It possessed the ability to gather spiritual energy and soothe the mind, greatly aiding in cultivation. As for the mirror atop the roof, although it was an artifact, it had been utterly destroyed and held little value, so he carelessly discarded it into the storage pouch. After tidying up, Chen Zun exited the room, closed the door, and returned to Zhao Lingyun's side. Sitting on a stool, he gazed at Zhao Lingyun's serene, sleeping face, a shadow of concern crossing his features. From Mo Wu's lingering memories, he discerned that her current state of improvement was merely temporary. It was merely a result of Mo Wu's secret techniques, which had exploited Zhao Lingyun's bodily functions to forcibly suppress the heat toxin. In less than a month, when the toxin flared up again, her demise would be imminent. Reflecting on this, Chen Zun's expression darkened, his hatred for Mo Wu intensifying. That vile wretch deserved to perish. However, thanks to Mo Wu's memories, he gained a clearer understanding of his current surroundings, as well as information regarding the Tianyuan sect. According to Mo Wu's recollections, this realm was known as the Tianluo Continent, vast and boundless, beyond Mo Wu's comprehension of its true extent. He only knew that to the east lay the endless abyssal sea, to the west were the savage tribes, the north was a frigid wasteland, and to the south stood the 10,000 great mountains, the territory of the demon race. The central region was home to the human race, where numerous sects and nations stood proudly. However, it is the 7 great immortal sects and the 3 great dynasties that truly govern the Central Plains. The 7 great immortal sects consist of the Tianyuan sect, the Shuai Studio, the Jioding Workshop, the Xiaoyao sect, the Qingqiu Pavilion, the Ketuo Temple, and the Jiuxin Gate. The 3 great dynasties are the Qi dynasty, the Beitang dynasty, and the Dawei dynasty. These 10 factions each hold sway over their respective regions, with legacies spanning thousands of years, among which the Tianyuan sect boasts the most formidable strength. Currently, Chen Zun finds himself in a small, mortal nation called Wei, situated within the territory of the Jiuxin Gate in a remote area. According to Mo Wu's understanding, with his cultivation at the core formation stage, the journey to the Tianyuan sect would take no less than 6 months. Chen Zun feels a mix of excitement and urgency. He is exhilarated to finally have news of the Tianyuan sect, yet anxious about the 6-month delay, as he can afford to wait, but Zhao Lingyun cannot. Nevertheless, for the sake of Zhao Lingyun's survival, Chen Zun resolves to set out at dawn as soon as she awakens. He tightly clasps Zhao Lingyun's hand, his gaze resolute and determined. Yun'er, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I, your brother, shall carve out a path to life for you, even if it costs me my own. Chapter 21. A chance encounter beyond the mirror. Shen Ruoyan cast a resentful glance at Zhao Lingyun. Zhao Lingyun, open your eyes and see. Chen Zun shares no blood ties with you, neither kin nor acquaintance, yet he tirelessly endeavors to save you without complaint. Is this what you call the brutal scoundrel? Faced with Shen Ruoyan's accusations and mockery, Zhao Lingyun felt a tumult of emotions within her. She remained silent, unable to refute the words. Everyone present might criticize Chen Zun, but she held no right to do so. After all, it was Chen Zun who had bestowed her life upon her. How could she scorn the brother who tirelessly fought for her very existence? He was not her biological brother, yet he treated her with more kindness than her own blood. Even her master paled in comparison to him. Zhao Lingyun found herself increasingly hesitant to gaze into the water-moon mirror as an escalating dread loomed over her, hinting at undisclosed secrets closely intertwined with her own fate. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes fixated on the mirror, yet her heart was engulfed in confusion. Why had all her memories prior to the age of 10 vanished? Within the mirror's depths, the scene shifted once more. High above, beneath a boundless sky, a young boy soared with the wind, a small girl perched upon his back, enveloped in a white glow that shielded them from the fierce, biting winds. These two were none other than Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun. On the very day after Zhao Lingyun awoke, they departed from the small town, eager to reach Tianyuanzong as swiftly as possible. Undaunted by the potential dangers of encountering powerful beings, Chen Zun expended his spiritual energy to soar through the air, aiming to conserve time. For over 10 consecutive days and nights, they traversed countless miles, fortunate to remain safe throughout the journey. Oh, how delightful! Zhao Lingyun, asleep on Chen Zun's back, stretched languidly, a sweet smile gracing her small face. Chen Zun, deeply focused, noticed her movement and gently remarked, "Why not sleep a while longer? We still have a long way to go." "I'm not tired," Zhao Lingyun replied. "Is it because sleeping while lying down isn't comfortable? Would you like me to carry you for a bit?" "No, I prefer to be carried by my brother." Zhao Lingyun tilted her head against Chen Zun's shoulder, playfully indulging in her desire to remain in this position. His slender, not overly broad back provided her with a sense of security. Chen Zun chuckled softly. Soon, Zhao Lingyun, clinging to his neck and leaning close to his ear, inquired, "Brother, after flying for so long and hardly resting, are you not tired?" Despite her tender age, she sensed Chen Zun's relentless efforts and felt a pang of concern for him. "Not tired," Chen Zun replied casually. "Really not tired?" "Not all. Very tired." The intensity of such prolonged flight was taxing even for one at the core formation stage. Fatigue was evident on Chen Zun's face, yet he dared not squander a moment. He was already aware from Mo Wu's memories that ice-type spiritual objects could suppress the peculiar heat poison afflicting Zhao Lingyun for a month. At present, he possessed 2 ice-vein frozen fruits, which would last for 2 months, along with a vial of cold jade dew. Together, they barely sufficed for half a year. In that case, he held no fear. The true peril lies in the fact that Mo Wu's secret arts have severely depleted Zhao Lingyun's physical capabilities, rendering her increasingly frail and vulnerable to the resurgence of the heat poison. He possesses no healing skills, which amplifies the gravitas of the situation. He is acutely aware that time is of the essence. There can be no delay, and thus he does not dare to relax even for a moment. This, too, is the reason why Chen Zun has risked everything to soar through the skies. Zhao Lingyun murmured softly, "Brother is deceiving." "What?" Chen Zun, momentarily lost in thought, failed to catch her words and instinctively inquired. "Nothing." Zhao Lingyun quickly covered her mouth, her small face falling. She merely wished for her brother to have a restful sleep. Although their time together has been brief, she understands Chen Zun's character all too well. He would never pause to rest. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhao Lingyun's mind, and she leaned against him, saying, "Brother, Yin'er is hungry. There is a roast chicken here. Take it and eat." Chen Zun, with his straightforward demeanor, retrieved a roast chicken from his storage pouch. The pouch possessed preservation properties, and to save time, he had prepared enough provisions for both of them for half a year. He had truly accomplished the task of being ready for everything except for nature's call. "This isn't tasty. Yina wants to eat the rabbit meat that brother roasted." She pouted. Chen Zun was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Zhao Lingyun's little ruse. It seemed that her desire for rabbit meat was merely a pretext. Her true intention was to coax him into taking a break. This girl genuinely cares for her brother, warming Chen Zun's heart. He readily acquiesced. After several days of relentless travel, it was indeed time for a proper rest, and he would indulge her small wish. "Yay, brother is so kind." Unaware that her little scheme had been unraveled, Zhao Lingyun beamed with joy at Chen Zun's agreement. Subsequently, Chen Zun spotted a grove 50 miles from the city and descended. As a cultivator at the core formation stage, he effortlessly surveyed the surroundings within the 50-mile radius with his spiritual sense. His brow furrowed as he glanced toward the city. Through his probing, he detected a convoy of about 20 to 30 individuals escorting a carriage along the official road towards him. He sensed the presence of 2 cultivators concealed within the carriage, one at the foundation establishment stage and the other at the qi refinement stage. Assuming they were merely passing through, Chen Zun paid them little heed, though he noted that the closer he got to the central plains, the more cultivators there seemed to be, which made him considerably more cautious. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to catch a rabbit. Before long, 2 unfortunate rabbits were captured and prepared. Chen Zun built a charcoal fire and began roasting them. In less than half an hour, after sprinkling salt and a hint of seasoning, the rabbits were ready. However, Chen Zun was not particularly skilled in roasting, and the presentation was rather unappealing, but they would have to make do. He handed the roasted rabbit to Zhao Lingyun, saying, Just like last time, it's poorly made. If it's unpalatable, we can forego it and dine on a sumptuous feast in the city. Zhao Lingyun took a bite, her small face scrunching up as she forced a smile. As long as brother made it, Yinner likes to eat it. After speaking, Zhao Lingyun began to eat slowly, and it appeared quite palatable. Was it truly that delicious? Chen Zun felt a twinge of skepticism and took a bite of the rabbit meat. To his dismay, he nearly choked. The meat was merely cooked on the surface, while the interior remained undercooked. To make matters worse, it seemed excessively salted, unleashing a wave of briny and fishy flavor that assaulted his senses. It was evident that not every protagonist possessed the skills of a barbecue master. Hastily, he snatched the rabbit meat from Zhao Lingyun's hands and discarded it, saying, "Spit it out, don't eat that." Zhao Lingyun chewed a few times before swallowing it. Chen Zun was taken aback and exclaimed, "Why did you swallow it?" "I thought it tasted quite good," she replied. "Good? My brother's culinary skills are so daunting that even I fear them. You must be flattering him. But is it truly delicious?" Zhao Lingyun pouted, feeling somewhat wronged. "All right, wipe your hands clean. We shall head to the city for a proper meal and enjoy a good night's sleep before setting out again tomorrow." Chen Zun, feeling a bit helpless, produced a cloth for Zhao Lingyun to clean her hands. After extinguishing the fire and tidying up their surroundings, he gently took Zhao Lingyun's hand and began walking towards the city at a leisurely pace. Here, he dared not act ostentatiously. A low profile was the safest course of action. Before long, Chen Zun encountered a caravan and passed by it. With his keen eyes, he noticed that the carriage appeared ordinary, its curtains drawn tightly, concealing its interior. However, he was acutely aware of the situation inside. There were two individuals, a middle-aged woman and a younger girl, both cultivators within the caravan. Chen Zun stepped aside to allow them to pass. Just as they brushed past one another, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a girl poked her head out to gaze at Chen Zun's retreating figure. In that instant, Empress Han Eugene of Daqi felt her pupils constrict sharply. How could this be? Chapter 22, Midnight Chase Outside the Mirror. None of the onlookers were aware of the identity of the maiden within the carriage. It was presumed that she was merely an unknown passerby, for the reflections in the water mirror often featured countless such figures. No one could have imagined that the girl gliding past in the scene would one day become the illustrious Empress of Daqi, Han Eugene. Indeed, the girl in the carriage was Han Eugene, for the events that transpired shortly thereafter would be indelibly etched in her memory. Yet in this moment, she could not recall it. Her first encounter with Chen Zun occurred later, within the confines of the imperial city after she came of age. It was a remarkable coincidence that they had crossed paths before without recognition. Contemplating the subsequent events, Han Eugene felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, her heart drifting into a haze. Was there a connection between Chen Zun's presence here and the person she had sought in vain for so many years? Was it merely a coincidence? Inside the mirror, aware of the possibility of high-ranking cultivators within the city, Chen Zun resolved to maintain a low profile. After employing a subtle illusion to deceive the gate guards, he and Zhao Lingyun effortlessly entered the city. The city-state was modest in size, yet today appeared to be a market day, drawing crowd from neighboring regions eager to experience the grandeur of the metropolis. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, and the cacophony of vendors filled the air. Freshly steamed buns, just 1 coin each. Come and try them. Ironclad fortune-telling, no charge if I'm wrong. Eggs for sale. Come if you know their worth. As Chen Zun strolled along the street, the clamor enveloped him, and he savored the vibrant essence of life, a smile gracing his lips. This was the true spirit of humanity. However, as he embarked on the path of cultivation, such mundane days might soon slip away from him. Unbidden, memories of the now-destroyed town surfaced in his mind. The garrulous yet kind-hearted aunt, the gruff butcher who often bestowed charity, the old beggar who offered heartfelt counsel, and many other familiar faces. That town was his hometown, where he had been born and raised, now lost to ruin. Clenching his fists, Chen Zun vowed to avenge it in the future. "Brother, what troubles you?" Zhao Lingyun inquired, glancing up at him. Chen Zun shook his head, swiftly masking his emotions. He affectionately ruffled Zhao Lingyun's hair and smiled. "I am well, dear sister. Is there anything you desire?" I shall buy it for you." Reassured by his words, Zhao Lingyun's youthful spirit brightened, and she eagerly pointed to a vendor selling candied fruits, exclaiming, "I want to eat candied hawthorn." After inquiring about the price, Chen Zun purchased several skewers and continued to hold her small hand as they explored the market. They acquired a plethora of snacks and delicacies, filling his storage pouch to the brim. Only when fatigue set in, with evening approaching and Zhao Lingyun growing weary, did they reluctantly cease their outing. Chen Zun secured a room at an inn, enjoyed a meal, and as night fell, the day came to a close. As the hour grew late, the two took a refreshing bath, rejuvenated by the experience. Being still children at heart, Zhao Lingyun yawned repeatedly, while Chen Zun offered a gentle foot massage before preparing for bed. They needed to rise early the following day, and he too must conserve his energy to alleviate the fatigue accumulated over the past several days. Nestled under the blankets, Zhao Lingyun snuggled closely against Chen Zun's embrace. In a soft voice, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Brother, thank you." Chen Zun playfully pinched her little nose and replied, "What else with the thanks? Quickly go to sleep, or I shall have to spank you if you can't wake up tomorrow." Unfazed, Zhao Lingyun stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. After a brief pause, she continued, "I've never seen such a lively marketplace, nor tasted so many delicious foods." Chen Zun was taken aback and curiously inquired, "Have you really never experienced this before?" "Never," she replied. Chen Zun was astonished, but before he could respond, Zhao Lingyun continued, "I've been sick since childhood and never ventured outside. Although I have many older siblings in the clan, they're all busy cultivating, and my parents never took me out to play. Only a Huang kept me company." Her tone was somewhat flat, yet it conveyed a palpable sense of loneliness and melancholy. Chen Zun felt an ache in his heart, recalling the solitude of Zhao Lingyun's childhood, a sentiment he understood all too well. Desiring to learn more, he asked, "Who is Ah Huang?" A smile lit up Zhao Lingyun's face as she answered, "Ah Huang is a large dog, my grandfather's spirit beast. He is quite big and fierce, intimidating to my elder siblings, yet he is gentle with me, often carrying me around to play." She spread her arms wide, attempting to illustrate Ah Huang's size, her words animated and joyful. Encouraged, Chen Zun asked, "And then?" The moment the question left his lips, he regretted it, as Zhao Lingyun's expression dimmed. "Everyone in my family has passed away, and Ah Huang is gone too. When the bad people tried to capture me, it was Ah Huang who held them off, allowing my mother and me to escape." Realizing he had broached a profoundly foolish topic, Chen Zun wished he could slap himself. Zhao Lingyun gazed into his eyes and said, "Brother, I want to seek revenge, but my grandfather and the others say I cannot cultivate. Is that true?" Faced with her innocent yet earnest eyes, filled with hope, Chen Zun found himself at a loss for words. The truth was, due to the peculiar heat poison within her, Zhao Lingyun truly lacked a spiritual root, making cultivation an impossibility. Yet, he could not bear to crush her hopes, so he reassured her, "They are lying to you. Who says you cannot cultivate? Once we reach Tianyuanzong, I will ask the sect master to select the finest technique for you to practice." While there was no immediate solution, Chen Zun vowed to find a way for Zhao Lingyun to cultivate. "Really?" she asked, her eyes wide with excitement. "Really? Only Ah Huang tells lies," he replied, blinking playfully. "Woof woof. Ugh, brother, you're so annoying." Zhao Lingyun pouted, playfully striking Chen Zun's chest with her little fists. "All right, brother was mistaken. I shall no longer stir trouble. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night." Chen Zun gently patted her back in a soothing manner. Ultimately, under Zhao Lingyun's condition that she would no longer be upset if he granted her a kiss on the forehead, Chen Zun acquiesced to her modest request. "Good night, brother. Good night, Yinner. May you have sweet dreams." He continued to softly pat Zhao Lingyun's back. After a long day of wandering, the child was exhausted, merely holding on for the sake of it, and soon succumbed to slumber. Observing the faint smile adorning her face, Chen Zun closed his eyes. The surroundings fell into a tranquil silence. As the night deepened, Chen Zun abruptly opened his eyes, his instincts prompting him to extend his consciousness outward. He then discerned unusual activity beyond the city. With his formidable perception, he detected two cultivators 30 miles outside the city, sharing a piece of silk as they raced towards the town. To his recognition, these were the middle-aged woman and the young girl from the carriage earlier that day. However, the woman's aura now appeared unstable, as if she had sustained injuries, her footing on the silk wavering, barely managing to stay upright. Following closely behind her, a few foundational stage cultivators pursued them relentlessly. Chen Zun furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 23. The Princess of Daqi. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Zun resolved that it would be prudent to venture outside. He rose quietly, gesturing with his hand as several strands of green light darted from his sleeve, concealing themselves in every corner of the room. This was a formation he had acquired from Mo Wu, possessing both warning and defensive capabilities, perfect for the current situation. Subsequently, grasping a petite green flag, Chen Zun shimmered and vanished from the room. Before long, having suppressed his own aura, Chen Zun materialized atop the city's loft. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cloaked himself, his form becoming increasingly translucent. At that moment, two figures hurriedly ascended the city wall, peering out towards the city gate. Outside the city, a middle-aged woman, gravely wounded, coughed up blood and could no longer maintain her scarf, causing both her and the girl accompanying her to collapse onto the ground. Fortunately, as cultivators, they were unscathed from the fall. In an instant, the girl rushed over, struggling to assist the fallen woman. Her eyes filled with urgency as she exclaimed, "Aunt, are you all right?" The middle-aged woman, drenched in blood and bearing a ghastly pallor, had evidently sustained severe injuries. She forcefully pushed the girl away, sternly commanding, "Run. Seek refuge within the city with the Lord. Do not concern yourself with me. If you wish to escape, go now." Tears brimming in her eyes, the girl vehemently shook her head, attempting once more to help the middle-aged woman rise. "Why are you so stubborn? If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Seeing her words unheeded, the middle-aged woman steeled herself and forcefully shoved the girl away, shouting at her. The girl, once again scrambling to her feet in a state of disarray, her eyes glistening with tears, refused to abandon her. "And please, let us leave." Infuriated, the middle-aged woman coughed up more blood, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet her severe injuries rendered her immobile, leaving her no choice but to bellow at the girl. "If you wish to escape, it is already too late." At that moment, an ancient voice echoed, and three figures, swift as shadows, encircled them. The foremost, a diminutive old man clad in red robes, stepped forward, slowly advancing towards the girl. "I have encountered Princess Han Eugene before." Three late-stage Foundation cultivators. The middle-aged woman's expression transformed, her eyes filled with despair. Outside the mirror, "What? That girl is actually the Daqi Empress Han Eugene. Surely, I must be mistaken." "No mistake, look at her face. It is identical to that of the current Daqi Empress. How peculiar. Who would dare to assassinate her? What a reckless gamble with their life." With a sudden rush, the crowd was astonished, loudly discussing the revelation, all eyes fixated on Han Eugene. As a cultivator of the great transcendent stage and recognized as an unparalleled beauty across Tianluo Continent, the collective curiosity ignited within the crowd regarding the Empress's past was palpable. Moreover, she was the first woman in history to ascend to the dragon throne of Daqi. As the master of Qingqiu Pavilion, Gumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long desired to document the lives of all cultivators of the great transcendent stage and above in Tianluo Continent. It had been thwarted by a lack of material to begin his writing. Now, it is truly astonishing that from the memories of the Demon Lord, we have unearthed the youthful tribulations of the Empress of the Great Qi. It feels as if when one yearns for slumber, a pillow appears, and when one desires milk, a mother arrives. Thus, the old man, with a flourish, produced a scroll of bamboo slips and began inscribing fervently. On a certain year, month, and day, the young Empress of Qi fortuitously encountered the Demon Lord, and on that very night, she was attacked, teetering on the brink of life and death. The enchanting women, including Shen Ruoyan, who were deeply entwined with Chen Zun, were taken aback to discover that Han Eugene had crossed paths with Chen Zun so early on, their expressions revealing their surprise. Ji Yanwu, the master of the Shui West studio, suddenly recalled something. Being well acquainted with Han Eugene, she inquired, "Could the life-saving benefactor you have been desperately seeking be present here?" Han Eugene, the principal party, appeared rather unsettled, managing a reluctant nod. Ji Yanwu's countenance grew peculiar, and she tentatively remarked, "At least of core formation level, and coincidentally appearing here. Could it be him?" The him she referred to could only be Chen Zun. "Impossible," Han Eugene resolutely denied. "The one who saved me that night was immensely powerful, though I could not see his visage. I distinctly remember the voice of an elder." She was unwavering in her conviction, for that voice was etched in her memory, an indelible echo. And despite Chen Zun's core formation status, he had only recently ascended, his foundation weak, and there was no way he could contend with 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Observing this, Ji Yanwu fell silent. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's expression darkened further. The situation was becoming dire. Within the mirror, upon a city wall, stood a richly attired elder and a Taoist clad in yellow robes. The opulent elder was none other than the city's lord, while the yellow-robed Taoist was a serving foundation establishment cultivator. Awoken in the dead of night by the Taoist's urgent call, the lord hastily ascended the city wall. Peering into the inky darkness, aside from the gusty winds, nothing was visible. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Can you discern anything, esteemed one?" The Taoist's expression was grave as he replied, "There are several cultivators beyond the city, their powers on par with mine." The lord, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Ah, they do not intend to breach the city, do they? Do not panic." The Taoist reassured the flustered lord, contemplating before stating, "Let us first ascertain their intentions, then devise our strategy." With these words, the lord's anxiety began to ease. Above them, Chen Zun was taken aback. How could this Taoist, possessing merely mid-level foundation establishment prowess, remain so composed, unperturbed by the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators outside? Could he possess some hidden means? While contemplating the Taoist's potential trump cards, Chen Zun's attention remained fixated on the scene beyond the city walls. Although the elderly figure clad in red called out with respect, there was no semblance of reverence in his demeanor. As he approached, a middle-aged woman, struggling, crawled towards the paralyzed Han Eugene, shielding her behind her. "How did you come to know her identity? Why seek our demise?" The middle-aged woman was bewildered. This endeavor had been exceedingly clandestine. Who had leaked the information? How had these 3 become aware of Han Eugene's identity, especially since they had no enmities with others? How could such a calamity befall them? "You need not be aware. What matters is that she must perish," the old man in the crimson robe stated expressionlessly. "Spare her, and you shall receive everything you desire," the middle-aged woman inquired casually. But upon receiving no answer, she attempted to persuade them. Naive, the old man in the crimson robe coldly uttered those 2 words. Realizing she could not sway the 3 before her, the middle-aged woman revealed a faint smile of resignation. It seemed they were well prepared, and there was no escaping this calamity. However, glancing at Han Eugene, who was hiding behind her, she felt a surge of defiance and resolved to take action. With this thought, the middle-aged woman summoned her dwindling spiritual energy and called towards the direction of the city. "Princess Han Eugene of the Great Qi imperial family is here. If anyone can save our lives, we shall repay tenfold in the future." Upon hearing this, the old city lord and the Taoist on the city wall exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 24. A matter of indifference, the princess of the Great Qi? The 2 were astonished, and the old city lord wore a face of disbelief. Although this city was somewhat remote, it lay within the territory of the Great Qi dynasty. Should a princess of the dynasty be attacked here, the wrath of the Great Qi emperor would be formidable. His position as city lord would be untenable, and even his very life could be at stake. In a state of urgency, the old city lord implored, "Immortal, please act swiftly to rescue the princess." "Do not be hasty, city lord," the yellow-robed Taoist replied, equally taken aback by the news. Regaining his composure, he stroked his beard, his expression one of curiosity. Meanwhile, the poor old city lord was drenched in sweat, agitated by the Taoist's apparent indifference to the gravity of the situation. As a responsible figure of this city, he was the first to bear the brunt of any calamity. He exclaimed, If the princess is under attack, how can I possibly remain calm? City Lord, I must inquire. The yellow-robed Taoist countered coolly. How many princes does the current emperor of Great Qi have? Besides the crown prince, there is the second prince, the old city lord answered, bewildered. And any others? No, the Great Qi emperor is deeply devoted. He has only one empress, who, after giving birth to two princes, has since passed away. Though the emperor has taken concubines, none have borne him further offspring. Wait, are you implying? The old city lord, having recounted this common knowledge without much thought, suddenly widened his eyes in realization. The yellow-robed Taoist continued, since no princes or princesses have been born after the empress's demise, how could there be a princess? I dare assert that the one calling for help outside the city is undoubtedly an impostor. The old city lord smacked his forehead, clarity dawning upon him. He had been foolishly anxious, easily distracted by concern. Without the immortal-esque reminder, he might have fallen victim to the cries of that woman. Nevertheless, the audacity of such a person to impersonate a princess of Great Qi was a grave offense, punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans according to the laws of the dynasty. With the realization that the so-called princess was a fraud, the old city lord relaxed, asking, Immortal, is it possible to apprehend this person and hold her accountable? The yellow-robed Taoist cast a sidelong glance at the old city lord, who appeared eager for accolades. Understanding the man's desire to achieve merit, he shook his head and replied, It is unwise. Those 3 cultivators possess strength surpassing my own, and their origins are unclear. It is best we refrain from meddling in this murky affair and observe the unfolding events. The implication was clear. This matter did not concern him, and thus he chose to remain aloof. The old city lord sighed, deeply disappointed, and acquiesced to the Taoist's judgment. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Chen Zun listened intently to their entire exchange without the intention of intervening. He opted to remain a passive observer. His lack of engagement was not due to apathy, but rather an acknowledgement of the potential dangers involved. As a mere cultivator at the core formation stage, he would gain little by confronting 3 late-stage foundation cultivators. And should he become entangled with the imperial family of Great Qi, it would lead to significant trouble. Outside the city, the middle-aged woman called out repeatedly, but the silence from within revealed that the cultivators had no intent to get involved. Her countenance reflected her bitterness. Throughout the ordeal, the red-robed elder had not intervened, for he had long anticipated this outcome. He spoke expressionlessly. She is merely a base-born princess, born in secrecy by a servant girl, and without the emperor's decree. Her title as princess shall forever remain unattainable. The middle-aged woman retorted fiercely, We have come to the capital under the emperor's secret orders to eliminate the princess. Are you not afraid of being discovered by the emperor? The old man in the red robe's gaze flickered. He unleashed a crimson flash, and a dark brown flying dagger pierced the heart of the middle-aged woman. Her face was one of astonishment as she stared blankly at her heart, reaching out with her hand, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak, yet blood gushed from the corners of her lips, and ultimately, she uttered not a single word before collapsing upon the body of the lifeless young woman, Han Eugene. Aunt, the girl cried out, holding the unblinking corpse of the middle-aged woman, weeping uncontrollably. As long as this old fool kills the princess and slaughters the city, who would be able to uncover the truth? The old man in the red robe wore a savage expression, his eyes brimming with madness as he slowly approached Han Eugene. Outside the scene, there was a collective gasp. This old wretch is truly inhuman, contemplating the slaughter of an entire city to conceal the truth, a true monster. Did you not hear? The Empress of Daqi is actually a bastard child. It is hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. More than that, I am intrigued by the fortune of the demon lord. Wherever he goes, it is either destruction of towns or slaughter of cities. Such a tragic fate. The crowd before the heavenly void palace was in uproar. No one dared to blame the old city lord and the yellow-robed Taoist for their inaction. For saving someone must be within the realm of one's capabilities, and in this situation, it was tantamount to seeking death. The crowd lamented the ruthlessness of the old man in the red robe, while killing and plundering were not uncommon. The massacre of mortals by cultivators was universally condemned in the cultivation world, and such ruthless individuals had always been targeted by righteous sections. Seeing this, Ling Tian stepped forward. Speaking with righteous indignation, the demon lord is born under the star of calamity, bringing disaster to mortals in his youth and countless tragedies to the Tianluo Continent as he grew. If we do not act now, when shall we? The situation seemed to slip beyond control. Ling Tian feared that if it continued this way, it would jeopardize his plans. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes, and he resolved to eliminate Chen Zun preemptively. Ling Alliance leader speaks wisely to prevent any unforeseen developments. We must strike the demon lord now and open the path to ascension. A portion of the crowd voiced their agreement with Ling Tian, while others deemed his words nonsensical, questioning how this matter could be linked to Chen Zun. However, due to Ling Tian's intimidation, no one dared to speak up. Yitsong was taken aback, gripping his weapon tightly as he observed the restless crowd. Yet, Shen Ruoyan was unafraid. Casting a glance at Zhao Lingyun, she mockingly addressed Han Yujin. Look, it is clearly your calamity they attribute to Chen Zun. How utterly amusing. Zhao Lingyun felt the sting of her words. Her face flushed as she averted her gaze, unwilling to speak. Han Yujin, however, was filled with rage, retorting, "What calamity have I brought? If those three succeed in slaughtering the city, how could I possibly stand here alive? I would rather hope those three succeed in their massacre." Shen Ruoyan, a practitioner of demonic arts, remarked nonchalantly about the prospect of city slaughter. Ling Tian observed the two individuals engaged in a verbal sparring match and decided to stoke the flames of their conflict. With his sword pointed at Shen Ruoyan, he bellowed, "You audacious enchantress, cease your prattle and behold my blade." As he prepared to strike, he was met with a thunderous shout from Han Yujin, who summoned a large seal to hurl towards him. Ultimately, Ling Tian's cultivation fell short against Han Yujin, who was in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm. He was sent flying, skidding for over a mile before dissipating his momentum, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Ling Tian, taken aback by Han Yujin's unexpected aggression, felt a twinge of humiliation. His expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 25. A feint to the east. Han Yujin's almond-shaped eyes widened in fury, her aura swirling with a resplendent purple energy, unabashedly unleashing her cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. With an air of regal disdain, she declared, "When has it ever been your place to meddle in the affairs of this sovereign? You." Ling Tian, stung by her words, felt his countenance darken, his expression growing exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, the elderly Song, observing Ling Tian's reckless aggression, was profoundly displeased. The memory of the demon lord was of no use to others, but was, for him, a priceless treasure. If the playback of the water moon mirror were to be interrupted, his aspirations of establishing a legacy would be irrevocably dashed. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Han Yujin's intervention. However, being a shrewd individual well-versed in the nuances of human relationships, he recognized that Ling Tian, as the leader of the alliance, also had his pride to uphold. To avert a more significant conflict, he stepped forward to placate Ling Tian. "Enough, alliance leader Ling. You cannot prevail against her. Continuing this confrontation will lead to your demise. For the sake of my reputation, I implore you to cease this disturbance." Ling Tian, feeling utterly humiliated, shot a glare at the elderly man. "Old fool, you possess a peculiar talent for comfort. Do refrain from such attempts in the future." Nevertheless, having an avenue for retreat was preferable to none at all. With a cold snort, he fell silent. Han Yujin cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, her voice icy as she pronounced, "Should anyone dare to act recklessly and disturb my viewing of the water moon mirror, they shall not escape my wrath." A profound silence enveloped the room, none daring to voice their dissent. Even Ling Tian found himself at a disadvantage against her, leaving the others with no courage to challenge the authority of a Great Ascension cultivator. With no objections forthcoming, Han Yujin retracted her imposing presence and turned her gaze to the water moon mirror. Memories of past sorrows flooded her mind, the death of her beloved aunt weighing heavily upon her heart, deepening her grief. Yet soon, the identity of her savior would be revealed, and she was eager to discover who this person truly was. Within the mirror, her voice trembled as she called out, "Aunt, please wake up. Rise." Tears streamed down Han Yujin's face as she gazed at her aunt, whose warmth still lingered, feeling utterly helpless and despondent. From the moment of her birth, misfortune had shadowed her. Her mother had passed away prematurely, and her father remained a mystery. As a frail child, it was her aunt's tireless efforts that spared her from becoming an orphan. Indeed, her aunt had raised her with unwavering devotion. Then one fateful day, her aunt had excitedly revealed to her that her father was none other than Emperor Han Jinluan of the Great Qi, and she herself was the emperor's illegitimate daughter. A messenger, sent by her unseen father, conveyed that upon her return to the Great Qi, she would be formally recognized as a princess. Her aunt assured her that this title was rightfully hers, and, as a princess, she would possess everything her heart desired. Yet, Han Yujin had never yearned for the life of a princess. Her only desire was to be by her aunt's side, to follow wherever she led, to heed her every word. Thus, she embarked on the journey back to the capital of the Great Qi alongside her aunt. However, she could never have anticipated that before they could reach the capital, they would be ambushed, and her aunt, her dearest protector, would perish tragically before her eyes while shielding her from danger. In that moment, Han Yujin wished nothing more than to abandon the notion of returning to the Great Qi, to forego the title of princess. All she longed for was to have her beloved aunt, who had shown her such love and care, alive once more. "Dear aunt, I shall no longer play the role of a princess, nor shall I return to the Great Qi. Please do not leave me. I am so frightened, little Jean." The desolate night was pierced by a fierce wind, and no one responded to the girl's desperate cries. She resembled a defenseless lamb, bereft of her mother's protection, quietly awaiting the predator's feast. In this moment, 3 individuals, shrouded in malice and cloaked in mystery, began to encircle Han Yujin. "My dear princess, do not blame this old man for his ruthlessness. Rather, let the blame fall upon your royal lineage." Unmoved by Han Yujin's heart-wrenching cries, the aged man in red stood cold and indifferent. He raised a shriveled hand, conjuring a sphere of crimson light, aimed directly at Han Yujin, prepared to unleash it. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. The old man felt a surge of peril. An aura of death crept upon him. Alarmed, he instinctively rolled backward. With a resounding crash, a small crater formed where he had stood, dirt scattering in all directions. Observing the pit, the old man's face paled, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had spared him. A moment's hesitation would have resulted in grave injury, if not death. It was evident that the assailant was not only cunning, but possessed prowess equal to that of the 3 of them. Moreover, the assailant remained hidden from view. With a grave expression, the old man drew an umbrella-like object to shield himself and warned loudly, "Be cautious," without need for the old man's admonition. The other 2 had already adopted defensive stances the moment they sensed the attack. Han Yujin, startled by the sudden turn of events, ceased her weeping. Observing their readiness for battle, she realized someone was covertly protecting her and lifted her gaze, scanning the surroundings. Yet, apart from the howling wind and the dense trees, the area was eerily silent. After a considerable pause, the unseen assailant refrained from further assault. The old man understood that this standoff was merely temporary. The attacker would surely remain hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. His expression darkened further as he called out, "What coward hides in the shadows? Too afraid to reveal himself? If you are a man, come forth and face me in combat." Suddenly, a streak of light, seemingly from nowhere, flew towards him. "Watch out!" His companions shouted in alarm. With a disdainful snort, the old man was prepared. He opened the umbrella-like object and infused it with his energy, causing it to emit a brilliant glow that easily deflected the attack. At that moment, the sound of a sword-esque cry echoed, but it was not directed at him. The old man sensed impending doom, his face transforming with alarm as he turned to shout, "Third brother, beware of what lurks behind you." As the words hung in the air, a slender purple blade materialized silently behind another figure, moving with astonishing swiftness. The individual barely had time to register the threat before the blade pierced through his forehead, erupting in a mist of crimson. Tragically, He did not even utter a cry before succumbing to the sword. The purple blade, having achieved its lethal aim, vanished into the shadows, leaving no trace. Its speed was such that all present were rendered incapable of responding in time. Third brother. The crimson-clad elder glared at the lifeless body that crumpled to the ground, his fury palpable, yet he found himself powerless to act. The assailant was cunning, employing a strategy of diversion to eliminate the weakest among them. To possess the capability to deliver a fatal blow to someone in the late stages of Foundation establishment, this individual must undoubtedly be above the core formation stage. The elder's expression shifted between shock and rage. There was no time for grief, as thoughts of retreat began to surface. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed. Prolonging the confrontation would inevitably lead to their demise. With the likelihood of cultivators within the city noticing the disturbance and coming to assist, their chances of victory dwindled further. It was prudent to withdraw at once. Without hesitation, the elder signaled to the remaining companion, who understood the cue. They hastily retrieved third brother's body and, with a few agile movements under the elder's protection, managed to escape a considerable distance. As the elder soared away, he glanced back and hurled a fist-sized black orb towards the bewildered Han Yujin. He could not abandon the mission to eliminate her, for had it not been for her, his third brother would not have perished here. With eyes brimming with malice, the elder detonated the orb, resolute in his belief that even the entity which instilled fear in him would be sufficient to annihilate this illegitimate child. Han Yujin, confronted by a sudden flash of light, found her mind paralyzed, frozen in place as death approached with inexorable certainty. Chapter 26. Not suitable for prolonged stay, a thunderous explosion resonated, and a small mushroom cloud ascended into the air. The blast enveloped a radius of 1 mile, scattering the earth in all directions. Alarmingly, the Taoist in the yellow robe above the city sensed the explosion and inwardly lamented the dire situation. He swiftly cast a multitude of talismans, his hands weaving intricate gestures as the mystical patterns on the talismans shimmered and floated without a breeze, forming a protective barrier that shielded the forefront of the city. The shockwave from the explosion met the talismans and was repelled, sparing the city from devastation. Nevertheless, the Taoist's complexion turned as pale as paper and sweat poured down his brow. As the tumult subsided and the dark clouds dispersed, the silvery light of the full moon bathed the scene. Han Yujin gradually opened her eyes. The area within a mile radius around her had been transformed into a deep pit, 2 men's lengths in depth. The soil charred black and the surrounding trees leaning outward, many snapped in half. However, her gaze was fixed upon a half-kneeling figure before her, clad in a black gauze hat and draped in a tattered black cloak, extending his hands outward to conjure a shimmering shield of light. The force of the explosion had rendered his cloak ragged, with numerous small holes in his hat. It was evident that this mysterious figure was the one who had rescued her. Han Yujin started in awe. The enigmatic individual turned his head slightly to glance at her, his voice rough and dry, rasping, "Are you all right?" His tone was akin to gravel scraping against metal, yet it did not obscure the unmistakable timbre of an elderly man. She nodded dazedly. "That's a relief," he replied. The mysterious man rose, surveyed the surroundings, and instructed, "Get up. We must leave this place at once." He extended his hand toward her. Han Yujin timidly grasped it, feeling a dampness, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Under the moonlight, she discerned that the hand she held was mangled, blood trickling from the fingertips to the ground, evidently wounded while shielding against the explosion. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the mysterious man remained silent, squatting down to lift the body of a middle-aged woman onto his shoulder. He then leapt away from the epicenter of the explosion, casting several fireballs to incinerate the evidence of the chaos before soaring toward the city. As they approached the city, the mysterious man looked down at the Taoist in the yellow robe, whose expression was grave. The ability to soar through the air indicated a cultivation level beyond the core formation stage, and the Taoist did not dare to be dismissive. He inquired, "Junior has encountered an esteemed elder. May I ask what brings you here?" The mysterious man regarded the Taoist for a moment before responding, I happened to pass through this area and witnessed 3 rogues attempting to commit murder and seize treasures, brazenly threatening to slaughter the city. I managed to eliminate one, but the remaining 2 have fled. To prevent their return and safeguard the lives of the inhabitants here, you must alert other high-ranking cultivators for assistance. Upon hearing the words, the old city lord and the Taoist in the yellow robe exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had anticipated a mere skirmish and intended to observe from a distance. Yet they were taken aback to discover that the 3 individuals aimed to massacre the city. Without the intervention of the mysterious figure, it was unlikely that the Taoist, a mere practitioner at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, could have defended this city. The Taoist, realizing the gravity of the situation, released a sound transmission talisman and let out a sigh of relief. He respectfully bowed to the mysterious figure, saying, "On behalf of the over 10,000 innocent citizens within the city, I express my gratitude for your timely assistance. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, and once this matter concludes, I shall certainly visit to express my thanks with a substantial gift." The old man replied, "There is no need for thanks. I merely acted on a whim. We shall part ways here, and should fate allow, we may meet again." With these words, the mysterious figure ascended into the air. The old city lord couldn't help but exclaim, "A true master, performing good deeds without seeking recognition or fame." The Taoist, observing the vanishing light, nodded in agreement, then turned to the old city lord with a serious demeanor, stating, "Given the circumstances, I have already informed my elders of the sect. Until they arrive, I will remain here to oversee matters. I hope you will mobilize the city guards to secure various locations and remain vigilant." Indeed, the old city lord responded with a nod, hurrying down the city walls to issue orders for the soldiers to be deployed. Meanwhile, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the mysterious figure transported Han Yujin to a village several hundred miles away, a necessary waypoint on the journey to the capital of the Great Qi dynasty. He laid Han Yujin and the deceased middle-aged woman on the ground and stood to the side, saying, "I can only bring you this far. It is safe here, and you need not fear being discovered. As for your next steps, that is for you to decide." Having endured so much, Han Yujin had managed to calm herself. Yet upon embracing the now cold body of her aunt, she could not restrain her tears and pleaded, "Senior, I implore you to save my aunt. I cannot bear to lose her. She is already gone, and I am powerless to change that." "You must grieve in peace," the mysterious figure replied, shaking his head and emitting a deep sigh. Han Yujin's tears flowed unabated, unable to accept this harsh reality. At such a tender age, experiencing such tragedies was beyond comprehension. Perhaps resigned to her fate, she wept for a time, then dried her tears, reluctantly closing the woman's eyelids before standing upright. The mysterious figure observed her in silence for a long while before finally speaking. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Take care of yourself." Upon hearing her savior's intention to depart, Han Yujin lifted her head, her eyes slightly swollen, and said, "I will forever remember your kindness, esteemed senior. May I ask for your name, so that I may repay your grace in the future?" The mysterious figure shook his head, saying, "It is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention." He turned and leapt into the air, soaring into the clouds. Han Yujin chased after him for a short distance, calling out, "What is your name? I will surely repay you. Fate has brought us together. There is no need for talk of repayment. Live well, and that will be the greatest form of gratitude," echoed the mysterious figure's voice, which faded into the horizon. "I will strive to live well." Han Yujin did not inquire about the name of her savior. Instead, she resolved to utter a single phrase, not only directed toward her benefactor, but also as a vow to herself. The scene shifted. The enigmatic figure soared through the air for a considerable duration before returning to the city. At this moment, the city was ablaze with light, patrolled by vigilant guards. The mysterious individual concealed their presence, perched atop a city tower, and removed their shadowy hood, revealing their visage. With ruby lips, pearly teeth, and bright eyes framed by dark hair, it could only be Chen Zun. His complexion was somewhat pale, and his hands were a gruesome sight, blood congealing in clumps, a testament to the toll the explosion had taken on him. Initially, Chen Zun had no intention of wading into this murky affair. However, upon hearing the crimson-robed elder's intention to slaughter the city, he could no longer restrain himself. On one hand, he and Zhao Lingyun would be caught in the chaos, and on the other, he could not abide such malevolence that so readily threatened mass destruction. In the past, he may have lacked the means to intervene, but now that he possessed the capability, he felt compelled to prevent such unspeakable atrocities. Unexpectedly, after slaying one adversary with a violet blade forged from his life force, the other two chose to flee decisively. Had it not been for the peculiar black orb that triggered the explosion as a diversion, they would have either perished or faced dire consequences. Glancing at his bloodied hands, Chen Zun let out a bitter smile, took a deep breath, and concealed his form. Entering the inn, before long, he quietly departed, carrying the slumbering Zhao Lingyun on his back. This place was no longer safe. It was prudent to flee under the cover of night, lest delay bring unforeseen peril. Chapter 27. Questioning the falsehoods beyond the mirror. Alas, it was utterly unexpected that the enigmatic figure was none other than the demon lord. Who could have fathomed that he had embarked upon the path of cultivation for such a brief period, yet was capable of orchestrating the demise of one and frightening away two late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners? It is well known that 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators can easily pose a threat to an early-stage core formation cultivator if one is not cautious. Such audacity and skill are indeed befitting of a demon lord. I am in awe. Great minds think alike. Your sentiments resonate deeply within me. I share the same sentiment. The crowd gathered before the heavenly void palace was astonished to discover that the savior of Han Yujin was, in fact, Chen Zun. Without even revealing his visage, he managed to intimidate the remaining 2 late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, leaving everyone in awe. Not only was his strategy commendable, but his timing was also impeccable, adeptly identifying weaknesses and striking them down one by one, all while remaining anonymous to evade retribution. It is noteworthy that Chen Zun is merely a lad in his teens, having been an ordinary mortal just days ago. Who could have anticipated his rapid ascent? As they marveled, the onlookers were filled with profound admiration, for he displayed a level of sophistication that belied his novice status in the realm of cultivation. Had they been in his position, they would not have fared any better against those 3. Ji Yanwu, piecing together the earlier details from the scene, had long suspected that it was Chen Zun who had rescued Han Yujin. However, Han Yujin, in her disbelief, remained silent. Thus, after viewing the images, she maintained her composure and glanced at the dazed Han Yujin, saying, "See, do you now believe?" Han Yujin, unable to process Ji Yanwu's words, stared in wide-eyed disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity as she muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a fabrication. How could it be Chen Zun, the mysterious figure who saved me?" In a desperate bid to reassure herself, she turned to Ji Yanwu with a hint of panic in her eyes, pleading, "Yanwu, you must tell me that the images produced by the water-moon mirror are merely figments of Chen Zun's own memory, correct?" Indeed, the master of the Ji clan concurred, stating that the memories presented by the water-moon mirror thus far have been overwhelmingly positive, seemingly at odds with the demon lord's character. Could it be that the water-moon mirror had erred? The old man Gu also ceased his writing, known for his meticulous approach to history, and began to harbor doubts. "I share your thoughts. The demon lord is indeed a late-stage ascendant cultivator, cunning and resourceful. It is conceivable that he might manipulate his memories to deceive the water-moon mirror. Great minds think alike. Your words align with my own thoughts. I echo the same sentiment." A single revelation awakened those in a stupor, as suspicion began to cloud the minds of all present. This was exceedingly bizarre. They had initially convened to confront the formidable demon Lord Chen Zun, yet the images emanating from the water-moon mirror portrayed him as a kind-hearted individual, virtuous and self-sacrificial, a stark contrast to their expectations. This was not the portrayal they had anticipated. In their understanding, the demon lord was a nefarious and merciless villain, inherently wicked since childhood. How could he possibly be a good person? The depiction of Chen Zun presented by the water-moon mirror diverged drastically from their preconceived notions, and thus the crowd found it difficult to accept. Moreover, if Chen Zun truly embodies the benevolence depicted by the water-moon mirror, then have they not unjustly accused an innocent? Is this not akin to slapping oneself in the face? Some, burdened by darker thoughts, even speculate that Ji Yanwu once had a clandestine entanglement with the demon lord, pondering whether her feelings for him might have reignited, leading her to secretly alter the images reflected by the water-moon mirror. Shen Ruoyan observed the expressions of those around her, regarding Han Yujin's self-deceptive inquiries with utter disdain, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. For the water-moon mirror is one of the top 10 divine artifacts in the world, possessing a spirit of its own. Rendring l'erreur impossible. She chose silence, opting instead to watch the folly of the gathering with the bemusement of a spectator. After a prolonged pause, Yizong remarked naturally, "Though I cannot fathom why my master may have committed wrongful acts later on, I can attest that he has indeed performed countless good deeds." As a loyal servant of the demon lord, his words were met with skepticism, and the crowd's gaze shifted to Ji Yanwu. As the custodian of the water-moon mirror, she was compelled to provide a personal explanation for the matter at hand. The pressure abruptly shifted onto her shoulders. Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd and the pleading eyes of her dear friend Han Yujin, Ji Yanwu maintained her composure and stated, "Rest assured, I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against the demon lord and would never engage in actions that could benefit him, lest anyone suspect that I had tampered with the images of the water-moon mirror." She refrained from offering an immediate explanation, instead first declaring her enmity with Chen Zun, thereby distancing herself from any hints of bias to quell any wild imaginings among the onlookers. The crowd nodded in agreement, their doubts alleviated. This was largely due to the fact that the grievous injuries sustained by the demon lord were inflicted by several women present, all of whom shared profound connections with him, particularly Ji Yanwu, who played a pivotal role in those events. Ji Yanwu scanned the assembly, noting their silent anticipation, and continued at a measured pace. "The water-moon mirror is the supreme treasure of my water-moon sect, having repeatedly guided us through calamities without error. This can be corroborated by the records of ancient times, as Master Ge can attest. I can confirm that what sect leader Ji claims is the truth." An elder chimed in. Master Ge, well versed in the chronicles from antiquity to the present, nodded in acknowledgement of Ji Yanwu's statement. She proceeded, "As for the assertion that the demon lord could alter memories, it is utterly impossible. The water-moon mirror possesses the capability to glimpse the future and replay the past, revealing the most profound memories of the one who invokes it. Any modification would be beyond the reach of an artifact imbued with self-aware consciousness. Furthermore, while I wield this mirror, I merely have the ability to utilize it. I do not claim dominion over it. Thus, no matter how formidable the demon lord may be, he could never exert influence over the capabilities of the water-moon mirror." Upon concluding her remarks, the majority of those present found her words convincing. This was not surprising, as the current leader of the water-moon sect, Ji Yanwu, not only possessed the strength of a great ascension, but was also renowned across Tianluo Continent as an icy beauty, maintaining an aloof demeanor and rarely speaking. Thus, for her to articulate such an extensive explanation was indeed remarkable. I too can attest to the veracity of Ji Yanwu's words. At that moment, another woman voiced her agreement, affirming Ji Yanwu's assertions. Everyone turned to see none other than the long-silent Zhao Lingyun. Ji Yanwu furrowed her delicate brows, perplexed by Zhao Lingyun's words. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Zhao Lingyun remained silent, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she formed a gesture with her hands. With a resonant clang, a clear and bright sword sound rang out. From her brow, a 2-inch-long purple sword emerged, hovering before her, exuding a chilling radiance, with faint purple spiritual patterns swirling along its blade. This diminutive sword, possessing an immense aura and an unparalleled sharpness, bore an uncanny resemblance to the purple sword wielded by the mysterious figure who had just slain the Foundation establishment cultivator in the earlier scene. Chapter 28. The Black Shadow. This is the spirit sword forged from true essence, and under the heavens, apart from myself. Only the demon lord possesses the capability to refine such a weapon, Zhao Lingyun stated earnestly, her expression grave as she addressed Han Yujin. While others may doubt the mysterious figure's identity as Chen Zun, she could not. For only through the cultivation of the Bishu sword art could one condense such a spirit sword, nourished within the soul. Yet, from another perspective, her lineage of spiritual patterns was indeed closely intertwined with Chen Zun. At this moment, despite Han Yujin's reluctance to accept the truth, she had no choice but to come to terms with it. How ironic it was that after years of searching for a benefactor, it turned out to be Chen Zun, an enemy with whom she harbored deep-seated animosity. Ling Tian scoffed. What significance is there in debating the authenticity of the images reflected by the water-moon mirror? Regardless of the good deeds the demon lord may have done in the past, they are rendered meaningless by his countless transgressions. He has long since merited death. Hearing this, Han Yujin, who had been feeling despondent, furrowed her brows in anger, ready to retort, but Ji Yanwu interjected before she could speak. Even if the demon lord deserves death, it is for the world to decide. He is gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Why hasten to end his life? It seems rather peculiar that Alliance leader Ling, who bears no personal grudge against the demon lord, is so intent on his demise. Even more so than those of us with whom he has a vendetta. Her words carried weight, hinting at the notion that, as Shen Ruoyan had suggested, Ling Tian's desire to kill Chen Zun might stem from ulterior motives, planting seeds of doubt in Ji Yanwu's mind. Unfazed, Ling Tian maintained a solemn demeanor, stating, "Though I have no enmity with the demon lord, he has made enemies of many. I stand as a voice for the countless victims who are unable to seek vengeance. I will slay demons and eradicate evil to uphold righteousness, even at the cost of my own life." Such noble intentions from Alliance leader Ling. "And we shall follow your lead," came the chorus of agreement from those present. "Stop! Who dares?" Zhao Lingyun and Han Yujin spoke in unison, causing the surrounding voices to diminish immediately. Han Yujin considered that since Chen Zun was the mysterious figure who saved her, despite her reluctance, she contemplated sparing him once, as a gesture of gratitude. In contrast, Zhao Lingyun remained intent on killing Chen Zun. Yet her amnesia from before the age of 10 left her yearning to uncover the truth behind her lost memories. Thus, to unveil the entire truth, it was imperative to continue extracting Chen Zun's memories. Until then, no one could act against him. Ling Tian recognized that his repeated calls for Chen Zun's demise had aroused Ji Yanwu's suspicions. Therefore, in light of the impossibility of killing Chen Zun, he chose to refrain from further pressing the matter to avoid drawing more scrutiny. He relented, slowly articulating, "In that case, let the decision rest with you, esteemed ladies." At this juncture, he comprehended that the power to determine Chen Zun's fate now lay in the hands of these women, and to achieve his objectives, he would need to rely on alternative methods. With both formidable cultivators in the Mahayana stage protecting the demon lord, the crowd dared not voice their opinions further. Many among them had come merely to spectate, witnessing the downfall of the demon lord. Even if he were to survive, he would be utterly incapable of causing further chaos. Thus, it was far more comfortable to observe the replay of memories. The crowd redirected their gaze to the images displayed in the water-moon mirror. Within the mirror, less than half a day had passed since Chen Zun's departure, and Yuaning cultivators swiftly arrived to investigate the matter of the city massacre, seeking the identities of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. However, due to the scarcity of clues, the investigation ultimately reached a dead end. Meanwhile, the royal family of Daqi dispatched personnel to probe into the impersonation of a princess, with the whereabouts of the mysterious Jindan cultivator and the counterfeit princess being relayed to special agents. These agents, whether intentionally or inadvertently, leaked critical information, hinting at the existence of a legitimate daughter of Emperor Han Jinlong of Daqi. Before long, the royal family located Han Yujin, effectively resolving the matter. These scenes flashed by in an instant, lacking significance, save for one particular detail. 3 days hence, on a moonless night, with the wind howling, a phantom descended from the heavens, hovering in midair, surveying the entire city. Astonishingly, the Yuaning cultivator stationed within the city remained oblivious to the presence above. The phantom clutched a pulsating mass of blood, emanating a faint crimson glow. As it pointed at the writhing blood, the mass abruptly released a streak of crimson. Stretching towards the direction Chen Zun fled that fateful night. A sinister laugh escaped the phantom as it gazed towards that direction. Two inept individuals had failed their task, allowing that little remnant to escape with the Lingxi. However, with the bloodline tracking technique at its disposal, the phantom mused on how far she could truly run. After murmuring to itself, the phantom was swept away by the wind, coalescing into a dark thread that drifted into the distance. Throughout this, the Yuaning cultivator overseeing the city remained utterly unaware of the phantom's existence. Such power was indeed formidable. Outside the mirror, questions arose. Who was this? The bloodline tracking technique. Whom was it pursuing? The direction it took mirrored the route of the demon Lord's escape. I surmise it must be the vengeful pursuer of the saintess of Tianyuan. The crowd deliberated on the appearance of the phantom, while Zhao Lingyun, observing the pulsating mass of blood in its grasp, felt an unsettling unease. The bloodline tracking technique, a favored method of the dark arts, employed the essence of blood from close kin to ascertain their whereabouts for the purpose of pursuit. If this were indeed the case, then this mass of blood had been extracted from her flesh and bloodkin in her youth. Contemplating this, Zhao Lingyun's gaze grew increasingly frigid, her expression hardening into a mask of frost. Within the mirror, Chen Zun navigated through the radiant sunlight, soaring through layers of white clouds, dancing amidst the heavens. After 4 days of flight, he had now reached the outskirts of the Central Plains. Although still distant from the heart of the region, Chen Zun could distinctly feel the essence of a place of enlightenment. The spiritual energy here was far richer than that of the Small Wei Kingdom. With towering mountains and deep lakes, and the number of cultivators he encountered was steadily increasing, nearly ubiquitous. While soaring through the skies, he encountered several cultivators at the core formation stage. On one occasion, he even witnessed a nascent soul cultivator gliding past him on a flying sword, creating a whirlwind that nearly sent him plummeting from the heights. This startling experience prompted Chen Zun to resolve that, after traveling a certain distance, he could no longer afford to fly so brazenly. In light of his recent encounter with a nascent soul cultivator, he prudently opted for a more secluded mountainous area for his flight, where human presence was sparse, alleviating concerns about any forbidden flight arrays established by sects below. As for the lesser demonic beasts, he regarded them with utter disdain. At this moment, Chen Zun contemplated how he would swiftly reach the Tianyuan sect once he ceased his aerial journey. Unbeknownst to him, 10 miles behind, a dark silhouette was gradually taking form. In its grasp was a seething mass of blood, radiating ominously, with a tendril of crimson aimed directly at Zhao Lingyun, who was concealed behind Chen Zun. Finally, it had been located. The figure's eyes gleamed with a fierce malevolence. Chapter 29. Ruthless strikes. The dark silhouette advanced without hesitation, extending a hand with fingers slightly spread, coalescing a sphere of crimson light that surged toward Chen Zun. A blood-red beam, as thick as a barrel, shot forth with astonishing speed, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Chen Zun felt a sudden awareness and swiftly turned his head. Upon realizing the nature of the attack, his expression shifted dramatically, leaving him no time to react. The force behind this strike undoubtedly surpassed that of the Yuaning stage. He could only watch helplessly as the crimson beam engulfed him. The black shadow observed coldly. Despite sensing that Chen Zun was merely at the golden core stage, it was determined to unleash its full power. It aimed for a decisive strike, offering no glimmer of hope. The proximity to the Central Plains posed a significant risk with countless powerful beings nearby, and this fragment of its soul was particularly unique. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Outside the mirror, the spectators gasped in astonishment at the ruthless display of power. This individual is quite formidable, launching a full-scale attack on a golden core practitioner with the might of a Yuan-Ing technique. It's akin to using artillery to hunt birds. Who is he? No one could ascertain his identity, yet the nature of the black silhouette's technique suggested a practitioner of the dark arts, perhaps a fragment of a soul belonging to a formidable demon cultivator, certainly above the refining spirit stage. As the heroes shared their insights, a voice emerged from the crowd. I have a hypothesis that might intrigue you all. Spare us the suspense. Just speak. Someone clamored. With a slight smile, the speaker shook his head and said, "This individual's brutal tactics and the power required to manifest such a fragment of the soul indicate he is no ordinary figure. Furthermore, during the massacre of the Tianluo Continent's family, there were refining spirit practitioners present. Thus, I am convinced this must be the work of a major force." The crowd fell into contemplative silence, reflecting on the speaker's words. They were somewhat familiar with Zhao Lingyun's tragic background. As the Zhao family had once been a notable power, their annihilation causing a stir throughout the cultivation world. It was undoubtedly a coordinated effort, yet no one had since identified the perpetrating force. At that moment, two voices erupted from the throng. The proud speaker, feeling a surge of confidence, turned and shouted, "You think you're so clever? I've tolerated you long enough. Let us settle this one-on-one." Since the water moon mirror began its display, the repetitive phrases of "me too" had irked him, and his frustration had reached a boiling point. "Guanming, do you dare?" Another voice challenged. "Zhang Fei here. My hands are itching for a bout of 300 rounds with you." The crowd parted, revealing two imposing figures stepping forward. One individual bore a complexion akin to that of a jujube, standing a remarkable 8 feet tall, with an equally formidable waist circumference. His beard cascaded down to his chest, crowned with a small azure hat. In his grasp lay a tome, his fingers obscuring the cover, revealing only the character for spring. The second figure matched his stature, possessing a robust physique and a face adorned with a wild, unruly beard. He wielded a lengthy spear, his gaze fixed intently upon the cultivator. Lo and behold, it was none other than the renowned duo, Guan and Zhang. This young man was in for a rough time. As the onlookers discerned the identities of these two formidable figures, expressions of anticipation adorned their faces. Esteemed for their chivalry, the brothers possessed extraordinary skills and would invariably intervene when witnessing injustice, championing the cause of the weak. Furthermore, their combative nature compelled them to travel great distances at the mere whisper of brawl. Upon recognizing their faces, the cultivator's arrogance evaporated, replaced by trepidation. He trembled, collapsing to his knees. "I, a mere fool, fail to recognize the great heroes before me. My sincerest apologies. If apologies held any weight, would my brother and I need to step forth to uphold justice?" Guanming remarked with a sidelong glance, his voice imbued with icy disdain. "You, sir, are no true man. A man of honor must not be untrustworthy. Let us settle this matter and find a place to engage in a duel of several hundred exchanges." Zhang Fei expressed his dissatisfaction with the cultivator's swift submission, unilaterally declaring the terms of their challenge. Faced with such circumstances, the cultivator wore a pained expression, resigned to acquiesce, fervently hoping that Zhang Fei would show mercy when the time came. With the matter resolved, the brothers retreated into the crowd. No further souls dared to express discontent with the hero's shared sentiments. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Zhao Lingyun remained oblivious to the petty drama unfolding around her, her countenance fraught with anxiety as she gazed at the two figures engulfed by a crimson beam of light. Shen Ruoyan, equally troubled, cast a fierce glare at Zhao Lingyun, lamenting that had it not been for her, Chen Zun would not have faced such tribulations, a true calamity. "Look, the demon lord and the saintess of Tianyuan have survived, unscathed," an observer suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the water moon mirror. "Survived?" The crowd stirred with renewed vigor, redirecting their focus to the unfolding scene. As the sanguine light dissipated, it became evident that Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun had indeed evaded death. A violet jade pendant hovered above their heads, enveloping them in a gentle purple glow. It was the very pendant worn by Zhao Lingyun. Chen Zun stood, momentarily dumbfounded, before discerning the ambusher lurking 10 miles away. Extending his consciousness, he realized the assailant was unfathomably powerful, causing his heart to sink with dread. This foe was insurmountable. Without uttering a word, he seized the pendant, swiftly hoisting Zhao Lingyun onto his back, and vanished into the distance. The Lingxi pendant indeed resided with this remnant. The shadowy figure fixated on their retreating forms for a prolonged moment, its eyes blazing with a crimson glow. Attempting to escape? How naive, it sneered, raising its hand to conjure a blood-red beam of light. Although Chen Zun exerted himself to reach the utmost speed, the disparity in realms cannot be bridged merely through desperation. In the blink of an eye, the crimson beam had already surged forth. Chen Zun barely managed to raise the Lingxi pendant in a defensive gesture, hoping to mitigate this lethal strike. Perhaps due to the previous overexertion of spiritual energy, the pendant's radiance merely flickered, diminishing the most fatal impact. Consequently, Chen Zun bore the remaining force entirely on his own. He felt a tingling in his arm, a heaviness in his chest, and coughed up blood as he was hurled backward. In that very instant, Zhao Lingyun slipped from his grasp, plummeting directly from the heights. "Brother, save me." Hearing Zhao Lingyun's cry, Chen Zun bit his tongue, instantly regaining clarity. He shed the excess energy and surged toward her figure. Just as he was about to catch Zhao Lingyun, the scene before him shimmered, and he beheld a dark apparition that had arrived before him, extending its ethereal hand to grip Zhao Lingyun's delicate neck. Startled, Chen Zun's expression hardened as he lunged forward, intent on rescuing Zhao Lingyun from the clutches of the shadowy entity. With a mere kick, the dark figure sent Chen Zun hurtling downward like a cannonball, crashing into the forest below and creating a considerable crater, which startled a multitude of birds into flight. Chapter 30. A wretched dog ate dark. Ethereal figure descended from the heavens, gripping Zhao Lingyun's neck, and landed deftly upon a stone. With a resounding thud, Chen Zun emerged from the pit, his hair disheveled, his visage and body smeared with blood, and his chest caved in. He rose, panting heavily, his gaze fixed upon the struggling Zhao Lingyun, his eyes aflame with fury as he shouted, "Release my sister." Indeed, despite receiving such a blow, she had not perished and had managed to rise. The dark figure regarded the disheveled Chen Zun with quiet astonishment. The vitality of this young man was undeniably formidable. Despite being merely at the core formation stage, he had withstood a strike from himself, and he found a newfound admiration for this lad. Zhao Lingyun, her neck ensnared, struggled as her face flushed crimson. She gasped, attempting to call out to Chen Zun, "Brother, please." Yet, with a mere tightening of the grip, the dark figure rendered her speechless. Chen Zun's heart tightened as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Let her go." The dark figure met Chen Zun's eyes, which brimmed with hatred. Eyes he had seen countless times before. Eyes that he found utterly loathsome. He relished the despair and helplessness in others' gazes. Their suffering brought him delight, and he was loath to conclude this encounter swiftly. With a mocking tone, he retorted, "Oh, you think that if you demand my release, I shall comply? That would be rather undignified for me, wouldn't it?" As he spoke, his grip intensified, causing Zhao Lingyun to struggle for breath, her eyes rolling back in her head. Chen Zun's hands clenched tightly, his nails piercing his own skin. Yet he felt no pain. Before this figure, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "What must I do for you to spare my sister?" "Beg me," the dark figure drawled leisurely. "The more abject your plea, the more likely I might consider granting her a reprieve." Chen Zun, his heart bleeding, uttered each word with difficulty. "If I plead, will you truly free my sister? Do you possess the right to negotiate terms with me?" The dark figure countered, leaving Chen Zun speechless. He indeed held no authority, neither in strength nor in bargaining power. Even if the figure chose to renege on any agreement, he would be powerless to intervene. "You must hurry," the dark figure urged. "I sense she cannot endure much longer. Look at this delightful young lady. It would be a pity for her to perish. And you would be her murderer simply for refusing to plead with me." He lifted Zhao Lingyun closer, as one might handle a mere chicken, his tone dripping with mock sympathy. His grip continued to tighten until she began to froth at the mouth, her body convulsing. Yet he remained indifferent, as if he were merely crushing a fragile doll. Ultimately, Chen Zun fell to his knees. To plead was to grasp at the slender thread of hope. To remain silent was to extinguish it entirely. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Lingyun's life hung precariously in the balance of the dark figure's whims. Though he recognized the snare laid before him, he could not refrain from stepping into it. for the fate of his sister rested solely upon the caprice of this malevolent entity. The black shadow spoke cheerfully, "Be obedient. Bow your head a few times for me to see." Bang, bang, bang. Chen Zun complied, striking his forehead 3 times against the ground with fervor. Not enough, bow again. Bang, bang, bang. Still insufficient. The sound was not loud enough. The black shadow controlled a stone, which flew before Chen Zun. Bang, bang, bang. His forehead collided against the hard stone repeatedly, blood splattering, and soon his forehead was a bloody mess. The blood blurred his vision. Yet Chen Zun did not wipe it away. He raised his head resolutely and asked, "Is that enough? If not, I will bow again." Outside the mirror, everyone fell silent. Guillemot stopped recording and sighed. What a real man. Shen Ruoyan wept profusely, embracing Chen Zun's body, her hand gently caressing his cheek, as if attempting to alleviate his pain. The beautiful women present frowned, their expressions revealing their sorrow. Despite Chen Zun's grievous sins, he remained deserving of respect in this moment. Zhao Lingyun's eyes began to glisten with tears, her hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. Twice kneeling to save her, even disregarding his life. Why must you do this? Why are you so kind to me? Within the mirror, the black shadow gazed at Chen Zun and shook his head, thinking, this is just the beginning. How could that be enough? In a state of sheer delight, he contemplated a new approach to shatter a person's dignity. Bowing was mundane. Instead, he demanded, speak a few flattering words. What should you say? Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, the black shadow suddenly had an idea and exclaimed joyfully, I've got it. Bark like a dog for me. Chen Zun clenched his teeth, bowing his head once more, his disheveled hair concealing his face, leaving no one aware of his true feelings as he began to bark. Woof, woof, woof. Ha ha ha. The black shadow laughed uproariously and added, Good dog. Now say I'm a worthless piece of trash. I am a worthless piece of trash. I truly am useless. I beg you, master, release my sister. I truly am useless. I beseech you, master, release my sister. The black shadow's gaze sharpened, showing signs of displeasure. Not heartfelt enough. Do you understand what that means? Chen Zun's body stiffened. He raised his rear, and in a submissive tone, he said, I truly am useless. I am but a worthless dog. I implore you, master, be merciful and spare my sister. Now, that's more like it. Finally satisfied, the black shadow relaxed his grip, allowing Zhao Lingyun to breathe once more. He tilted her head away, whispering in her ear, Look at that man. Doesn't he resemble a dog? Zhao Lingyun gazed at Chen Zun, her eyes brimming with tears, struggling to voice her thoughts, shaking her head desperately. Oh, you say he doesn't resemble one? Indeed, he doesn't because he is a dog. Ha ha ha. Outside the mirror, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. Zhao Lingyun could no longer contain herself. She raised her sword and slashed towards the black shadow in the water mirror. What are you doing? With a swift movement, Ji Yanwu stepped forward and intercepted Zhao Lingyun. Step aside. I'm going to strike him down. Zhao Lingyun shouted, tears streaming down her face, her expression frozen with despair. Many present harbored a desire to eliminate the dark apparition that tormented Chen Zun. Ji Yanwu's countenance was equally frigid. That is merely a remnant of the past. Do you truly believe you can strike him? Suddenly awakened from her reverie, Zhao Lingyun realized she had become too engrossed in the scene. Yet, the imagery was unbearable. Truly, it was agonizing. Chen Zun, who had once preferred to starve as a beggar rather than seek help, discarded his highest dignity, allowing it to be trampled upon. All to save her, a sister with whom he shared no blood ties. On one side lay Chen Zun's vendetta against his master, and on the other, his desperate pleas for assistance, forsaking his dignity in the process, twice. Caught in the midst of this turmoil, she was engaged in actions that harmed Chen Zun, and no one felt the weight of anguish more acutely than she. Zhao Lingyun suddenly recognized a painful truth. In this world, anyone could inflict pain upon Chen Zun. Yet she felt she held no right to do so. She owed him far too much, a debt that could never be repaid. Chapter 31. Self-imposed limitation. The crowd was filled with a profound sense of melancholy. No one could fathom that the illustrious celestial emperor would so humbly debase himself for a sister to whom he bore no blood relation. If they were in his shoes, even for a biological sister, it would be a formidable challenge to descend to such depths. Within the mirror, Chen Zun listened to the raucous laughter echoing around him, clenching his fists in response. Soon, he managed to suppress all the tumultuous emotions within. I have complied with your demands. Will you release my sister now? His voice bore a hint of desperation. Release her? The dark specter lifted Zhao Lingyun with a mocking smirk. Do you truly believe that bowing a few times or barking like a dog will suffice to barter for her life? You, my boy, are grossly undervaluing your existence. With a forceful impact, Chen Zun slammed his fist into the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gazed at the shadowy figure. He had anticipated this betrayal, recognizing the mockery in the specter's demeanor. What must I do to ensure her release? The youth's voice resonated through the forest, laden with restrained anger. The dark figure relished the suppressed fury in Chen Zun's tone, yet it was insufficient. He craved more despair. He inquired with feigned seriousness. You share no blood ties with her. There is no need for such supplication. Should you choose to leave now, I would not hinder you. I am curious. Why do you care so deeply for her fate? Chen Zun paused, a smile breaking across his face. Because of a promise. More so, because Zhao Lingyun calls me brother. In this vast world, I have finally tasted the sweetness of familial bonds. Is there a need for justification to save my sister? No, there is none. I would go to any lengths without regret. She is my sister. Outside the mirror, a sigh escaped the lips of many. Who would have thought the demon lord possessed such a side? Indeed, it was never his affair. Why shoulder such a burden? As expected, emotions are the Achilles heel. Thankfully, I severed all ties to sentiment long ago. My heart is devoid of women, and thus I wield my blade with clarity. Countless voices whispered among themselves. Zhao Lingyun swayed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. It became evident that the very adversary she perceived as her nemesis was, in truth, the one who cherished her most dearly, willing to trample upon his own dignity, even to risk his life, simply to save her. Yet, what had she done in return? Zhao Lingyun gazed at the unconscious Chen Zun, noting the ghastly wound upon his chest, where his heart lay exposed, pinned by a cruel nail. This wound was inflicted by her own hands, the nail driven by her own force. In that moment, it appeared glaringly painful and deeply ironic. Within the mirror, the dark figure scoffed at the absurdity of emotions. Having heard Chen Zun's words, he chuckled softly. Emotions are the most trivial of commodities in this world, yet they're also the most lethal. Once one possesses emotions, even the mightiest cultivator reveals their most fatal weakness. And I, above all, am adept at exploiting such frailties. Due to this damned emotion, it became the weapon he wielded to manipulate and toy with others, a tool of self-interest devoid of any benefits. He was curious to see how far this youth would go for the sake of what he deemed familial affection. Do you truly wish to save her? The dark shadow scrutinized the boy kneeling before him. I do. Chen Zun replied without hesitation. Very well. I could spare her, the dark shadow responded languidly. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I am eager to see what you are willing to sacrifice. As long as you release my sister, I am prepared to give anything, even your life, as long as she can live. How intriguing. Upon hearing the boy's words, the dark shadow let out a cold laugh. Then sever your own legs. I do not believe you. Chen Zun spoke slowly. Having been deceived once already, he could no longer trust the words of this malevolent entity. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? The dark shadow, well aware of Chen Zun's mistrust, presented Zhao Lingyun before him. Emotion is the most lethal weakness. He had no fear of Chen Zun defying his commands. Brother, do not heed his words. Zhao Lingyun cried out in anguish. Though she was young, she was not oblivious to the fact that this villain was deceiving Chen Zun. Chen Zun remained silent, gazing at the small figure struggling and weeping in the grasp of the dark shadow. Each anguished cry shattered his heart further. Ultimately, Chen Zun's expression turned bitter. As long as Zhao Lingyun remained in the clutches of the dark shadow, he would willingly leap into the fiery abyss ahead. Resolutely, he rose, fetched another stone, and sat upon it, propping his legs up. Chen Zun cast a glance at the dark shadow. I hope you will keep your promise. The dark shadow merely regarded him coldly, offering no response. It's just two legs. What does it matter if they're broken? Chen Zun lifted a stone, inhaling deeply. His countenance was resolute. In the next moment, he brought it down without a trace of hesitation. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. His thigh caved inward, and his complexion turned pale as his features contorted, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. Pain, a piercing agony, surged through him. Chen Zun's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, he pressed his lips tightly together, uttering not a sound. He raised the stone once more and struck his thigh again. Beyond the mirror, hisses of disbelief filled the air. Observing Chen Zun repeatedly strike his own legs with the stone, it seemed as though he were not inflicting pain upon himself. With each impact, the stone pressed deeper into his flesh. The onlookers gasped collectively, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Despite the distance created by the water-moon mirror, the scene caused their hearts to race. To inflict such brutality upon oneself was unfathomable. Among those present were many fierce individuals, yet none could claim to possess the fortitude to harm themselves in silence, as Chen Zun did. Stop, please. Zhao Lingyun covered her mouth, weeping uncontrollably. The stone not only struck Chen Zun's legs, but also shattered her heart. She had never imagined such a cruel reality. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Chen Zun has indeed gone too far. Zhao Lingyun, cease your pretense of sorrow. When you initially struck, did you ever consider the kindness Chen Zun bestowed upon you? Tears streamed down Shen Ruoyan's face as she vehemently shouted at Zhao Lingyun. Had it not been for Zhao Lingyun's cunning trap, exploiting Chen Zun's trust, how could someone of Chen Zun's caliber have fallen into such a tragic fate? No one present dared to counter her words. Even Han Eugene, usually brimming with fiery anger, wore a countenance fraught with complexity. Only Ye Xiyu, the lone disciple nurtured and instructed by Chen Zun, remained unmoved, secretly harboring a smirk. She deserved it. Meanwhile, Ji Yanwu's previously placid expression finally exhibited a flicker of color. Chen Zun, your unwavering devotion to her. Why were you so merciless toward me in the past? Within the mirror, Chen Zun gasped for breath. Casting aside a stone, the flesh between his thighs had been utterly crushed, blood and sinew a gruesome sight, with crimson seeping forth, staining the stone beneath. Wiping away the droplets of blood that had splattered onto his face, he lifted his head. His pallid visage, drained from excessive blood loss, bore a ghastly appearance, with fresh blood mingling with previously clotted stains obscuring his features. Yet, his eyes remained strikingly bright. He gazed intently at the dark silhouette. Is this sufficient? Chapter 32. A fate worse than death. Is this acceptable? Chen Zun's voice was hoarse, somewhat indistinct. In addition to having severed his own legs, the wound on his chest had caused his sternum to fracture completely. The splintered bones had pierced his lung, rendering each breath a torment accompanied by blood surging from his throat, his mouth filled with clotted black blood. Had it not been for his cultivation at the Golden Core stage, an ordinary person would have perished long ago. Chen Zun gazed at the dark shadow before him. He had accomplished his part. Now it was time to see if this demon would fulfill its promise. Ha ha ha! The dark shadow erupted in laughter. Chen Zun felt bewildered as his gaze turned icy. What is so amusing? I find your naivety amusing, it replied with a smirk. As a being of the demonic path, how would you ever trust my words? Chen Zun's heart plummeted. He stared intently at the dark shadow, countering. So, you never intended to spare us from the beginning? Indeed, you are quite perceptive, the shadow affirmed, shattering all of Chen Zun's hopes and leaving him cold with despair. It became clear that this entity had never intended to grant them mercy. From the very outset, it had been a deception. He had sacrificed his dignity, only to be subjected to cruel manipulation. All his hopes had been mere delusions. A bitter smile crossed Chen Zun's face. From the very beginning, he should never have engaged in actions aimed at pleasing others or placed his hopes in their compassion. Well done, for once you have shown some intelligence, the dark shadow remarked, tossing Zhao Lingyun to the ground. She immediately scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she hurried toward Chen Zun. Brother, don't come any closer. Run, hurry. Chen Zun shouted desperately at the stumbling Zhao Lingyun. Ignoring his pleas, she insisted on rushing toward him, while the dark shadow leisurely followed behind her. Isn't it utterly despairing and painful to feel toyed with, to loathe one's own impotence? The error you made was not in placing your hopes on me, but in failing to comprehend the ruthless laws of this world, with a strong prey upon the weak. A truth as ancient as time itself. The original sin that permeates this world is your lack of strength. The dark shadow's words pierced Chen Zun's heart like daggers. His face etched with despair. He then fixated his gaze on the two glowing red eyes of the shadow, as if attempting to engrave its image in his mind, finally voicing the question that had lingered in his thoughts. Who are you, truly? You need not concern yourself with my identity. The weak are unworthy of knowing my true name. If you dare not reveal it, then you are nothing more than a foul rat lurking in the sewers. Chen Zun retorted with scorn. The red glow in the shadow's eyes flickered momentarily, and it coldly replied, "Are you attempting to provoke me? Isn't that the case? Only a rat in the sewers would hide in the shadows, too cowardly to face the light." With nothing left to lose, Chen Zun boldly countered, "You are clever, but perhaps you have overreached in your intelligence." The black shadow let out a strange sound, its tone suddenly becoming eerie. "Have you ever experienced the agony of existence worse than death?" Chen Zun self-deprecatingly replied, "Is there a more painful state than my current plight?" At this moment, he truly felt that life was worse than death. Having no fear of dying, what could he possibly fear about a life worse than death? "You will soon understand," the black shadow said, quickening its pace toward Zhao Lingyun's back. A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Zun, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted urgently, "Yin'er, run! Hurry!" Yet Zhao Lingyun did not heed his words. She only wished to be by her brother's side. The black shadow had already reached her, lifting its foot and delivering a brutal kick to her back. "No!" Chen Zun finally comprehended the dark shadow's intent, panic overwhelming him as he cried out in despair. However, he was powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as Zhao Lingyun's body was propelled away. With a thud, Zhao Lingyun rolled on the ground for quite a distance before coming to a stop, followed by a spray of blood mist. She struggled to raise her head, gazing at Chen Zun with her mouth opening as if to speak. But Chen Zun understood. "Brother." Zhao Lingyun stretched out her small hand, attempting to crawl toward him, but darkness enveloped her, and she fainted, collapsing on the ground, teetering between life and death. "Yin'er." In that moment, Chen Zun seemed to lose all reason, tears welling in his eyes as he dragged his injured body across the ground, using his elbows to propel himself toward Zhao Lingyun. His wounds were grave, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The black shadow approached, watching Chen Zun, who resembled a dying dog, with great interest. What is the greatest fear of one who fears nothing, but is instead tormented by the suffering of those they hold dear? This is the essence of a pain worse than death. Damn, how could this person be so cruel? Is he not afraid of heavenly retribution? Who is he? If I knew he was still alive, I would surely use his soul to light the lanterns of heaven. Cultivators of the demonic path are capricious and morally corrupt. They deserve to be eradicated. The demon lord's plight is truly tragic. Outside the mirror, a group of cultivators watched the grim scene, their anger boiling over as they struggled to contain their emotions. They longed to rush in and slice that black shadow into 18 pieces for vengeance. Elder Go let out a sigh and took out a bamboo slip to record the events. On this day, the holy maiden of Tianyuan was pursued by a mysterious dark shadow in her youth. The demon lord, upon hearing her words, inflicted harm upon himself, unaware that this was merely the beginning of his suffering. Zhao Lingyun wept uncontrollably. If not for her, how would Chen Zun have endured such torment? At this moment, everyone felt sorrow for the young man depicted in the scene, all the while hoping that someone would rise to rescue the unfortunate siblings. It is not that the demon lord's numerous sins preclude empathy, but rather a response to the plight of two wretched souls, stemming solely from a person's conscience. Inside the mirror, Chen Zun continued to struggle toward the fallen Zhao Lingyun, his thoughts consumed by her life and death. To die together is the ultimate desire. However, the dark specter would not permit him passage. It had vowed to make Chen Zun experience the agony of a fate worse than death. The crimson glint in the specter's eyes flickered as it unleashed two beams of dark energy. With a crack, Chen Zun's arms were shattered. Devoid of the support of his elbows, he was caught off guard, and his forehead made intimate contact with the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. "Did I grant you permission to pass?" The dark specter inquired, advancing with languid steps. Chen Zun lifted his head, ignoring the specter's words. He was determined to move forward. Even with his limbs broken, he still possessed a body. He exerted every effort to wriggle, using his shoulders as leverage, resembling a snake. Although his pace was far slower, akin to that of a tortoise. What sheer obstinacy! The dark specter remained unfazed, approaching Chen Zun and placing its foot upon his back, gradually applying pressure, rendering Chen Zun's struggles futile. "What shall you do if you cannot crawl over? Perhaps you might plead with me once more, and I may grant you passage. Who knows, if I am in a good mood, I might show mercy and allow you to reunite with her, accompanying you on your journey." The specter's tone dripped with feigned sympathy. Yet, to Chen Zun, it was merely the whispers of a demon. He would not be deceived again. With a defiant turn of his head, his eyes burning with hatred, he spat a mouthful of blood at it. "Dream on. If I do not perish, the grievances of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the days to come." Chapter 33. The emergence of the Zhongli sword, the Black Shadow, paid no heed to the piercing gaze of the youth, as if it penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. With a surge of force in his stance, he contemptuously exclaimed, "Is the impotent rage of the weak truly of any value? It serves merely as a lamentation for the feeble, providing nothing but self-comfort." He continued, "If you survive today, you shall repay this debt 100-fold. Do you truly believe anyone can save you now?" Chen Zun was acutely aware that death awaited him today. He had relinquished all hope of survival. Blood flowed incessantly from the corner of his mouth as he numbly retorted, "Such a loquacious fool, if you have the courage. In my life now, seeking death?" The Black Shadow revealed an eerie smile, its dark aura growing increasingly sinister. It then crouched down and seized Chen Zun by the hair. Whispering like a demon from the abyss, "I promise to let you experience the agony of a fate worse than death. Watch closely." Extending its palm, the shadow coalesced the dark mist into a dim point of light, exuding a terrifying aura. This ominous light was aimed directly at Zhao Lingyun, whose fate remained uncertain a short distance away. "You shall not die the good death." Chen Zun writhed desperately, emitting a heart-wrenching cry, yet brought to such a dire state. He resembled a dog in its final throes, struggling vainly before the end. Truly savor the sensation of a life worse than death. Amidst Chen Zun's terror-stricken and heartbroken wails, the dim point of light shot forth from the shadow's grasp. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, raising a vast cloud of dust ahead. "No!" The forest echoed with the boy's desperate shout. Chen Zun's vision blurred with tears, the blood and saliva mingling at the corner of his mouth, rendering him grotesque as he squirmed like a seal, attempting to escape the weight upon him. At that moment, he could no longer feel the excruciating pain. All colors of the world faded away, leaving only the gray dust before him. "It's gone, everything is gone." His gaze grew vacant as he murmured, "Yinner." The Black Shadow reveled in this moment, relishing the act of instilling hope only to extinguish it, gradually forcing the individual into despair, akin to a dull knife slicing flesh. Such a sentiment was immensely gratifying. However, the farce was drawing to a close. Having lingered too long, it was time to bring matters to an end. The Black Shadow extended its fingers, poised to press against Chen Zun's forehead, ready to cast a spell. Suddenly, its movements halted, and it whipped its head toward the source of the dust. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the haze. A blue sword stood firmly embedded in the ground. Shielded by this sword, Zhao Lingyun remained in a prone position, untouched and unharmed. Upon recognizing the sword, the Black Shadow recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a specter. "Zhongli, Su Huaiun." "Zhongli, the Master Su of Tianyuanzong has arrived." Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. If it had been any later, the Tianyuan Sanus would have ceased to exist. Strange, Tianyuanzong is still quite distant. even with the transcendent abilities of a major ascendance practitioner. It would be impossible to arrive so swiftly. Strange? You are not a major ascendance cultivator. How can you know that Master Su lacks other mystical abilities? As the crowd witnessed the dark light explode, a collective gasp arose. However, upon discerning the blue sword, a sense of calm washed over them, and they collectively exhaled in relief. This sword, known as Zhanli, was a renowned artifact of Shen Ruoyan, the master of the Tianyuan sect. With the sword in hand, there was no longer any concern for the safety of Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun. Master Zhao Lingyun gazed at the Zhanli embedded in the ground, her eyes misting over. It dawned on her how she and he had come to be accepted as disciples under his tutelage. The image of that aged, benevolent figure surfaced in her mind, and any flicker of guilt she felt towards Chen Zun was swiftly suppressed. In her heart, Zhao Lingyun posed a fervent question. Why? Master treated you so well, yet you took his life with your own hands. Why must it be this way? Yet, no one could answer the turmoil within her. For Chen Zun had long since revealed the answer to her. She simply chose not to believe it. The black shadow, gripped by terror, could no longer afford to contemplate Chen Zun's life. Only one word echoed in his mind: escape. The sooner, the better. Resolutely grasping the Lingxi pendant, the shadow's form transformed into a slender line, vanishing in an instant to a distance of several dozen miles. Oof. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. At that moment, a cold, aged snort resounded. The black shadow felt a sharp pain pierce his soul, letting out a wretched cry as his form materialized again. Though no longer as solid as before, he hastily glanced back and was instantly struck with terror. There, beside Zhanli, stood an elderly man clad in green, with hair and beard as white as snow, gazing at him with murky eyes. He was none other than Shen Ruoyan, the current master of the Tianyuan sect. Under the watchful gaze of a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, the overwhelming pressure instilled fear in the black shadow, quelling any thoughts of flight. Yet, he was no ordinary being. Gritting his teeth, the black shadow split into 5, blood swirling around him, as he fled in 5 different directions, moving at a speed several times faster than before. Clearly, he understood the slim chance of escaping from a Great Ascension cultivator, thus resorting to a cost-intensive secret technique, hoping that if he could save even one fragment of his soul, it would suffice. The blood spirit splitting technique, remnants of the blood Luo sect? The elder observed the 5 blood shadows that had already reached the horizon, his tone laced with curiosity. Despite his intrigue, his actions did not falter. With a mere gesture, Zhanli soared into the air. Do the remnants of blood Luo dare to brazenly appear in the central plains, thinking there is no one to challenge them? The elder merely waved his hand, and Zhanli split into 5. Narrowing his eyes, he gestured, and 5 sword shadows surged forth, pursuing the 5 blood shadows. Cultivators at the Great Ascension stage are among the pinnacle of existence, just a step away from immortality. The 5 blood shadows, mere reflections of the spirit refinement stage, stood no chance of escape. In the face of absolute power, all cunning schemes and secret techniques were rendered futile. In but a fleeting moment, 5 beams of sword light from the horizon obliterated the bloodied specter as the Zhanli sword returned, bearing the Lingxi pendant, to the side of the elder. The Lingxi pendant. The elder grasped it in his hand, contemplatively, then turned his gaze toward Chen Zun, revealing an inquiring expression. Are you the Zhao family? Poor Chen Zun, his face a canvas of astonishment, could scarcely comprehend the situation. He had long awaited death, resigned to a fate of despair, never anticipating that a sudden turn of events would introduce such an elderly figure, who, with remarkable swiftness, dispatched the once formidable villain. It felt akin to a dream, so surreal that he stood there, petrified in disbelief. What is the matter, young man? Why do you not respond? The elder's voice resonated once more, prompting Chen Zun to bite his tongue. Ouch! How painful! He was jolted back to reality. This was no dream, but an occurrence of tangible consequence. For the first time, he discovered that pain could bring such unexpected joy. Chen Zun raised his eyes to the elder, his face awash with anxiety. Having just bitten his tongue, he found himself at a loss for words. The elder's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. This young man exhibited a remarkable lack of respect for his elders. It seemed that the youth of today were increasingly bereft of decorum. Just as he was about to inquire further about the circumstances, he heard Chen Zun weakly imploring, "Immortal, I beseech you, save my sister." Chapter 34. A question and an answer. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zun felt his vision blur. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The elderly man approached to examine him closely. It became evident that Chen Zun had sustained severe injuries and lost a considerable amount of blood. Furthermore, his anxiety regarding Zhao Lingyun's condition had exacerbated his distress, causing blood to rush to his head. Unbeknownst to him, the lack of sufficient blood flow led to his fainting spell. Having previously held on with sheer will, he could no longer withstand the toll. Recalling Chen Zun's earlier remarks, the elderly man directed his gaze toward Zhao Lingyun. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, his expression grew grave. Although Chen Zun bore numerous wounds, they paled in comparison to the plight of the young woman before him. She was engulfed in fever, her bones seemingly shattered, and her breath reduced to a faint whisper. Without prompt intervention, she was at a grave risk of death. The elderly man infused her with a layer of true essence to sustain her fragile vitality. Subsequently, he gathered both individuals and strode forward, his figure illuminated by a radiant blue light that encircled him. In an instant, they vanished from that place. With each step he took, the surroundings morphed into a blur, sometimes revealing lofty mountains, other times serene lake surfaces or bustling streets of the mortal realm. The Blood Luo sect had been eradicated for over a millennium, yet the resurgence of its remnants in the Central Plains hinted at a lurking conspiracy. Perhaps these two children held knowledge of something significant. "Brother, awaken! Save Yinner! Yinner!" In the depths of slumber, Chen Zun cried out, suddenly sitting upright, drenched in sweat, his countenance reflecting the remnants of terror. He had experienced a bizarre dream in which he witnessed Zhao Lingyun being slain by a shadowy figure. Only upon awakening did he realize it was merely a figment of his imagination. As his heart began to settle, Chen Zun wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a modest thatched hut, furnished with a bamboo bed upon which he lay, a rickety rocking chair, a mat, and a tea table adorned with a tea set. Aside from these, the space was stark and exceedingly simple. As he pondered his whereabouts, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his chest and limbs, causing him to wince in agony. In that moment, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. The image of Zhao Lingyun lying on the ground, her fate uncertain, surged vividly in his mind. "Where is Yinner?" Panic gripped Chen Zun's heart as he valiantly suppressed the pain coursing through his body, determined to rise and seek Zhao Lingyun. Awake now? At that instant, an elderly voice resonated from outside the hut. Chen Zun looked up to see a diminutive old man clad in blue, stepping inside. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face bore the marks of time, exuding a steady breath, though his eyes, filled with the weight of experience, appeared somewhat clouded. Chen Zun immediately recognized him as the elder who had arrived in time to rescue them both. Meeting Chen Zun's gaze, the old man kindly remarked, "I had thought you would be in slumber for 5 or 6 days given your severe injuries. Yet here you are awake after just 3. 3 days?" Chen Zun felt a jolt of astonishment wash over him. The elderly man approached the recliner, settled himself into it with a heavy thud, and began to rock gently, exhaling. "It has been 3 full days and nights." At that moment, Chen Zun could no longer remain composed. He eagerly inquired about Zhao Lingyun's whereabouts. "But what of my sister? Where is she?" After all, Zhao Lingyun had been in a dire state, and his concern for her well-being was profound. "You speak of that girl. She won't perish, but her condition is hardly favorable." Upon hearing the initial part of the statement, Chen Zun felt a slight relief, only to be gripped by anxiety at the latter half. "What has happened to her?" "You truly have an abundance of questions," the elder remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Zun. "I, an old man, saved the lives of you 2 little brats and invested considerable effort in your treatment. Yet you offer no words of gratitude, only concern for your precious sister." Chen Zun's face flushed with embarrassment at the elder's reprimand. Realizing he had neglected his manners, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, venerable sir, for saving my life. I would endure any hardship, toil endlessly, and brave fire and water without a hint of complaint, if only you could heal my sister." The elder, now sitting upright, appeared astonished. He produced a Lingxi pendant and inquired, "Is your surname Chen? Then how does this jade pendant come into your possession?" To his knowledge, the Lingxi pendant was a treasured heirloom of the Zhao family, so rare that even collateral descendants scarcely had the chance to see it. How could it possibly belong to someone of a different surname? "It was a relic of my sister's mother," Chen Zun replied candidly. "A relic?" The elder noted the significance of the term. His curiosity piqued. "Does your sister bear the surname Zhao?" "Indeed. Is her name Zhao Lingyun?" "How do you know this?" Chen Zun's expression mirrored his surprise. He had never mentioned his sister's name. How could the elder possess such knowledge? Was he perhaps gifted with prophetic abilities? How peculiar. The elder muttered, a look of realization dawning upon him. "I pondered how a mere child could suffer from such an enigmatic affliction that even I, a master of the highest order, could not comprehend. Surely, there exists no other case like it in the world besides Zhao's sole legitimate granddaughter. However, the fact that Zhao Lingyun, so dearly cherished by her family, had fled with an outsider and was being pursued by remnants of the blood Luo sect raised significant concerns. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he began to question Chen Zun further. "How did you come to know Zhao Lingyun? Enlighten this old man." Realizing the elder's intent to gain insight, Chen Zun contemplated for a moment. Given the elder's profound depth and the life-saving favor he had bestowed, he felt assured that the elder would not wish him harm. Otherwise, why would he have exerted such effort to rescue him? After all, for a high-ranking cultivator, there exist myriad means to extract information, such as soul-searching through violence. Making such inquiries seem unnecessary. Chen Zun diligently recalled the events and began recounting how he had met Zhao Lingyun and the harrowing circumstances of their escape. In truth, the duration of their acquaintance had not been extensive. From the moment he entrusted her to the dilapidated temple until now, merely a few months had elapsed. Thus, he recounted all that had transpired during this period with clarity and detail. The elderly predominantly remained silent, listening attentively, occasionally posing a question at a particular point. After Chen Zun provided an explanation, the elder would nod and then lapse back into silence. "Following my encounter with the dark shadow, I endured considerable torment, and it was only through your intervention that my sibling and I were ultimately rescued." Upon reaching this juncture, Chen Zun ceased to speak. The elder, aware of the remaining events without further elaboration, held the Lingxi pendant in one hand while stroking his beard with the other. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that the final words of that girl's mother entrusted you with the responsibility of delivering the Lingxi pendant to Tianluo? Chen Zun reflected on this and, upon confirming its accuracy, nodded in affirmation. The elder gazed deeply into Chen Zun's eyes and further probed. Did she utter anything else? Chen Zun shook his head and replied with certainty. "She instructed me solely to find Tianluo. She mentioned nothing else." Recalling the request made by Zhao Lingyun's mother, Chen Zun suddenly realized that this venerable elder, possessing vast knowledge and unfathomable cultivation, might indeed be acquainted with the disciples of Tianluo. With this thought in mind, Chen Zun's intellect sparked, prompting him to ask, "May I inquire about something, esteemed elder?" The elder turned his gaze towards him, patiently awaiting his words. "Do you happen to know anyone from Tianluo? If so, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in making an introduction, as I wish to fulfill the wishes of Yunner's mother. I suppose I am acquainted. However, an introduction is unnecessary," the elder replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression peculiar. Chen Zun was momentarily puzzled, unable to grasp the elder's meaning. Soon after, the elder unveiled the truth. "I am the current sect leader of Tianluo, Su Huayan." Chapter 35. The unbelievable twist. Are you truly the sect master of Tianluo sect? Indeed, without a doubt. Chen Zun's eyes widened as he gazed upon Su Huayan's face, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, an unexpected twist of fate. This was indeed luck beyond measure, a serendipitous blessing. Relieved, Chen Zun thought that he had exceeded the expectations of Zhao Lingyun's mother. If what you say holds true, then the Zhao family must be facing dire straits. However, given that the Zhao family resides within the protective domain of the Jiuxing sect, why has no news of their annihilation by the remnants of the Blood Luo sect surfaced? Even after all this time, Su Huayun caressed the Lingxi pendant, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. This indeed posed a perplexing question. Since the Central Plains were divided among 7 major sects and 3 imperial dynasties, the recognized sects must bear the duty of safeguarding their territories. The Zhao family, being a cultivation family with a refining spirit stage practitioner in their ranks, would undoubtedly cause a stir if they were to be wiped out overnight. It was baffling that no news had emerged over the past few months. Thus, the question lingered, was the Jiuxing sect negligent in its protective duties? Or was there some hidden truth regarding the Zhao family's fate that was being deliberately concealed? Despite these contemplations, Su Huayun remained unperturbed and shifted the conversation to another matter. Did you speak of the celestial fortune you obtained, referring to the legacy of the nameless cultivator within the cold mist cave? Chen Zun was taken aback. He had only mentioned it in passing and had not elaborated. Upon hearing Su Huayun raise the topic, he nodded, suddenly recalling something significant. He retrieved a black ring from his bosom. This humble one unexpectedly acquired this celestial fortune, but I am unaware of the identity of the predecessor who once possessed it. Might you recognize this storage ring? For many days, he had received a storage pouch from Mo Wu, rendering the need for additional storage space unnecessary. Thus, he had not claimed the ring for himself, but had diligently preserved it, hoping to one day return it to the nameless predecessor's kin. With a swift motion, Su Huayun reached out, and the ring flew from Chen Zun's grasp into his own. Gently stroking the ring, his gaze fixated on the 2 characters inscribed upon it, Huamu. His expression grew complex, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Could it be that the immortal recognizes the owner of this ring? Chen Zun asked, noticing Su Huayun's familiarity with the object, his heart lifting with anticipation. He is my senior brother, Li Huamu. Su Huayun's features were awash with nostalgia. And after a prolonged moment, he exhaled a heavy sigh, his emotions seemingly cast into a shadow. Chen Zun was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the legacy he had acquired belonged to the senior brother of the sect master of Tianyuan sect. If he were indeed Su Huayun's senior brother, how could he have met his end in the remote cold mist mountains? Su Huayun seemed to sense Chen Zun's confusion and explained, my senior brother has been a late-stage alchemist for centuries, yet due to a lack of fortuitous encounters, he has been unable to achieve a breakthrough. As his lifespan drew to a close, he ventured out to seek opportunities for advancement. But he has since vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. It was not until 200 years later, when the soul lamp left by the sect extinguished, that I surmised he had not succeeded in transcending the alchemical stage, ultimately succumbing to the end of his life. I am left wondering where he met his demise. Although his expression remained calm, the subtle fluctuations in his voice revealed his inner turmoil, indicating his discontent and his sense of lament. Cultivating immortality is inherently an act of defiance against fate. One either ascends to true immortality and gains eternal life, or faces death and dissipates into mere ashes. He lamented that his senior brother, Li Huamu, had dedicated over a millennium to diligent cultivation, only to have his dreams shattered in a moment, rendering all his efforts futile. What a daunting challenge it is to defy the heavens. The onlookers regarded Su Huayun's aged face, which bore a tranquil demeanor. Yet his words resonated with all the cultivators present, evoking a collective sense of sorrow. The atmosphere turned somber. Gu Mo Shi was well aware of the illustrious lineage of Tianyuan sect, recognizing that Li Huamu was once exceptionally gifted and brimming with ambition. It was unimaginable that he ultimately could not escape the fate of mortality. This brought to mind the skeletal remains discovered in the icy cave, stirring profound reflections within him, leading to a resigned sigh. Alas, life is fraught with difficulties, and to defy fate is even more challenging. Zhao Lingyun recalled Su Huayun's earnest expression. Child, This legacy of spiritual patterns is the sole inheritance of my senior brother, unmatched elsewhere in the world. It is a treasure to be cherished. Could it be that the Bai Shui sword technique originated from Li Huamu's relics? Yet, since it is unique and Chen Zun has already obtained it, whose legacy does she possess? Her thoughts briefly flickered to Chen Zun's ever-smiling and indulgent visage, leaving her expression quite intricate. Chen Zun, too, found himself affected by Su Huayun's melancholic sentiment. Su Huayun cast a glance and tossed the ring back to him, casually stating, "Since you have received my senior brother's ring, it signifies that you have inherited his legacy. This item is fated to be yours. Keep it, for it contains numerous resources that will aid you in mastering the Bai Shui sword technique. Thank you for your generous gift, immortal." Chen Zun promptly accepted the ring, yet he refrained from imprinting his soul mark upon it, thoughtfully storing it away. He still intended to reserve this item for Zhao Lingyun's use. Su Huayun waved his hand and reclined once more, languidly remarking, "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards my senior brother. You are fortunate, possessing exceptional spiritual roots. I trust that the Bai Shui sword technique will flourish in your hands." Upon hearing the mention of spiritual roots, Chen Zun recalled Mo Wu's assertion that Zhao Lingyun lacked them. Regardless of the situation, he could not bring himself to believe it, prompting him to inquire, "Immortal, please refrain from addressing me as immortal repetitively. It sounds rather awkward. Simply calling me old man would be preferable." Taken aback by Su Huayun's discontented tone, Chen Zun pondered for a moment before modifying his address. "Predecessor, what are my sister's spiritual roots? Is she capable of cultivation? The girl's situation is peculiar. How can one cultivate without a spiritual root?" Su Huayun casually replied, although he had mentally prepared himself for this. Hearing the same response from Su Huayun was still unbearable, causing his countenance to pale. He was reluctant to accept such a conclusion, his eyes glimmering with hope as he stubbornly inquired, "Senior, with your vast knowledge and experience, is there truly no method at all? What are you thinking?" Su Huayun retorted, fully aware of Chen Zun's contemplation, his irritation bubbling forth as he snorted. "It is exceedingly rare to find even 2 or 3 individuals with spiritual roots among 10,000. Without a spiritual root, it is utterly delusional for a mere mortal to aspire to cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chen Zun felt a wave of despondency wash over him. But then a sudden inspiration struck, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. What if we were to implant a spiritual root in her? Would that enable her to cultivate? He reasoned that since Zhao Lingyun lacked a spiritual root and thus could not practice any techniques, implanting one in her body would surely allow her to cultivate. The rocking chair came to a halt as Su Huayun stared incredulously at the naive youth before him, bemused by his unorthodox thought process. After a moment of contemplation, he broke into a wry smile and remarked, "In theory, it is possible, but to implant a spiritual root into a mere mortal is a feat as challenging as ascending to the heavens." Chapter 36. Atop the mountain what? The holy maiden of Tianyuan actually possesses no spiritual root. Outside the mirror, the assembly was astounded by the words of Su Huayun, the former leader of the Tianyuan sect. Although they had previously heard Mo Wu mention that Zhao Lingyun lacked a spiritual root, they had dismissed it, attributing it to his low cultivation level, which failed to reveal Zhao Lingyun's spiritual physique. However, Su Huayun, as the authoritative figure of the Tianyuan sect and one of the most esteemed cultivators in the Tianluo Continent, was known for his unwavering words. Thus, his declarations were undoubtedly credible, with no need to deceive Chen Zun. In the realm of cultivation, the truth is unequivocal. What is. What is not. Consequently, his statement was accepted as fact, and the crowd's gaze shifted toward Zhao Lingyun. It appeared that her ice-veined spiritual body was indeed connected to Chen Zun. Zhao Lingyun's delicate face, taut and slightly pale, remained silent as she bit her lip. Shen Ruoyan, filled with disdain, remarked, "It must be that Chen Zun transferred his own ice-veined spiritual body to her. How despicable! She shows no gratitude, instead repaying kindness with enmity." Other women began to contemplate this notion as well. Ling Tian stepped forward, asserting, Zhao Xinzi's ice vein spiritual body cannot simply be attributed to the demon lord's transfer, setting aside the feasibility of such a technique. No rational person would part with such a rare and exceptional spiritual physique. His words garnered widespread agreement. After all, the ice vein spiritual body was among the most exquisite and rare roots, capable of reaching elevated realms. Everyone present questioned whether they could be so magnanimous, particularly not someone like Chen Zun, who would ruthlessly harm even his closest master. Do you think Chen Zun is as selfish and self-serving as you? Shen Ruoyan retorted scornfully. If he were even a little selfish, he would not have ended up in such dire straits. Ling Tian remained unperturbed, disregarding Shen Ruoyan's mockery, and addressed Zhao Lingyun earnestly. Zhao Xinzi may lack a spiritual root, but it is impossible that the demon lord transferred his spiritual body to you. You must understand that as the head of a sect, Su Zongzhu possesses countless secret techniques, and, as a cultivator of the great ascension stage, he might have alternative means to grant you an ice vein spiritual body. Zhao Lingyun's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Perhaps her ice vein spiritual body truly had no connection to Chen Zun, but was solely the work of her master. Contemplating this possibility, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over her troubled heart. Observing Zhao Lingyun's expression, Shen Ruoyan recognized that she had been swayed by Ling Tian's words. With a cold laugh, she chose to remain silent. Is it possible for two ice vein spiritual bodies to emerge simultaneously in this world? That seems rather fortuitous. Others may believe it, but Shen Ruoyan would never accept such a notion. Upon hearing that a solution might exist, Chen Zun felt a surge of hope ignite within him. As long as there was a method, for Zhao Lingyun's sake, he would endeavor to pursue it, regardless of the difficulty. Eagerly, he inquired, "What is the method?" Su Huaiyun, amused and exasperated by the young man's enthusiasm, shot him a glare and, stroking his beard, replied, "You only catch half of what I say, don't you? Cultivating a spiritual root is no simple matter." He pondered for a moment, clicking his tongue, shaking his head, and exhaling a sigh. Rather than concerning oneself with the methods of nurturing spiritual roots, one ought to ponder whether this girl can endure. Chen Zun was suddenly roused by the old man's words. Indeed, after all this commotion, he remained oblivious to Zhao Lingyun's current condition, indulging instead in fanciful thoughts of the future. How is my sister faring? He silently chided himself for his foolishness, sensing an ominous undertone in the old man's words, and his expression shifted as anxiety took hold. Su Huaiyun offered no reply, merely advising him to focus on his recovery. Attend to your own well-being first. Your injuries are significant. Rest properly, and by tomorrow, you shall know. Having said this, the old man rose from his creaky rocking chair, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode outside. Chen Zun had not seen Zhao Lingyun that day, which left him unnerved. Upon witnessing Su Huaiyun's reticence to share more, his heart raced. How could he find peace of mind? He strained to rise. Hiss! As he lifted his legs, pain shot through his wounds, rendering him unable to stand. Nevertheless, he persisted in attempting to maneuver his weakened limbs to leave the bed. You are told to rest, yet you refuse to heed my advice and insist on enduring this suffering. Su Huaiyun, with a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, compelled Chen Zun back down. Observing Chen Zun's stubborn determination to rise, he could not help but admire the boy's tenacity, likening him to a bull, utterly unyielding. Yet, he found this quality endearing. Perhaps moved by Chen Zun's fervent concern for his sister, he spoke softly. I do not permit you to see her at this moment because her condition is precarious, and she is undergoing urgent treatment, free from any disturbances. Should you insist on going, you would only cause her harm. Upon hearing Su Huaiyun's words, Chen Zun paused, bewildered by the old man's meaning. Before he could respond, Su Huaiyun had already exited the thatched cottage. Though deeply worried about Zhao Lingyun's plight, Chen Zun could discern from the old man's demeanor that he was not jesting, prompting him to abandon his intention to rise. Gazing at the empty cottage, a shadow of worry crossed his face. Alas, it seems I must wait another day. Ultimately, he forcefully suppressed his longing, laboriously crossing his legs to meditate. If he could not assist her, he ought to focus on healing his own wounds. The scene shifted, and time sped by. A day had passed. Back in the same cottage, Chen Zun gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. His complexion had regained some color, no longer the pallid hue of the previous days. A full day and night of meditative healing had yielded its rewards. He lowered his gaze to assess his body, moving his limbs and discovering that the pain had lessened significantly. He could rise and walk with little difficulty. Standing up, Chen Zun stretched, the joints of his body cracking as he relaxed. At the entrance of the cottage stood Shen Ruoyan, clad in azure, with hair and beard as white as snow, having appeared unbeknownst to him. As his consciousness scanned Chen Zun, surprise flickered across his face. This lad is recovering rather swiftly. Even better than I'd anticipated, I underestimated him. Quietly intrigued, he acknowledged the rarity of the ice pulse spiritual body. Senior, Chen Zun greeted. Chen Zun was unsure of his arrival time. He straightened his attire and promptly bowed in greeting. It seems you have made a commendable recovery. Shen Ruoyan acknowledged with a nod, foregoing further pleasantries as he turned to leave. Then follow me. Without hesitation, Chen Zun fell and stepped behind him. Upon exiting the thatched cottage, the scenery unfolded before his eyes, leaving him momentarily astounded. The cottage was perched atop a towering mountain, remarkably devoid of vegetation. Apart from the oddly shaped stones surrounding it, there were no trees or flowers, not even a trace of moss. As he gazed outward, he beheld an endless expanse of distant mountains, while closer to him, 7 diminutive hills encircled the area. Fluffy clouds floated nearby, seemingly within reach. To stand atop the pinnacle, surveying the lesser peaks. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Shen Ruoyan's voice jolted Chen Zun from his reverie, prompting him to hasten his pace. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the absence of any other structures. Just as he contemplated inquiring about Zhao Lingyun's whereabouts, an elderly figure grasped the nape of his garment, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick, and in a swift motion, vanished from the mountaintop. Once again, the miraculous ability to traverse distances in an instant was displayed. Goodness, this is indeed the realm of Mingyuan Mountain we currently inhabit. Outside the mirror, upon witnessing the scene within, someone recognized the mountain and suddenly exclaimed in shock. For they were situated in the Tianxu Palace, which was constructed on the mountainside of Mingyuan, while the previous image depicted the summit of the very same mountain. Chapter 37. The resurgence of malevolent energy. Zhao Lingyun's expression transformed dramatically. Although she had visited the Tianxu Palace countless times, she had never ascended to the summit of Mingyuan Mountain, nor was she aware of the thatched cottage constructed by her master. Furthermore, her master had never mentioned that Mingyuan Mountain was a place he had once inhabited. What perplexed her the most was that Chen Zun, having committed the heinous act of slaying his master and betraying the Tianyuanzong, had established the Tianxu Palace based on Mingyuan Mountain. At the time, she merely considered it a case of him setting up his own faction without giving it much thought. In retrospect, however, the circumstances seemed rather suspicious. At this moment, someone speculated, the demon lord possesses a heart of malice. After murdering his master, he seized Mingyuan Mountain, usurping his mentor's sanctuary. Such actions are truly despicable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingyun found the reasoning quite logical, believing that Chen Zun had succumbed to madness, capable of any atrocity, even the murder of his own master. Unexpectedly, the elder Gu from Qingqiu shook his head repeatedly, countering, though Mingyuan Mountain is one of the rare peaks of the Tianluo Continent, it is devoid of spiritual energy, barren even of grass. We cultivators would avoid this desolate place. What use is there in occupying such a wretched site? For those who practice cultivation, a cave dwelling must be a land rich in spiritual energy to facilitate their progress. Thus, to seize this location is not an act of wisdom, but one of folly. Perhaps he covets the treasures left here by sect, Master Su? This retort left the speaker's face a mix of green and white, and he stubbornly replied. The comment elicited laughter from the crowd. Is there any sign of treasure in such a desolate place? Not even a bird would relieve itself here. One might as well dig through the mountain and be unlikely to find even half a tael of iron. Moreover, the items within that cottage show no signs of spiritual brilliance or treasure radiance. they are entirely ordinary. Such forced interpretations only serve to provoke laughter. The speaker, realizing he had made a fool of himself, felt a rush of embarrassment, his face reddening as he mumbled incoherently, unable to utter a single word. There was indeed some truth in the elder's words. Just then, the elder goose spoke again, piquing the curiosity of the crowd as they turned their attention to him. Eager for more, Elder Goose seemed unaware that he had become the center of attention, pondering for a moment before uncertainly stating, "In my youth, I acquired an ancient manuscript that recorded that, eons ago, before the Great Calamity, Mingyuan Mountain was the most prestigious blessed land in the Tianluo Continent, teeming with countless cultivators and radiating treasure light visible for miles. However, for reasons unknown, it transformed into a stone mountain overnight, leading ancient cultivators to abandon the area. Due to the lack of literature and historical records, the reasons behind this transformation remain a mystery." Upon hearing this, someone suddenly recalled that everyone had gathered here in pursuit of the path to ascension, and that this place had once been a sanctuary of the immortals a millennium ago. When these two strands of thought intertwined, everything began to make sense. Moreover, after Chen Zun established the Tianxu Palace, his cultivation had surged dramatically, reaching the late stage of great ascendance. With this realization, some began to entertain ideas of their own, deciding to thoroughly search the area, hopeful of uncovering treasures concealed by cultivators from a millennium past. Zhao Lingyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she grasped this connection. However, her immediate concern remained the whereabouts her master had designated for her. Chen Zun was seized by Zhao Lingyun by the nape, and the scenery before him blurred, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. The spatial compression technique of a great ascension stage cultivator was an overwhelming force for a novice like him. Without Zhao Lingyun's support, he would likely have been torn apart within the fabric of space. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they materialized deep underground, as if the space itself rippled like the surface of water. Zhao Lingyun withdrew his hand and said calmly, "We have arrived." Still feeling somewhat lightheaded, Chen Zun shook his head upon hearing the aged voice, biting his tongue to jolt his senses awake. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an immense subterranean cavern, illuminated by twinkling luminescent stones that revealed the environment clearly. At the center of the cavern lay a protruding white stone bed, emanating a chilling aura that even his golden core cultivation could not withstand, making him feel as though he were trapped in an extreme frost. Soon, Chen Zun's gaze sharpened as he discerned a figure lying upon the stone bed. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the long-missed Zhao Lingyun. "Yinner." Chen Zun's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, rushing toward her. However, Zhao Lingyun grasped his arm and admonished, "There is a formation maintaining her life force. Do not approach." Chen Zun halted in his tracks and, upon further inspection, noticed that the ground was covered with azure tiles inscribed with bizarre characters, from which white light flowed and infused into the stone bed. Despite stopping, he stole another glance at Zhao Lingyun, who lay there with tightly shut eyes, her face mottled with blue and purple, her body flushed red, yet shrouded in a dense white mist. What has happened to Yinner? Chen Zun's mind spiraled into chaos as he cried out in despair. "Quiet. She's not dead," Zhao Lingyun chastised, tapping him lightly on the head. Ignoring the pain, Chen Zun turned and urgently asked, "Elder, why is my sister in this state?" It was no wonder he was distressed, having not seen her for several days. He was filled with worry, believing that even in dire circumstances, she would at least be lively. Yet, this scene was far from what he had anticipated. Their reunion brought forth not joy, but the stark reality of her precarious condition. "Her situation is quite grave," Zhao Lingyun said with an exceedingly serious expression, causing Chen Zun's heart to plummet. He continued, "This girl has always suffered from innate heat poison. Previously, she relied on the protective spiritual energy of her elders to survive. But without further care, the poison has resurfaced. It is unfortunate that those reckless young ones from the Mo family have caused her significant harm, consuming her vitality to suppress the poison. After being kicked by the nefarious members of the Blood Luo sect, her condition has deteriorated to this extent." Zhao Lingyun's face was filled with profound lamentation, reflecting on Zhao Lingyun's unfortunate fate at such a tender age. That cursed heat poison. Chen Zun's face paled, his spirit draining as he felt an intense resentment towards the relentless affliction that plagued her. At this moment, his cultivation was still shallow, and his experiences were limited, leaving him at a loss for solutions. He implored Su Huayun, Sr., as the esteemed leader of the Tianyuan sect and possessing profound cultivation, I, the foolish Meng Lang, beseech you to save her. Upon uttering these words, he attempted to kneel in reverence. What are you doing? Su Huayun's countenance darkened, and with a mere gesture, he prevented Chen Zun from kneeling, regardless of how much effort he exerted. A man should not bow his knees lightly. To kneel before the heavens, the earth, and one's parents is a solemn act. And how could he become a spineless wretch who kneels to plead? Seeing the fierce glint in Su Huayun's eyes, coupled with a hint of disappointment, as if he were reproaching him for his foolishness, Chen Zun thought little of it, assuming he was unwilling to help. Yet, who could fathom that this proud man had never once bent his knees since he could remember? Were it not for the desire to save Zhao Lingyun, he would never demean himself in such a manner. Chapter 38. Innate evil fire outside the mirror. Who could have imagined that the demon lord was also a man of frailty? As the crowd observed Chen Zun about to kneel in desperation, the stark contrast between his current state and the aloof, imperious image of the heavenly void god emperor was indeed striking. Some could not help but voice their mockery. Upon hearing this, Shen Ruoyan shot a fierce glare at the speaker and defended Chen Zun, saying, "Open your eyes and see, even in such a state. Chen Zun has not begged you for help. If it weren't for that troublemaker Zhao Lingyun, he would not have humiliated himself repeatedly in his pleas." The crowd nodded in agreement. Though Shen Ruoyan was protective, her words held truth. Even when the demon lord was gravely injured and on the brink of death, he had never resorted to begging for his life. Aware that Shen Ruoyan's words were meant to sting, Zhao Lingyun refrained from retorting, her face flushing as she bit her lip, gazing into the mirror at the anxious youth, her expression becoming increasingly complex. It was indeed absurd. She had once begged for help multiple times for her own salvation, yet later she had not mentioned it at all, leaving her trapped in the icy cavern for millennia, wishing to bring about her demise. The memory of that frigid ice cave sent an involuntary shiver through her. Zhao Lingyun's gaze grew noticeably colder, recalling her own desperation, having repeatedly sought help only to be misunderstood by the old man. Chen Zun felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness wash over him. Yet, in comparison to his sister's life, what did his own dignity amount to? He assumed that Su Huayun was scolding him for not wanting to save Zhao Lingyun. But he could not defend himself, nearly beside himself with anxiety as tears streamed down his face. If the old man truly did not wish to save her, why would he spend days painstakingly piecing together this girl whose bones were shattered? Seeing Chen Zun in such despair, Su Huayun was deeply moved by his concern for Zhao Lingyun, akin to that of a protective brother. He reassured him, in the short term, "Your precious sister will not perish. You need not worry." Chen Zun managed to halt his tears, yet the worry in his eyes remained profound, unable to find solace. The heat poison could not be ignored, and he reasoned that since Su Huayun could preserve Zhao Lingyun's life, surely there must be a remedy for the heat poison as well. He inquired, "Senior, is there any way to completely eradicate the heat poison from my sister? I know your knowledge is vast, and you must possess some methods. If it were that easy to remove the heat poison, her family's elders would have resolved it long ago, instead of allowing it to linger until now," Su Huayun retorted, shaking his head. However, Chen Zun's spirits lifted. The difficulty of removal suggested that there was indeed a solution. He eagerly asked, "So there's a way?" Su Huayun regarded Chen Zun with surprise. The youth's perceptiveness was impressive, deducing from his words that a solution existed, indicating a sharp mind. After a moment of contemplation, Su Huayun slowly replied, "There is certainly a method, but it is exceedingly demanding." Upon hearing that a remedy was indeed possible, Chen Zun's eyes brightened. He declared earnestly, "No matter how demanding it may be, as long as it can save my sister, I am willing to traverse heaven and earth." The audacity of a mere core formation cultivator to make such bold claims was indeed laughable. Su Huaiyun could not help but tease Chen Zun for his bravado. Observing the expression on the young man's face, it was clear he spoke with sincerity. He retracted his previous disdainful demeanor and, without reservation, divulged the method. The approach was not particularly complex. This feverish poison was, in fact, a rare form of innate energy, the very essence of the Tao, albeit excessively potent. While still in the womb, the girl was too frail to absorb it, gradually leading to the formation of a malignant, innate fire that devastated her bodily foundations. Now, if someone were willing to embrace this innate malignant fire, the toxic heat could be extracted. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zun nodded affirmatively, declaring his readiness to be the one to receive the malignant fire. He was willing to endure any hardship if it meant alleviating Zhao Lingyun's suffering. Not heavy. Su Huaiyun sculpt. Do you truly understand what this malignant fire entails? It is exceedingly treacherous, its onset akin to being immersed in a boiling cauldron. The agony penetrates to the very marrow. Even someone of my cultivation level regards it with trepidation, daring not to approach it lightly. Su Huaiyun chuckled derisively at the audacity of this ignorant youth. After appraising Chen Zun, he disdainfully remarked, "Even if you wish to accept the malignant fire, you're grossly unqualified. One must possess at least the cultivation of the spirit refinement stage to even attempt such a feat otherwise. The moment the malignant fire enters your body, your fragile form will be reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, Chen Zun's pupils constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. Outside the mirror, the crowd was taken aback. Even those in the Great Ascension stage held a profound fear of the malignant fire, affirming its formidable nature. Realizing the peril Zhao Lingyun faced, their expressions shifted dramatically. Observing the Lord of Demons' demeanor, it seemed he was genuinely frightened. He repeatedly professed his willingness to sacrifice everything for his sister, yet his heart did not align with his words. Such selflessness is a rarity in this world. Ye Xiyu regarded the silent Chen Zun with a cold, disdainful gaze. Would you be willing in his position? Zhang Fei, unable to tolerate Ye Xiyu's harshness, boldly interjected. This matter does not concern me, so I would not be inclined. Ye Xiyu recognized the two brothers, Guan and Zhang, whose combined prowess could challenge even those in the Great Ascension stage. She had no desire to provoke them. However, her animosity towards Chen Zun led her to perceive his every action as calculated. She continued, "You have heard Su Zongzhu's words. The malignant fire is exceedingly fierce. Regardless of whether the Lord of Demons is willing, he simply does not meet the criteria." The crowd nodded in agreement. Even if the Lord of Demons wished to proceed, he could not fulfill Su Huaiyun's demands. The Holy Maiden of Tianyuan is currently in good health, which surely implies that someone has sacrificed themselves to accept the innate malignant fire. Perhaps it was even Su Zongzhu himself. Gu Mo interjected. Shen Ruoyan, unaware of the context, opened her mouth but found herself unable to counter this assertion. Master Zhao Lingyun, upon hearing their deliberations, felt that aside from Su Huaiyun, no one else met the necessary qualifications. This thought rekindled her resentment towards Chen Zun. Within the mirror, Chen Zun was aware of the danger of enduring the innate malignant fire, yet he remained resolute. However, upon realizing the necessity of reaching the spirit refinement stage, he gazed at the small figure resting on the stone bed, his expression tinged with melancholy. After a considerable pause, he spoke with unwavering determination. "Grant me a period for cultivation. Once I meet the requisite conditions for the spirit refinement stage, I shall become the one to bear the wicked flames." Su Huaiyun gazed at him, astonished, and then found himself both moved and amused. He had anticipated that this young man would agree to save Zhao Lingyun, yet he could not help but perceive a certain naive audacity in his words, reminiscent of an untried calf unafraid of tigers. Cultivation is akin to navigating against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. In pursuit of longevity, who does not exert themselves in relentless endeavor? However, the path of immortality is not solely paved with effort. Countless diligent cultivators exist, yet only a scant few possess true mastery, for sheer diligence cannot compensate for innate deficiencies. Take, for instance, his senior brother, Li Huamu, after nearly a millennium of cultivation, barely reached the latter stages of spirit refinement, ultimately failing to break through and meeting his end within the desolate depths of Hanmang Mountain. Su Huaiyun acknowledged Chen Zun's remarkable talent. Given time, the spirit refinement stage would pose no challenge for him. Yet, what he lacked most at present was time. Su Huaiyun sighed softly, his voice tinged with melancholy. You may take your time to cultivate, but this girl cannot. Her internal balance is already compromised, and she has but 5 years left to live. Chapter 39. Can I achieve this? Zhao Lingyun can only live for 5 years. Chen Zun's pupils constricted sharply. This was an unforeseen revelation. He was currently at the core formation stage. With the next step, the nascent soul stage, lying ahead before he could even aspire to reach the spirit refinement stage. Despite his exceptional talent, achieving such a monumental leap in merely 5 years was utterly implausible. Su Huaiyun shared a similar sentiment, remarking, her condition is exceedingly dire. Once she departs from the cold jade bed, the innate evil fire will incinerate her instantly. She cannot wait for you to reach the spirit refinement stage. Outside the mirror, the innate evil fire indeed possessed a sinister nature, requiring the cold jade bed to maintain the balance of the celestial maideness body. It is worth noting that this treasure is one of the 3 paramount artifacts of the celestial origin sect. Thus, it is no surprise that only practitioners at the spirit refinement stage can withstand its power. The prospect of transitioning from core formation to spirit refinement in 5 years is entirely unfeasible, solidifying my conviction that the one who can endure the innate evil fire is certainly not the demon lord. Who else could it be but Sect Master Su? The celestial maiden is indeed fortunate to have such a remarkable master. One must envy her. Upon hearing Su Huaiyun's words, the gathered cultivators engaged in animated discussion. As previously stated, traversing 3 major realms within 5 years is a task beyond reach. Therefore, it is clear that even if Chen Zun were willing to be that person, it would be impossible. Ye Xiyu cast a glance at Zhao Lingyun, cautioning, Celestial Maiden, you have heard that this villain is not the one who can bear your innate evil fire. Thus, your life-saving grace is entirely unrelated to him. The one who risks everything to save you is only Sect Master Su. He is the mastermind behind Sect Master Su's demise and your enemy. Do not allow confusion to cloud your judgment at such a critical moment. Ye Xiyu feared that Zhao Lingyun might recall the numerous instances where Chen Zun had saved her, leading to her fluctuating expressions in public and potentially softening her heart towards him. Indeed, the one who saved me is my master. He killed my master. Thus he is my adversary. Zhao Lingyun, prompted by others, came to this realization, her heart growing firmer, erasing any lingering guilt she harbored towards Chen Zun. However, she found Ye Xiyu's audacity excessive. Why should she, a junior, be lectured by her? With this thought, Zhao Lingyun's gaze turned icy. She let out a disdainful hum and intentionally glanced at Chen Zun before addressing Ye Xiyu, saying, how could I forget the enmity of my master's murder? As for you, being his cherished disciple, I fear you may hesitate when the moment comes to act. There is no need for your veiled sarcasm here. My accomplishments today are indeed intertwined with his influence. Yet had he not slain my entire family, would I have acknowledged a thief as my master for all these years? Ye Xiyu understood Zhao Lingyun was insinuating their master-disciple relationship, causing her expression to darken. She cast a cold glance at the unconscious Chen Zun, bitterness lacing her voice as she declared, I only wish I could personally deliver his demise. 1,000 cuts and a shattered body would not suffice to alleviate my hatred. That is understood. Though their relationship was not particularly amicable, Zhao Lingyun, also a victim, did not wish to harbor enmity with Ye Xiyu. After a brief reply, she turned her head away. Shen Ruoyan stood at a distance, coldly observing the 2 women who shared a close bond with Chen Zun as they openly declared their intent to slay him before the gathered crowd. The absurdity of their words struck her as laughable, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow at the thought that, were Chen Zun still conscious to hear such sentiments, it would undoubtedly wound him deeply. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. Chen Zun, oh Chen Zun, for the sake of such individuals, you have invested so much effort. In the end, they harbor a profound hatred for you. Was it all worth it? Within the confines of the mirror, Zhao Lingyun observed Chen Zun, who remained silent, his head bowed low. Assuming he had given up, he let out a quiet sigh, acknowledging his own impotence. While there was no shortage of god refinement practitioners he could summon at will, the innate sinister fire was far too perilous. A single misstep could lead to the demise of both individuals involved. Setting aside the willingness of others, he himself could not consent to such a gamble. Cultivating a practitioner of the god refinement stage was an arduous task, consuming immeasurable resources and dedication, merely to exchange the life of an ordinary mortal who could not cultivate. It was an unwise transaction. As a leader of a sect, Zhao Lingyun was compelled to prioritize the interests of the clan. Moreover, regarding the request from Zhao Lingyun's mother to safeguard the Lingxi pendant, he had long surmised that it was not only an appeal for the Tianyuan sect to investigate the murderers of the Zhao family, but also an attempt to use the pendant as leverage to save her daughter's life. The Lingxi pendant held numerous potent applications. However, after careful consideration of the intricacies and benefits involved, despite its undeniable power, Zhao Lingyun remained reluctant to engage in such a deal. At worst, he could return it to Zhao Lingyun later. Resolving within himself not to rescue Zhao Lingyun, he sought to console Chen Zun, fearing for his feelings. Take it easy. This is not a reflection of your inadequacy, but rather this girl's fate. There is no need for guilt. You've already done what you ought to do. Even if she awakens, she will most likely not blame you. I can do it. A youthful voice rang out, not particularly loud, yet imbued with unwavering determination. As long as you believe you can, it's really not such a big deal. What did you say? The old man's murmurs of comfort fell silent as he suddenly noticed the brightness in Chen Zun's eyes, which had lifted his gaze to meet his own, resolutely echoing the earlier words. In 5 years, I can achieve it. For a moment, Zhao Lingyun found himself at a loss for words. Outside the mirror, laughter erupted. Haha, this is hilarious. Truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. If he can ascend from the core formation stage to the god refinement stage in 5 years, I will perform a handstand and consume my own excrement in front of everyone. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of laughter at Chen Zun's declaration of achieving the god refinement stage within 5 years, the atmosphere transforming into one of merriment. Some even began to place bets and jest. The air was thick with a sense of joviality. Zhao Lingyun and her companions could not bear to hear such nonsensical words. Frowning in disapproval, yet they each found themselves in agreement with the absurdity of the situation. Han Eugene shook her head with a smile and remarked, "Having known him for many years, I have never heard such absurd words from him. Truly, he is both arrogant and ignorant." Few in attendance shared a smile. Among them was Shen Ruoyan, who was filled with indignation upon witnessing the group mercilessly mock and humiliate Chen Zun. She understood that what they spoke of was nearly unattainable. Yet for the sake of her beloved, she resolved to uphold Chen Zun's dignity and could not restrain her anger, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? Just because you cannot achieve it, does that mean he is incapable? The ice vein spirit body is formidable. It is entirely reasonable for him to traverse several realms in 5 years." At that moment, Zhao Lingyun rekindled her animosity towards Chen Zun and consequently directed her disdain towards Shen Ruoyan, sneering, "You too are a cultivator, though our paths may differ. We ultimately seek the same destination. How could he possibly achieve such feats? I suspect he is merely trying to curry favor with our master." In an instant, she recalled how her master often chastised her for her immaturity and short-sightedness, implying that she lacked the lofty aspirations and determination of her elder brother, Chen Zun. When her master was alive, she merely found it bothersome and did not dare to retort. However, now, blinded by prejudice, she believed Chen Zun was merely posturing to gain her master's approval, dragging her down with his training. Chapter 40. With great effort at such a tender age. Possessing the cunning to discern and cater to their master's preferences is indeed the hallmark of a born miscreant. Zhao Lingyun's hatred for Chen Zun reignited, and her disdain was unrelenting. You! Shen Ruoyan's face flushed with indignation. Her teeth clenched as she struggled to articulate her outrage, momentarily at a loss for words due to her overwhelming fury. Shun Demonis, I understand your fervent defense of him, but in the millennium-long history of the Tianluo Continent, there has never been a figure who transcended 3 major realms in just 5 years. The Demon Lord may not be seeking to please Su Zongzhu, yet such naivety is excessive. At this critical juncture, it was the elderly Gu who imparted a notably reasonable observation. His Qingqiu Pavilion meticulously chronicled the lives of various prodigies throughout Tianluo's history, none of whom achieved the extraordinary feat of spanning 3 major realms within 5 years. Thus, his assertion was imbued with confidence that Chen Zun could not possibly accomplish such a task. Though Shen Ruoyan yearned to defend Chen Zun further, her voice could not rival the chorus of public opinion, and in a fit of pique, she declared, "Believe what you will. I, for one, hold steadfast in my faith." Her affection transcended all. The man she cherished, Shen Ruoyan believed, was a paragon of integrity, whose word was as good as gold, and whose actions were always resolute. Even the vow to end her life had been one he fulfilled. Reflecting on this, a bittersweet smile tugged at her lips. Within the mirror, gazing upon the earnest expression of the young lad before him, Su Huaiyun could not bear to further diminish his confidence. It is only through traversing the arduous path that one truly comprehends its challenges. Moreover, the youthful exuberance and ambitious aspirations he exhibited were indeed commendable traits of a man. For this alone, Su Huaiyun held him in high regard. Furthermore, with Chen Zun possessing the ice-veined spirit body, coupled with the Lingxi pendant and the frigid ice cavern, there was indeed a possibility of success. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Huaiyun meticulously considered every aspect and gazed steadily at Chen Zun, slowly articulating, "Do you truly possess such resolve?" "You can achieve it," Chen Zun affirmed, casting a glance at the cold jade bed and nodding vigorously. For his sister's life, he was determined to succeed. "Ha! Since you harbor such confidence, I shall guard her for 5 years, regardless of your success or failure. You, my apprentice, are as good as accepted." Su Huaiyun laughed heartily, promising to take him as his disciple. Upon hearing this, the onlookers outside the mirror cried out in protest against Chen Zun's acceptance as a disciple, with Zhao Lingyun glaring furiously. Regrettably, Su Huaiyun could not hear the voices beyond the mirror. Now that he had resolved to take Chen Zun as his apprentice, he considered him akin to family. He produced the Lingxi pendant and, with a mysterious smile, inquired, "Do you know why this girl's mother instructed you to bring the Lingxi pendant to seek out the Tianyuan Zong?" Chen Zun shook his head. He recognized the pendant as a precious artifact, yet its significance eluded him. "Allow me to enlighten you on the origins and marvelous uses of the Lingxi pendant," the elder offered. The spectators beyond the mirror were equally intrigued. Holding their breath and straining to listen, Su Huaiyun narrowed his eyes and began, "This Lingxi pendant is, in fact, a celestial treasure that has fallen from the upper realm to this world." Outside the mirror, celestial treasure. Did I hear that correctly? The upper realm. What manner of place is that? Boom. Su Huaiyun's revelation astonished all present. Zhao Lingyun, Ye Xiyu, Ji Yanwu, Han Eugene, and the great demon king of Daze, Qingqiu Ya, exhibited grave expressions. Meanwhile, Ling Tan, who had been an unnoticed presence, felt a flicker of resentment in his eyes, though he remained silent. The term immortal treasure holds profound significance. It pertains to artifacts of true celestial caliber. The foremost treasures of Tianluo Continent have yet to reach the immortal tier. This is not due to ignorance. Rather, it is because, for millennia, there have been no credible accounts of immortals. Presently, the entity closest to such existence on Tianluo Continent is Chen Zun, rumored to have attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Should the words of sect master Su prove accurate, then immortals are not mere legends, but tangible beings. Contemplating this, the hearts of the gathered began to quicken with anticipation. Someone had a thought and discreetly glanced at Zhao Lingyun. If their observation was correct, the Lingxi pendant currently resided with her. The upper realm, could it be? The leader of the Qingqiu Pavilion, Gamosi, murmured to himself, suddenly filled with excitement. His eyes widened, and his weariness vanished. Even the slight deafness in his ears seemed to dissipate. He dared not breathe or blink. fearing he might disturb Su Huayun within the mirror and miss something vital. Inside the mirror, Chen Zun appeared bewildered. Immortal treasure? He questioned. Indeed, it is an artifact of the immortals, Su Huayun vaguely replied, continuing to elaborate on the origins of the Lingxi pendant. The ancestors of the Zhao clan had once possessed a practitioner of the forgetting self phase who ventured into the endless abyss and fortuitously acquired this treasure, which had always been regarded as the family's most profound secret. However, there is no wall so impenetrable that secrets cannot seep through. More than a century ago, a member of the Zhao family, inebriated, inadvertently disclosed this information. I learned of it from others, and 50 years ago, I personally sought to observe it. At that time, the Zhao family's youth was none other than this girl's grandfather, who clearly stated that although this item was an immortal artifact, over the years, it had gradually lost its spiritual essence, yielding less than a tenth of its original efficacy. Compared to the finest treasures of various sects, it paled significantly, leading to my disappointment. Until this girl was born, her father approached me, seeking to borrow the Lingxi pendant for 10 years as a price for me to help her expel her innate evil fire. Alas, the Lingxi pendant proved useless to me. I took pity on her and mentioned the need for a refining practitioner to endure the evil fire, but the Zhao family had long since declined, with only her grandfather remaining as a practitioner in the refining stage, rendering any risk untenable. I shared some methods to suppress the evil fire and departed without requesting the Lingxi pendant. Chen Zun, still perplexed, instinctively inquired, why did her mother instruct me to bring the Lingxi pendant to find Tianyuanzong? What else could it be for, if not for this girl? At this point, Su Huayun regarded Chen Zun as his disciple, revealing the matter plainly. The Zhao family, having kept their treasured secret under wraps, faced consequences when the information leaked. The phrase possessing a precious gem brings peril rings true. Coupled with the decline of the Zhao family, it inevitably attracted malevolent individuals coveting this item, leading to the Zhao family's tragic demise overnight, which was undoubtedly linked to this artifact. Her mother, having narrowly escaped, found herself pursued by formidable foes. Aware of the inevitability of her demise, she thought of me. As the foremost sect of righteousness, it is my duty to rectify injustices and to punish the wicked. The Lingxi pendant, which she bore, signaled to me that the Zhao family was facing extermination. She sought my aid in identifying the perpetrator behind this atrocity to vindicate her family. This was one motive. Furthermore, even if my sect could not unveil the culprit, the girl, by bringing the Lingxi pendant to my sect, intended to exchange it for our protection, hoping to preserve the last remnants of the Zhao lineage. It was clear that if the innate malevolent fire was not eradicated, her lifespan would not exceed 20 years. Thus, her mother offered the Lingxi pendant in a desperate bid for her daughter's survival, hoping I could summon a practitioner from our sect to assist in alleviating her innate malevolent fire. This was the primary reason. At this point, Su Huayun was filled with emotion, recognizing the lengths to which this girl's parents had gone for her sake. Chapter 41. The frigid land. The crowd felt a tinge of disappointment as Su Huayun refrained from elaborating on the exquisite utility of the Lingxi pendant. However, witnessing his ability to deduce so much from a mere piece of jade was indeed an eye-opener. They marveled at Su Huayun's seasoned wisdom and unique insights. To become a leader of a sect, one must possess not only strength but also an exceptional vision that sets them apart as a true paragon among peers. Zhao Lingyun, her heart swelling with emotion, was deeply moved. Although she had forgotten much of her past before the age of 10, the stories relayed by her master stirred a melancholy within her. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to avenge the massacre of the Zhao family. Yet she found herself unable to pinpoint the whereabouts of her enemies. In that moment, a profound sense of regret washed over her. Once this matter reached a conclusion, she vowed to uncover the truth behind her family's tragic fate. As Zhao Lingyun contemplated this, she suppressed her rising anger and continued to listen intently. Within the mirror, Chen Zun listened in awe as the elder's analysis unfolded with remarkable depth, interlinking elements in a manner that was both logical and insightful. At that moment, he heard Su Huayun lament, though I had sent a message to the leader of the Jiuxing sect a few days ago. stating that the Zhao family's plight is connected to the remnants of the Blood Luo sect. He merely responded that he is dispatching someone to investigate. Further details will be relayed to the various sects once the situation clarifies. Since the Zhao family resides within the jurisdiction of the Jiuxing sect, our Tianyuanzong cannot intervene, leaving us to watch from the sidelines. Hearing this, Chen Zun recalled the shadowy figures pursuing them and felt a surge of anger, silently committing this matter to memory. Look at me, rambling on like an old man. Why am I burdening you with such details? Su Huayun, aware of his verbosity, self-deprecatingly shifted the topic back, saying, to return to the matter at hand, if you wish to rescue this girl, then regardless of the outcome, the Lingxi pendant should rightfully belong to you. With that, he extended the jade pendant towards Chen Zun. However, Chen Zun repeatedly shook his head, unwilling to accept it. I save her because she is my sister. It is my duty as her brother, both morally and personally. I cannot take the Lingxi pendant. It is a family heirloom of Zhao Lingyun, a memento of her mother. How could I possibly seize my sister's belongings? Su Huayun, fully aware of Chen Zun's sentiments, stated plainly, if you aspire to cultivate to the refinement spirit stage within 5 years, this object will serve as a significant aid. With it, your training will be greatly expedited. Without its assistance, success will be elusive. Upon hearing that it would aid in his cultivation, Chen Zun accepted the pendant, albeit with considerable confusion. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, what precisely does the Lingxi pendant do? It possesses multifaceted capabilities, Su Huayun explained. This pendant not only calms the spirit and stabilizes the soul, facilitating the concealment of one's presence, proactive defense, and the dispelling of distracting thoughts, but most importantly, it gathers spiritual energy in one place, substantially aiding in cultivation. It is thanks to this artifact that the Zhao family has consistently produced high-ranking cultivators. Is it truly capable of gathering spiritual energy? Chen Zun suddenly grasped the significance of the Lingxi pendant, realizing why the Zhao family had been annihilated overnight upon its revelation. In the realm of cultivation, treasures abound in myriad forms, predominantly as offensive weapons, while auxiliary artifacts are scarce. After all, weapons serve merely for self-defense, yet all cultivators aspire to achieve greater mastery. Any artifact capable of enhancing one's cultivation is deemed priceless. At present, he yearns to elevate his abilities swiftly, but time is his greatest constraint, a deficiency that the Lingxi pendant splendidly remedies. Possessing an unparalleled ice attribute spirit body, coupled with the Lingxi pendant, along with the unutilized ice pulse frost fruit and cold jade dew, as well as the Ye sword art, no challenge remains insurmountable. With this thought, Chen Zun's eyes gleamed with determination, his confidence soaring. Su Huayun clapped Chen Zun on the shoulder, saying, come, I shall escort you to a certain place. Having conveyed all necessary words, they were now to journey to a secluded area for quiet contemplation, a location that was ideal for Chen Zun. Nodding in agreement, Chen Zun cast a lingering glance at the jade bed. Sister, you must wait for my return. He grasped the Lingxi pendant tightly, his gaze brimming with reluctance, as Su Huayun led him away from the chamber. Outside the mirror, a gasp escaped. This Lingxi pendant is truly extraordinary, no wonder. Some, upon hearing of the pendant's capabilities, inhaled sharply. With this jade pendant, one could rival an exquisite spiritual pulse, not to mention its inherent functions, such as calming the spirit and solidifying the soul. It was no surprise that the Zhao family had met their demise. Even if this artifact were not of celestial grade, it remained among the finest treasures. With this realization, many turned their covetous eyes towards Zhao Lingyun, a flicker of greed illuminating their gaze. Zhao Lingyun's expression grew increasingly frigid, her grasp on the Ye Xiyu sword emanating a chilling aura. Suddenly, the crowd snapped back to their senses, deterred from further scrutiny. A major cultivation stage practitioner was not to be trifled with. The onlookers redirected their attention to the image in the water-moon mirror. Alas, what a pity! The old man wore a face of disappointment, lamenting inwardly. He cared little for the Lingxi pendant. What truly concerned him was the lack of recorded information regarding the upper realm, regretting the absence of further news about it. Han Eugene, however, was intrigued by the unfolding scenes, resting her chin on her hand, curiously observing. It seems that Su Zongzhu genuinely believes the demon lord can succeed. Where is he taking him? Zhao Lingyun too fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Ji Yanwu, who had remained silent, revealed a fleeting glimmer of emotion in her beautiful eyes before it quickly faded. She understood the destination Su Huayun was headed towards, for it was there that she had first met Chen Zun. Within the mirror, the journey ahead was long, necessitating some arrangements. Su Huayun exited the chamber and dispatched several flying swords to convey messages, indicating that he would be away for at least half a month, leaving someone else in charge of the sect. He then accompanied Chen Zun, utilizing the art of spatial contraction to hasten their journey. After approximately half a month, they finally reached their destination. It was a mountain of ice, truly a majestic ice mountain. Su Huayun and Chen Zun stood atop the peak, gazing into the distance. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of white stretched out, with trees encased in thick layers of ice. And only a few hardy flowers and grasses managed to thrive in this wintry realm. It was indeed a world of snow and ice. Standing here, Chen Zun, at the Dan stage of cultivation, found himself unable to withstand the bone-chilling cold that enveloped this place. As the wind swept through, it penetrated to his very marrow, chilling him to the core. It was unbearably cold. He could not help but shudder, his teeth chattering audibly. Senior, where is this? Su Huayun casually infused him with a surge of spiritual energy, waiting until Chen Zun's complexion improved slightly before responding. This is the northernmost region of the Tianluo Continent, the land of extreme cold. The land of extreme cold. In an instant, Chen Zun comprehended the significance of this place. It was the most extraordinary location on the Tianluo Continent, characterized by its perpetual chill throughout all 4 seasons. The frigid temperatures deterred both humans and beasts from claiming dominion over it, rendering it a desolate expanse. Aside from specially adapted spiritual beasts and hardy flora, scarcely anyone dared to inhabit this realm. The biting cold also brought peril. One must be wary not only of inadvertently falling into icy chasms, but also of the spiritual creatures that roamed here, as well as the threat of ambushes from other cultivators. A land without a master signified chaos, where disorder reigned, and the absence of oversight meant that violence could occur without consequence, with strength alone determining survival. Under ordinary circumstances, cultivators would hesitate to venture into such treacherous territory. Chapter 42. Resurgence of Hatred Senior. Did you bring me here for training? Chen Zun pondered for a moment, finally grasping Su Huayun's intentions. Though this place was perilous, the ambient spiritual energy was predominantly of the ice attribute, allowing his ice attribute spiritual body to thrive in such an environment, akin to a fish in water. This would enable him to fully harness his innate talents, making his cultivation remarkably efficient. Indeed, a teachable disciple, Su Huayun observed Chen Zun with admiration in his eyes. This young man, with both character and spiritual roots of exceptional quality, exhibited a remarkable intellect surpassing that of ordinary individuals. There was no need for guidance. He was already capable of independent thought. With such a disciple, the sect was truly blessed. He nodded and remarked, "With your ice attribute spiritual body and the gathering effect of the Lingxi pendant, your cultivation will be extraordinarily swift here." Chen Zun activated the Bishua sword technique, and indeed, the flow was seamless, a smile spreading across his face. However, Su Huayun, wary of his potential complacency, adopted a rare, serious demeanor. Although this environment is beneficial for your cultivation, it is also frigid and harsh. Those who dwell here are either malevolent or possess formidable strength. Never let your guard down. Understood. Having encountered Mo Wu in the dark shadow, Chen Zun was acutely aware of the treachery within the cultivation world and did not dare to be careless, nodding to indicate his comprehension. Subsequently, Su Huayun extended his spiritual sense, discerning the strengths of the surrounding spiritual beasts, and relayed the information to Chen Zun, advising him to avoid conflict with them recklessly. Finally, he solemnly stated, "This is the outer circle of the extreme cold land. With your current cultivation, you may train here for a time. Once you achieve a slight breakthrough, Venture inward. Remember, do not proceed carelessly. The deeper you go, the more intense the cold becomes, capable of freezing even your spiritual energy. You should only venture to the snow-laden areas once you reach the nascent soul stage. Choose a secluded spot there for concentrated cultivation. It lies at the boundary between the inner and outer circles. 5 years from now, regardless of your progress, I shall return to retrieve you. Regarding the territories of spiritual beasts, Zhao Lingyun elaborated further. Chen Zun felt a wave of gratitude towards the nearly verbose elder, apart from the old beggar. He was the second person to show such concern for him. He quickly committed Zhao Lingyun's words to memory. With the precautions shared, a trace of worry lingered in Zhao Lingyun's heart. Yet, as the leader of the sect, he could not remain here constantly. Fortunately, the Lingxi pendant possessed the capabilities of concealment and proactive defense, alleviating his concerns regarding safety. Should an issue arise, it would likely involve high-level cultivators. Reflecting on the matter of the dark shadow, Zhao Lingyun remained somewhat uneasy and handed Chen Zun 3 spiritual talismans alongside a storage bag, instructing, "These talismans contain my sword intent. If you encounter danger, unleash them directly. Any cultivator below the Great Ascension stage without special defensive treasures will be vanquished in a single strike. This storage bag serves as an early gift from me as your master, filled with elixirs that can enhance your cultivation. Utilize the contents within wisely. They will aid your training." As Chen Zun accepted the items, he felt a surge of emotion, his eyes moistening. In all his years, it was the first time someone had shown him such kindness. Countless expressions of gratitude welled up within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He did not utter a word. Instead, he knelt down and bowed deeply. A look of satisfaction appeared on Zhao Lingyun's face as she bent down and gently stroked the top of his head. "Train diligently, and do not let me and the girl down." Chen Zun wiped his eyes with a trembling hand, his voice choked with emotion. With that said, Zhao Lingyun felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. She turned without a word and employed her spatial technique to depart. She left without hesitation, exhibiting no reluctance. When Chen Zun raised his head, his eyes were slightly red and moist at the corners, only to discover that the elder had vanished. He clenched the 3 spirit talismans in his storage bag, rising to his feet with a resolute expression, turning decisively to leave. The scene that followed was a monotonous expanse of snow. Outside the scene, one exclaimed in astonishment, "To cultivate in such a frigid place is audacious." What do you understand? In such an environment, the demon lord's innate talent for cultivation can be fully realized. If I possessed an ice-vein spirit body, I would carve out a cave and cultivate there. Given this perspective, was it not plausible that the demon lord could attain the divine refinement stage in just 5 years? Observers gazed at the vast, white snowy landscape, engaging in animated discussions. The practitioner who had boasted that Chen Zun would reach the divine refinement stage in 5 years scoffed. Even with such favorable conditions, I can confidently assert that the demon lord will not succeed. If he does, I shall eat whatever you dare to defecate. His confidence was not unfounded. Transitioning from the nascent soul to the divine refinement stage typically required no less than a decade, and if fate were unkind, one might never cross that perilous threshold in their lifetime. "I shall remember your words," came a voice from the crowd. "So shall I." The brothers Guan and Zhang directed their gaze toward him, taking note of this boastful individual. "Beware of being gluttonous here. You might end up regretting it." Shen Ruoyan, observing his arrogance, could not help but voice her mockery. "What are you afraid of? At worst, enough." Ye Yanwu interjected. Her brow furrowed as she cast a stern glance at them, unable to suppress her reprimand. The atmosphere momentarily chilled, satisfied with the ensuing silence. Ji Yanwu's thoughts drifted to certain matters, her eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. "Have you all noticed how extravagant this apprenticeship ceremony is? Master Su is so generous. Why do I not have a master like that?" Though the ambience had briefly cooled, the abundance of topics soon rekindled discussions among the group. Not merely generous, it is outrageously lavish. Alas, no matter how well Master Su treated him, he ultimately perished beneath the demon lord's sword. Indeed, the demon lord is utterly inhumane. A veritable wolf in sheep-esque clothing, Even raising a dog would be better. As memories of the 3 fatal sword intents and the storage bag surfaced, envy surged to an extreme, twisting their expressions. Yet upon realizing it was intended for Chen Zun, they lamented in unison, cursing vehemently. Scoundrel! Zhao Lingyun trembled with rage, gritting her teeth. Your master has treated you so well, yet you repay kindness with malice. You deserve to perish. She has forgotten that Chen Zun was striving to save her life, consumed by hatred, resenting her master for his kindness, ultimately leading to his betrayal. The other enchanting women felt equally indignant, a chill creeping over them. If even someone as benevolent as Shen Ruoyan could take action against him, what heinous deeds could Chen Zun possibly refrain from committing? Han Yujin, a traitor. Daze Yao Wang Qingqiu Ya, an ungrateful wretch. Ji Yanwu, lost in thought. Ye Xiyu. She dared not speak, for Chen Zun was her master, and her thoughts of betrayal mirrored his own. To condemn Chen Zun would be to condemn herself. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, the leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance, observed with a cold gaze. His eyes fixated on the seal in the void, a flicker of anxiety etched upon his otherwise grim countenance. Simultaneously, his expression darkened further. What trickery was this water moon mirror playing? The crowd had shifted their focus away from the matter of breaking the seal, engrossed in their own amusement, leaving him alone in his agitation. How could any significant progress be made if he had to wait for the entirety of the spectacle to conclude? Chapter 43. The Triple Lightning Tribulation Within the Mirror. The Shui mirror possesses a consciousness of its own. Fast-forwarding past Chen Zun's many tedious years of cultivation until a year and a half later when it begins to display events normally. The onlookers, naturally bored, focused their attention in anticipation of the moment the visuals returned to a standard pace. In the frigid realm, amidst the endless expanse of white, snow-capped mountains, within an icy cave, Chen Zun sat upon a meditation mat. A layer of white frost adorned his hair and eyebrows, his expression devoid of emotion, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. His eyes were tightly shut, palms resting on his dantian, while a purple jade pendant lay in his hands. This pendant emitted a soft, ethereal purple light, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and forming an invisible vortex above Chen Zun's head, which he absorbed entirely through his palms. The temperature within the cave grew increasingly frigid, and his aura deepened and thickened. Suddenly, a mass of clouds gathered above the icy peaks, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. As Chen Zun's aura intensified, the clouds above thickened, soon turning ominously dark. Crack! In an instant, the clouds thickened to a pitch-black hue, and bolts of lightning, like silvery serpents, danced within the layers of clouds, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Boom! Within the span of a mere incense stick burn, the number of electric serpents multiplied, and the dark clouds erupted with flashes of silver light that vanished just as swiftly, while a deep rumble of thunder grew increasingly frequent. The creatures of the region, hidden beneath the shadow of the ominous clouds, sensed the impending danger and scattered in frantic retreat. Meanwhile, more formidable beings in the distance also felt a disturbance, their gaze fixated on the darkened sky. In this frigid realm, the possibility of rain was non-existent. The only outcome was that someone was about to undergo a tribulation. Outside the mirror, heavens, a lightning tribulation. This is the tribulation of the nascent soul stage. How long has the demon lord been cultivating to prepare for this? A gasp of disbelief escaped the onlookers. To be ready for a lightning tribulation in just a year and a half. This is utterly terrifying. As they beheld the flickering bolts of lightning, the cultivators outside the mirror were both familiar with and terrified by the sight, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The lightning tribulation is perhaps the most feared challenge for cultivators, yet one they must inevitably face. Countless cultivators perish beneath its fury each year. What astounded them further was that Chen Zun, aside from his fortuitous acquisition of the spiritual pattern inheritance that propelled him directly to the core formation stage, had genuinely cultivated for merely a year and a half. Even if one were to combine his total time, it would scarcely amount to 2 years. To ascend from the core formation stage to the brink of a lightning tribulation in a mere 2 years is an extraordinary talent beyond compare. It is worth noting that those who manage to reach the Tianxu Palace are not ordinary individuals. Each is a prodigy among prodigies, having begun their cultivation journey as soon as they could walk. Yet, even among these exceptional beings, like Ling Tian, a peerless genius who had cultivated for 200 years, none could achieve the nascent soul stage within such a brief span. Such a comparison left them in awe. Aside from Ji Yanwu, the other women displayed expressions of shock. Zhao Lingyun's countenance was particularly complex. Having commenced her cultivation at the age of 10 and achieving the core formation stage at 25, she was hailed as a genius. However, compared to Chen Zun's 2-year journey, her accomplishments seemed rather insignificant, leaving her utterly perplexed. Though both are ice-vein spirits, possessing the spirit resonance pendant and sharing identical cultivation techniques, she benefits from the enhancement of the cold jade bed from the earthly foundation sect, placing her environment leagues ahead of Chen Zun's. Yet, when compared to Chen Zun, a substantial gap remains. This outcome perplexes her. She cannot fathom how Chen Zun achieved this. The old man Gu, equally astounded, reflected on history, noting that such a rapid cultivation pace had never been witnessed before. It was truly extraordinary. He murmured, "What kind of innate talent must one possess to accomplish this? It is unprecedented." Shen Ruoyan, however, was exceedingly pleased. She turned to the betting cultivator, mocking, "Who said Chen Zun cannot break through 3 realms? You still have time to regret your words." "I have no regrets," replied the cultivator, his expression sour, yet his demeanor unyielding. He feigned calmness, glancing back at the storm clouds and the image, as if he had discovered something, and his confidence surged. "Do not rejoice too soon. Observe closely. The thunder tribulation for a nascent soul is far greater than what he faces. I assure you, even if the demon lord survives, he will certainly fail to transform." Indeed, as the crowd turned their gaze, they noted that the clouds were indeed larger than those typically seen during a cultivator's tribulation. Consequently, the majority felt certain that Chen Zun would not survive this thunderstorm. Within the mirror, Chen Zun remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to the external turmoil. At this moment, his entire focus resided within his dantian, where a golden elixir, the size of a fist, lay. The transition from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage necessitates the process of transforming the elixir into an infant. This refers to the refinement of the golden core from an ethereal form into a tangible one. Achieving this transformation signifies completion. Subsequently, the elixir must be liquefied, and with the soul infused into the golden liquid, it must reconsolidate into an infant shape for success. This process demands utmost caution, as even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. The liquefaction alone requires considerable time. After an indeterminate period of patient waiting, the formed golden core had transformed into a pool of golden liquid. At that moment, he seized the opportunity, his soul rushing forth to merge with the golden fluid. Instantly, his dantian erupted with energy. All his focus was directed towards the formation of the infant. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the ominous clouds above, aiming directly at Chen Zun's icy cave. Cultivating immortality is fundamentally a contest against the heavens for longevity, and the heavens would not concede easily. Thus, they would not grant their approval. Consequently, before the lightning could strike, the ice above the cave shattered, exposing Chen Zun entirely. With a resounding clang, a sword's cry echoed. A purple light surged from Chen Zun's brow, countless spiritual patterns swirling and coalescing into a small purple sword, the true essence sword he had nurtured. Sensing the impending danger, the small sword instinctively rose to confront the threat. Just as the lightning was about to strike Chen Zun's head, the purple sword soared skyward. After a year and a half of nurturing, Chen Zun's true essence sword was no longer the feeble entity it once was. Bang! Upon contact, the surrounding ice and snow erupted violently. As the tempest of lightning dissipated, the purple little sword also faltered, its once nearly solid form becoming indistinct. With a mournful cry, it returned to the center of Chen Zun's brow. This spectacle left the onlookers outside the mirror utterly dumbfounded. The thunderous tribulation of the nascent soul naturally possessed formidable power. Yet Chen Zun had obliterated it with a mere sword strike. Such prowess was truly remarkable. Surely, he had surmounted the tribulation, but it seemed almost too effortless. However, just as the crowd pondered this anomaly, the ominous clouds above once again coalesced, and a far greater bolt of lightning descended. A second tribulation? The hearts of the spectators raced with apprehension. Undeterred, Chen Zun remained steadfast as the lightning struck. His spirit and the essence of metal and water had completely fused, and a fetal form, resembling an infant, had been realized. He merely needed to wait for the complete amalgamation of spirit and essence to culminate in birth. His focus was singular, yet he had anticipated this moment. The lightning swiftly enveloped him. A dense layer of ice shattered and flew in all directions like drifting snowflakes. Just when the onlookers believed Chen Zun had been struck down, a flash of purple light cut through the swirling snow. The Lingxi pendant floated above Chen Zun's head, forming a protective violet barrier around him. Such a celestial-grade treasure could hardly be compromised by a mere nascent soul tribulation. Thus, Chen Zun successfully navigated the second tribulation. As the spectators collectively exhaled in relief, the thunderclouds overhead showed no signs of dispersing, their rumbling continuing unabated. It seemed as though the heavens were enraged, and a surge of silver light erupted from the clouds. A thunderbolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended with an irresistible force. The third tribulation. Outside the mirror, Guillemot sure cried out in astonishment. Chapter 44. The initial formation of the nascent soul, the path of cultivation, is fraught with challenges. From the golden core stage onwards, each ascension in realm necessitates confronting a tribulation. Typically, one undergoes a single tribulation at the golden core stage and another upon reaching the nascent soul stage. During the spirit refinement stage, due to the significant transformation of the body, one must endure at least 2 thunder tribulations, with the number exponentially increasing thereafter. By the time one reaches the Great Ascension stage, a minimum of 32 tribulations must be faced. In the vast annals of the cultivation world, while it is rare for one to encounter dual thunder tribulations during the nascent soul stage, it is not unheard of. However, the existence of 3 thunder tribulations at this stage is indeed unprecedented. Here, Chen Zun finds himself confronting 3 thunder tribulations, indicating that he must withstand the formidable might of the spirit refinement tribulation with the complete strength of the golden core stage, an almost impossible feat. This is the reason even the usually composed Guillemot displayed signs of distress, as enduring the spirit refinement tribulation at the golden core stage is exceedingly exaggerated. The gathered cultivators watched in terror as a colossal bolt of lightning descended, instinctively retreating a half-step. Shen Ruoyan's visage paled. She had never heard Chen Zun mention such a matter, yet instinctively, she bent down to shield him, holding him tightly. Ye Xiyu's eyes glinted with malice as she maliciously remarked that surely the heavens had recognized him as a future calamity, hence unleashing 3 thunder tribulations upon him to see how he would fare. She secretly hoped that the lightning would claim his life, believing it would prevent further tragedies on Tianluo Continent. The taciturn Zhe Yao Wang, Qingqiu Ya, echoed her sentiments, garnering agreement from the others. However, Ji Yanwu held a different perspective. Although she bore a grudge against Chen Zun, she did not wish for him to perish beneath the thunder tribulations. After all, if not for Chen Zun's intervention in the past, she might not have survived to this day. Within the mirror, the lightning, imbued with apocalyptic power, surged downwards once more, poised to strike Chen Zun. Yet at that moment, the divine soul within his dantian harmonized flawlessly with the essence of gold and water, giving rise to an infant that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Zun himself. His aura surged, becoming even more formidable than before. The nascent soul was successfully formed. Before he could fully comprehend this transformation, a sense of impending doom washed over him, prompting him to widen his eyes. A flash of golden light flickered within his gaze as he looked up, unfazed by the imminent peril. With a stern countenance, he retrieved a talisman, a manifestation of the three-sword intent talismans bestowed upon him by Shen Ruoyan. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he cast it above his head. With a swift whoosh, the talisman disintegrated into powder, transforming into a brilliant blue sword light that cleaved through the lightning effortlessly. The sword intent continued unabated, dispersing the remaining energy and splitting the ominous clouds above, which vanished without a trace in an instant. The sword intent of the Great Ascension stage proved to be terrifyingly potent. A faint smile finally graced Chen Zun's lips. Feeling that he had made significant progress towards the spirit refinement stage, he sensed that the past year and a half of relentless effort had not been in vain. Suddenly, thoughts of Zhao Lingyun intruded upon his mind. How could he not worry after such a prolonged absence? He wondered how his sister was faring, grasping the Lingxi pendant. His expression softened momentarily. Soon, he suppressed his yearning, surveying the surroundings. Half the mountaintop lay ravaged by the thunder tribulations, leaving a scene of utter disarray. The recent tumult caused by the tribulation was so profound that he now found himself in a precarious state, necessitating a sanctuary to stabilize his cultivation. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, Chen Zun hastily departed from the scene, delving deeper into the frigid expanse. The audacity to employ a talisman equivalent to a full power strike from the Mahayana stage to navigate the nascent soul tribulation is a notion only the demon lord could conceive, courtesy of his esteemed master. Regardless, the demon lord successfully weathered the threefold thunder tribulation, ascending to the rank of nascent soul practitioner. Outside the mirror, the onlookers observed Chen Zun seemingly unperturbed as he expended a talisman of such magnitude to transcend the tribulation, inwardly cursing him as a prodigal. Guo sure snapped back to reality, hastily inscribing the events. Shen Ruoyan exhaled a sigh of relief. The preceding moments had been terrifying. Yet, amid the joy of one, there lay the sorrow of another. The realization that he had indeed become a nascent soul practitioner evoked sighs of envy and jealousy, and some ground their teeth in frustration. Ye Xiyu wore a face of regret, gritting her teeth in resentment, lamenting the missed opportunity to see him vanquished. Zhao Lingyun also bore a countenance of disappointment. Suddenly, someone recollected a thought, exclaiming in astonishment, given the current trajectory, the demon lord might truly attain the god refinement stage within 5 years. Presently, the water-moon mirror displayed no scenes of Shen Ruoyan, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether he was in the process of alleviating Zhao Lingyun of her innate malevolence. Thus, should Chen Zun succeed, it was highly probable that he would be the one to bear the burden of Zhao Lingyun's innate affliction. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A cultivator who had previously made harsh declarations retorted vehemently, his complexion darkening. If Chen Zun were to succeed, how would he justify himself then? Enough of that. Let us continue watching to find out. Zhao Lingyun shouted in perplexity. The crowd turned to her, noticing her pallid visage, as if she had come to a grim realization. Fear gripping her heart. Why is the demon lord absent from the image? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yanwu's delicate features subtly betrayed a complex emotion. Within the mirror, 3 years rapidly elapsed in the blink of an eye. The scene shifted to an endless expanse of white snow, devoid of Chen Zun's presence. This marked the first occurrence of such a phenomenon with the water-moon mirror. Just as confusion settled among the onlookers, a graceful figure darted past, none other than Ji Yanwu. However, she appeared somewhat delicate, her youthful elegance marred by the blood trickling from her lips and an expression of sheer panic, frequently glancing back over her shoulder. Is that the fairy Ji Yanwu? How did she end up in the frigid realm? The water-moon pavilion's proximity to the icy expanse made her presence there unsurprising. Yet it was evident that someone was pursuing her. Naturally, she had always been pursued. As the crowd recognized the woman depicted in the mirror as Ji Yanwu, their eyes widened in astonishment. They were further intrigued by the fact that Chen Zun's memories included her likeness. The other women directed their gazes toward Ji Yanwu, their expressions imbued with a sense of enigmatic curiosity. Han Eugene, both a dear friend and an intimate confidant, spoke candidly, inquiring Sister Yanwu, "What brings you to this frigid expanse?" Bored during her time at the sect, she had taken it upon herself to venture forth, believing her alchemical prowess would suffice for her safety. Thus, while her master was away, she clandestinely departed with a fellow disciple, lured by tales of snow ferrets to be found in the extreme cold. Ji Yanwu's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as she recounted her reasons for being in that icy realm. "But where is your senior sister?" Han Yui Empress said. "We lingered in the frozen wasteland for several days, yet failed to catch sight of any snow ferrets. As we delved deeper into the desolation, we unexpectedly encountered a malevolent cultivator at the nascent soul stage, who attacked us without warning. I miraculously managed to escape momentarily, but my senior sister was tragically slain by him." "Ah, so the scene we witnessed moments ago was a reflection of your harrowing pursuit?" Han Yui exclaimed in hook, her face etched with concern, completely unprepared for Ji Yanwu's tumultuous experience. Chapter 45. The Deadly Scholar. Ji Yanwu responded with a single word, her heart still racing as she recalled that harrowing chapter of her past. Han Eugene pressed on. "How did you manage to escape?" It was nearly impossible for a mere core formation practitioner to elude the grasp of a nascent soul master in such a frigid locale. Her curiosity was piqued by this question. Ji Yanwu's expression grew complex as she glanced at Chen Zun, remaining silent. In an instant, every gaze turned towards the unconscious Chen Zun cradled in Shen Ruoyan's arms. Within the mirror, a voice echoed, "Little vixen, there's nowhere for you to run." Behind Ji Yanwu, a beam of light pursued her leisurely through the air, revealing a young man clad in scholar's attire. "You cannot escape. Surrender willingly and become my furnace, and I may spare your life." Upon hearing this voice, Ji Yanwu was startled, akin to a frightened rabbit, her face awash with panic as she summoned her escape light. Fleeing desperately, being captured and reduced to a mere furnace was a fate worse than death. Though Ji Yanwu's cultivation was merely at the core formation stage, her escape technique was remarkably adept, allowing her to create some distance from her pursuer. The scholar, witnessing this, was filled with greed, his face wavering in indecision. If he could acquire her escape technique, rivaling that of a nascent soul master, it would provide him with another means of survival. However, venturing deeper into the icy realm would pose a challenge, even for his nascent soul cultivation against the biting cold. Yet, gazing at her enchanting figure and visage, greed ultimately triumphed, and he gritted his teeth, continuing the pursuit. "Little vixen, I wonder how long you can endure." Thus, the two of them ventured deeper into the heart of the extreme cold. Outside the mirror, an elderly cultivator, garbed in traditional attire, recognized the scholar at a glance, exclaiming, "The deadly scholar! It's him! Who is the deadly scholar?" Confusion swept through the crowd. At that moment, the well-informed elder Gu stepped forward to elucidate. "He is a notorious evil cultivator from over a millennium ago, his name long forgotten. However, he is infamous for preying on solitary female cultivators, robbing both their wealth and virtue. Mastering the art of extraction, many female cultivators have met tragic ends at his hands. He always presents himself in scholar-esque garb, hence the moniker Deadly Scholar. For further details, please refer to our published work, Records of Evil Cultivators, the Nascent Soul Edition." Having concluded his explanation, Elder Gu slyly promoted their published books. Han Eugene wore a worried expression, saying, "At that time, you were merely at the core formation stage. Encountering such a villain was exceedingly perilous." "It's nothing to worry about." Ji Yanwu merely shook her head, her gaze resting on Chen Zun, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Had it not been for his timely appearance, she might have fallen victim to his sinister designs. The thought of almost being captured and turned into a tool for extraction filled her with dread. Within the mirror, the two continued their journey deeper into the icy expanse. As they pressed onward, delicate snowflakes began to drift downwards ahead of them. The harbinger of snow is marked by the stark demarcation between the inner and outer circles. With no path left to tread, Ji Yanwu resolutely steeled herself and plunged into the fray, even if it meant freezing to death. She refused to fall into the hands of that man. The relentless scholar, witnessing Ji Yanwu's entrance, found himself unable to pursue her and felt a surge of urgency. Should this continue, entering the inner circle would spell trouble. As he watched the cooked duck about to take flight, his reluctance grew. With a grim determination, the scholar unfurled his folding fan, directing a rib of the fan towards Ji Yanwu's rear. Whoosh! A sense of dread engulfed Ji Yanwu as she sensed imminent danger, and though she attempted to evade, her movements were a beat too slow. The rib struck her shoulder, piercing through with an agonizing force. A cry of despair escaped her lips, and she lost control of her escape light, plummeting downward. A successful strike. Hearing her anguished cry, a smile crept onto the scholar's face as he hurried forward. Yet, he soon discovered that despite her injury rendering her flightless, Ji Yanwu's agility was remarkable. She had already darted several miles away. With my bone-corroding needle in you, let us see how far you can go, he mused, observing the crimson droplets staining the white snow, resembling plum blossoms adorning a blank canvas, stretching ever forward. With a cold smirk, he leisurely followed the trail of blood. Half a stick of incense later, the snow fell heavier and the chill deepened, impeding even the flow of spiritual energy. Ji Yanwu stumbled before a towering mountain, her face growing increasingly pale, tinged with a shade of blue, while her wounded shoulder bore an ominous dark hue. More unsettling was the increasing heaviness of her eyelids. Her head clouded with dizziness, and her body rendered powerless. The symptoms of poisoning were taking hold. Where do you think you're going, little girl? Surrender and let your brother cherish you properly, echoed the scholar's voice, drawing ever closer. Despair etched itself across Ji Yanwu's delicate features. Just then, in her haze, she seemed to glimpse a profound cave within the mountain's wall. Having come this far, she was unwilling to be captured by the scholar. Resolutely, she bit her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to clarity. Ignoring the potential dangers lurking within the cave, she dashed inside. After all, death was inevitable. Being devoured by wild beasts was preferable to becoming a cauldron for that scholar's nefarious purposes. As Ji Yanwu stepped into the cave, the relentless scholar arrived at the entrance. Rather than rushing in, he prudently scanned the mountain with his spiritual sense, finding nothing amiss before finally entering. Inside, Ji Yanwu soon realized that the cave was even colder than the outside, her spiritual energy utterly drained, her limbs growing increasingly numb. The poison had spread throughout her body. More despairing was the realization that she had reached the cave's end, collapsing to the ground before a massive ice block. It seemed there was no escape. Those watching from beyond the mirror were filled with dread, their hearts racing with concern for Ji Yanwu. Run! Why aren't you running? The relentless scholar entered. A mocking expression plastered across his face as he approached her slowly. Ji Yanwu retreated continuously until her back collided with the icy wall, at which point she cried out in terror. Do not come any closer. Do not be afraid. I am a gentle soul. Soon, my movements will be so tender that you will be utterly enraptured, he replied with a sinister smile as he approached her, unfastening his garments. Though the surroundings were frigid, he remained unperturbed, fortified by his protective treasures against the cold. Ji Yanwu turned her head away, unwilling to behold that grotesque visage, her tightly shut eyes streaming with tears of regret. Had she not sneaked out of the sect, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament. Alas, there exists no remedy for remorse. At this juncture, all she could do was instinctively scream for help. Save me. Yet, the only response came from the sinister scholar's derisive laughter. Ha ha, call out. The louder you scream, the more I relish it. No one can rescue you now. You might as well surrender and join me in bliss. Chapter 46. The first encounter of Yanwu. Damn it. Han Eugene glared at the blurred images before her, gritting her teeth in frustration. Ji Yanwu was her closest friend, and witnessing her friend's suffering stirred a deep sense of empathy within her. If only he had not met his untimely demise. Otherwise, she would have surely made him taste the bitterness of his actions. Yet, she remained oblivious to the location of his ashes. If she only knew, she would scatter them without hesitation. It seems that great minds think alike. Your sentiments resonate with mine. I feel the same. The crowd shared her indignation, echoing Han Eugene's outrage. How dare they bully the enchanting Ji Yanwu? Those who admired Ji Yanwu had already begun to roll up their sleeves, preparing to dig up graves and scatter ashes in retaliation. Ji Yanwu's expression turned pale, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. This particular memory instilled in her the utmost terror, having evolved into a recurring nightmare. As she revisited it now, the long-forgotten sense of helplessness resurfaced. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous perilous situations, yet this one was the most despairing. Without him, perhaps she would not have become the person she is today. Within the mirror, Ji Yanwu wept, her sobs steeped in despair. At this moment, she was powerless even to self-destruct her golden core, left to watch helplessly as the villain approached her. The notorious scholar of death reveled in his delight. Since being wanted, he had concealed himself in the frigid wilderness, avoiding the central plains for nearly a decade. Reflecting on this, he realized it had been 10 long years without the company of a woman, a torment for one who thrived on female companionship. Now, here was a stunning beauty to play with, and the thought brought him immense pleasure. As he pondered the best approach, a sharp sound of swordplay pierced the air. A small purple sword pierced through the icy wall behind Ji Yanwu, aiming directly for the scholar of death's neck. Caution surged through him. Though he had grown complacent, his reflexes remained sharp. With a swift motion, he flipped his folding fan to shield his face. Bang! The purple sword struck the fan, failing to penetrate it. But the sheer force sent the scholar of death hurtling backward, crashing into the cave wall. Wow! He narrowly escaped a fatal blow, yet he was not unscathed. The impact forced a mouthful of blood from him. In that moment of contact, the disparity of strength became evident. He quickly raised his gaze, realizing that not only was there someone present, but their cultivation was superior to his own. As he saw the purple sword slicing toward him again, a chill ran down his spine, extinguishing any desire to engage in combat. Surviving this long amidst his nefarious deeds relied on his ability to assess circumstances and know when to retreat. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, he decisively attempted to flee. However, as he turned to escape, the purple sword, imbued with a fierce intent, relentlessly pursued him. The scholar of death's countenance shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom the small sword's prowess. With no time to escape, he opened his folding fan once more, transforming it into a fan-shaped shield of light. The clash of their weapons resonated, producing a clear sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. The fan-shaped light shield was shattered by the intent of the purple small sword, creating a small crater in the ground. The deathly scholar lay within it, his folding fan tattered and torn. He appeared exceedingly disheveled, his hair disarrayed and blood spilling from his mouth uncontrollably. Yet, this was not the end. The purple small sword quivered slightly and flew toward him once more. "Spare me, Senior." The deathly scholar pleaded for mercy, but before he could finish his sentence, the purple small sword had pierced through his body. From a moment, the purple small sword emerged to the instant it struck him down. Merely a few breaths had passed. Ji Yanwu, with tears still on her face, wore a dazed expression. After all, although the deathly scholar had been ambushed in haste, he was nonetheless a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. And yet he had been killed so swiftly. She had witnessed the entire process. Just moments ago, she was like meat on a chopping block. Now she had attained salvation. This left Ji Yanwu questioning her own perception, engulfed by a sense of unreality. Whoosh! Just as she thought the deathly scholar had perished, a golden light burst forth from his corpse, and a miniature infant, the size of a fist, emerged, clutching a storage bag, and soared skyward, breaking through the cave wall. The infant bore the likeness of a young, deathly scholar, his face filled with panic. Ji Yanwu suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically as she cried out, "That is his nascent soul. Do not let it escape." Due to her severe injuries, her words came out hurried and frantic, and as she exerted herself, her wound tore open, causing her to spew a mouthful of black blood before collapsing unconscious. The purple small sword did not linger. With a swift whoosh, it followed the fleeing nascent soul of the deathly scholar. Having abandoned his physical form, the nascent soul was unstable and compounded by the frigid air surrounding him. It was not long before the purple small sword caught up and struck him down. Soon, the purple small sword returned, carrying the storage bag of the deathly scholar. Meanwhile, a tall, slender youth appeared quietly within the cave. He was lean, with long, glossy black hair, a straight nose, and a handsome face that bore a hint of coldness. His eyes were deep and seemingly bottomless, piercing into the heart with a sharp intensity. Upon closer inspection, this youth turned out to be Chen Zun. After 3 years, he had matured into a robust young man. At this moment, Chen Zun extended his hand to receive the storage bag of the deathly scholar, turning to gaze at Ji Yanwu, who lay on the ground, his brows furrowed. Outside the cave, the demon lord had appeared just in time. Had it not been for him, the fairy Ji would have fallen prey to a lethal fate. I had long suspected that only he could save fairy Ji. However, to annihilate a nascent soul cultivator in the blink of an eye, what realm had he reached now? Could it be that he had attained the god refinement stage? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the one who had come to Ji Yanwu's aid was Chen Zun. To effortlessly kill a nascent soul cultivator so swiftly was beyond the capacity of ordinary practitioners. Many began to furrow their brows again, speculating about the realm of Chen Zun's cultivation. Zhao Lingyun, filled with urgency, hastily inquired of Ji Yanwu, "When you encountered him, did you sense his cultivation level?" Ji Yanwu, still immersed in the recollections of recent events, pondered Zhao Lingyun's question for a moment before shaking her head. At that time, my own cultivation was merely in the early stages of the core formation realm, so I couldn't discern anything. However, but what? Zhao Lingyun gazed at Ji Yanwu with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. You shall understand if you continue to observe. Ji Yanwu tantalizingly evaded the question, leaving Zhao Lingyun on the precipice of revelation. Zhao Lingyun opened her mouth, contemplating a response, yet ultimately swallowed her words. Han Eugene, concerned for her dear friend, reflected on how she had been saved by Chen Zun. Although she harbored intense resentment towards him, she felt compelled to express gratitude, for he had not only preserved her own life, but also safeguarded that of her closest companion. She patted her ample rabbit figurine, apprehensively stating, "Though this man is a notorious scoundrel, his actions thus far have shown a semblance of humanity." Ji Yanwu nodded in agreement. Were it not for Chen Zun's subsequent heinous actions and the countless atrocities he had committed, his deeds within the water-moon mirror alone would have warranted clemency. Suddenly, Han Eugene recalled something and asked, "He saved you, but what transpired afterward?" To her astonishment, Ji Yanwu's typically frosty demeanor softened, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, imbued with an indescribable allure. This was due to the fact that when she regained consciousness, the injury on her shoulder had been attended to. Who else but Chen Zun? She thought, unwilling to elaborate further. You will discover more if you continue to watch. At that moment, Shen Ruoyan's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Chapter 47. The Gentleman Inside the Mirror. Chen Zun gazed at Ji Yanwu, who lay on the ground, and a flicker of emotion finally crossed his face. He approached her, crouched down, and checked her pulse. It was weak. The poison had already spread to her heart. Without immediate intervention, she would succumb to its effects. Without hesitation, Chen Zun extended his hand and channeled a surge of true essence into her. Ji Yanwu's complexion improved slightly, the pain etched on her face easing momentarily. He turned his gaze away and tore a bit of fabric from her clothing at the shoulder. Upon her fair skin lay a dark, ink-like wound that was beginning to fester. He retrieved the death scholar's storage pouch, rummaging through it for some time until he found a small vial of powder, which he poured onto the wound. As the powder touched her skin, the dark wound gradually transformed to a normal hue, blackened blood oozing from it. Ji Yanwu, still unconscious, trembled slightly, her expression reflecting discomfort before she soon settled down again. Chen Zun spoke little, estimating the situation. He hastily bandaged her wound with a piece of cloth and covered her with a garment from his own belongings. Finally, he took out a red orb from the Death Scholar's pouch and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the orb levitated, emanating a gentle, warm light that enveloped Ji Yanwu. After completing these tasks, he casually located a spot to sit, unfurled a mat, held the Lingxi pendant, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Outside the mirror. Alas, why is it that this water-moon mirror becomes so blurry at the critical moments? This contraption only serves to thwart gentlemen like us. How can it possibly impede the unscrupulous? However, witnessing a stunning beauty faint before him, the demon lord refrained from any inappropriate actions, changing her bandage without even glancing back. I underestimated him. Yet, here I am, unable to achieve such restraint. Look at him. He merely turns away to begin his cultivation. No wonder he is destined to become the foremost figure in the Tianluo Continent, albeit having strayed onto a misguided path. The onlookers observed the hazy imagery with a collective sigh. Some clenched their teeth in frustration, others were lost in thought, and many expressed admiration. Shen Ruoyan exhaled in relief, genuinely worried that Chen Zun might engage in anything inappropriate with Ji Yanwu. The evidence confirmed that the man she had set her sights on was indeed dependable. Han Eugene remarked in surprise, "Who would have thought he is a true gentleman?" At that moment, Ji Yanwu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, her heart heavy with an unsettling sensation. She felt disheartened, realizing that even as an unparalleled beauty, she appeared no different from an ordinary person in Chen Zun's eyes. Was she truly incapable of capturing his interest? Inside the mirror, Ji Yanwu seemed to have entered a long, dreamlike state. Suddenly, a scholar with a grotesque expression lunged at her, jolting her awake. As she opened her eyes, she found her body weak and her limbs limp. Startled, Ji Yanwu sat up abruptly, her delicate face filled with panic as she scanned her surroundings warily. Not far from her lay a charred patch on the ground. Soon, her gaze landed on Chen Zun, who was deep in meditation, and a flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes. Gradually, the memories that flooded her mind before her unconsciousness surged forth. Prior to her fainting, she had not seen Chen Zun's appearance. Thus, she remained exceedingly vigilant towards this man. She hastily examined her body and, finding no abnormalities, let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the wound on her shoulder still throbbed slightly, yet had already been bandaged. It was then that Ji Yanwu realized she was draped in a man's robe, and for reasons unknown, she felt a peculiar sense of comfort. If her assumptions were correct, the man before her was indeed the one who had saved her. With this thought, Ji Yanwu discreetly observed Chen Zun. His face was sculpted with distinct features, his eyebrows gracefully elongated like swords, a straight nose, and somewhat thin lips. Such striking beauty was captivating, though he appeared rather young. She was certain she was older than him, which left her somewhat entranced. Although the cultivation realm does not judge individuals by their appearance, this man was undeniably stunning. However, he radiated a chilling aura, exuding an air of detachment that suggested a reluctance to engage with others, creating an impression of impenetrable distance. She was certain this man was not one to smile often. Yet, she imagined he would be even more handsome when he did. As Ji Yanwu silently contemplated the image of Chen Zun smiling, he suddenly opened his eyes and met her gaze. Their eyes locked, enveloping them in a moment of tranquil stillness. Chen Zun was the first to break the silence. "How is your injury?" His voice was melodious and calm, so calm it bordered on coldness. Yet it did not come across as harsh. Rather, it was as gentle as jade. Being caught in the act of secretly observing someone is undeniably awkward. Ji Yanwu felt her ears flush with embarrassment. She lowered her gaze and murmured, "Much better. Thank you for saving me." She could not bear to meet Chen Zun's eyes, which were as deep and luminous as the starry sky, yet held an enchanting allure. Suddenly, Ji Yanwu felt that this man could effortlessly slay a Yuanian cultivator as one would a chicken. His true age was undoubtedly beyond his current appearance, for the cultivation world possessed many secret arts of rejuvenation that were not particularly difficult to master. In any case, she was profoundly grateful to this seemingly ancient being of extraordinary prowess. Chen Zun did not refute her thoughts. Instead, he inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" I do not know," Ji Yanwu replied, her face clouded with confusion. It then dawned on her that had she not secretly ventured into the extreme cold regions with her senior sister, she would not have faced such calamity. But the thought of her deceased sister brought a wave of sorrow to her heart, leaving her at a loss for what to do. "Then let us speak of it once you have recovered," Chen Zun nodded. He produced a vial of elixir and tossed it to her. Ji Yanwu caught it perplexed, and heard Chen Zun speak again. "You have repeatedly employed secret techniques, and your foundation has suffered some damage. Take this, it will aid in your recovery." It was then that Ji Yanwu recalled her desperate use of her true essence to employ secret techniques to evade capture by the deadly scholar. Now, she realized her damaged meridians had quietly begun to heal. Without a doubt, she understood that this man before her had mended them for her. Ji Yanwu expressed her gratitude, saying, "I, Ji Yanwu of Shuei Studio, am profoundly thankful for your immense grace and virtue." For a cultivator, sustaining damage to one's primordial essence results in an unstable foundation. Striving for further advancement becomes a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens. "My name is Chen Zun." Chen Zun perceived that Ji Yanwu appeared to be older than himself, making her address him as senior feel rather awkward. He had no intention of prolonging their conversation. So he stated, "I shall now commence my cultivation. You may move about freely here. Once your injuries have healed, I will escort you out." Ji Yanwu dared not utter a word of dissent, and simply nodded gently. Chen Zun then closed his eyes once more, entering a meditative state. Ji Yanwu, unwilling to disturb Chen Zun, took a pill since she could not cultivate at the moment, tightened the garment draped over her, and curled up into a ball. The cave was enveloped in silence. Chapter 48. A fiery stare time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. For cultivators, this was merely a fleeting moment. In a certain area of the outer circle of the frigid land, a beam of escape light descended from the heavens, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. The man appeared stern, exuding an aura that discouraged approach, while the woman possessed a beauty that could rival the moon and flowers, embodying grace and elegance. They were, indeed, Chen Zun and Ji Yanwu. During the past few days, Ji Yanwu's injuries had improved significantly. She was no longer in dire straits. Chen Zun had accompanied her to bury her deceased senior sister and, without delay, escorted her onwards. Ji Yanwu's eyes were slightly swollen, as if she had wept, still struggling to cope with the loss of her sister, her spirits dampened. Chen Zun, choosing to overlook her distress, extended his consciousness and surveyed the surroundings, obtaining a clear understanding of everything within a 100-mile radius. Noting that no beings at the level of core formation were present, he spoke, "Miss Ji, the vicinity is quite safe. I can only accompany you this far." "Thank you," Ji Yanwu replied, aware of the extent of Chen Zun's efforts and filled with gratitude. "It was but a trifling act. No need for thanks," he replied, then gestured towards the south, indicating a direction. "If you continue along this path, you shall reach the central plains." Ji Yanwu gazed upward, following Chen Zun's indication. Although the path ahead remained a vast expanse of snow, she felt reassured that she was headed in the right direction. Yet, fear lingered in her heart. Traversing the desolate snowy plains alone was an unprecedented challenge, fraught with unknown dangers and loneliness. However, she could not impose further on Chen Zun, for they were merely transient acquaintances, and he had already saved her life. She felt no justification to make any demands. Noticing her silence, Chen Zun understood her melancholic mood, but he was not one to offer comfort, thus remaining silent. The two stood in quietude for a moment until Chen Zun finally spoke. "The road ahead is long. Take care of yourself." With that, he turned, unwilling to linger, preparing to depart. "Wait." In a moment of urgency, Ji Yanwu called out, halting him. Chen Zun turned to face her, gazing quietly. I. Ji Yanwu faltered under his steady gaze, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Though they had exchanged few words, her time spent with him had fostered a sense of fondness, not of romantic love, but of comfort in his presence during perilous times. A flicker of reliance ignited within her. Feeling a twinge of panic at the prospect of his departure, she called out, yet found herself at a loss for words. Observing the perplexity in Chen Zun's eyes, she steeled herself and managed to say, "You take care as well." Yes, that was a reasonable sentiment, she reassured herself. Chen Zun, puzzled by her words, nodded in acknowledgement. Confirming that Ji Yanwu had no further matters to discuss, he summoned his escape light and soared into the sky, departing without a trace of reluctance. Ji Yanwu suddenly began to run, calling out loudly, "Where can I find you in the future?" Yet in that instant, the figure had already vanished dozens of miles away, leaving her uncertain if Chen Zun could even hear her. The wind howled, a fierce chill stirring up a flurry of snow, enveloping the sky in white. On the vast, snow-covered expanse, only the graceful silhouette of the young maiden could be seen, trudging through the snow that reached her calves, appearing both solitary and helpless. After a short while, realizing she could not catch up to Chen Zun, Ji Yanwu despondently squatted on the ground, wrapping her arms around herself and burying her face in her embrace, quietly sobbing. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, before she finally stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and gazed longingly in the direction Chen Zun had disappeared, her expression resolute. Clutching a red bead tightly, she turned southward and began her journey. The snow left behind a long trail of footprints that gradually faded into the distance, her slender figure shrinking to a mere black before vanishing into the snowy landscape. In this expanse, tranquility and desolation returned, reminiscent of days gone by. Outside the scene, wow, the demon lord's heart is indeed unyielding, leaving Ji Xinzi in tears and forsaking her, someone remarked. Indeed, having saved her, he should have seen it through to the end, escorting her on her way. After all, he is the demon lord, and it is no wonder he could commit heinous acts without a flicker of remorse. He is truly ruthless. As the onlookers witnessed Ji Yanwu's helpless weeping, they began to speak out against Chen Zun's actions. Han Yujin, observing the lonely and unsupported Ji Yanwu in the scene, felt a mix of anger and compassion. She was pained to see the frost-like Ji Yanwu, who seemed impervious to emotion, reveal such fragility that it brought her tears. Anger bubbled within her for Chen Zun's failure to complete his good deed, leaving her in such a perilous place. It was an extremely cold region, fraught with unknown dangers. A beautiful woman walking alone here would surely have to tread with great caution. With this thought, her resentment towards Chen Zun deepened, and she exclaimed, "This scoundrel knows nothing of a woman's vulnerability. He deserves this outcome." Yet, Ji Yanwu shook her head, reflecting on the hardships she had endured along the way, feeling a twinge of grievance. However, she ultimately believed gratitude was in order for Chen Zun. She softly murmured, "He saved me once. How can I demand too much of him?" In truth, Ji Yanwu felt grateful to Chen Zun, though he did not return her to the sect. The journey she undertook allowed her to mature significantly and solidify her convictions, a blessing in disguise. As they spoke of righteousness and morality, they seemed to engage in moral coercion, forgetting that Chen Zun had saved her life. What more could he be expected to do? Meanwhile, hearing Han Yujin's words, Shen Ruoyan's brows furrowed, her gaze sharp as she retorted with a cold smile. "And you, Han Yujin, how dare you speak against him? If it weren't for his intervention, would you even have the opportunity to stand here and voice your opinions?" Han Yujin, infuriated, shot back, "When did it come to be your place, you demoness, to speak? What is wrong with me calling him a scoundrel? Is he not one?" Shen Ruoyan retorted sharply, branding the other as a treacherous scoundrel and a true ingrate, asserting that Chen Zun should never have come to her aid in the first place. Witnessing the escalating quarrel between the two, the others fell silent. "You seek your own demise." Han Yujin's face shifted between shades of pale and green. Unable to best Shen Ruoyan in argument, her anxiety propelled her toward action. Zhao Lingyun and the other women stood by in silence, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Embracing the principle of relishing in the chaos, Qingqiu Ya, the often overlooked demon king of Daze, narrowed her eyes in delight, resembling a mischievous little fox as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Let them fight, let them fight." Tear her garments, pull her hair, realizing that yet another conflict had arisen due to her actions. Ji Yanwu shot a disapproving glance at the raucous Qingqiu Ya and quickly stepped in to restrain the furious Han Yujin, offering words of gentle persuasion. "Enough of this anger. The demoness is but a decrepit waste. Engaging her would be beneath your dignity. Do not stoop to her level." Upon hearing Ji Yanwu's reasoning, Han Yujin, respecting her close friend's counsel, managed to temper her fury, allowing a huff of displeasure to escape her lips, though her expression remained one of discontent, clearly unyielding. After years of companionship, Ji Yanwu discerned that her friend's ire had not subsided. Reflecting on a myriad of images that included Chen Zun, she sighed softly. Given that he had fallen to such a fate and had already faced retribution for his past, why should they further insult him? Especially considering the life-saving grace he had bestowed upon them? Chapter 49. 5 years of refinement. Yanwu, you cannot comprehend, Han Yujin said, her eyes glistening with tears. He has shown me kindness, for which I am grateful. Yet he has slain my most beloved second brother, as well as my affectionate father, the emperor. Moreover, he has laid a grand scheme that resulted in the deaths of millions of my subjects in Daqi. If I do not avenge them and seek justice, I am unworthy to be the emperor of Daqi, let alone a human being. Each time these thoughts crossed her mind, Han Yujin felt an unbearable weight upon her shoulders. Perhaps, from the day Chen Zun murdered her brother, they became sworn enemies, destined to remain so until one of them perished. Sighing deeply, Ji Yanwu lamented, "It is not only Han Yujin. I too have been unable to forget the burdens of hatred. They were both women destined to traverse the same turbulent waters, enduring similar fates. Yet, her connection with Chen Zun was far from ordinary. Every fleeting memory of their past resurfaced, and the man's tenderness lingered in her heart, unshakable. However, when conflict arose, his cruelty was equally profound. Thus, during her quest for vengeance, an unsettling question echoed within her. Why had this once intimate man transformed so swiftly, becoming a stranger? She could neither fathom nor see through it all, until she could wield the water-moon mirror, which revealed the most hidden memories of the heart. Even if Shen Ruoyan did not propose it, she harbored the same intention. Only through his memories could she uncover the reasons for his transformation. Inside the mirror, Chen Zun had not wandered far. He stood atop a snow-capped mountain, quietly watching Ji Yanwu as she departed. He did not shift his gaze until her figure vanished beyond the horizon. The biting wind stirred the snowflakes, and as they danced around him, his garments fluttered gracefully, flecks of white settling upon him. After a considerable time, he turned and soared away, riding a beam of light towards a destination unknown. Ultimately, he returned to the same snowy peak, seated himself, and clasped the Lingxi pendant, entering a meditative state. Ah, so you have not truly departed. If you remain, why do I call out to you in vain? Why merely observe from afar? Is it concern or? Ji Yanwu gazed at Chen Zun's face, an unfamiliar emotion surging within her, only to be swiftly suppressed. Chen Zun opened his eyes once more. Half a year had elapsed. 5 years, an entire 5 years. Time had the power to alter many people and circumstances, and Chen Zun had indeed changed, his exterior and physique transformed. No longer the frail little beggar. He had evolved into a graceful young man. Yet, the one thing that remained unchanged was the deep-seated longing in his heart for that little girl. It had been 5 years, and he wondered if Yinner had grown taller. As thoughts of Zhao Lingyun crossed his mind, Chen Zun's gaze softened, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. His once ice-like visage melted into something quite beautiful. Your precious sister has certainly grown taller, a familiar, aged voice resonated nearby. Subsequently, the space beside him warped, and Su Huayun emerged from a void. Master. Upon seeing Su Huayun, Chen Zun's face brightened with joy, and he hurried towards him. Although he had not formally apprenticed under anyone, Su Huayun's generous gift of the storage bag had indeed proven to be quite beneficial. In his heart, Chen Zun had long accepted Su Huayun as his master. Su Huayun, as usual, scrutinized Chen Zun from head to toe, nodding in approval and exclaiming, "My boy, after several years apart, you've grown so much, possessing half the charm I once had." Chen Zun smiled faintly and inquired, "And Yinner, is she well?" His thoughts seemed perpetually tethered to that girl. Was she truly so precious? Su Huayun shot him a glance, his tone somewhat irritable as he retorted, "I've traveled for over half a month, utterly exhausted, and you can't even spare a thought for this old man. What nonsense!" Chen Zun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face reddening as he scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he was merely jesting. Su Huayun decided to be candid. "I was just teasing you. Her situation is quite stable." "That's good to hear." Chen Zun sighed in relief. Releasing a breath he held for 5 long years, the primary source of his anxiety being Zhao Lingyun's well-being, which had often hindered his cultivation. Yet, with Zhao Lingyun unharmed, He felt indebted to his seemingly casual master. With earnestness, he said, "In any case, thank you, master. Between us, there's no need for such formalities. Calling me master feels too distant, and this old man prefers not to hear it." Zhao Lingyun waved his hand dismissively, glancing at his apprentice with a slight grimace, adding, "You are my disciple. Taking care of your sister is merely a trifling matter." Implied within his words was the notion that he had no intention of accepting Zhao Lingyun as a disciple. Chen Zun perceived this subtlety, opening his mouth to respond, but was cut off by Zhao Lingyun. "It has been 5 years. How has your cultivation progressed?" Chen Zun inwardly sighed, realizing his master was deliberately steering the conversation away from his sister's situation, understanding that this matter could not be rushed. He set aside his concerns and declared, "I have reached the god-refining stage." "You're just boasting," Zhao Lingyun scoffed. "How could I dare deceive you? If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Amused by his master's skepticism, Chen Zun released his aura. "I still don't believe it." Zhao Lingyun's expression remained dubious as he extended his consciousness to probe, revealing an expression of astonishment and uncertainty. "This boy, there is something unusual about him. It appears he truly possesses the cultivation of the god-refining stage. Let me see your hand." His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, fearing an inaccurate assessment. He grasped Chen Zun's hand, probing his pulse with his fingers. After a long moment, Zhao Lingyun's hands began to tremble slightly, his once sallow complexion reddening. His murky eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Chen Zun, startled by the sudden change, quickly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Zhao Lingyun waved him off, suppressing his astonishment as he exhaled deeply. He gazed intently at Chen Zun for what felt like an eternity, as if beholding the most extraordinary sight in the world, before finally uttering, "You are truly a genius." Zhao Lingyun found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Chen Zun. 5 years ago, he discerned that Chen Zun possessed an ice-veined spiritual body and, by a fortunate coincidence, inherited the legacy of his senior brother Li Huamu. He realized that this young man was far from ordinary. Thus, he entertained the thought of taking him as a disciple. When Chen Zun expressed his ambition to become the bearer of the innate evil fire and confidently declared that he would attain the status of a divine alchemist within 5 years, he indulged his whims, for he could not possibly believe such a claim. Who would have imagined that this lad, quietly and without fanfare, would transcend 3 realms in the span of 5 years and genuinely emerge as a divine alchemist? Had he not verified it personally, who would dare to believe such a feat? Therefore, Chen Zun's talent, when viewed across the annals of history, is unparalleled in its extraordinary nature. Yet he accomplished it, leaving him utterly astonished. "How did you cultivate? Please share your journey with me." In detail, Zhao Lingyun inquired once he had regained his composure. Chapter 50. The Peculiarities of Yin and Yang. Could it be true? Zhao, the master, a cultivator of the great ascension stage, has personally confirmed it. It cannot be false. The demon lord's aptitude is truly terrifying. Outside the mirror, a gathering of cultivators experienced a dramatic shift in expression upon hearing Zhao Lingyun affirm that Chen Zun had indeed reached the realm of divine refinement. They collectively inhaled sharply, as what they had previously dismissed as a mere jest now turned out to be their own folly. Chen Zun had truly accomplished the impossible. Soon, a voice of inquiry arose. Why did the Shueyue mirror not display the scene of the demon lord undergoing the divine refinement tribulation? Yet, does it truly matter whether the Shueyue mirror revealed it? The crux of the matter is that the demon lord has undeniably achieved divine refinement in 5 years. Now, where is that fellow who claimed to defecate while standing on his head? Guan Ming stepped forward, his eyes like phoenixes scanning the crowd, swiftly locating the cultivator attempting to discreetly retreat to the back. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached with determination, exclaiming loudly, "In my many years of life, I have yet to encounter someone who can defecate while standing on his head. Today I must witness this marvel. I am in agreement." Zhang Fei followed suit, joining his brother. The aforementioned cultivator's legs trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling as he cried out, "Noble sirs, I merely jested to lighten the atmosphere. Do not take it seriously." Well, The atmosphere does seem somewhat stifled. Let us have some amusement at your expense, Guan Meng declared, refusing to relent as he seized the cultivator. The man pleaded desperately. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made such a jest. You are indeed audacious to make sport of us cultivators. I shall not permit this. A man of honor must uphold his word, and you are bound to this jest. Even the heavenly sovereign cannot save you now. However, we cannot perform such an act here, lest we offend the eyes of the fair maidens. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he joined Guan Meng in dragging the cultivator toward the exit. I cannot produce anything. Today, if you cannot produce it, I shall force it out of you. I truly have nothing to offer. The cultivator began to weep. Nothing? Then we shall make this easier. Zhang Fei turned to the assembly and proclaimed, Is there anyone among you who can contribute? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice responded eagerly, Coincidentally, I can. Though I am unworthy, I've been constipated for over 300 years. Witnessing this delightful spectacle today has stirred something within me, and I shall present my 3-century-old stock. Step aside, I feel a bit of discomfort. I fear my stomach may be upset and might produce something loose to serve as an appetizer. Allow me to go first. A number of onlookers, eager to partake in the unfolding drama, rallied to join the procession, seeking to witness the peculiar talent of defecating while standing on one's head, while also providing the unfortunate cultivator with additional entertainment. Thus, nearly half of the cultivators gathered before the Tianxu Palace made their way out. Ji Yanwu and others wore expressions of discomfort and awkwardness, but did not intervene. Compared to the preceding commotion, the remaining crowd was far more interested in how Chen Zun had ascended to the divine refinement stage. Of course, Shen Ruoyan was the most delighted among them, rejoicing that the man she had set her sights on had indeed fulfilled his promise, achieving divine refinement in 5 years. She burst into laughter, her eyes curving charmingly, and playfully exclaimed to Ye Xiyu, Oh dear, who said that Chen Zun could not achieve the refinement of the spirit in 5 years? Oh, it was you. Your master is indeed a formidable figure. How could you possibly doubt your own mentor, little Xiyu? Upon hearing Shen Ruoyan incessantly refer to her as master, Ye Xiyu gritted her teeth in frustration, retorting, Silence. I have no such master. Taking a deep breath, she added, I never claimed he could not achieve the refinement of the spirit in 5 years. I merely stated that this wicked man is not the one destined to inherit the innate evil fire of the heavenly origin sanctus. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Ruoyan would not let Ye Xiyu evade her taunts, remarking, Since your master has reached the stage of spirit refinement, who, if not that foolish individual, could possibly inherit the innate evil fire for Zhao Lingyun? Ye Xiyu recognized that this enchantress was trying to provoke her and huffed, turning her head away in silence. Zhao Lingyun, however, underwent several changes in expression. It seemed that apart from Chen Zun, no one else was willing to inherit the innate evil fire for her. Beware of the enchantress's words. While the demon lord possesses the cultivation of spirit refinement, it does not necessarily mean he is the one to inherit the evil fire. A voice suddenly interjected. The crowd turned to see Ling Tian, who had been silent for quite some time. Shen Ruoyan, upon noticing him, felt an innate dissatisfaction and even resentment towards Ling Tian. Were it not for this scoundrel, Chen Zun would not have fallen to such a dire state. Her expression turned cold as she countered, Oh? Then who might that be? It seems the League Master has some insights. Zhao Lingyun's gaze sharpened, eagerly awaiting Ling Tian's response. It is merely a conjecture, he began. Ling Tian, noticing the attention on him, maintained his composure and, after a lengthy pause, stated, Earlier, did any of you pay attention to what Su Zongzhu said? When the demon lord inquired about the heavenly origin saintess, he mentioned that her condition was satisfactory. The heavenly origin saintess has only 5 years left to live, and now that time has elapsed. Yet he remains unhurried. Why is that? This suggests he is confident, and it is highly possible that during the 5 years of the demon lord's cultivation in the extreme cold land, he has already resolved the innate evil fire afflicting the heavenly origin saintess. As he concluded, he surveyed the audience with piercing eyes. The words of League Master Ling hold merit. The assembly of cultivators pondered for a moment, with most voicing their agreement, while only a few remained silent, fearful of offending him. Ling Tian's argument, though not without flaws and evident gaps in logic, was too intimidating for many to challenge outright. Indeed, it must be so. Who else could possess the ability to save her other than her master? Zhao Lingyun mused inwardly, her dim gaze igniting with a flicker of hope. Regardless of others' beliefs, she was resolute in her faith. She could not afford to doubt. In this world, no matter how right Chen Zun might be, she must prove him wrong, for she could not allow herself to be mistaken. Gazing into the watery mirror for so long had left her in a state of extreme anxiety, unwilling to accept the harsh truths before her. Once she believed, she could no longer confront the truth. Thus, rather than seek veracity, it was more prudent to steadfastly hold onto her convictions. Shen Ruoyan, her face taut with tension, remarked, "It is preferable this way. I would rather he not endure such suffering." Although Ling Tian's words were somewhat lacking in rigor upon reflection, Shen Ruoyan found herself, for the first time, in agreement with him, hoping that events would unfold as he had predicted. Chen Zun had endured an abundance of hardship for Zhao Lingyun, only to be left battered and bruised in the end, resulting in such a fate. She felt it was an injustice for Chen Zun. In the mirror, after regaining her composure and feeling a sense of joy, Zhao Lingyun suddenly recognized that Chen Zun's rapid ascension in cultivation might have surpassed reasonable bounds. It had already exceeded the comprehension of ordinary individuals. She feared that Chen Zun might have resorted to some secret technique to save his sister, sacrificing his own foundation in exchange for a swift elevation in his realm. This was a perilous path taken by many in the realm of cultivation, often resulting in a lifetime of stagnation. If Chen Zun were to follow suit, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. Contemplating this, Zhao Lingyun felt a pang of unease, her expression grave as she regarded Chen Zun with a serious and solemn gaze, fervently hoping that this young man would not act foolishly. Chapter 51. Worthless Nonsense. Normal cultivation. Upon noticing Zhao Lingyun's serious demeanor, Chen Zun also assumed a solemn expression. He then retrieved the storage bag given to him, revealing that all the elixirs had been consumed. Zhao Lingyun accepted the storage bag and, upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, discovered that it contained nothing but empty vials. Still uneasy, he inquired about several details regarding Chen Zun cultivation to ensure that he had not taken any shortcuts, which eventually put his mind at ease. Such a promising talent must not ruin their foundation out of impatience for progress. He thus remarked, "As cultivators, we must understand that cultivation is not about speed, but rather about taking steady steps, gradually refining our foundation, which is the true path. Do not be hasty. This is something you must remember." Chen Zun nodded earnestly and pressed, "Understood, master. When shall we set off?" Zhao Lingyun shot Chen Zun a glare, then chuckled, "You're so eager. Just thinking about your sister. Very well, let us go. It has been 5 years since you last saw her. I can imagine how anxious you must be." He grasped Chen Zun's shoulder and utilized a spatial technique, departing from the snowy expanse. Half a month later, deep within a mountain of the Tianyuan sect, the figures of Zhao Lingyun and Chen Zun materialized. The place appeared unchanged, as if time had stood still. Chen Zun gazed toward the direction of the cold jade bed, where the figure he had longed for was etched in his mind. Zhao Lingyun lay quietly on the cold jade bed, her form having matured considerably since 5 years prior. Her face had lost its childish roundness, becoming more refined, and her brow now held a hint of youthful charm. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing steady and serene, resembling a sleeping maiden who could awaken at the slightest call. Yet, that was a mere fantasy. Observing the girl he had missed day and night, Chen Zun felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She had indeed changed over the years, growing even more beautiful. As he took a step forward, he recalled the formations surrounding her, fearing they might disrupt the operation of the cold jade bed, and hesitated. He had countless words to share with Zhao Lingyun. Yet after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Yin'er, your brother has returned." A tumult of emotions swirled within him, and his expression shifted from excitement to tenderness. Zhao Lingyun, observing Chen Zun, discerned his inner thoughts and remarked, "Her condition is currently stable, but cannot last much longer. The cold jade bed merely maintains the balance of the innate evil fire within her. Within 3 months, it will be completely unbalanced. Chen Zun turned to Su Huayun, saying, "Master, I wish to transfer the innate evil fire within her to myself immediately." After 5 tedious years of cultivation, he felt capable and yearned to act without delay. Everything he had done was for this moment. However, Su Huayan did not respond to Chen Zun immediately. He was deeply conflicted and finally uttered, "I still advise against accepting the innate evil fire." Chen Zun was taken aback. Outside the scene, one exclaimed, "Oh no, we were all mistaken. Sect leader Su indeed has not dealt with the innate evil fire afflicting the saintess of Tianyuan. It appears that, aside from the demon lord, there is no one else." From the expression of Master Su, it seems he too is reluctant to allow the demon lord to inherit the innate evil fire. The gathered individuals, upon witnessing the scene, realized that all their previous conjectures had been utterly misguided. Ling Tian's countenance was markedly unnatural, even unsightly. After speculating for an extended period, he was left with the bitter taste of his own folly. Zhao Lingyun, however, was more astonished than anyone else. For now, it was undeniable that it was indeed Chen Zun who had saved her life. More critically, her esteemed master had suggested that Chen Zun refrain from inheriting the innate evil fire. She found it incomprehensible why her master would choose such a course of action. Shen Ruoyan also noted this detail and mockingly remarked, "Zhao Lingyun, open your eyes and see who has truly saved you. It seems your revered master does not wish to save you after all." Zhao Lingyun could no longer absorb the words of others. Her gaze was fixated on the benign figure within the water-moon mirror. "Master, why do you say such things? Do you truly not wish to save me?" Within the mirror, Chen Zun was taken aback by Su Huayan's pronouncement. He too sought an explanation, for it seemed unfathomable. "It is not worth it." "Worth it? Nonsense." Su Huayan suddenly became agitated. "You must understand, with your talents, although we cannot know if there are others to follow, it can be asserted that you are unparalleled. Perhaps even in millennia, countless cultivators would envy your potential. 5 years of refining the spirit signifies boundless accomplishments, heights beyond imagination. This girl is but a mere mortal without spiritual roots. What merit does she possess to exchange her life for your genius? This is a grave waste. It is simply not worth it." Indeed, since learning of Chen Zun's prowess in spirit refining, he felt a twinge of regret over his earlier decision. Such an individual, placed within any sect, would be a prime candidate for support. In less than 5 centuries, they would become a cornerstone of the sect. As a decision-maker of the sect, he weighed these interests and concluded that sacrificing an inconsequential mortal was far preferable to diminishing a genius into a wastrel. Now that the matter was laid bare, Su Huayan no longer concealed his thoughts and candidly elucidated the situation. "You do not comprehend the peril of the innate evil fire. To inherit it carries unknown risks. I cannot offer much assurance, and even if you succeed, your potential for growth would be significantly curtailed. With your aptitude, your future is exceptionally bright. You cannot proceed down this path." After voicing this, Su Huayan continued to beseech him earnestly. "Chen Zun, I understand that your foremost concern is for the girl. But everyone is selfish, including myself. I'm too selfish to wish for you to take such a risk. One must learn to discern between gain and loss, to weigh the consequences, for only then can one journey further. Embrace a broader perspective. The vast sky awaits your flight." Outside the mirror, Su Zongzhu's words held merit. "Indeed, if it were me, I too would not wish for my treasured disciple to take such a risk. This is not selfishness, it is the truth." The assembly, upon hearing Su Huayan's sentiments, expressed their unanimous agreement. To exchange the life of an ordinary person devoid of spiritual roots for the potential of a prodigious talent is a proposition that would be met with vehement disapproval. Such notions of friendship and familial bonds are cast aside in the relentless pursuit of ascension. They may as well be consigned to oblivion. This reflects the mindset of a rational individual. Upon hearing Su Huayan's words, Zhao Lingyun's countenance turned as pale as death. Each utterance struck her heart with the force of a hammer, resonating with profound weight. She grasped her master's perspective, yet was left grappling with an inexplicable sorrow. The pain within her was excruciating. It dawned on her that her master had once considered abandoning her. In this world, it appeared that only Chen Zun had consistently offered her genuine affection. Zhao Lingyun felt adrift in confusion. Meanwhile, Shen Ruoyan let out a bitter laugh. Ah, Chen Zun, how wise it would have been to heed your master's counsel from the outset. She understood that, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Zun would remain steadfast in his resolve to rescue Zhao Lingyun. Yet, such devotion felt utterly unwarranted. She did not merit such sacrifice. Chapter 52. A ray of sunshine. Su Huayun's words were meticulously absorbed by Chen Zun, whose expression transitioned from astonishment to a serene calmness. Was there truth in his master's words? Indeed, there was, and it was an irrefutable truth. Although every statement was steeped in selfishness from any perspective, it was ultimately for his benefit. He could not condemn his master. Rather, his master had shown considerable responsibility towards him. In this regard, he could not blame his master for being callous and indifferent to the plight of others. However, differing standpoints led to divergent perceptions. Su Huayun was not him, and he was not Su Huayun. He remained unconvinced. With unwavering resolve, Chen Zun slowly articulated, "Master, I understand your concern for me, yet I cannot forsake her." Now, it was Su Huayun's turn to be astonished. After lengthy discourse, this young man seemed impervious to reason, truly intent on following a path of darkness. Unyielding, he sought clarity. "What is your reasoning?" "Simply because she is my sister. Simply because she calls me brother," Chen Zun replied. Su Huayun found this rationale utterly unconvincing. "Sister? You share no blood relation. What makes you siblings?" "Master, allow me to share a story," Chen Zun said, his gaze tenderly directed towards the cold jade bed as he began his tale. "There was once an orphan, who from a tender age knew not the warmth of kinship. He had never laid eyes upon his parents, and, since he could comprehend the world, was cast adrift upon the streets, becoming a destitute beggar without solace. Everyone despised him, striking him, berating him, and humiliating him. He faced hunger and cold, accustomed to the world's grotesqueries and malevolence, enduring countless scornful glances. He was treated like a stray dog, a worthless wretch, as if every passerby felt compelled to trample upon him or spit in his direction for relief. No, even stray dogs fared better than he. He was akin to a rootless wild grass, adrift without a home, blown about by the wind, unable to take root anywhere. More like the refuse of the world that everyone detests, for who loves garbage? The sun would never cast a ray of light upon his being, rendering warmth a distant luxury. He lived in a state of numbness, devoid of thoughts or a soul. Even if he were to perish on the streets, no one would grant him a second thought or pity. People would only complain about the foul stench of his decaying body polluting their noses. Until one day, a girl called him brother, embracing him as her anchor, her sole family. For this orphan, it was as if, amid the interminable darkness, the sun had finally deigned to shine a ray of light upon him. How profoundly warming that was. His numbed heart began to awaken, and he realized that his existence held significance. "Master, you have never witnessed darkness, nor do you comprehend the plight of these unfortunate souls. You cannot fathom this feeling. To you, Zhao Lingyun may seem like an inconsequential, ordinary mortal, but to me, she is a ray of light piercing through the suffocating darkness, illuminating my entire world. The significance of blood relations is utterly irrelevant. As long as she acknowledges me as her elder brother, as long as she remains my sister, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life if necessary. Her well-being is worth everything. Therefore, even if the entire world forsakes her, I shall not abandon her." Chen Zun's voice was soft, as if fearing to awaken Zhao Lingyun, who lay upon the cold jade bed. His unwavering commitment over the past 5 years was solely for the sake of Zhao Lingyun's life. Outside the mirror, the plight of the demon lord was indeed tragic. Truly, it was a fate most inhumane. Alas, such a realization alone was enough to compel me to regard him with newfound respect. The words spoken by Chen Zun moved everyone profoundly, evoking a chorus of sentiments. The expressions of the other exquisite women varied as they realized the extent of his sacrifices for Zhao Lingyun. Compared to themselves, would he extend such devotion? Tears shimmered in Shen Ruoyan's eyes. She adored this man and would willingly give everything for him. Yet, what she received in return was indifference and distance, though she never truly cared. Meanwhile, the one he cherished was treating him thus, regarded by his sister as a villain, betrayed by the disciple he raised, loathed to the core by a beloved confidant, and deeply wounded by the one he cherished most. He was despised by all, with everyone wishing to see him swiftly dispatched. His current predicament mirrored the enmity of the world, a sentiment of collective disdain that was strikingly reminiscent of his past, if not more severe. She tightened her embrace around Chen Zun, wishing to envelop him with all her tenderness, to soothe the wounds and pains he had endured over the years. Even if the whole world forsakes her, I will not abandon her. This phrase echoed in Zhao Lingyun's mind, causing her body to tremble. Her face drained of color. The brother she wished to eliminate, who was abandoned even by his master, had resolutely saved her when she was at her lowest. Yet, she harbored thoughts of killing the very brother who would sacrifice his life for her, having once tormented him with the most malicious methods. This realization filled Zhao Lingyun with sudden dread. Inside the mirror, Su Huayan listened quietly, understanding that the orphan Chen Zun spoke of was indeed himself. He had never contemplated the hardships endured by Chen Zun, who had wandered the streets, perhaps because he had not experienced such struggles. The lofty individuals would never grasp the arduous lives led by those reduced to dust, living solely for survival. After a long pause, Su Huayan sighed. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment, lest I incur your ire. Master, I do not wish to see Yuners suffer any longer. When shall we commence? At any time. However, aside from the high risks associated with undertaking the innate evil fire, you must also endure pain that penetrates the soul. You must be prepared. Su Huayan's expression turned grave. Chen Zun took a deep breath and calmly replied, I fear not death. What is this pain? I have long been prepared. Su Huayan was well aware of this disciple's character and tenacity, which were significant reasons for his decision to accept him as a pupil. In the future, when he could no longer bear the burden, this disciple would be capable of taking over the immense weight on his shoulders. Such a responsibility, akin to a 1,000-pound load, could only be shouldered by one with unwavering resolve. Follow me, Su Huayan instructed, taking a few steps forward. With a flick of his sleeve, the formations on the ground were entirely dismantled, and Chen Zun followed closely behind. As they approached the icy jade bed, Chen Zun examined Zhao Lingyun's countenance, which was marked by pallor and exhaustion. His heart ached for her. Sister, do not be afraid. Your brother has come to rescue you. The determination on Chen Zun's face intensified. Su Huayan gestured towards the icy jade bed, saying, Lie down and hold the girl as hand. Chen Zun complied, settling beside Zhao Lingyun, grateful that the bed was spacious enough to accommodate them both. He extended his large hand, his long fingers enveloping Zhao Lingyun's delicate, icy fingers. Take out the Lingxi pendant. When I perform the spell, no matter how painful it may be, you must remain still. Otherwise, all will be in vain, and both of you will perish. A newfound seriousness adorned Su Huayan's face as he solemnly issued his command. Chapter 53. Perceptual sympathy. Let us begin, Master. I am prepared. Chen Zun declared as he retrieved the Lingxi pendant, inhaling deeply before gradually closing his eyes. Su Huayan's form levitated above the icy jade bed, fingers forming intricate seals as his slender hands bent slightly. A gentle azure light emanated from his palm, enveloping Zhao Lingyun entirely. Approximately the duration of an incense stick passed. Zhao Lingyun's skin transitioned from alabaster to crimson, the fiery hue consuming all but her heart and head. This was the innate malevolence extracted from within her being. The chilling essence of the jade bed subdued a portion of this primordial wickedness. Suddenly, Zhao Lingyun's body convulsed, her features contorted in agony. Beads of sweat cascaded down her brow, her entire form aglow with heat as the cold energy and the innate malevolence intertwined, releasing a veil of white mist. Su Huayan remained vigilant, his gaze unwavering, the surging spiritual energy in his hands intensifying. Zhao Lingyun's complexion deepened to an alarming red, as if her very blood might surface. A cry of despair escaped her lips, her visage twisted in torment as she writhed, limbs spasming uncontrollably. Hearing her anguished cries, Chen Zun felt a surge of urgency within. Yet he was powerless to intervene, gripping her hand firmly to offer whatever comfort he could muster. Su Huayun's expression remained impassive as he augmented the flow of spiritual power. This was a critical moment. He could not afford to be distracted. Soon, the innate malevolence was entirely drawn to Zhao Lingyun's skin. At this juncture, it manifested as a dense, blood-colored mist, clawing desperately to penetrate her being. At that moment, Zhao Lingyun's eyes rolled back, her body wholly ungovernable, akin to a fish flopping on dry land, her form thrashing wildly. She was beyond vocalization, her mouth agape in a mindless gasp, emitting a series of eerie growls from her throat. Outside the mirror, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Is this process truly so excruciating? One murmured, "It must be, but it is simply too exaggerated." The innate malevolence was undeniably formidable, and the spectators were taken aback by Zhao Lingyun's distressing reaction. Their gazes fixated on her vacant expression. Zhao Lingyun herself was in a daze, her memories prior to the age of 10 erased, this agonizing experience wiped clean. Yet, a question lingered within her heart. Could it truly be this painful? Back inside the mirror, Su Huayun's countenance grew increasingly grave. He had fully extracted the innate malevolence. The next step was to transfer it from Zhao Lingyun to Chen Zun. This phase was paramount, as the malevolence was no ordinary entity. If the transfer occurred too swiftly, Chen Zun would succumb to its onslaught. With utmost caution, Su Huayun guided the innate malevolence to Zhao Lingyun's arm, gradually channeling it into their clasped hands. The moment the malevolence touched Chen Zun's fingertips, it spread like red ink spilled upon white parchment, staining him immediately. The heat enveloped him, as though he were being roasted upon a blazing furnace, a torment that pierced the very soul. Chen Zun finally grasped the essence of such agony. He clenched his jaw, silently enduring. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the innate malevolent fire had already transferred to his arm. Although Zhao Lingyun's arm remained significantly reddened, her face no longer bore the same expression of suffering. Her body had ceased to tremble, now only exhibiting slight convulsions. In stark contrast, Chen Zun maintained an inscrutable expression, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead and the veins in his hands bulging ominously. After a brief period, the entire burden of the innate malevolent fire had shifted onto Chen Zun. Zhao Lingyun, though pale, appeared to have found a semblance of peace, even displaying an unprecedented sense of relief. Meanwhile, Chen Zun's body was aflame, his skin oozing droplets of blood that stained his garments crimson. He writhed violently, the veins on his forehead and neck protruding, yet his countenance remained unchanged. The pain was excruciating, a heart-wrenching agony akin to being deep-fried in oil, as if his very soul were being mercilessly torn into innumerable fragments. His mind was painfully alert, amplifying the sensation of pain tenfold. Yet he dare not move, for any shift could herald failure. He could only endure in silence. Outside the mirror, some observed that the demon lord seemed relatively untroubled. Perhaps the innate malevolent fire affected mortals more intensely. After all, the demon lord was a cultivator of the spirit refinement stage, endowed with greater resilience. This notion circulated among the onlookers as they speculated on the differing levels of torment experienced by Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun. Ling Tian, observing, smirked coldly. What peril could truly exist? How painful could it be? The minor innate malevolent fire was hardly formidable. Zhao Lingyun hesitated before responding, perhaps. It isn't as painful as it seems. She uttered these words more for her own solace, for Chen Zun had risked his life to save her. His unchanging expression and silence suggested he was not in such dire pain. Had he cried out in agony, her guilt would have intensified. Reflecting on her earlier reaction, she reasoned that it was understandable for her to falter, being merely immortal, while enduring the trials was expected of a spirit refinement cultivator like Chen Zun. Hence, she instinctively believed the pain might exist, but surely not to an exaggerated extent. At that moment, before anyone could react, two beams of light erupted from the mirror, enveloping Zhao Lingyun and Ling Tian. The sudden shift caught them off guard, and before they could comprehend the situation, a heart-wrenching pain surged through their bodies. Ah! They both cried out in despair, rolling on the ground in agony. The crowd was startled by this unexpected turn of events and quickly retreated. Ah! Ji Yanwu. What? What is happening? Ling Tian's face flushed with pain as he rolled about, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the light. Yet, wherever he rolled, the beams followed, rendering his efforts futile, compelling him to confront the master of the Shueiyuan mirror. Upon witnessing the scene, even the cultivators at the Great Ascension stage dared not approach, retreating to a safe distance. With hearts racing in trepidation, they gazed at the two wretched individuals, their eyes turning towards Ji Yanwu. Han Eugene, equally shaken, looked at Ji Yanwu with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Yanwu, what is happening with the water moon mirror? How did it ensnare those two?" Ye Xiyu and Qingqiu Ya regarded Ji Yanwu with suspicion, suspecting her of foul play. I do not know," Ji Yanwu stammered, her expression reflecting her confusion. "The water moon mirror possesses a spirit. I can only command it, not fully control it. I shall attempt to communicate with the spirit." Ji Yanwu was equally bewildered, unable to fathom why the water moon mirror would launch an assault on Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun without her directive. Thus, she closed her eyes, concentrating her thoughts to establish a connection with the water moon mirror. After a considerable pause, she finally opened her eyes. "Yanwu, what did you find out?" Han Eugene asked urgently. At that moment, everyone awaited Ji Yanwu's explanation. A peculiar expression crossed her face. After a moment's hesitation, she articulated, "This is another supernatural ability of the water moon mirror, known as empathic resonance. When enveloped by the light of empathic resonance, one can experience all the sensations endured by those depicted within the water moon mirror. Even their emotions can be felt as if they were one's own." The words spoken by Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun displeased the spirit of the water moon mirror, which then transmitted a fraction of the pain experienced by Chen Zun to them. Chapter 54. Doubling the suffering. The crowd was utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that the water moon mirror possessed such profound empathy? Even the cultivators in the Mahayana stage could only comply when asked to repair it. The onlookers felt their hearts race in fear, relieved that they had refrained from speaking out moments prior. Had they provoked the water moon mirror's ire, a beam of divine light could have descended upon them, leading to dire consequences. However, their admiration for Chen Zun grew, as both Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun could barely withstand a mere fraction of the torment that Chen Zun endured, writhing in agony on the ground. Yet, Chen Zun remained stoic, his face betraying no sign of distress apart from the involuntary twitching of his muscles. Such remarkable fortitude was truly commendable. Shen Ruoyan had long been intolerant of Zhao Lingyun's demeanor. Now, witnessing her in such a pitiful state, she could not help but mock her, exclaiming, "Didn't you think it wasn't that painful? How can you not endure even 1/10 of what Chen Zun bears? Truly, a knife does not cut one's own flesh. You seem unaware of what true pain is." Although Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun were suffering immensely, they were too preoccupied with their own agony to heed Shen Ruoyan's derision. They had clearly heard Ji Yanwu's earlier remarks. With reddened eyes, Ling Tian shouted, "Ji Yanwu, how can we make the water moon mirror cease this infernal sensation of shared suffering? It hurts." Before he could finish, a scream erupted from him. Zhao Lingyun felt similarly, but her pain was so overwhelming that she could scarcely utter a word. All she could do was gaze pleadingly at Ji Yanwu, hoping she might alleviate the shared agony. The intensity of the pain was unprecedented for her. Faced with Ling Tian's desperate outcry, Ji Yanwu displayed a look of helplessness. The crowd turned their attention to her. Ji Yanwu explained, "I can only direct the spirit of the water moon mirror. I cannot manipulate it directly. Therefore, if the water moon mirror does not cease, I am powerless to change that. Moreover, the spirit conveyed that your suffering will persist as long as Chen Zun's does." This revelation was terrifying. Han Eugene felt a surge of fear towards the water moon mirror, muttering softly. Ling Tian was taken aback. What did this mean? Did it imply he was destined to suffer alongside Chen Zun? This was unacceptable. Enraged, he cursed the accursed mirror, exclaiming, "What a wretched mirror! I have done nothing to offend you." Unbeknownst to him, his words deeply offended the spirit of the water-moon mirror. No sooner had he spoken than the beam of light enveloping him and Zhao Lingyun intensified, doubling in thickness. Simultaneously, their suffering magnified. "Oh!" Both Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun screamed in unison. The pain rendered them incapable of speech, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Ling Alliance leader, it would be wise to say less. Lest you invite further torment, cautioned the elderly Song from Qiuqiao Pavilion, hastily retreating. It was not fear of death that prompted his flight, but rather a desire to avoid collateral damage. His frail body could not withstand such tribulations as the young ones could. With gritted teeth, Zhao Lingyun glared furiously at Ling Tian. Her resentment for him had reached its zenith. You claimed that you had no reason to spar with a mirror. Yet now it seems that you have indulged in a fleeting whim, only to find yourself entangled in its consequences. At present, she can only fervently hope that Chen Zun swiftly navigates through this tormenting phase to alleviate her own suffering. Within the mirror, under Su Huayun's meticulous guidance, the innate malevolent fire has completely permeated Chen Zun's being. At this juncture, Chen Zun's cultivation of spiritual refinement has come into play, coupled with his inherent mastery of ice-based techniques, which naturally counters the innate malevolent fire, leading to a swift establishment of equilibrium. Although he still experiences some discomfort, it remains within bearable limits. Su Huayun descended from the air, his demeanor weary, having expended considerable spiritual energy traversing the extreme cold, and now, after shifting the innate malevolent fire, he found himself fatigued, even as a practitioner of the Great Ascension. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. He exhaled, gazing at Chen Zun with a face full of satisfaction. This young man possesses remarkable potential, but what he admires even more is the rare resilience and tenacity he exhibits. This child is destined for greatness. Chen Zun has fully acclimated to the innate malevolent fire and opened his eyes, which were now bloodshot. He turned to Zhao Lingyun, involuntarily smiling. From this moment forth, his sister would no longer endure the torment of the innate malevolent fire. Yet, his gratitude was primarily directed towards his master. "Master, thank you," he uttered, his voice unexpectedly hoarse, almost alien to him. Su Huayun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "All of this is a result of your own endurance of pain to achieve success. My role here was merely minor." Noticing the pallor of Su Huayun's complexion, Chen Zun understood that his master had undoubtedly sacrificed as much, if not more, than he had. As they were nominally teacher and student, Chen Zun refrained from further superfluous words. He preferred to express his gratitude through actions rather than mere words. However, he acknowledged his current weakness and resolved to repay this debt of gratitude once he was capable, now that the innate malevolent fire had transferred to him. Chen Zun's primary concern was when Zhao Lingyun would awaken. "Master, when will Yun'er regain consciousness?" he inquired. Su Huayun stepped closer, examining Zhao Lingyun's demeanor and aura, and replied with a smile, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she shall awaken in no less than a month, and no more than 2. "At least a month? Cannot it be sooner?" Chen Zun frowned, finding the timeline unsatisfactory. "This is already the swiftest possible outcome." Su Huayun chuckled in response to Chen Zun's impatience. "Do you think she has idled away the past 5 years? The girl's body is in a state of extreme fragility and requires careful nurturing to restore her vitality." Outside the mirror, the beams of light surrounding Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun had been retracted. Both were drenched in sweat, their hair limp against their faces. Ling Tian rose, shaking off the spiritual energy, causing the sweat to dissipate as vapor into the air. He then cast a fiery gaze towards the concealed water-moon mirror above. Enduring immense suffering, Wudong by naturally harbored a deep-seated hatred for the water-moon mirror spirit. Yet, he refrained from speaking carelessly, for the agony he experienced penetrated his very soul, and he had no desire to endure it a second time. However, Ling Tian's animosity towards Chen Zun was even more profound. Were it not for him, he would not have spoken out and consequently faced such torment. The root of all this misery lay with that scoundrel, Chen Zun. Zhao Lingyun's face still bore the remnants of shock. She had not anticipated that the pain brought on by the innate evil fire would be so excruciating. Meanwhile, Chen Zun, in his unwavering determination to rescue her, endured even greater suffering. This left her in a tumultuous state of mind, as if her emotions were a chaotic blend of flavors, leaving her quite unsettled. Within the mirror, the scene continued to unfold. Aware that Zhao Lingyun could not awaken immediately, Chen Zun chose to remain silent. Nonetheless, a thought gradually took shape within him. He stood up, his legs trembling as if they might give way beneath him. The recent ordeal was no mere illusion. Leaning against the icy jade bed for support, he raised his gaze to Su Huayan. "Master, I implore you for one more favor." Su Huayan's heart grew wary. As he faintly discerned Chen Zun's intentions and instinctively rejected the notion without a second thought. "I refuse." Chapter 55. Doubts Abound, Master. Did you know what I wish to convey without even asking? Chen Zun's face was a picture of astonishment. "Are you suggesting that I take the girl as my disciple?" Su Huayan curled his lips in disdain. The boy's intentions were not difficult to decipher. The moment his tail began to wag, it was evident to Su Huayan whether he needed to relieve himself. He had long recognized the boy's hesitant expression during their time in the frigid land, yet chose to remain silent. "This matter is not open for discussion. I refuse." Chen Zun's eyes widened in disbelief, for Su Huayan had indeed read his mind. Despite Su Huayan's refusal, he remained undeterred and inquired, "Why? Does taking one disciple differ from taking two? Do you think I would accept just anyone as my disciple?" Su Huayan was amused by Chen Zun's words and pointed to himself. "I am the esteemed leader of the Tianyuan sect, the foremost among 100 sects, second only to none. For all these years, I have not taken a single disciple. Were it not for your exceptional talent and character, even if you were to bow and plead, you would not gain entry into my school." Still unsatisfied, he gestured toward Zhao Lingyun. "Look at the girl. She possesses neither talent nor even the most fundamental spiritual root. Why would I take her as a disciple? If others were to learn that I accepted a mere mortal as my pupil, they would surely mock me. Only you see her as a treasure, left outside. She would hardly attract a second glance. You should abandon this notion." To be frank, had he not intended to take Chen Zun as a disciple, he would have disregarded Zhao Lingyun altogether. Her being Chen Zun's cherished one did not warrant even a glance from him. The Lingxi pendant, while valuable, was hardly a necessity for the Tianyuan sect. Outside the mirror, laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha! Zhao Lingyun, did you hear that? Your esteemed master had no intention of accepting you as his disciple. Were it not for Chen Zun, would you still be alive today? Dream on." Shen Ruoyan, reveling in schadenfreude, taunted. "No, that cannot be." Zhao Lingyun vehemently retorted, her face a canvas of shifting hues, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Deep within, she struggled to accept the scene she had just witnessed and stubbornly declared, "Though my master is strict with me, he has always been attentive to my cultivation. If he refused to accept me as a disciple now, why would he later consent?" Shen Ruoyan did not back down and countered, "When Su Zongzhu declined to accept you, you were merely a mortal without a spiritual root. It was only after you acquired the ice-veined spiritual body that he agreed to take you in. Zhao Lingyun, have you never pondered the origins of your ice-veined spiritual body?" Her words stirred a tempest of thoughts, prompting many to reflect on their implications. Ji Yanwu's gaze flickered as she recalled a detail, her brow furrowing. "When you became a disciple of Su Zongzhu, my master also took me to witness the ceremony. I remember seeing the demon lord there. He already possessed the cultivation of spirit refining. Yet when I encountered him, he lacked even the strength of qi condensation. While you possessed the ice-veined spiritual body at that time." Zhao Lingyun's expression shifted. She too remembered that Chen Zun had been less gifted than herself back then. So, where had Chen Zun's spirit refining cultivation disappeared to, and where had the ice-veined spiritual body displayed in the Shueiyuan mirror gone? It was indeed a perplexing matter. As the crowd began to connect the dots, a voice broke the silence. Looking up, they saw the aged bard from Qingqiu Pavilion affirming Ji Yanwu's words. After a moment of contemplation, seemingly lost in reminiscence, he finally spoke. Years ago, the master of Tianyuanzong acquired a rare ice vein spirit body disciple, which indeed shocked the world. The sect extended invitations to various friends from different factions to witness the occasion. I had the fortune to be present and witnessed both the demon lord and fairy Zhao, just as Ji Xiyu described. The old man added his testimony, and despite the passage of time, several elder cultivators present at that grand ceremony echoed his affirmation. With the endorsement of two prominent sect leaders, the crowd's belief solidified, their gazes toward Zhao Lingyun laden with profound implications. Shen Ruoyan, unyielding in her pursuit, pressed Zhao Lingyun. All signs indicate that the ice vein spirit body you take pride in was likely conferred upon you by Chen Zun. What do you have to say for yourself? I. Faced with Shen Ruoyan's relentless questioning, Zhao Lingyun's complexion paled, her form trembling as she retreated, unable to articulate a coherent response. Everyone, please remain calm. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Ling Tian stepped forward, determined to retain authority over the unfolding events. For he still needed Zhao Lingyun and others for his grand designs. As he spoke, the crowd turned their attention to him, while Zhao Lingyun clung to him like a lifeline, filled with hope that he might provide a counterargument. Ling Tian's expression grew serious as he addressed the assembly. Listen to me, everyone. While we do not know the fate of the demon lord's ice vein spirit body, it is not certain that Fairy Zhao's ice vein spirit body was passed down from him. Let us not forget that the cold jade bed is an ice-affiliated spiritual item, a treasured artifact of Tianyuanzong. Typically, a cultivator practicing upon it for a few days experiences significant enhancement in their cultivation. Zhao Lingyun has lain upon the cold jade bed for a full 5 years, absorbing an immeasurable amount of ice essence. It is entirely plausible that she experienced a fortuitous awakening of her ice vein spirit body. Yes, that must be it. Zhao Lingyun eagerly nodded in agreement. Regardless of the logic of others, the memories of Chen Zun saving her multiple times, combined with her master's various grievances, began to soften her conscience. She weakly remarked, "He has saved me so many times, yet he also sought to use the 10,000-year cold cave to kill me. My personal grievances with him are thus settled." Oh, Shen Ruoyan chuckled, finding Zhao Lingyun's nonchalance amusing. How could Chen Zun's kindness be so easily balanced against the darker intentions? Clearly, it was merely Zhao Lingyun's own guilt that prevented her from acknowledging the truth. She then mockingly added, "So the cold jade bed possesses such miraculous effects for awakening ice vein spirit bodies? In the future, will Tianyuanzong be able to produce ice vein spirit body cultivators in droves? Congratulations to your sect, Zhao Lingyun." Even the most oblivious of listeners grasped the implications of Shen Ruoyan's words. Guillermo, overwhelmed by the escalating tension, realized something had to be done. Otherwise, all this arguing would yield nothing of substance. He attempted to mediate, urging, "Enough, Lady Shen and Fairy Zhao. Let us cease this dispute. Whether it is true or false will soon be revealed by the forthcoming images in the water moon mirror." Shen Ruoyan, displaying a measure of respect for the esteemed elder, huffed softly, "We shall see. The ice vein spirit body undoubtedly originated from Master Chen." Surprisingly, Zhao Lingyun refrained from countering her words, instead lifting her gaze to the water moon mirror, though her heart was tumultuous and her palms slick with perspiration. She found herself praying fervently that her ice vein spirit body was not a gift from Master Chen. Otherwise, the torment she had previously inflicted upon him would remain an irreparable debt, one that even death could not amend. Chapter 56. Callousness. Chen Zun remained silent. Although Su Huayun's words were rather unpalatable, they bore a semblance of truth. The decision to accept Zhao Lingyun as a disciple was one he could propose, but he could not coerce Su Huayun into compliance. With one avenue closed, he resolved to explore another. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Master, I recall you mentioning 5 years ago that mortals could theoretically implant spiritual roots. Is that not so?" "Indeed, that is merely theoretical. The conditions are exceedingly stringent. Su Huayun Zeplet, Noding Slao. He had indeed made such a statement, but was wary of the implications, fearing that the young man might harbor ulterior motives. Chen Zun's eyes sparkled with hope. To him, the distinction between theory and practice was irrelevant, existing only as a binary of possibility. The fact that his master had not outright dismissed the idea, but rather indicated its difficulty, was sufficient encouragement. Were the conditions? He pressed eagerly. Su Huayun regarded him with skepticism, pondering the young man's unyielding determination and concealed agenda. Nevertheless, since the conversation had ventured this far, he resolved to divulge the two methods of root transplantation. In truth, the notion of implanting spiritual roots into a mortal was not novel. It had been attempted long before, and through countless experiments and failures, two theoretical methods had emerged. Upon hearing this, Chen Zun's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. The first method, while seemingly straightforward, involved the use of rare materials infused with the quintessence of the five elements, forcefully injected into the mortal's body and deeply embedded within marrow. Once the elemental essence fully integrated with a mortal form, the individual could perceive the spiritual energies of the universe and embark on the path of cultivation. So simple? Chen Zun marveled, incredulity washing over him. Su Huayun smirked, playfully rapping Chen Zun's head. Do you truly believe that such rare materials are easily obtainable? These treasures are often more theoretical than practical. Whenever they surface, they are fiercely contested by major sections. Even should you miraculously acquire one, the elemental essence is not benign. The frail mortal body cannot endure such forces. The consequences could range from instant obliteration to the shattering of the soul, leaving no opportunity for reincarnation. The fatality rate is astoundingly high. Chen Zun was taken aback. So, even if he procured the rare materials and manifested the elemental essence, the endeavor would likely prove perilous. The margin for error was minuscule, and should he fail, Zhao Lingyun would not have a second chance at life. Given these risks, it seemed wiser to refrain from attempting such a dangerous undertaking. At least Zhao Lingyun could live a peaceful life, even if she could not pursue cultivation. And the second method? Su Huayun, recognizing the alarm he had instilled in Chen Zun, knew that the young man was willing to disregard his own safety for Zhao Lingyun, but would not risk her life in the process. As Su Huayun contemplated this, an inexplicable sense of elation washed over her, and she spoke with a serene demeanor. The second method poses a greater challenge. It involves a means of forging a false spiritual root. This technique requires the establishment of a spirit-gathering array within a mortal vessel, wherein the soul is divided into the 3 souls and 7 spirits. By amalgamating the essence of a human's golden core or a beast's demon core in a liquid form, and nurturing it within the dantian, one can open meridians and circulate energy throughout the body. Over time, this may enable the individual to sense spiritual energy, thus achieving a significant breakthrough. However, the division of the soul is fraught with peril. Should the soul remain incomplete, the individual may become dull-witted or even descend into madness, leading to a drastic alteration of temperament. Moreover, the implanted false spiritual root has a low ceiling for advancement, and upon death, the individual is doomed to the fate of disintegration, unable to reincarnate. This elucidates why the implantation process is exceedingly arduous for mortals. Upon hearing this, Chen Zun felt utterly bewildered. The two methods presented were not genuine means of implanting a spiritual root. They were profoundly unsafe and tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, the prospect of implanting a spiritual root for Zhao Lingyun was rendered utterly unattainable. Outside the mirror, the onlookers were enraptured. These revelations were secrets only accessible at the ascended stage, and they were naturally beyond their reach. Even if they would never utilize this knowledge, it broadened their horizons nonetheless. You have heard it. My master has declared these two methods to be utterly impractical, thus rendering the notion of the demon lord transferring the ice vein spiritual body to me a mere fabrication. Zhao Lingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her master's words inadvertently extricated her from her predicament, validating Ling Tian's assertions. Consequently, Apart from the unexpected awakening of her ice vein spiritual body through the cold jade bed, no other explanation could satisfactorily account for its origin. Zhao Lingyun regarded Ling Tian with increasing fondness, acknowledging that although he was somewhat impetuous, he was indeed commendable. Leader Ling truly possesses extraordinary insight, unlike certain individuals who rely solely on baseless conjecture, barking like wild dogs, and unjustly slandering me for having appropriated the demon lord's ice vein spiritual body. It is utterly laughable. With that, she arched an eyebrow at Shen Ruoyan, her provocation unmistakable. Ji Yanwu's expression soured slightly. She sensed that although Zhao Lingyun had not directly accused her, she was undoubtedly implicated, especially since she had previously raised doubts. Ling Tian, taken aback by his own nonsensical ramblings inadvertently striking a chord, wore a satisfied grin and replied, "I am unworthy of such praise from Zhao Xinzi. I merely speculated based on the facts at hand." Shen Ruoyan's face flushed with indignation as she gritted her teeth. Her woman's intuition led her to doubt the cold jade bed's potential to awaken an ice vein spiritual body, particularly in a mortal without a spiritual root. The unexplained disappearance of Chen Zun's ice vein spiritual body and his prior deficiencies in aptitude were undoubtedly linked to Zhao Lingyun. She retorted vehemently, "At the very least, Chen Zun sought a method for you to implant a spiritual root. Yet, instead of feeling gratitude, you revel in this moment. I truly feel pity for him." "Huh, why should I feel any gratitude towards him? I never solicited his assistance in finding a method for spiritual root implantation. Every action he took was of his own volition, bearing no relevance to me. Even if there were a method, it ceased to exist the moment he attempted to trap me in the frigid cavern for a millennium." A faint smirk graced Zhao Lingyun's lips, her gaze as frigid as ice. "You are exceedingly heartless, Zhao Lingyun. Do not rejoice too soon. Chen Zun's icy vein spiritual body must be connected to you, and there surely exists another means." A chill coursed through Shen Ruoyan's heart. Chen Zun had gone to such lengths for her, while this woman relentlessly targeted him, displaying an utter lack of compassion. Zhao Lingyun replied, "Let's find it first. I owe him nothing at present. It is he who embodies the true essence of a heartless and ungrateful scoundrel." "Saintess of Tianyuan, do not speak prematurely," an elderly voice interjected. "I recall a method for mortals to implant spiritual roots, though I wonder why Sect Master Su has not mentioned it." Just as Shen Ruoyan was about to respond, Go-Mo, sure, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, having been slightly offended by Zhao Lingyun's earlier remarks. Zhao Lingyun's expression shifted subtly. Chapter 57. Living for oneself. Upon hearing these words, a wave of curiosity swept through the crowd. Shen Ruoyan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly inquired, "Master Ge, what method do you speak of?" Gamashi, with a sage-like smile, began to elucidate. "This method is not a secret technique, dear friends. You may discover it within your sections. It is rather simple, and is known as the spiritual root exchange method. As the name suggests, a cultivator can extract their own spiritual root from their body using a secret technique and subsequently transfer into the body of a mortal. Unlike the perilous methods mentioned by Sect Master Su, this approach is comparatively gentle, for cultivators are, at their core, mortals themselves, endowed with innate spiritual roots that mortals can withstand. Thus, the risks are minimal, and the success rate is exceedingly high, allowing mortals to possess spiritual roots." Upon hearing this, Ji Yanwu appeared contemplative and suddenly remarked, "If that is the case, would it not be effortless for mortals to exchange their spiritual roots?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. If the exchange of spiritual roots were indeed so simple, would cultivators not live in constant fear? "What a pertinent question, Miss Ji," Gumashi responded with a nod, casting an approving glance her way. He continued, "Fear not, dear friends. Although the spiritual root exchange method may seem straightforward, it is, in truth, quite challenging. The first condition is that only cultivators with at least 3 spiritual roots can undertake this method. Those with inferior qualifications cannot extract their roots at all. The second condition necessitates the cultivator's willing consent to utilize the spiritual root exchange method. Without the individual's desire, no secret technique can extract the spiritual root. Even if forcibly removed, it would merely result in a wasted root, which would be toxic to a mortal. The third condition is that those who possess spiritual roots cannot exchange them for others. Doing so would inevitably lead to a collapse of their essence and death. This is a strict law, an insurmountable chasm. Only superior spiritual roots can be compatible with the spiritual root exchange method, ensuring a smoother and less risky transfer to a mortal. However, this is the most daunting aspect. For if a cultivator were to exchange their root with a mortal, they would forfeit their ability to cultivate and become immortal themselves. Hence, the rarity of the spiritual root exchange method is intrinsically linked to these stringent conditions. After Gumashi's explanation, a collective sigh of relief resonated through the assembly. If exchanging spiritual roots were truly so simple, why would one still pursue immortality? They could merely seek out those with exceptional talents and seize their roots instead, alleviating their own burdens. As for the limited dissemination of the spiritual root exchange method, the crowd understood. Cultivators were primarily focused on elevating their own realms. Who among them would idly contemplate transferring their spiritual roots to mortals? Any rational individual would refrain from such folly. Only those with impaired judgment would engage in the imprudent act of spiritual root exchange. After all, as long as one remains human, there exists a degree of self-interest. No one could be selfless enough to relinquish their spiritual roots to a mortal. It was peculiar. Sect Master Su should be aware of the spiritual root exchange method. Why had it never been mentioned in the presence of the demon lord? At this juncture, Gumashi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Shen Ruoyan interjected. Did you not see how Chen Zun risked his life countless times to save this beloved sister? Such a trifling spirit root. How could he possibly be unwilling? And how dare Su Zongzhu speak so boldly? Upon finishing her statement, she shot a glance at Zhao Lingyun, deliberately emphasizing the term beloved sister. Ji Yanwu and the other women understood Chen Zun's character well, and their gazes towards Zhao Lingyun were tinged with a hint of amusement. Shen Majuan's words held a degree of truth, clarifying why the demon lord's ice-vein spirit body had vanished, leading to his decline in talent. Ye Xiyu did. His expression one of sudden enlightenment. He turned to Zhao Lingyun with a serious demeanor. Holy maiden of Tianyuan, it is widely acknowledged that no treasure exists in this world that can awaken a spirit root. If my conjecture is correct, it must be that the demon lord exchanged his ice-vein spirit body for yours using the spirit root exchange method. Zhao Lingyun's face turned ashen. However, Gumoshi's reasoning was sound, and even if she wished to retort, she found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she stated, since my master did not mention this method, how could he possibly know of the spirit root exchange method? And how could he transfer a spirit root to me? Gugaju, please refrain from making baseless claims. Let us wait and see whose conjecture holds true, Gumoshi replied, shaking his head and sighing at her obstinacy. Inside the mirror, Chen Zun pondered deeply before his expression suddenly calmed. Master, is there a third method to implant a spirit root? No, absolutely not. Su Huayan replied without a moment's hesitation. His lengthy explanation aimed solely to convince Chen Zun that only these two perilous methods existed, which endangered Zhao Lingyun's life. Hoping to dissuade him, little did he expect, Chen Zun's next words took him by surprise. What about the spirit root exchange method? Su Huayan's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Chen Zun, remaining silent for a long moment before asking, How did you know? Chen Zun smiled, pointing to his head. Master, do not forget that I have received the spirit pattern inheritance. It was only just now that I learned of this method. I had forgotten about that, Su Huayan admitted, a look of resignation crossing his face. No amount of scheming had prepared him for the revelation that his senior brotherly Huamu had left a record of the spirit root exchange method within the spirit pattern inheritance. Chen Zun continued, Master, this method can indeed implant a spirit root into a mortal. I believe. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Huayan's harsh tone. Do not even think about it. Su Huayan's expression darkened as he launched into a stern lecture. She has already recovered, and even without a spirit root, she can lead a fulfilling life. If she so desires, she can live a carefree existence, wealthy and at ease. Why must you be so extreme as to wish to exchange a spirit root for this girl? What will you do afterward? I will never agree to this. Su Huayun concluded with an unwavering tone that brooked no argument. This was the first time Chen Zun had witnessed Su Huayun express such intense anger. And though he felt a twinge of fear deep within, he maintained a stubborn demeanor, retorting, "Mortals possess but a fleeting lifespan of mere decades. As her brother, how could I possibly stand idly by and watch her depart from my life? Foolishness." Su Huayun scolded in a tone laced with disappointment. "You have already inherited her innate malevolence, securing her a healthy body. You have sacrificed more than any kin could ever offer. Neither her grandfather nor her parents ever contemplated bestowing their spiritual roots upon her. Why can't you grasp this fundamental truth?" Chen Zun lowered his head, silently absorbing the words, not uttering a single sound. Su Huayun's emotions were tumultuous. He did not wish to undermine Chen Zun. Yet the young man's naivete was profoundly disheartening. "Chen Zun, do not feel indebted to her, nor should you believe that because she calls you brother, you must relinquish everything for her. You are a living being with your own aspirations and goals. You cannot solely contemplate the needs of others. You must also consider your own existence and live for yourself." Chapter 58. Ungratefulness. You appear fatigued. It would be wise to depart from this place first. Chen Zun lifted his head and opened his mouth, eager to speak, yet Su Huayun did not grant him the opportunity. Stepping forward, he took hold of Chen Zun and began to lead him out, gracefully waving his sleeve, which set the formation in motion once more. In an instant, their bodies shimmered with ethereal light and vanished from the chamber. Chen Zun felt as if the scene before him shifted in a blur, and he found himself within a grand hall. This space was remarkably expansive, adorned solely by a statue of a middle-aged cultivator at its center, while the surroundings lay barren. The statue was magnificent and lifelike, with one hand wielding a golden longsword and the other cradling a scroll of white jade inscribed with golden characters. Its gaze looked down upon the hall with an imposing presence that conveyed authority without anger, emanating an inexhaustible, piercing sword intent. Even with Chen Zun's refined spiritual cultivation, a fleeting glance at the statue caused his eyes to sting painfully, as though something were attempting to blind him. Filled with trepidation, he averted his gaze, unable to meet its eyes directly. Su Huayun keenly observed Chen Zun's reaction, choosing not to intervene deliberately, wishing to impart a lesson through discomfort. After bowing respectfully, he began to recount the origins of the statue. "This is our sect's founding ancestor, Shao Jilong. The statue embodies a fragment of his sword intent. Do not gaze upon it disrespectfully, lest you suffer injury from its power." Junior disciple Chen Zun pays his respects to the ancestor. Chen Zun, filled with reverence, followed Su Huayun in bowing thrice. "Having paid homage to the ancestor, follow me," Su Huayun remarked, nodding slightly without further ado, and proceeded towards the back of the hall. Chen Zun hastened to keep pace with him. After traversing the duration of a fragrant incense stick, they arrived before a mountainside, beside which stood several small dwellings. Su Huayun halted before the mountainside, gesturing toward one of the houses. "This is the main peak of Tianyuan's sect and my usual residence. Thus far, you are the only disciple I have accepted. Today, feel free to choose any room for your stay." "Yes, Master," Chen Zun replied with a nod. "I usually cultivate within my cave dwelling. Should you require anything, simply call out at the mountainside, and I will attend to it. Now, rest. You must be weary." Su Huayun settled Chen Zun in, producing a piece of white jade and pressing it against the mountainside. Instantly, the wall rippled with patterns, revealing an entrance, through which he stepped. "Master, wait," Chen Zun suddenly called out. Su Huayun paused, refraining from turning back. Any matters can be discussed later. The young man's persistence was unwelcome, and Su Huayun had no intention of yielding. Recognizing Su Huayun's dismissive demeanor, Chen Zun understood that he was unwilling to engage further. "Master, I comprehend that you have my best interests at heart, but my goal is to exchange my spiritual roots for hers." Su Huayun turned his gaze towards him, his eyes flashing briefly, his expression serene as still water. "You are aware that I act for your benefit. If you refuse to heed my counsel and insist on jeopardizing your promising future, I shall not acquiesce." Chen Zun noted the signs of Su Huayun's growing ire. Yet fear did not deter him. He was resolute in his quest and would not relent until his objective was achieved. On the path, the master said, "I beseech you, just this once, I will not trouble you again." Su Hua's expression turned to one of anger as he retorted, "You need not implore me. This matter ends here. Do not bring it up again." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, the shimmering veil descending, restoring the mountain wall to its original state. "Then I shall kneel here. I shall rise only when you grant your consent." Chen Zun approached the mountain wall and knelt down resolutely. "Kneel as you wish," echoed Su Huayan's voice from the wall. Outside the mirror, it appeared that the Lord of Songs had been correct. Who would have thought the demon lord truly knew of the spirit root exchange method? Not merely knowledge, but did he not witness him beseeching the sect master Su? It seems the ice vein spirit body of the Tianluo Saintess indeed originated from the demon lord. Who would have imagined that such a nefarious individual would be so devoted to his sister? One wonders what his true intentions are. As it was said by Gamache, the crowd began to murmur. It appears that I was not mistaken. Although the demon lord has committed numerous atrocities, his immense sacrifice for the Tianluo Saintess is unparalleled. In my many years, I have never witnessed such a thing, and I am deeply impressed. Gamache sighed, reflecting upon the treachery of human hearts, where everyone acts in their own self-interest within the world of cultivation. Chen Zun's disposition is indeed rare. The great marsh demon king, Qingqiu Ya reminisced about the past, lamenting, "He was once quite agreeable. Chen Zun, you have bestowed all your kindness upon them, yet what you receive in return is hatred and betrayal. Look at these women. Which among them does not wish to see you perish? If only you had shown me a fraction of the kindness you displayed towards Zhao Lingyun, I would be utterly content." Shen Ruoyan felt a bitter sensation in her heart. She envied the boundless affection Chen Zun held for Zhao Lingyun, yet lamented the harshness Zhao Lingyun exhibited towards him. The more she pondered, the more she felt aggrieved, her ire towards Zhao Lingyun intensifying as she glared at her. The ice vein spirit body, so rarely seen, was given to you without hesitation. Without him, you would not be where you are today. Yet you audaciously accuse Chen Zun of being unfeeling. I see you as the truly callous one. Tianluo Saintess, Shun Mo Nu's words bear truth. You ought not to humiliate the demon lord in such a manner, as his kindness is far too great to ever be repaid. Gamache concurred from his side. Ji Yanwu remarked coolly, "Even with 1,000 evils, he bears no guilt towards you." Faced with the crowd's reproach, Zhao Lingyun could no longer maintain her defiance. Her countenance was filled with trepidation. She faltered and muttered, I cannot recall the past. How could I know that the ice vein spirit body was exchanged for me?" Seeing Zhao Lingyun in a position of weakness and vulnerability, Ling Tian felt compelled to assist this potential ally. He stated, even if the demon lord transferred the ice vein spirit body to Zhao Xinzi, it was his choice, and she bears no blame. Looking at it from another perspective, his transfer of the ice vein spirit body to Zhao Xinzi was indeed a favorable act. Otherwise, with his talents, who knows how many lives he might have endangered. Therefore, Zhao Xinzi need not feel remorse. Zhao Lingyun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope in this moment. It was only Ling Tian who stood by her side. Moreover, from a moral standpoint, he was indeed correct. Zhao Lingyun, emboldened by a newfound confidence, proclaimed, "He has bestowed his benevolence solely upon me. However, this does not absolve him of the heinous crimes he has committed against the world. How can I prioritize my own interests and forsake the greater righteousness? As for the matter of exchanging my spiritual roots, I shall spare his life." In a fit of rage, Shen Ruoyan trembled uncontrollably, raising her hand to point accusingly at Zhao Lingyun. "Zhao Lingyun, how dare you utter such words, invoking nonsensical notions of righteousness to undermine Chen Zun's sacrifices for you? Do you believe this will bring you solace? You ungrateful wretch, you shall descend into the depths of hell." Chapter 59, a prophetic utterance. It is you who deserves to descend into hell. Zhao Lingyun suddenly erupted in a cold, derisive laugh. Her dissatisfaction with Shen Ruoyan had long been simmering. This woman had persistently criticized her, causing her great embarrassment, which was utterly detestable. How absurd! As a practitioner of the demonic path, you have committed countless heinous acts, and the number of innocent lives you have harmed likely rivals that of the demon lord. Look around. Who here does not wish to see you dead? By virtue of your identity, what right do you have to condemn me? Upon hearing Zhao Lingyun's words, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shen Ruoyan's eyes, and she suddenly laughed. Hailing from the Wuji Hall, as a saintess of the demonic path, Shen Ruoyan's hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent lives, a fact she never sought to deny. She boldly confessed, disdainfully asserting, I am indeed a perpetrator of unspeakable evils, deserving of hell. Thus, I accept my current fate. Zhao Lingyun, unlike you, I do not preach righteousness while hiding behind a mask of morality. I may have wronged the world, but I have remained true to him. Ask yourself, do you truly deserve him? This statement struck Zhao Lingyun to her core, igniting her rage. She shouted, this is between him and me. What business is it of an outsider like you? If you wish to die, I shall grant you that. With that, Zhao Lingyun brandished her sword and advanced toward Shen Ruoyan. Unfazed, Shen Ruoyan raised her chin defiantly. Come, if you are truly Zhao Lingyun, then I fear you not. Do you think I'm the only one who speaks of you so? You are mistaken. They simply lack the courage to voice it. Even if you were to slay me now, it would not erase how others perceive you. Silence. Zhao Lingyun's fury reached a fever pitch, her sanity slipping away as she lunged to slay Shen Ruoyan. Ji Yanwu swiftly intervened, positioning herself in front of Shen Ruoyan, while Han Yujin quickly followed suit. Zhao Lingyun's face turned icy as she glared at Ji Yanwu, her voice chillingly calm. Are you all intent on shielding the demoness and opposing the world? What audacity! Zhao Lingyun, do you believe you can speak for everyone? Han Yujin's pupils constricted as she retorted sharply. Ji Yanwu cast a disappointed glance at Zhao Lingyun, her expression tranquil, yet her gaze growing increasingly stern. Saintess of the celestial origin, whom you wish to kill is of no concern to me. But this place does not permit your recklessness. Zhao Lingyun's eyes hardened further, her voice rising in intensity. Do you all wish to stand against the world? Zhao Lingyun appeared almost deranged, her piercing voice echoing throughout the Tianxu Palace, her profound cultivation pressing down on everyone, making it difficult to breathe. The mockery on Shen Ruoyan's face deepened. This Zhao Lingyun truly believed herself to be virtuous, naively thinking everyone regarded her as an innocent. She sought to cloak her selfishness with a facade of righteousness. Truly, she was beyond redemption. Ladies, we must not falter in our ranks at such a critical moment. As tensions threatened to ignite into conflict, Gamashi timely stepped in to mediate. Zhao Lingyun turned to Gamashi, her expression one of disbelief. Although this venerable elder possessed a lower level of cultivation than her, he was an esteemed and compassionate figure in the realm of immortality, widely revered by all. His mere utterance signified an implicit endorsement of Ji Yanwu and her companion's position. Gamashi coughed lightly and said, Ahem, Holy Maiden of Tianyuan, please temper your anger. In my humble opinion, the words of the master of Shui Wei are indeed reasonable, and further conflict should be avoided, regardless of the heinous deeds committed by the demoness. There are methods for resolution post factum. We must not allow our tempers to escalate into violence. The assembly unanimously concurred. Gamashi then turned to Ling Tian, speaking gently. What do you think, Alliance Leader Ling? Given the prevailing sentiment, even if Ling Tian favored Zhao Lingyun, he would not foolishly oppose everyone else. And thus he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was as such. Though his words were somewhat veiled, Zhao Lingyun grasped the situation clearly. The attendees were not seeking to prevent her from slaying Shen Ruoyan. Rather, they acknowledged Shen Ruoyan's assertions. In that moment, she felt utterly isolated. Trembling, Zhao Lingyun felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. It was not that she failed to comprehend the rationale behind Shen Ruoyan's words. She was indeed unworthy of Chen Zun's regard. No one understood better than she did. She simply refused to admit it. Having always held the esteemed title of the favored daughter of heaven, she had never believed herself in the wrong. Even if she was at fault, it was always the fault of others. Thus, in the beginning, when she recalled Chen Zun's kindness, tears would fall as she reminisced about memories never before experienced. However, the subsequent scenes were too shocking. She was but a mere mortal, and everything she possessed was bestowed by Chen Zun. She could neither believe nor wish to believe it. Her heart hardened. Regardless, she would not acknowledge her mistakes, for she had inflicted too much harm upon Chen Zun. The mere thought of confronting her transgressions against him filled her with dread and trepidation, making it unbearable to contemplate. There was no turning back. She could only continue down the wrong path. Within the mirror, Chen Zun had been kneeling for a full 10 days, unwavering and immobile. Night fell. Alas, why must you endure this? A sigh echoed through the air. The mountain walls rippled, and upon hearing the sound, Chen Zun finally lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. He beheld Zhao Lingyun slowly emerging from the cave, stopping before him. Master, master, Chen Zun began, only to find his voice hoarse and unclear. Zhao Lingyun, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "How did I come to accept you as my disciple? I truly wish to pry open your skull to see what resides within. For you are willing to surrender both your life and promising future so easily." Chen Zun parted his lips, a smile breaking through. "Does that mean you consent?" Zhao Lingyun huffed with disdain. "Rise. I fear you might kneel yourself to death before my cave, sullying the place." Aware of Zhao Lingyun's tacit approval, Chen Zun attempted to stand, but before he could steady himself, pain shot through his knees, nearly causing him to collapse. "Look at you, what have you become?" With quick reflexes, Zhao Lingyun grasped his arm and hoisted him upright, preventing his fall. Chen Zun discerned the undertone of grievance and reproach in Zhao Lingyun's words. Yet he also felt a genuine warmth of concern for himself. His heart softened, and he felt a pang of guilt for not living up to the high expectations placed upon him. He lowered his voice and confessed, "Disciple has disappointed master." Zhao Lingyun opened his mouth, intending to scold him, but upon reflecting on the deeds Chen Zun had accomplished over the past 5 years, he found himself unable to voice his anger, ultimately choosing silence. With a gaze filled with complexity, he sighed, "Your disposition will inevitably lead to your ruin." Little did Zhao Lingyun realize that his casual lament would prove prophetic. Chen Zun shook his head, firmly believing in his own convictions. He resolved to address the matters at hand, for the future remained uncertain. "I ask you one last time, consider the consequences before making your decision. After exchanging your spiritual roots, all your cultivation will be rendered null. Consequently, the innate malevolent fire, unrestrained by spiritual roots or cultivation, though not fatal, will subject you to the torment of burning fury every 7 days. Do not harbor regrets." Zhao Lingyun regarded Chen Zun with grave seriousness, offering him an opportunity to reconsider, secretly hoping he might turn back. "I am willing and shall have no regrets." Chapter 60. Skinning and extraction with unwavering determination in his gaze. Chen Zun felt the weight of his choices. Zhao Lingyun patted Chen Zun on the shoulder, ceasing his counsel. "To undergo the root exchange, you must be in optimal condition. Go find a room to rest. In 3 days, we shall commence the root exchange." Chen Zun nodded, suddenly recalling something, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he looked at Zhao Lingyun. "Master, do you possess a spirit pattern stone? May I have one?" "What do you need a spirit pattern stone for?" Zhao Lingyun, as the leader of the sect, naturally had such stones, but they were meant for recording heritage. What did Chen Zun possibly want it for? In an instant, he realized that this lad, being at the spirit refinement stage, had a particular intention. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Are you planning to pass on the Bishua sword art to that girl? Since I have already transferred my root to her, retaining the inheritance serves no purpose for me. The ice-veined spiritual body is perfectly suited for the Bishua sword art, which will aid in her future cultivation." Chen Zun affirmed, You truly are, so I take it." Zhao Lingyun hesitated, reluctant to part with the stone. Yet he eventually produced a spirit pattern stone and tossed it to Chen Zun. "Thank you, master." Chen Zun beamed with joy as he accepted the stone, expressing his gratitude. Not wishing to witness Chen Zun's seemingly unambitious demeanor any longer, Zhao Lingyun turned his head away, waving dismissively with a hint of impatience. Go. I don't wish to see you." Having achieved his objective and sensing his master's growing impatience, Chen Zun smiled briefly, then composed himself, stating, "I shall take my leave to rest now. Master, do take care of yourself as well." With a respectful bow, He selected a residence and made his way there with a deliberate gait. Su Huayan slowly turned his gaze back, observing Chen Zun's retreating figure until it disappeared into the dwelling, his eyes lingering. After an indeterminate time, he sighed deeply. Brother, the legacy you left is indeed most fitting for this lad, yet he fails to cherish it. Now he intends to bestow it upon another. Such is the irony of fate. This child possesses a pure heart, a resilient spirit, and a deep-seated aversion to evil, making him the ideal successor to my responsibilities. Yet, he is overly considerate of others, neglecting his own needs. This burden is so great, I fear it may lead to his own suffering in the future. In the heavy darkness of the night, Su Huayun's murmurs echoed. Outside the mirror, the demon lord was exceedingly kind to the holy maiden of Tianyuan, yet she. If only I had such a brother, I would fear nothing, even if it meant turning against the world. If only the demon lord had not committed such heinous acts afterward, how much better it would be. The crowd gazed at Chen Zun, whose face radiated joy, feeling little resentment. Instead, they were filled with admiration. The other women cast sidelong glances at Chen Zun, their expressions tinged with an indescribable hue. For my sake, you have acted similarly before. Yet why do you refuse to accept me? Qingqiu Ya clenched her fists, her eyes becoming misty before quickly descending into despondence. She was tormented by the memory of his unwavering refusal to accept her affections. Why must you be so foolish? Shen Ruoyan offered a bittersweet smile. This sister of yours will be far more ruthless to you than anyone else in the future. Do you realize that? Zhao Lingyun stared blankly at the unfolding scene. She remained silent, merely observing. Yet, the strength in her hand that gripped the sword had waned, and a sense of desolation began to stir within her heart. Look at what you mistakenly believed to be your proud talent, the legacy you thought your master had bequeathed to you. Even life itself was a gift from him. You are nothing, merely a pitiful creature. What right do you have to take his life? The more she pondered, the more fear engulfed her. She wished to flee from this place, unable to bear the sight any longer. However, it felt as if all her strength had evaporated, barely keeping her from collapsing. Inside the mirror, 3 days later, in the underground chamber, Chen Zun lay supine on the cold jade bed, his upper body bare, revealing a well-proportioned physique. Su Huayan stood beside him, stating, I shall begin now. I am prepared. Chen Zun inhaled deeply before closing his eyes. Su Huayan summoned a beam of sword light from his fingertips, slicing from Chen Zun's chest to his navel. Instantly, the skin was breached and blood gushed forth. The essence of the spirit root replacement method lies in extracting the ethereal spirit root embedded within the bones using secret techniques. Thus, it was imperative to unveil the skin to achieve a complete extraction. This process was excruciatingly painful, requiring the recipient to remain fully conscious throughout. For Chen Zun, it was an agonizing ordeal he had to endure. As the skin was cut, he did not flinch, managing to withstand the torment. If the pain became unbearable, a cry could offer some relief. This was Su Huayan's first attempt at the spirit root replacement method. Feeling a pang of compassion, he uttered a word of concern. Chen Zun merely replied that he felt no pain and urged his master to proceed. Su Huayan understood his inherently strong-willed nature, but could not help but sigh. With a swift motion, he reached into the gash, gripping the edges of the skin and pulling forcefully apart. In an instant, the flesh was torn asunder, and crimson blood spurted forth, revealing layers of raw tissue. Chen Zun's muscles tensed, his face contorting with visible strain as veins bulged upon his forehead. Even the exposed muscles appeared to be tautly pulled together by sinews. The pain. It was an agony that pierced to the very marrow. He felt darkness encroaching, as if his body were cleaved in two. A wave of immense pain surged towards his mind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Can you endure this? Upon hearing Su Huayan's words, Chen Zun momentarily regained his focus, nodding silently without uttering a word. Witnessing this, Su Huayan felt a heavy sigh escape him, using secret techniques to staunch the torrent of blood. Then, with his fingers poised in a grasping motion, he pressed them against the exposed flesh. Chanting incantations softly, he commenced the extraction of the spirit root. Outside the mirror, hiss! The hearts of the onlookers raced, stunned by the gruesome scene. each drawing a sharp breath. Some timid cultivators covered their faces, unable to bear the sight, while others felt their limbs turn cold and immobile. Who could have anticipated that the spirit root replacement method would be so violent, requiring such a brutal incision, and that Chen Zun could endure such pain? They could not help but admire the master's cruelty, not only towards others, but even more so towards himself. Tears streamed down Shen Ruoyan's face, her heart tightening with pain as she cried out, "Chen Zun, it's not worth it." Her heart-wrenching cries drew attention from those nearby. Even Ye Xiyu, known for her hardened heart, felt a pang of sorrow. The hatred etched on her face softened, revealing a hint of compassion. Guillemot sighed, remarking, "The method of spiritual root exchange requires the skin to be peeled away and the root extracted, demanding constant awareness throughout the excruciating process. Only those with immense resolve can endure such agony. This aspect of the demon lord is truly admirable. Just based on this, we are already outmatched. Truly a great man." The crowd nodded in agreement. Despite the demon lord's cruelty and ruthlessness, he commanded the respect and admiration of everyone present. Chapter 61. Repetition of old techniques in Zhao Lingyun's once numb eyes. A glimmer of vitality finally emerged. Her pallid visage displayed a look of distress. She parted her lips, yet no words escaped. Within the mirror, Zhao Lingyun pressed his palm against Chen Zun's flesh, conjuring a sphere of white light. This luminous orb sent forth countless shimmering threads that extended from his chest to envelop Chen Zun's entire being. As the light intensified, more and more of these intricate lines began to illuminate Chen Zun's body. All of his spiritual roots became manifest. Zhao Lingyun's countenance turned grave, akin to grasping an octopus's head as he slowly raised his hand. The white light drifted away from Chen Zun's chest, and the myriad threads began to be gently extracted. However, these lines clung to Chen Zun's body like octopus tentacles, unwilling to detach, firmly adhering to the sinew and flesh. At this moment, Chen Zun was racked with pain, his muscles convulsing violently. His face flushed crimson from the surge of blood, and his wide, bloodshot eyes were filled with agony. Others could not fathom the torment he endured. As the spiritual roots were drawn from his body, it felt as though his very soul was being wrenched, an impending sense of being torn apart. The pain that pierced his essence rendered the physical suffering trivial by comparison. Yet, Chen Zun had to maintain an unwavering clarity of mind, which was undoubtedly a harrowing ordeal. As the master of his own body, he sensed that the spiritual roots were reluctant to abandon him, clinging tenaciously to his flesh, inflicting not only physical wounds, but a dual psychological torment. Perhaps, at this moment, the torturous execution of Ling Qi would seem but a mere tickle to Chen Zun. This was a sensation worse than death itself. Zhao Lingyun sensed that the extraction of the spiritual roots was anything but smooth, and he spoke in a deep tone, "Release your body's control. Only then can the spiritual roots be completely withdrawn." Chen Zun was barely able to maintain his consciousness. Zhao Lingyun's voice reached him as if it were a distant whisper, akin to the ramblings of a dream. Fortunately, he recognized it as his master's voice and endeavored to relinquish his control over his body, preserving only the singular clarity of his mind. Indeed, as Chen Zun surrendered control, leaving only the instinctual responses of his muscles, the threads gradually became more pliable, slowly being drawn outwards. However, the process was excruciatingly slow. Outside the mirror, those witnessing Chen Zun's convulsions were struck with fear, their hearts racing and faces drained of color. Suddenly, as their attention was drawn to the scene, a sound sliced through the air from above. Two beams of light shot down from the sky, emanating from the Shueyuan mirror. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, each practitioner employing their escape techniques. The horrific fates of Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun were fresh in their memories, and now with the beams descending, it was evident that the spirit of the Shueyuan mirror was once again seeking fortunate spectators to experience shared sensations. Pain that even those at the great ascension stage could not withstand was something other cultivators believed they could not endure, and they were loath to experience it. The crowd could only resort to their most desperate survival tactics, scattering in all directions, each regretting that their parents had not endowed them with 2 additional legs, fearing that a moment's hesitation would render them the chosen victims. However, the beam of light did not pursue those frightened cultivators. The spirit of the water-moon mirror had already locked onto its target and descended directly upon it. By the time the fleeing cultivators regained their composure from a distance, they beheld the light enveloping 2 individuals, each face reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity, coupled with curiosity about the identities of those unfortunate souls. And thus their gazes turned. Upon recognizing the figures ensnared within the beam, astonishment spread among them as they realized it was none other than Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun. Once again, the leader of the Ling Alliance and the holy maiden of Tianyuan. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Ling Tian, trapped within the beam, remained frozen in a posture of flight, his expression a blend of shock and anger. Why is it always me? In truth, he had long been wary of the water-moon mirror, so when the beam first materialized, he was the first to react, sensing the impending danger and attempting to flee. Yet, the water-moon mirror was far swifter. Just as Ling Tian was about to employ a secret technique to escape, he was ensnared by the beam. Thus, he felt both frustrated at being targeted by the water-moon mirror and irate that it consistently seemed to single him out. He felt a sense of injustice, for he had done nothing wrong. Yet it was he who bore the brunt of misfortune. Unable to move, he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "Water-moon mirror, I do not believe I have offended you. Why do you target me?" Hearing this, Gumo's face showed concern as she turned to Ji Yanwu and whispered, "Does the spirit of the water-moon mirror hold a grudge against the 2 of them? Perhaps, but I cannot say for certain," Ji Yanwu replied, her own heart unsettled. Since she had gained control over the water-moon mirror, it had never exhibited such erratic behavior as it did today, leaving her unable to discern why its spirit had chosen to antagonize Ling Tian. Shen Ruoyan, observing the situation of Chen Zun in the image, was momentarily slow to react. Upon realizing that it was again Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun caught within the beam, she exclaimed in delight, "Well done, water-moon mirror. Now you can experience the anguish that Chen Zun has endured." Ling Tian turned his gaze toward Shen Ruoyan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, just as Zhao Lingyun, trapped in another beam of light, spoke first. "Shen Ruoyan, I know you are pleased right now. He has suffered so much for me, yet I have treated him this way. However, I too wish to understand why I lost those 10 years of memory, leaving me unaware of the pain he has endured." Zhao Lingyun's expression was exceedingly calm. Although she was incensed by Shen Ruoyan's continual provocations, ultimately, she felt she owed Chen Zun an immense debt of gratitude, especially considering that she could not recall those 10 years. She had no idea of the suffering Chen Zun had endured, even if the last time had been bearable for a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. This time, she desired to wholly embrace the anguish akin to that of Chen Zun. Thus, she made no effort to evade the radiance of the light beam, standing resolutely in place. Zhao Lingyun lifted her gaze and softly addressed the Shueyuan mirror. "Come forth, I wish to experience the same torment as he." She wished to shield herself from the whispers of others, opting instead to confront her suffering alone. Shen Ruoyan scoffed, "This is precisely what you deserve. Do not feign such victimhood, for Chen Zun has endured far greater." Ling Tian's expression shifted, revealing a growing panic. "Zhao Lingyun, if you wish to endure this torment, do so alone. What concern is it of mine to be dragged into this?" Just as he opened his mouth to urge the Shueyuan mirror to allow Zhao Lingyun to bear Chen Zun's suffering alone, the light beam suddenly intensified in its purity. He found himself enveloped in a blinding whiteness, devoid of clarity. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all, Ling Tian emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 62. Pain that pierces the soul. Ling Tian's heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the Tianxu Palace. His body writhed incessantly, veins bulging, his expression contorted in agony, transforming his once handsome visage into something grotesque. It felt as though countless hands were tearing at his very soul, akin to 10 fingers being relentlessly pounded, while his lower body was subjected to brutal kicks. The pain, It was excruciating beyond measure. He desperately summoned all his spiritual energy in an attempt to quell this torment. Yet, no matter how fiercely he resisted, it was utterly futile. For the water moon mirror conjured, not tangible physical harm. All the anguish stemmed from the profound depths of his soul. Thus, this was precisely what made the empathic sensation of the water moon mirror so dreadfully terrifying. Zhao Lingyun clenched her teeth tightly. Though she refrained from screaming, her condition mirrored that of Ling Tian, suffering greatly nonetheless. She had believed herself prepared. Yet she had woefully underestimated the intensity of this pain. It was truly more excruciating than a slow and torturous execution. Had she not been somewhat mentally fortified, she might have cried out just like Ling Tian. As time passed, Zhao Lingyun's eyes began to roll back, her body writhing on the ground like a maggot, unable to contain her distress. This was utterly horrifying. Those who watched were filled with trepidation, not daring to breathe. Had Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun not been in such dire straits, they might have merely speculated that Chen Zun was enduring immense suffering, without grasping the specifics. But now, both visually and sensorially, they felt the very pain that Chen Zun had experienced. If such torment was unbearable even for cultivators in the Mahayana stage, what agony had Chen Zun, then in the refining spirit stage, endured? With this comparison, they truly recognized the depth of Chen Zun's sacrifices for Zhao Lingyun. She deserved it. Shen Ruoyan spat disdainfully, harboring no sympathy for Zhao Lingyun's plight, her eyes brimming with vindictive satisfaction. She was the most exhilarated among the onlookers, reveling in Zhao Lingyun's suffering. This woman was heartless, so devoid of affection that she dismissed Chen Zun's sacrifices as inconsequential. Thus, the more Zhao Lingyun suffered, the more Shen Ruoyan relished her vindication. Moreover, the pain Zhao Lingyun endured was entirely warranted. Reflecting upon it, Shen Ruoyan felt a twinge of envy and sorrow regarding Chen Zun's devotion to Zhao Lingyun compared to his treatment of herself. If only Chen Zun could show her even half the kindness he bestowed upon Zhao Lingyun, she would ask for nothing in return, even her life, willingly descending into hell for him without hesitation. Qingqiu Ya, Ji Yanwu, An Eugene, and Ye Xiyu stood nearby, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions: grief, numbness, sympathy, cold mockery, and hatred, a multitude of sentiments intertwined, forming a convoluted emotional landscape. The scene continued to unfold, until Su Huaiyun extracted all the spiritual roots. Chen Zun remained silent, his screams unvoiced. Meanwhile, Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun could only wail in agony, their breaths faint, their consciousness fading. In the vision, as the spiritual roots entered Zhao Lingyun's body, she too endured nearly the same torment as Chen Zun, unconsciously crying out in distress. As the essence transferred to Zhao Lingyun, her expression softened slightly, though her brows remained tightly knit. The ordeal concluded. Su Huaiyun meticulously rejoined the torn flesh on Chen Zun's chest, employing secret techniques to restore the skin to its pristine state. Subsequently, he crushed a pill and placed it into Chen Zun's mouth, marking the completion of his task. The water moon mirror also retracted the luminous barrier enveloping Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun. Everything had come to an end. Ling Tian shakily rose to his feet, his expression shrouded in darkness, casting a wary glance at the water moon mirror, now tinged with fear and trepidation. Moments ago, he had nearly exposed himself, narrowly avoiding revelation thanks to a special secret method. Zhao Lingyun sat on the ground, her gaze vacuous, feeling as though she had just emerged from a haunting dream, one that would forever be etched in her memory, a nightmarish experience whose excruciating pain would resurface with mere recollection. Yet, she recognized this was no dream, but a tangible reality that had unfolded before her. In this moment, her animosity towards Chen Zun dissipated. The torment she felt was nothing compared to the agony of being trapped in an icy abyss for millennia. Having experienced such suffering, she understood this new pain to be at least 100-fold more intense. Zhao Lingyun resolved not to take vengeance upon Chen Zun. Perhaps Shen Ruoyan was right. Despite Chen Zun's transgressions against the world, he had treated her with kindness. Even the revenge for her master's demise felt beyond her rightful claim. She lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Chen Zun, who lay upon the cold jade bed, her heart already formulating plans. He had sacrificed so much for her, despite his many wrongdoings. She felt compelled to care for him, seeking to atone for the harm she had inflicted. Within the mirror, Chen Zun gradually opened his eyes and sat upright. His face bore no color, pale as parchment, and he sensed an inexplicable loss within himself. Su Huayun stood nearby, casually inquiring, "Does it still hurt?" Although his tone betrayed no emotional fluctuation, his eyes conveyed a hint of concern. Chen Zun shook his head, forcing a smile. "It no longer hurts." "You can pretend all you want," Su Huayun retorted with a scoff. "The pain from the extraction of the essence is not something that heals swiftly." Chen Zun remained silent, propping himself up and turning to Zhao Lingyun, noticing the pain etched on her face, prompting a surge of worry. "Master, what is wrong with Yin'er? Is she all right?" "Do not fret. The integration of the essence into her bloodline requires a gradual process. Once fully assimilated, all will be well." Upon hearing Su Huayun's explanation, Chen Zun finally felt a sense of relief. His gaze softened, fervently wishing for Zhao Lingyun to awaken soon, for it had been 5 long years without a word exchanged. How he longed to hear her call him brother once more. "Do not concern yourself with her for now. Focus on your own situation." Su Huayun's gaze shifted back to Chen Zun, his tone grave. "Your essence is now gone. You are but a mortal. What are your plans moving forward?" Chen Zun was taken aback. He had not pondered deeply over this matter. Simply put, without a spiritual root, one could not cultivate. In other words, he would be utterly devoid of any connection to the celestial realm. Nevertheless, Chen Zun was a man capable of both holding on and letting go. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I hope Master will take Yin'er under your wing. As for the kindness you have shown me, I fear I shall find it exceedingly difficult to repay in this lifetime. Should you not hold it against me, I am willing to serve at your side, in gratitude for your immense benevolence. If you find me unworthy, I shall return to the mortal realm and live as an ordinary human, without a spiritual root." Chen Zun did not dare to hope for continued residence in the Tianyuan sect. However, given Su Huayun's significant investment in him, he wished to repay her to the best of his abilities, even as a mere mortal. His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. Su Huayun gazed at him for a long while, a smile gracing her lips. Then, her expression grew serious as she said, "I possess a method that allows one to cultivate without a spiritual root, but this path is fraught with trials and tribulations. Are you willing to give it a try?" Chapter 63. The Enigma of Memory. A disciple's willingness to test Chen Zun was taken aback for a moment. Then a joyful expression illuminated his face as he prostrated himself on the ground. Su Huayun nodded slightly and remarked, "This is merely an idea, yet I fear you may not withstand such hardships." In truth, upon learning of Chen Zun's intention to change Zhao Lingyun's spiritual root, he realized his attempts at persuasion would be futile. Thus, the 10 days spent in the cave dwelling were dedicated to seeking methods that might allow mortals to cultivate. However, such extraordinary methods are not easily acquired. After extensive research into ancient texts and integrating the scriptures of both the demonic and righteous paths, a bold notion began to take shape in his mind. "No matter how arduous it may be, I shall persevere," Chen Zun declared with unwavering resolve. He understood that the path for mortals to cultivate was fraught with challenges, and thus he had mentally prepared himself. Su Huayun was well acquainted with Chen Zun's character and had no doubts regarding his ability to endure. He then shifted the conversation. "Once the girl's spiritual root is completely integrated, I shall, in front of all the practitioners in the world, have you both become my disciples." As it stands, although Chen Zun referred to him as master, their relationship, while genuine, lacked formal recognition, which could easily lead to gossip. Therefore, he intended to rectify this soon. Chen Zun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, the task was not yet complete. He produced the Lingxi pendant and a piece of white spirit-patterned stone, cradling them in his palms and presenting them above his head. "Osa Yunia Avakans. I shall trouble Master to bestow the Lingxi pendant and the Bishu's sword art upon her." After spending 3 days transferring all the knowledge left by Li Muhua into the spirit pattern stone, he no longer retained any knowledge related to the Bishu sword art. Why not deliver it to her personally? Su Huayun gazed intently at Chen Zun. The value of the Lingxi pendant is self-evident. Had it not been for this object, the Zhao family would not have faced annihilation. As for the Bishu sword art, it stands as one of the most prestigious cultivation techniques in existence, unparalleled in its uniqueness. Despite possessing 2 treasures capable of inciting a tempest among all cultivators in Tianluo Continent, Chen Zun appeared indifferent, willingly offering them entirely to Zhao Lingyun, which stirred a complex array of emotions within Su Huayun. Chen Zun shook his head, stating, "I do not wish for her to bear a psychological burden, feeling indebted to me in any way. It is best if they are bestowed by master." From Chen Zun's perspective, he merely desired Zhao Lingyun to focus on her cultivation without the weight of gratitude. The path of cultivation is esteemed for its purity, and only with an untainted heart can one progress further. This is precisely why the vast majority of cultivators seek to sever worldly ties, as it fortifies their resolve and prevents entanglement by external influences. Were he to harbor thoughts of her owing him a debt of gratitude, he would not have so selflessly dedicated himself from the outset. For Zhao Lingyun is simply his sister, and that alone suffices. Su Huayun discerned Chen Zun's intentions and nodded slightly. He stated, "I can transfer the spiritual pattern inheritance to you, but the Lingxi pendant was originally a token used by her mother to save her life. You have already saved her life and sacrificed your spiritual root. This is an immense kindness that rightfully belongs to you. It is prudent to keep it, as this item will prove invaluable to you in the future. Being a relic of her mother, I would not dare to claim it for myself." Chen Zun declined, stating that no matter how precious the Lingxi pendant might be, he did not desire it. This treasure was acquired at the cost of Zhao Lingyun's entire family's lives, and it was the only keepsake her mother left her. He could not take away a blood relative's heirloom. Very well, I shall accept it on her behalf. However, you will inevitably face more hardships in the future. Observing Chen Zun's resolute demeanor, Su Huayun, understanding his character, accepted both items. Even if he did not take them now, this young man would surely find a way to secretly give them to Zhao Lingyun later. Noticing a hint of worry on Su Huayun's face, Chen Zun reassured him, "Master, there is no need for concern. My path is not hindered by external possessions. If I succeed, it is my fortune. If I fail, then it is my fate, and I will accept it." Su Huayun chuckled softly. "I am not worried for that reason." His concern lay in Chen Zun's selflessness and his tendency to prioritize others, which would undoubtedly lead to numerous trials ahead. However, with his own guidance, he could alleviate some of the troubles. He then inquired Rise, "Do you have other matters to discuss?" "There is nothing else, but it is time to leave and arrange the apprenticeship affairs. As the head of sect, this matter must be conducted with due grandeur. There are 2 matters for which I need your assistance." "What are these 2 matters?" "The first is to ask you to safeguard this true essence spirit sword." As soon as he spoke, a small purple sword emerged as he pointed to his forehead. Without a spiritual root, he could no longer absorb spiritual energy. His cultivation would dissipate within days, and this sword forged from true essence would also vanish. Having nurtured it to a degree of sentience, he wished for Su Huayun to keep it safe. "That is no trouble at all." Su Huayun extended his hand, grasping the purple sword with his slender fingers. He then produced a palm-sized pouch to store the sword and returned it to Chen Zun, saying, "This is a sword-nurturing pouch. It can completely preserve the true essence spirit sword without the need for spiritual power. You may keep your belongings securely." "Thank you, Master." Chen Zun accepted it with gratitude and carefully secured it close to him, turning to Zhao Lingyun, who lay on the cold jade bed. A fleeting hesitation crossed his face before he steeled himself and declared, "The second matter is to request that you erase Yunner's memories." Su Huayun was taken aback by this request, his expression reflecting shock as he instinctively asked, "What is the reason for this?" Chen Zun's countenance remained calm as he articulated his rationale. Yin-er had witnessed the tragic demise of her loved ones and endured countless inhumane torments. Upon regaining her senses, she would undoubtedly yearn for vengeance, which would inevitably affect her spiritual resolve. Her disciple, wishing to shield her from such trivial burdens that might hinder her path, sought only for her to be joyous and free from worries, dedicating herself to cultivation. He had personally experienced the agony of innate malevolence and the extraction of spiritual roots, which he found unbearable. Thus, he was reluctant for Zhao Lingyun to bear such memories during her own process of merging her spiritual roots. Su Huaiyun furrowed his brow and remarked, "This might indeed be a viable solution. However, to forget the profound enmity and childhood memories entirely may not be wholly beneficial for her. Is it not somewhat selfish of you to proceed in this manner?" While the disciple acknowledged the inappropriateness of erasing her childhood memories, he contended that experiences intertwined with hatred and suffering would undeniably impede her growth. For the sake of Yun's future, whether it be hatred or resentment, all must be left in the past. Perhaps a touch of selfishness is not entirely a detriment. As for her familial vendetta, the disciple vowed to bear it alone. Chen Zun did not dispute the validity of his master's words. Yet, this chapter of anguish is one that no one wishes to revisit. Zhao Lingyun should not be ensnared in the web of hatred and suffering from her past. She deserves a fresh beginning. And while Chen Zun would not simply relinquish the grievances associated with Zhao Lingyun's erased memories, he pledged that one day, when he possessed the strength, he would personally shoulder all of it. "I promise you, on the day she awakens, I shall erase her past memories," he affirmed. Su Huaiyun's expression softened, recognizing the truth in Chen Zun's perspective. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he let out a deep sigh. "Yet, this burden falls upon you." After all, he was merely 16 years old, yet he bore responsibilities that were not rightfully his. Reflecting on the heavy load that would eventually fall upon Chen Zun, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. For Yun's future, what did these sacrifices amount to? Chen Zun gazed at Zhao Lingyun, whose weary countenance broke into a smile. As long as she thrived, he felt that all his sacrifices were worth the struggle. Chapter 64. A collective outcry outside the mirror. Alas, what a true man he is! Although the demon lord has committed countless atrocities, his sacrifices for the celestial maiden are indeed commendable. Had it not been for the divine powers of the water-moon mirror, how could we have known that the demon lord possesses such unyielding strength of character? This alone has earned my respect. Everyone gazed at Chen Zun within the water-moon mirror, filled with admiration. In this world, every individual harbors their own selfish motives. What one cannot achieve, another not only accomplishes but does so remarkably well. This fact alone is enough to compel all present to regard Chen Zun with newfound esteem. Zhao Lingyun stared blankly at the unfolding scene, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. The truth had finally been revealed. The 10 years of memory she lost were fraught with anguish. It turned out that, whether it was the Lingxi pendant, the Bishu's sword technique, or her prized ice vein spiritual body, including her very life, everything had been selflessly bestowed upon her by Chen Zun, the very person she despised and loathed. Even her apprenticeship under her master was a result of Chen Zun's efforts on her behalf. Yet, she had resorted to countless malicious schemes, determined to harm the brother who valued her life above his own. What right did she have to shamelessly claim that she sought vengeance for her master? Prioritizing righteousness over kinship, Zhao Lingyun truly recognized her mistakes. With great difficulty, she rose, tears streaming down her face, stumbling toward Shen Ruoyan, finally uttering those words. "Brother, I was wrong." This heartfelt plea rendered all within the Tianxu Palace silent. The celestial maiden owed Chen Zun an immeasurable debt. "Stop!" Shen Ruoyan, equally engulfed in tears, halted Zhao Lingyun's approach toward Chen Zun, her voice laced with bitterness. "This demon-slaying nail is one you drove through his heart with your own hands. This grievous wound that brought him to the brink of death was also inflicted by you. Look at what you have done. You have no right to call him brother. You are unworthy." She pointed at the massive gash on Chen Zun's body, where flesh and blood were scattered and shattered bones lay neatly severed. A golden nail was lodged in his slowly pulsating, blood-red heart. Standing nearby, Hitsong glanced back, his heart tightening as tears threatened to well up in his eyes. Drawing his weapon, he positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Zun. As long as he was present, he would not allow the perpetrator who harmed his master to approach. The sword wound that nearly cleaved Chen Zun in two, alongside that resplendent golden nail, had always seemed insufficient for vengeance, yet now it appeared glaringly evident. Zhao Lingyun's Bishue sword fell to the ground, her strength seemingly drained, leaving her unable to maintain her composure as she sat helplessly. Chen Zun had sacrificed so much for her, yet she had committed unforgivable sins in pursuit of vengeance for her master. As Shen Ruoyan had stated, she no longer had the right to call Chen Zun her brother. Overwhelmed with regret, she wept incessantly. She understood her errors, but it was far too late. The celestial maiden truly should not have acted so thoughtlessly. She had wounded the demon lord grievously, only to discover that he had bestowed upon her such kindness, which must have pained the celestial maiden immensely. Weep, for perhaps by shedding tears, one may alleviate the overwhelming guilt towards the Dark Lord. The assembled cultivators recalled Zhao Lingyun's burden of revenge against her master, whose murderer was none other than Chen Zun, the very one who had sacrificed the most for her. In reflecting upon this harrowing memory, it became evident that she bore the greatest pain, prompting a collective empathy among her peers, their expressions heavy with sorrow. The aged elder, having encountered the Dark Lord on numerous occasions, remarked upon his reclusive nature, asserting that he was by no means a villain of the highest order. The memories replayed by the water moon mirror further attested to this notion, raising the question of how such a person could later become the most malevolent Dark Lord of Tianluo Continent. Had they perhaps misjudged him? Or were his subsequent actions driven by untold hardships? Gu Imo sighed at Chen Zun's selflessness, yet memories of their past interactions stirred a flicker of doubt within him. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than he was met with a sharp retort from Han Eugene. The emperor acknowledged the sincerity of Chen Zun's devotion to the holy maiden of Tianyuan, yet insisted that innocence or misunderstanding could not be entertained. In his pursuit of refining the blood-soul pill to enhance his cultivation, he had mercilessly slaughtered millions of the Great Qi citizens, including the emperor's two elder brothers and father, committing heinous crimes before the eyes of all. How could such atrocities be justified? With a sorrowful smile, she recalled the day when Chen Zun had ruthlessly slain her father, a memory that still shattered her heart. Ye Xiyu and Qingqiu Ya also stepped forward, lamenting that while everyone knew of his affection for her as a disciple, they were unaware that this fiend was a close associate of her father. Due to her possessing an extremely lean physique from birth, he had intended to use her as a furnace to elevate his power, annihilating her entire family in the process and keeping her by his side for cultivation, all while she remained oblivious, treating him as a figure even more significant than her father. Had it not been for the timely warning from a surviving old servant, she might have continued to follow him blindly. Qingqiu Ya, unafraid of revealing her past, confessed that in her youthful ignorance, she had harbored feelings for him and had expressed her affections, only to be rejected. Later, when calamity struck her in the wild lands, it was the Tiger Clan that heroically intervened to restore peace. That Tiger King was her betrothed, who met a tragic end at his hands on their wedding day. The Demon Clan had suffered greatly under his onslaught, with scarcely 10 clans remaining. Now, as the great Marsh Demon King, she vowed to claim his head in tribute to the vengeful spirits of her kin. Upon hearing Qingqiu Ya's words, Ji Yanwu cast a deep glance in her direction, but remained silent. Her grievances with Chen Zun were complex and convoluted. However, she was certain that he bore a significant connection to the death of her master, with several great cultivators sharing their tribulations. The emotions of the other cultivators were also stirred, as they began to reveal the transgressions committed by Chen Zun against them. As a righteous sect among the 7 sects, our 9-star gate had been annihilated by this fiend in a single night, with over 10,000 men, women, and children of our sect brutally slain. The Dark Lord must be brought to justice. My elder brother, a benevolent demon residing in the Central Plains, had harmed no one. Yet his entire family of over 100 souls had been slaughtered for their essence. The blood feud is deep, and we cannot coexist under the same sky. Indeed, it is often said that one may know a person's visage, yet remain oblivious to their heart. Even we, The loyal remnants of the Tianxu Palace who have valiantly risked our lives for the demon lord can turn against him in an instant, as he has ruthlessly taken lives, including that of my father. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the esteemed leader Ling, we would have surely met our demise at his hands. As the assembly recounted the heinous crimes committed by Chen Zun, their expressions grew fervent, casting aside any prior reluctance. Each individual yearned for Chen Zun's end. The demon lord's survival could not be tolerated. With each transgression laid bare, Ling Tian gradually allowed a smile to grace his lips. This was the outcome he had long desired. Turning his gaze towards Gamache, he inquired, "Master, do you still believe the demon lord to be a victim of misunderstanding?" The deepening lines on Gamache's face betrayed his silence. Even if he harbored doubts, the multitude of witnesses rendered any defense for Chen Zun impossible. Chapter 65. The might of the spirit tool. Upon hearing the fervent outcry of the crowd, Zhao Lingyun lifted her head. She recognized that Chen Zun's crimes were indeed numerous and grievous, deserving of severe retribution. Yet, aware of the countless sacrifices Chen Zun had made for her, her heart shifted. She could not bear to witness his execution at the hands of the masses. She turned to Ling Tian and implored, "Alliance leader Ling, while I acknowledge that I cannot absolve him of his transgressions, he has already faced punishment. His cultivation has been stripped away, rendering him immobile. He has bestowed upon me immense kindness, so I beseech you to spare his life. I vow to guard him closely and ensure he will not cause further turmoil upon the Tianluo Continent." Her sole desire was to protect Chen Zun's life and to personally care for him, repaying the tremendous debt of gratitude she owed him. Ling Tian shook his head, saying, "Fairy Zhao, the decision to spare the demon lord's life lies not with me, but with our fellow practitioners. You may wish to inquire if they consent. Of course, they will not agree. Blood must be repaid with blood. It is the natural order of things. Indeed, the holy maiden of Tianyuan, while the demon lord has shown you favor, he has not done the same for us. He must die, as long as the demon lord lives. The souls of the innocent who perished at his hands cannot find peace." The assembled cultivators expressed their vehement stance with palpable anger. "You see, Fairy Zhao, even as the leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance, I cannot represent their sentiments," Ling Tian remarked, a look of regret crossing his face, though inwardly he reveled in triumph. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Half of those present harbored deep-seated enmity towards Chen Zun, a vendetta that demanded satisfaction. A gentle nudge was all it took to ignite their passions without further embellishment, creating the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chen Zun swiftly. With a somber expression, he proclaimed, "Countless comrades, countless innocent lives, elderly, women, and children have perished at the hands of the demon lord. As long as he breathes, the Tianluo Continent will know no peace. Each moment he survives is an affront to the survivors, and the souls of those who suffered cannot find rest. Kill the demon lord." Under Ling Tian's righteous rhetoric, the crowd's fervor ignited, and they echoed his call with fervent shouts. In an instant, the air above Tianxu Palace was filled with cries for blood. Zhao Lingyun gazed at the impassioned faces of the cultivators, her heart heavy with sorrow. Even as a practitioner at the Great Ascension stage, her desire to save Chen Zun's life would hold no sway before such a multitude. If blame were to be placed, it lay with Chen Zun for his multitude of sins, unforgivable, leaving her powerless to intervene. "Ling Tian, why do you repeatedly incite the crowd's fury against Chen Zun? What is your true intention?" Shen Ruoyan glared at Ling Tian, her voice laced with indignation. She had long sensed something amiss with Ling Tian. He bore no grudge against Chen Zun, yet persistently stirred the emotions of the crowd, evidently seeking to eliminate him for ulterior motives rather than any lofty sense of justice. Ling Tian's gaze flickered, this which was truly insufferable, always interrupting at critical moments. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared and stated, "I am merely voicing the grievances of the fallen. If the demon lord were not engaged in such nefarious actions, how could there be so many wishing for his demise? If I possess any ulterior motive, it is merely to expedite the opening of the path to ascension for the benefit of all cultivators on the Tianluo Continent." Ling Tian's words were delivered with an air of selflessness. advocating for the weak and seeking to benefit all cultivators. Combined with his position as the leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance, made it difficult for anyone to question his intentions. Do not be swayed by the siren's call of the Demoness. Alliance leader Ling is acting out of righteousness against the Demon Lord. Sacrificing so much, how could he harbor any selfish motives? The majority of the members within the Demon Extermination Alliance were Ling Tian's sycophants, and now was not the time to withhold their flattery. They vocally supported him. You certainly know how to navigate the situation. You, my friend, are a talent with a promising future. Speak more if you can. Ling Tian cast an appreciative glance towards the individual who had just spoken, signaling him to continue. The man, filled with excitement at the perceived endorsement, intensified his efforts. Alliance leader Ling is solely considering the welfare of all cultivators on the Tianluo Continent. The Demon Lord is a scourge that deserves death. Even allowing him a moment's breath would taint the air. Forget the nonsensical memories, fellow cultivators. Let us eliminate the Demon Lord and the Demoness before breaking the seal on the path to ascension. We must not delay this crucial matter. With the support of the sycophants and Ling Tian's encouragement, the crowd became fervent, their minds consumed with the desire to eliminate Chen Zun as they advanced towards him. Weapons in hand, Shen Ruoyan's expression changed dramatically, and Hitsong was forced to retreat step by step. Ling Tian's smile deepened. Even the powerful cultivators present could not stand against the united animosity of the populace. There was no longer anyone who could disrupt their course. Chen Zun and Shen Ruoyan were destined to perish. Hold on. At that moment, Ji Yanwu suddenly spoke. The crowd halted, turning to face her, ultimately looking back at Ling Tian. It was evident that they sought his judgment. Ling Tian's smile faltered. He was perplexed by Ji Yanwu's words. He slowly turned his gaze towards her, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "What do you mean, Fairy Ji? Do you intend to shield the Demon Lord? How could I possibly protect the Demon Lord?" Ji Yanwu vehemently denied it, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar as she added, "It is not I who wishes to shield the Demon Lord, but the Shueiyuan mirror. The Shueiyuan mirror seeks to protect the Demon Lord? Surely, this cannot be true." The crowd was bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Seeing their reactions, Ji Yanwu explained, "The spirit of the Shueiyuan mirror just communicated with me, stating that until the memory reflection is fully completed, we cannot stop or harm the spellcaster. Otherwise, the spirit will transfer the suffering endured by the Demon Lord onto us all through a shared perception." As Ji Yanwu's words lingered in the air, seemingly to validate her claims, the elusive Shueiyuan mirror materialized from the void, inverted and enveloping the entire Tianxu Palace within its shimmering embrace. The mirror's surface coalesced into layers of radiant white light, flickering incessantly, hinting at the impending illumination that could manifest at any moment. It appeared that if they were intent on extinguishing Chen Zun's life, the Shueiyuan mirror would grant them a harrowing experience of cruelty. The crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence before expressions of terror spread across their faces. The potency of this shared sensation was palpable. Even formidable cultivators like Ling Tian and Zhao Lingyun found it overwhelming, leaving them hesitant to proceed. Though the collective desire to eliminate Chen Zun lingered, none wished to provoke the spirit of the Shueiyuan mirror. Consequently, a wave of retreat swept through the assembly, each person hastily withdrawing. "This is no concern of mine. I shall step back," they murmured. The Demon Lord's fate seemed sealed. Whether death came swiftly or slowly mattered little. The Shueiyuan mirror, with its meticulous foresight, understood that without unveiling the Demon Lord's myriad transgressions, the hearts of the people could never be swayed towards justice. The crowd, with solemnity, expressed their intentions, as if failing to witness the entirety of Chen Zun's memories constituted a grievous error. Shen Ruoyan exhaled in relief, her heart still racing as she cast a bewildered glance at the Shueiyuan mirror, pondering why this sentient artifact would extend its aid to Chen Zun. As the crowd retreated and voiced their intentions, the Shueiyuan mirror once again dissolved into the void, its pale luminescence fading, returning to its prior state. Ling Tian, consumed by fury, trembled with indignation. He had never anticipated that the Shueiyuan mirror would become the ultimate disruptor. What was the purpose of this shattered mirror? If Chen Zun's memories were to be fully retraced, the consequences would be dire. He resolved that he could no longer afford to be patient. If he could not contend with the might of the Shueiyuan mirror, then alternative measures must be employed. Ling Tian exchanged a furtive glance with certain individuals in the crowd. Receiving their silent affirmation, he discreetly retrieved an item from his storage pouch, allowing it to unfurl within the confines of his sleeve. Simultaneously, new scenes began to unfold within the Shueiyuan mirror's ethereal expanse. End of this volume. Chapter 00. Summary of this volume, achievements, and update status at long last. I have completed the first volume. Here, I would like to share my thoughts with you. From February 5th to March 24th, a span of 47 days, I have produced a total of 65 chapters and 140,000 words. This pace one might aptly describe as glacial. The motivation behind embarking on this book is rather straightforward. Having read numerous works of this genre, an idea sparked within me, prompting me to hastily commence writing. Subsequently, I became engrossed, penning approximately 10 chapters before, in a moment of enthusiasm, uploading them. The overarching framework for the story and its trajectory has been established, although several details remain inadequately addressed, a fact easily discernible to those who have perused this work. In summary, I have not managed to portray the first volume with sufficient depth, whether in character development or the transitions of the plot. Due to my limited cultural background, the narrative often feels somewhat rigid and stilted. Nevertheless, the primary events of this volume have been adequately conveyed, with numerous foreshadowing elements introduced. Overall, I feel that I have maintained control over the plot's direction, which closely aligns with my original vision. As for the narrative of the next volume, it will not be confined solely to the character of Zhao Lingyun. The encounters and relationships among the prominent female leads and Chen Zun will gradually unfold. Thus, the second volume will also focus on laying the groundwork. After all, this book begins by detailing the various entanglements and grievances between Chen Zun and the female protagonists. Without profound love, there can be no bitter hatred. The storyline will essentially follow this trajectory, and I assure you, it will not deviate. Now, shifting our focus to other matters, I must candidly discuss the performance of this book. I can say that the debut has been disheartening, to the point of being abysmal. On the first day, it garnered merely 200 views, gradually increasing to a peak of 3,000 by the seventh day, only to plummet sharply thereafter, with a current low of 55 recommendations. Had it not been for the numerous additions to bookshelves during the initial phase, I might have been compelled to start new. Thus far, in the 16 days since the debut, after deducting 15 yuan in tips, I have earned a total of only 55 yuan, averaging a meager 4 yuan per day. By this standard, it barely meets the attendance requirement of over 100 listens. However, the current market is offering no traction, nor is this book the type to provide an exhilarating start. Its pacing is rather slow and unremarkable, coupled with insufficient updates, yielding daily earnings of merely over 1 yuan, leaving me far from meeting full attendance. To be honest, as a newcomer, witnessing such statistics is quite disappointing and disheartening. I had hoped to achieve full attendance. Yet, given the declining trend in earnings, it has already dropped to 0.7 yuan, making full attendance next month a distant dream. Consequently, my motivation to update has waned, which is one reason for my lack of enthusiasm. Another contributing factor is my unique work situation. Throughout the year, aside from the brief holidays of Labor Day and National Day, I am either at work or commuting. With occasional overtime, I find little time to write. Recently, I have been working 4 consecutive hours each day before returning home, and by the time I manage to complete various tasks, it is often past 10 o'clock. With my typing speed, it typically takes me about 2 hours to compose 2,000 words, followed by an additional 10 minutes for proofreading, summing up to approximately 2.5 hours. Occasionally, when I encounter writer's block, the process takes even longer. To be candid, the commencement of this book has significantly impacted my personal schedule. Since its inception, I have been averaging a bedtime around 1 a.m., only to rise at 7 a.m. for work, which leaves me with a meager 6 hours of sleep, often even less. The repercussions of this sleep deprivation, compounded by late nights, have resulted in considerable hair loss, The sight of my hair falling out in handfuls during showers is particularly distressing. Ultimately, I resorted to shaving my head, though the M-shaped hairline that remains is increasingly alarming. At times, I find myself questioning the purpose of my social withdrawal and the laborious hours spent hunched over this endeavor after returning home from work. The financial rewards are scant, and the toll on my health is steep. Is it truly worth the struggle? Many times I have pondered this, leading to feelings of negativity and a desire to abandon my writing, as the effort seems disproportionate to the outcome. After all, one could easily earn a similar amount by working overtime without enduring such self-imposed torment. However, my initial motivation for embarking on this literary journey stemmed not only from a faint hope of achieving literary acclaim, but also from my profound passion for literature. I cherish the world I create with my words, watching the word count grow and the plot deepen. The encouragement from friends who eagerly await new chapters fuels my determination to persevere. I realize I've spoken at length, and I hope I have not bored you. In summary, regardless of the book's performance, I assure you it will not be abandoned, nor will it be hastily concluded. I hold a deep disdain for authors who leave their works unfinished or falter at the end. Thus, I promise you this book will reach its conclusion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have supported me through their contributions, though the amounts may be modest for an aspiring author like myself. Your companionship serves as a powerful motivator, constantly reminding me that there are readers who care about my writing, compelling me not to falter. As for the pacing of the book moving forward, if time permits, I will strive to release additional chapters. If I find myself too fatigued, I will maintain a daily update schedule. After all, I'm not made of iron, and I often find myself dozing off at work, engaged in demanding tasks, especially during this period of increased overtime. I kindly ask for your understanding. I must make a small request. If you find this book to be of value, I would greatly appreciate it if you could help promote it in the reading community to enhance its visibility, as this may improve the data metrics. I humbly thank you in advance. Lastly, for those who have reached the latest chapter and feel a connection with this work, I kindly ask you to leave a review, regardless of whether it be positive or negative. It would reassure me to know that I am not writing in solitude, as isolation can be quite a daunting experience. With that said, I realize I have rambled on, and my thoughts are somewhat disorganized. Thus, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Having completed this summary, it is already past midnight, and I must retire for the night. Unfortunately, I will not be able to produce the main content this evening. I will update the second volume after work tomorrow. Until then, good night. Chapter 66. Painting the plum blossom before the mirror in a quaint loft nestled atop the Tianyuan sect's principal peak. A room is adorned with an exquisitely carved wooden bed, surrounded by bookshelves and a wooden desk. Opposite the bed stands a dressing table, before which a delicate, hollowed stool is positioned, graced by an aged copper mirror, its surface tinged with the patina of time. At this moment, a young maiden sits gracefully upon the stool, her visage reflected in the mirror, while behind her looms a tall and slender youth. The maiden remains serene, her gaze transfixed upon the mirror's surface. In his hands, the youth wields an ivory comb, his movements gentle as he meticulously glides it from the roots to the tips of her voluminous, lustrous black hair, repeating the motion with tender care. Through the mirror's reflection, one can discern that her complexion is slightly pallid, reminiscent of someone who has recently recovered from a grave illness. Yet her beauty is undeniable. Her face, oval and no larger than a palm, retains a hint of youthful roundness in her cheeks, her eyebrows elegant and elongated, and her long lashes framing large, luminous eyes. Her petite nose is dainty, and though her lips are not wide, her tranquil demeanor reveals her as a budding beauty. The youth's countenance, visible in the mirror, is equally striking, with sharply defined cheekbones and straight brows, complemented by slightly thin lips. He possesses an air of remarkable handsomeness. Yet, the depths of his eyes resemble stagnant water, profound and unfathomable, while their slight movements convey a sharpness that suggests indifference. However, as he gazes at the maiden before him, his focus softens, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and the icy demeanor melts away, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He is Chen Zun, and the maiden is Zhao Lingyun, who has lain in the cold jade bed for 5 long years. ever since the ice, vain, spiritual body fully harmonized with her being. Shen Ruoyan moved her to the loft at the summit, under Chen Zun's care. It has been half a month since she awakened. Today marks the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. Her master, Shen Ruoyan, has already proceeded to the main hall to receive the leaders of various sects and will soon conduct the formal rites of apprenticeship. Thus, Chen Zun diligently prepares Zhao Lingyun for the occasion. Having lost her former memories, her daily life is now entirely entrusted to Chen Zun, and over the past fortnight, any sense of strangeness has dissipated. On the contrary, she possesses an innate sense of familiarity with him, leading her to rely on him since her awakening. The two share a silence, and after a brief while, as her hair is smoothed down, Chen Zun employs an unfamiliar technique to twist her hair up and secure it with a hairpin, finally completing his task. Setting the ivory comb aside, he beckons Zhao Lingyun to turn her face toward him, and kneeling down, he uses a cinnabar brush to delicately outline a small plum blossom upon her forehead, deeming the task accomplished. At this juncture, he inspects his handiwork with meticulous attention before placing the brush down. Satisfied as he remarks, "The makeup is complete. Yin'er, you are truly beautiful." Zhao Lingyun turns to gaze at her reflection in the copper mirror. Aside from her slightly wan complexion, she appears exquisitely charming. What woman does not cherish a compliment? Elated, she responds with a sweet smile, "Thank you, brother." Chen Zun gently pinched her delicate face, rose to his feet, and declared, "Let us be off. The hour is late, and soon the master will commence the apprenticeship ceremony. We must not keep him waiting." With that, he strode towards the door, pausing at the threshold for her to follow. "Brother, wait for me." Zhao Lingyun glanced back at the copper mirror several times, and upon finding no flaws, she gracefully descended from the round stool and stepped towards Chen Zun. After securing the door, the two emerged from the small attic. And Chen Zun naturally took Zhao Lingyun's petite hand, guiding her in the direction of the grand hall. Though there remained a short distance to the hall, Zhao Lingyun, after a brief walk, turned her gaze elsewhere and halted her steps. Chen Zun glanced back at her, puzzled. "Why have you stopped?" "Brother, I am tired," she replied, "and we have barely walked any distance." Chen Zun felt a twinge of curiosity, but upon noticing the hint of mischief in Zhao Lingyun's expression, he quickly grasped her intent and couldn't help but chuckle. Pretending to be oblivious, he said, "If you are weary, then let us rest for a moment." Seeing Chen Zun feign ignorance, Zhao Lingyun tugged at his arm, her face adopting a pitiful look as she sweetly implored, "Please, brother, will you carry me? At your age, still needing to be carried? What would others think if they saw?" Chen Zun's expression betrayed his dilemma. "I'm not afraid," Zhao Lingyun retorted nonchalantly, pouting, "If you do not wish to, there is no need to make excuses." Noticing Zhao Lingyun's slight discontent, Chen Zun, fully aware of her provocation, found it rather endearing. Wanting to indulge her playful spirit, he squatted down. "What nonsense are you speaking? I would gladly carry you for a lifetime. Come, hop on." With a bright smile illuminating her features, Zhao Lingyun swiftly leaped onto Chen Zun's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, and whispered into his ear, "You are the best, brother. I will only need you to carry me part of the way. I shall dismount before we reach the grand hall, lest others see and mock you." As Chen Zun supported her legs and began to walk slowly, Zhao Lingyun nestled her cheek against his back and chattered, "They do not have a brother to carry them. They can only envy me. Do not speak foolishly. A daughter must avoid her father, and a sister must avoid her brother. Such behavior may invite gossip, and you must be cautious lest you find yourself unmarriageable." Zhao Lingyun murmured softly, "But we are not blood siblings." "What did you say?" Chen Zun halted, having missed her previous words due to their softness. "Oh, it is nothing. Hurry, brother. We must not be late," Zhao Lingyun urged, avoiding further discussion. Chen Zun shook his head, respecting her silence, and resumed walking. Outside the mirror's reflection, Zhao Lingyun watched the figures gradually receding along the path. In her mind, a vivid memory surfaced. That broad back was so warm, and even now, it remained etched in her memory with remarkable clarity. Meanwhile, Ji Yanwu's cold visage bore a trace of complexity. After nearly a century of companionship, Chen Zun had never once groomed her hair. In contrast, she found herself feeling a hint of envy towards Zhao Lingyun. Qingqiu Ya and Han Yujin shared a similar sentiment. Only Ye Xiyu had grown up beside Chen Zun since childhood, her braids and hairstyles lasting until she reached the age of 12. Though she harbored a profound hatred for Chen Zun, reflecting upon the past stirred long-buried memories within her heart, inevitably causing a slight softening of her resolve. Suddenly, she awoke to the reality of her feelings. He is the sworn enemy responsible for the slaughter of your family. How could you allow such sentiment to weaken your resolve? The image of her loyal servant being ruthlessly slain by Chen Zun flashed through Ye Xiyu's mind, and the warmth that had begun to thaw her heart was extinguished in an instant. Similarly, Shen Ruoyan reminisced about a fleeting period of happiness that, although brief, was invaluable to her. Confronted by the poignant memories and reflecting upon Chen Zun's current plight, tears streamed down her face unabated. Chapter 67, The Torrential Rain. As they approached the Grand Hall, Chen Zun gently set Zhao Lingyun down. Shortly thereafter, individuals arrived to escort them to one side, guiding them around the hall and down to the mountainside, where they awaited the ceremonial announcement. At that moment, beneath the Grand Hall, a chair was positioned before a statue of a middle-aged figure, upon which Su Huayun sat. Flanking him were numerous chairs occupied by peak leaders of the Tianyuan sect and other sect masters present for the occasion. Behind the chairs stood a multitude of disciples and followers. After exchanging pleasantries with the attendees, a young cultivator inclined his head slightly to Su Huayun, who waved his hand with a smile, stating, "Thank you for your patience, esteemed friends. Let's commence." Following his cue, the young cultivator stepped outside the hall and proclaimed in a clear voice, "The apprenticeship ceremony begins. Ring the bell." Dong, dong, dong. The sound of 3 resonant bells echoed through the Tianyuan sect, reaching even the farthest distances. Upon hearing the bell, someone nearby whispered to Chen Zun, "The ceremony has commenced. Follow the red carpet and ascend the myriad stone steps to reach the Grand Hall." "Thank you," Chen Zun replied, taking Zhao Lingyun's hand as they faced the scrutinizing gazes from both sides. With calm composure, they began to walk slowly upon the red carpet, ascending the stone steps one by one. In an instant, the onlookers turned their attention to the pair. For the first time in a millennium, the sect master Su was taking disciples, and he had chosen 2 at once. This evoked a mixture of envy, jealousy, and curiosity among the fellow sect members and visiting cultivators. They were eager to discover what kind of extraordinary individual could catch the eye of a Mahayana practitioner, especially one who possessed the rare ice vein spiritual body. Faced with the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, Zhao Lingyun, still young, felt a twinge of trepidation. Her expression betrayed her nervousness as she instinctively leaned closer to Chen Zun, tightly gripping his hand. "Are you afraid?" Chen Zun sensed her unease and turned to her with a look of concern. Zhao Lingyun bit her lip, remaining silent, but offered a subtle nod. Chen Zun gently squeezed her small hand, seemingly wishing to impart strength, and softly reassured her, "Do not fear. Your elder brother is here." Zhao Lingyun gazed up at Chen Zun. Despite the numerous eyes upon them, his handsome countenance remained unchanged, his focus unwaveringly forward, as if oblivious to the people surrounding them. The warmth and reliability of his hand enveloped hers, and suddenly, her anxious heart began to settle, dispelling her fears. As they continued their ascent, the cultivation levels of the onlookers gradually increased. They regarded Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun with expressions of astonishment. In their perception, Zhao Lingyun was commendable, her spiritual energy radiating outward, indicating her exceptional talent. In contrast, when they probed into Chen Zun's aura, they found nothing. He was merely an ordinary person without even a trace of spiritual roots, leading to hushed murmurs among them. Could it be a mistake? Why is there no discernible fluctuation? Am I miscalculating? Ah, you too? I cannot sense anything extraordinary about this individual. You are all correct. He is indeed a mere mortal. Is it possible that the sect leader has become forgetful, taking a mortal as a disciple? Let's not speak too soon. Who knows if he harbors other hidden potentials? Let us observe further. As they ascended the stairs, the whispers from the crowd on either side grew increasingly pronounced. Chen Zun could naturally hear them, yet such doubts did not affect his composure. After an indeterminate duration, with the final step taken, he finally reached the plaza of the Tianyuan sect's summit, where a red carpet extended forward, leading into the grand hall. Here, the number of onlookers had swelled. Their previously raucous chatter gradually subsided upon the entrance of Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun. Within the grand hall, all the cultivators turned their gaze towards the two figures advancing with measured steps. Among them, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, an elderly man named Luo Dongi, stood up suddenly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as they fell upon Zhao Lingyun. What a remarkable ice-pulse spiritual body. Indeed a rarity in a millennium. Ba, sect leader Su has acquired a commendable disciple. The sect shall prosper. A bald monk from the Keita temple, with ears large and prominent, raised his voice in reverence, congratulating Su Huayan. The great master Guangyuan speaks truly. With such a disciple, the Tianyuan sect shall not only endure but thrive within 5 centuries, and can once again produce a pillar of strength. Congratulations to your esteemed sect. A middle-aged Taoist clad in an 8 trigrams robe, holding a whisk, slightly nodded and rose to offer his heartfelt congratulations to Su Huayan. His name was Li Er, the current master of Jiudingfang, a unique sect among the 7 major cultivation factions, known not for combat, but for its renowned alchemy. Thus, it enjoyed the best relations among all sects due to the necessity of medicinal pills for cultivators. Other prominent sect leaders also extended their congratulations to Su Huayan. A smile, difficult to conceal, adorned Su Huayan's face as he humbly replied, "You flatter me, dear friends. This humble disciple is hardly worth mentioning." Hardly worth mentioning? If you do not desire him, you could always pass him to me, Luo Dongi retorted as he sat back down, a hint of jealousy evident in his tone. I wonder what sort of fortuitous event you experienced, Su, to acquire such a treasure as a disciple. It seems rather unfair. Having long-standing camaraderie, despite his slightly lower cultivation level, Luo Dongi felt free to address Su Huayan as Old Su. Old Luo, do you consider yourself less fortunate? I have heard that 50 years ago, you accepted a disciple with an innate sword body. Your sect specializes in swordsmanship, and I dare say that disciple is not inferior to my ice-pulse spiritual body. Su Huayan, aware of his friend's thoughts, shifted his gaze to the dozen individuals standing behind Luo Dongi, settling on a young man clad in white. After appraising him, he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, is he not your disciple with the innate sword body?" At this pronouncement, the expressions of the sect leaders around them shifted, and they cast sidelong glances in surprise. Nothing escaped your keen insight, Old Su. Upon hearing Su Huayan's praise, Luo Dongi's face revealed a look of pride. Throughout his life, he had not taken in many disciples, yet he had a total of 9 under his tutelage. Among them, only a scant few possessed exceptional talent, with the sole exception being his 10th disciple, whom he had accepted 50 years prior. This particular disciple was exceptionally suited to the art of swordsmanship, almost as if he were born for it, making his acquisition a source of immense pride for Luo Dongi. He called out to the young man in white behind him, saying casually, "Since you have been recognized, my disciple, why not step forward and greet the esteemed elders present?" The young man in white took a step forward, clasping his hands in a salute. "I, Ye Fan, humbly greet all esteemed elders." Chapter 68. Resurgence of hatred in the reflection, Ye Fan of the Xiaoyao sect, possessing a natural sword physique, is not inferior to the ice-pulse spiritual body. Alas, it is a pity that he befriended a demon lord with a heart as malicious as his. Ultimately, his entire clan perished at the hands of this demon, leaving only Ye Xiyu behind. It is infuriating that the demon lord also slaughtered the other 8 disciples of Master Luo, which explains the irreconcilable enmity between the Xiaoyao sect and the demon lord. Poor Ye Xiyu had been oblivious for years, mistaking the enemy for her teacher. Upon seeing the young talent named Ye Fan, the crowd could not help but express their admiration, turning their gazes toward Ye Xiyu. Could he truly be my biological father? As Ye Xiyu gazed at the visage of her father, whom she had never met, she noticed a resemblance between them, a thread of blood that allowed her to recognize him instantly. Her eyes welled with tears. The current leader of the Xiaoyao sect, an unremarkable woman, experienced a flicker of reminiscence upon viewing Ye Fan's image. She turned her head and sighed, offering words of consolation to Ye Xiyu. Xiyu, all your suffering stems from the demon lord. His fate is entirely self-inflicted. It is truly unfortunate that you have recognized the murderer of your father as your teacher for so long. It is indeed a hardship for you. How blind I was to accept him as my master. I shall never forget the enmity of my father's murder and the annihilation of my clan. Ye Xiyu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with venomous resentment as she looked at Chen Zun. If it were not for him, she would have enjoyed the affection of her parents, along with the survival of her entire clan. Had it not been for an old servant who survived the calamity and clandestinely revealed the truth to her, she might still be in the dark. What is most detestable is that the so-called concern from others was merely a facade to exploit her extreme physique as a vessel to enhance their own cultivation. Such hatred, such schemes. Each recollection sent a chill down Ye Xiyu's spine, deepening her loathing for Chen Zun. This wretch deserves to die. Within the mirror, after questioning, Ye Fan stepped back behind Luo Dongyi. The crowd unanimously praised the Xiaoyao sect for acquiring a fine disciple. Luo Dongyi beamed with delight, dismissing the accolades, referring to his disciple as unworthy of mention. This left Su Huayan somewhat exasperated as he remarked, "You old man bear a grudge too deeply. Calling him a mediocre disciple is rather harsh. Today is my day of accepting disciples. Do not overshadow my two apprentices." 2. Luo Dongyi's expression shifted, his gaze moving from Zhao Lingyun to Chen Zun, a peculiar look crossing his face. "Old Su, do not tell me that the mortal boy is also among your chosen disciples." The crowd then turned their attention to Chen Zun, their minds probing lightly, revealing their astonishment. In the prestigious Tianyuan sect, where countless prodigies abound, when did even a mere mortal gain entry to its pinnacle? With the earlier words of the Xiaoyao sect leader in mind, curiosity spread among the onlookers. Su Huayan did not deny it, smiling as he affirmed, "Indeed." This revelation left the crowd in shock, for it is common knowledge that mortals cannot cultivate. Su Huayan's admission baffled them. They could not comprehend his rationale for accepting a mortal as a disciple. Luo Dongyi, known for his forthrightness, could not conceal a single thought in his mind. Relying on his solid rapport with Su Huayan, he boldly inquired, "Have you lost your wits? Taking a mere mortal as your disciple, what purpose does that serve? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed?" Su Huayan, slightly displeased by his old friend's words, retorted, "I take my own disciples. Their mouths are their own, and I cannot stifle them. Why should I concern myself with the prattling of others?" Before Luo Dongyi could respond, he discreetly transmitted a thought to his friend. "My disciple is about to arrive. I advise you to refrain from further indiscretions, lest my two disciples overhear and show you a frosty demeanor. You would then have no one to blame but yourself for any lack of discipline. Who cares about your disciple?" Luo Dongyi was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes and muttering softly to himself. In that instant, Chen Zun had already led Zhao Lingyun to stand before Su Huayan. The atmosphere fell silent once more, as all eyes scrutinized Chen Zun, seemingly attempting to decipher the mystery behind his worthiness in the eyes of the esteemed Su Huayan, a practitioner of the great ascension stage. Chen Zun remained composed, displaying no signs of panic. Suddenly, he sensed two gazes piercing through the crowd with greater intensity than those around him. Slightly turning his head, he caught sight of a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, behind whom stood a remarkable young lady, her face alight with surprise. This young woman was none other than Ji Yanwu, whom he had encountered in the frigid wasteland. Previously, Ji Yanwu had been troubled, pondering where to find the person who had saved her life. The prospect of accompanying her master to the Tianyuan for the ceremony held little appeal. Little did she know, her search would lead her to Chen Zun without effort. She was astonished to find him under the tutelage of Su Zongzhu, which filled her heart with uncontainable joy. Chen Zun also recognized Ji Yanwu, offering her a subtle nod before shifting his gaze elsewhere. However, he felt an intense scrutiny that sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine. Following this sensation, he soon identified the source, a middle-aged man clad in flowing robes, appearing to be in his 40s, with a bronze complexion, devoid of facial hair. emanating an air of authority that indicated a long tenure in power. When this man locked eyes with Chen Zun for a brief moment, he quickly diverted his gaze, as if he were an ordinary person. Despite the unchanging expression of the bearded man, Chen Zun could not shake the feeling that he had perceived a flicker of coldness in his eyes, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Additionally, he sensed an unfamiliar familiarity about this man, even though he was certain he had never encountered him before. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhao Lingyun's voice broke through the haze. Chen Zun, present, master. Zhao Lingyun, present, master. Upon hearing his master's call, Chen Zun gathered his thoughts and responded in succession with Zhao Lingyun. Zhao Lingyun's expression grew solemn, imbued with gravity. Today, in the presence of our ancestor and the esteemed elders gathered here, do you both wish to pledge yourselves to my tutelage? We humbly bow before our master. Having been previously instructed, the process of apprenticeship was already firmly ingrained in Chen Zun and Zhao Lingyun's minds. Upon hearing the words, they both knelt down and performed the ceremonial bow of respect. From this day forth, you two shall be disciples under my tutelage. Chen Zun, being the elder, will be designated as the senior brother, while Zhao Lingyun shall be the junior sister. Yes, Zhao Lingyun bid them to rise, and then instructed the young cultivators standing nearby to present a tray. He took 2 pieces of jade and handed one to each of them. These are your identity tokens, as well as the passes for our sect. Be sure not to lose them. Chen Zun accepted them with solemnity. Following this, a series of sect regulations were conveyed, encompassing the duties of slaying demons, upholding righteousness, and safeguarding the sect, culminating in the conclusion of the ceremony. At that moment, the 2 disciples behind the middle-aged man, without a beard, exhibited expressions of astonishment, gazing blankly at Zhao Lingyun. One of them leaned down and whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke up. Su Zongzhu, is this girl not the sole legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, renowned in the realm of cultivation? Zhao Lingyun? Chapter 69. A word echoes 100 responses as soon as the words were spoken. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. The middle-aged man was none other than Mu Tianxi, the current leader of the 9 Stars sect. Luo Dongyi furrowed his brow and asked, Mu Tianxi, are you referring to the Zhao family, which was allegedly annihilated by remnants of the Blood Luo sect within your 9 Stars sect jurisdiction 5 years ago? 5 years prior, the Zhao family had been destroyed, and the suspicion of the Blood Luo sect's resurrection had been reported by Zhao Lingyun to the other 6 great sects and 3 major empires. Thus, upon Mu Tianxi's mention, the gathered sect leaders immediately recalled the incident. Indeed, it was that Zhao family. Mu Tianxi nodded and turned his gaze towards Zhao Lingyun, slowly stating, the Zhao family was eradicated, and the only surviving daughter was rescued by sect Master Su. Her name is the same as this young one. Yet there is a distinction. The surviving daughter of the Zhao family was born without a spiritual root, while she possesses the ice vein spiritual body. One extraordinary coincidence. I am somewhat perplexed as to whether these 2 individuals are indeed the same person, which is why I have spoken up, and I hope Sect Master Su can clarify. After speaking, Mu Tianxi clasped his hands in a gesture of humility towards Zhao Lingyun, seeking enlightenment. Suddenly, Li Er, the master of the 9 Tripod Workshop, interjected. What Sect Master Mu says is indeed accurate. 7 or 8 years ago, the Zhao couple visited the 9 Tripod Workshop to inquire about the innate malevolent energy present in their daughter. I personally examined her, and that daughter indeed lacked a spiritual root. With Li Er's testimony, the crowd first glanced at Zhao Lingyun before turning their attention to Zhao Lingyun. If this girl were not a surviving orphan of the Zhao family, it could be dismissed. However, if the Zhao Lingyun, sharing the same name, were indeed the surviving daughter of the Zhao family, a question arose. How could the Zhao Lingyun, who possessed no spiritual root, suddenly acquire the extraordinary ice, vein, spiritual body in just 5 years? All eyes turned to Zhao Lingyun for answers. Sect Master Mu speaks the truth. My disciple is indeed the orphan of the Zhao family, Zhao Lingyun. Zhao Lingyun did not hide the truth and directly acknowledged it in front of everyone. This candid admission astonished the assembly. If Zhao Lingyun were truly the Zhao family's orphan, then how had she come to possess an ice vein spiritual body? Su Huaiyun was acutely aware of the implications of confirming Zhao Lingyun's identity, and thus felt compelled to provide an explanation. As for the ice vein spiritual body, my fellow cultivators may not be aware. This girl was born with innate energy and essence derived from the primordial source, the very embodiment of the Tao. Her youth and failure to absorb it led to an affliction, causing the world to mistakenly believe she lacked a spiritual root. I invested considerable effort, utilizing my sex cold jade bed for 5 long years, before she could fully absorb that innate energy, revealing her ice vein spiritual body. Within Su Huaiyun's words, a blend of truth and deception lingered, shrouded in ambiguity, leaving no room for criticism. As the esteemed leader of a sect, the matter pertained to his sect's secrets, and whether to answer or remain silent was his prerogative. To quell the suspicions of the crowd, he concocted this rationale, knowing he could only reveal so much, whether they chose to believe it was their affair. Mu Tianxi's gaze flickered slightly as he clasped his fists and said, "I see. Thank you, Sect Master Su, for your clarification." "Not at all. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have addressed it later." Su Huaiyun waved his hand dismissively. Luo Dongyi exhaled deeply, his expression instantly transforming into one of relief. "Old Su, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you truly possessed the divine ability to create spiritual roots. The Tianyuan sect is indeed the foremost among the immortal sects. If there were a method to modify spiritual roots, it would surely herald a seismic shift in this world. The notion of altering spiritual roots is utterly fantastical. Even the legendary immortals would find it a formidable challenge." Su Huaiyun chuckled amiably in response to his old friend. He then turned his gaze to Mu Tianxi, adopting a serious demeanor. "Since Sect Master Mu has mentioned the annihilation of the Zhao family, allow me to share a few words. 5 years have elapsed since the incident occurred under the jurisdiction of the Nine-Star sect. Concerning the remnants of the Blood Luo sect, I wonder how the investigation has progressed. Have you made any discoveries?" The other sect leaders shifted their attention to Mu Tianxi. The revival of the long-destroyed Blood Luo sect was a matter of great concern for them, as it could potentially disrupt the harmony of the righteous sections. Mu Tianxi shook his head, expressing his dismay. "It is regrettable to admit, when Sect Master Su last reached out to me, I personally visited the Zhao family to investigate. I could only confirm that the scene bore the hallmark of the Blood Luo remnants, yet the Zhao family left no clues behind. After 5 years of inquiry, I have yet to yield any results. It is a pity that these nefarious forces linger, unyielding and obstinate. Should I have the chance to confront them, I would ensure they experience the sharpness of my blade." Luo Dongyi's face was unable to conceal his disappointment, adorned with an expression of regret. He had always harbored a deep-seated loathing for evil, and with his exceptional swordsmanship, he had vanquished countless demons throughout his life. However, since ascending to the position of the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, he could no longer roam freely and wield his sword as he once did. Su Huaiyun rose to his feet, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "It is indeed unfortunate that we have not uncovered the whereabouts of the Blood Luo remnants. Nevertheless, we cannot relent. We must unearth them and eradicate them entirely. The strength of the Blood Luo sect in its prime evokes fear even now, and we must ensure they do not rise again to wreak havoc upon the Tianluo Continent." As a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage, he emanated an imposing aura. All eyes were fixed on Su Huaiyun, the leader of the sect. The heads of the various immortal sects felt a surge of resolve, rising in unison to respond affirmatively. Su Huaiyun pondered for a moment, surveying all the sect leaders present. As the leader of the Tianyuan sect, he had received a multitude of information from his disciples, culminating in a rather disheartening conclusion. The Central Plains were indeed unsettled. A notion began to form in his mind, and with all the influential leaders gathered, he decided to voice it. Moreover, after a millennium of tranquility, the Central Plains are now rife with unrest, be it treacherous miscreants or the resurgence of malevolent creatures. I have also heard whispers of those from the dark paths becoming increasingly active. These are significant matters that we, as righteous immortal sects, must address. For the sake of the world's stability, I propose that starting today, each sect should dispatch their disciples to patrol the various regions of the Central Plains. to suppress these disruptive forces and restore peace to the realm. Luo Dongyi nodded repeatedly. Exterminating demons and upholding righteousness is indeed our duty as immortal sections. My Xiaoyao sect is willing to set an example and be the first to respond to the call of the Tianyuan sect. Shui Weizhai is also willing, declared another. Qingqiu Pavilion shall follow suit as well, echoed yet another leader. Ba, may my Buddha's compassion prevail. With his endorsement, the esteemed sects present were naturally unwilling to lag behind, each expressing their agreement. Once the matter was settled, Su Huayan nodded in satisfaction, his tone shifting. Today marks the day of my apprenticeship. As elders, you cannot arrive empty-handed. His eyes narrowed as he extended his palm, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy landlord. The crowd fell into a state of astonishment. Chapter 70. Regrets come too late ultimately. After Su Huayan had collected a bounty of gift from the various sect leaders, he cheerfully instructed the inner disciples to escort them away for some rest. The multitude of cultivators within the hall gradually departed, leaving only Su Huayan and his two companions. Chen Zun's gaze lingered on the group from the Jiuxing sect, fixating on two individuals, his eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. Unaware of Chen Zun's peculiar demeanor, Su Huayan, in high spirits, began to gather his gifts, a look of ease and joy adorning his face. These seasoned veterans, year after year, ceaselessly accepting disciples. I cannot fathom how many gifts they have bestowed. Now, it is my turn, and at last, I have reclaimed a fraction of what was given. This sentiment resonated deeply with him, while others boasted numerous disciples. Throughout a millennium, had not taken a single apprentice, consequently lacking the pretext for receiving gifts. He could never stoop to the level of shameless cultivators who, upon reaching their 500th birthday, would solicit gifts, or those who would demand presents for the birth of a child, even expecting tributes for the offspring of their spiritual beasts. As the esteemed leader of the Tianyuan sect, Su Huayan would never descend to such depths of indignity. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Lingyun suddenly inquired, Master, is what you just spoke of truly the case? Chen Zun snapped back to reality, realizing that Zhao Lingyun had overheard Mu Tianxi's earlier revelations, which had unexpectedly unveiled her lineage to her. She cast furtive glances at Su Huayan, seeking confirmation. It is indeed true. Su Huayan appeared oblivious to Chen Zun's subtle cues, nodding with calm assurance. Your background is indeed tragic, but this matter is tied to the remnants of the blood Luo. You are still young. Do not dwell on it, for I shall handle it. The priority now is for you to focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Zun instantly grasped his master's intent. Even if Zhao Lingyun was unaware of her heritage now, she would inevitably come to learn of it as she matured. At that time, he feared she might let thoughts of vengeance impede her cultivation. As the saying goes, it is better to address matters openly than to conceal them. In this regard, perhaps his master's approach was indeed the wiser choice. Zhao Lingyun, somewhat bewildered, seemed to comprehend a portion of the situation, though not entirely. Nevertheless, she recognized the profound kindness her master had shown her. Previously, she had heard her master converse with other leaders, suggesting she lacked any spiritual roots, and it was he who had saved her and accepted her as a disciple. Now, he had taken upon himself the burden of her forgotten familial grievances. In that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Master, you have been so good to me. I will strive to repay you in the future. You ought to repay your elder brother by your side. I have given you merely the title of disciple, and have contributed nothing else, Su Huayan replied, observing her choked voice. He glanced at Chen Zun, opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking, letting out a sigh instead, silently acknowledging the weight of such kindness, too great for him to claim. Chen Zun, feeling a pang of sympathy, hurried to comfort her. Lingyun, it is a day of celebration. Why do you weep? He, being a straightforward individual, was at a loss for words of consolation. Yet, Zhao Lingyun seemed to absorb his words, ceasing her tears. It was then that Su Huayan finally spoke. Since you have all become my disciples, it is only natural that I shall not treat you poorly. He turned his palm, revealing two items, the Lingxi pendant and the Lingyun inheritance stone of the Bishu sword technique. This pendant, known as the Lingxi pendant, is a treasured heirloom of your family, a relic left by your mother, and it will greatly assist you in your cultivation. I return it to you now, thus restoring it to its rightful owner." Zhao Lingyun reached out to accept it, then looked up at the Lingyun inheritance stone and softly inquired, "What exactly is this?" This stone is called the Lingyun stone, which contains the record of an unparalleled cultivation technique known as the Ye Xiyu sword technique, along with many secrets. Your ice vein spiritual body is highly compatible with this technique, allowing for remarkable progress in your cultivation. Su Huaiyun concluded, handing the Lingyun inheritance stone to Zhao Lingyun. Thus, he fulfilled the task entrusted to him by Chen Zun. Zhao Lingyun cradled these two items carefully in her palms, deeply moved by her master's generosity and care. "Master, I will not disappoint you." Su Huaiyun remained non-committal, but, recalling all that Chen Zun had sacrificed, couldn't help but offer a word of caution. "Your ice vein spiritual body and the Ye Xiyu sword technique are hard-won and unique in this world. You must cherish them and avoid arrogance, lest you squander another's heartfelt intentions. As for your cultivation method, I shall elaborate on that later." Outside the mirror, Zhao Lingyun recalled this moment, tears streaming down her face. She realized that her master's words held a profound meaning she had failed to grasp at the time. Now, as the scene replayed in her mind, it was clear. It was too late. Although she did not understand why her brother had slain her master, she felt an overwhelming obligation to repay this kindness. "Brother, I will save you." Her heart was filled with self-reproach, yet her resolve solidified. The others, having already been aware of these events, shifted their focus elsewhere. "Did you notice? The demon lord seems particularly interested in those two from the Jiuxing sect. Those two look so familiar. Let me think. I remember. The ones the demon lord was fixated on are Feng Ruhua and Qin Mubai, disciples of Mu Tianxi from Jiuxing sect." An elder suddenly exclaimed. Could it be that the demon lord recognized them as the two from that dilapidated temple? The crowd was struck by a wave of realization, recalling Chen Zun's prior memories. The obscured light made it impossible to see their faces, and if they were indeed recognized, it would speak volumes of the demon lord's remarkable memory. A cultivator uncertainly remarked, "It's not certain he recognized them. He might just find them familiar." Regardless of whether he recognized them, who among you is not curious about the cultivation methods that could enable mere mortals to ascend? Many were more intrigued by Chen Zun's cultivation techniques than by whether he had identified Feng Ruhua and Qin Mubai. This cultivation technique not only enables ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual roots to practice, but it also directly leads to the attainment of the Mahayana stage. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire it, the prospect of immortality would no longer be a mere fantasy. It would significantly aid in the enhancement of one's cultivation. After all, while there are many gifted individuals in the realm of immortality, the methods to reach the Mahayana stage are exceedingly rare, typically accessible only to disciples of prominent sections. With the mindset that if Chen Zun could achieve this without spiritual roots, those endowed with them would surely have an even greater chance, their desire for the technique intensified. This revelation jolted some individuals engrossed in idle gossip, prompting them to regain their focus and reflect on their previous folly. Consequently, the crowd heightened their alertness, their ears attuned and eyes wide open, fixated on the Shuiyuan mirror, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Chapter 71. The Unity of Demon, Monster, and Tao after bestowing the items upon Zhao Lingyun. Su Huaiyun proceeded to engage with the leaders of various sections. Chen Zun had no choice but to return to their residence with Zhao Lingyun. As night fell within the cave dwelling, Su Huaiyun gazed intently at Chen Zun, who stood before him, and candidly stated, "Your lack of spiritual roots renders you unable to sense the presence of spiritual energy. You will need to harness the methods of the demon, monster, and Tao to embark on your path of cultivation anew." "Demon, monster, and Tao?" Chen Zun inquired, his expression one of utter perplexity. Su Huaiyun smiled enigmatically. "The demon race differs fundamentally from our humankind. They are favored by the heavenly Tao and possess the bloodline heritage of ancient spiritual beasts. Even the most ordinary beasts, upon awakening their consciousness and reviving their bloodlines, can sense spiritual energy within them. In other words, as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, Both birds and beasts can transform into demon beasts. Demon beasts do not possess cultivation techniques. Yet the awakening of their bloodlines allows them to form natural meridians within their bodies. Their cultivation occurs with every breath, and the location of their demon core varies, with the bloodline being the most crucial heritage. Chen Zun began to grasp something, murmuring, "Does Master mean that I must utilize the methods of demon beasts for my cultivation?" "You are correct, yet also mistaken," Zhao Lingyun continued. "I indeed intend to employ the methods of demon beasts to guide your cultivation anew. But the crux lies in the bloodline of the demon beasts. You, being of the human race, lack a bloodline heritage. Thus, I plan to obtain the essence blood of a highly awakened spiritual beast, allowing you to merge with it and forge a new path in your cultivation. Merge with the essence blood of a spiritual beast. Will I become human or demon?" A look of shock crossed Chen Zun's face. For any cultivator would understand the audacity of such an approach, astounded by Zhao Lingyun's wildly imaginative proposal. The essence blood of spiritual beasts is not easily fused. Seemingly perceiving Chen Zun's thoughts, Zhao Lingyun scoffed lightly and said, "The physical form of a spiritual beast is immensely powerful, and even those awakening the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts risk exploding due to their sheer force. As for your mortal body, without formidable physical strength, this endeavor is utterly impractical. Hence, you will need to draw upon the techniques of the demon path to refine your physique." Chen Zun frowned. "I do not wish to cultivate demonic techniques." His past encounters had instilled a profound aversion to those of the demon path. If the price of regaining his cultivation was to practice demonic arts, he would rather remain a mortal for eternity. "I do not intend for you to directly practice demonic techniques, but rather to take inspiration from them. As a representative of a prestigious sect, Zhao Lingyun would never allow his disciples to engage in the practice of demonic arts." He continued, "In ancient times, ferocious beasts roamed freely, and demons wreaked havoc, with humanity existing merely as ants. To survive, before the discovery of the methods of spiritual root cultivation, the ancient sages emulated the cultivation techniques of demons and monsters, thereby creating a path of physical refinement known as the body refiner. However, the path of body refinement is fraught with peril and complexity. Even the most robust physique is still bound by the mortal lifespan. Thus, once the method of spiritual root cultivation was discovered, the ancients abandoned this archaic method of cultivation. And over time, the path of body refinement became extinct within the realm of cultivation." As Zhao Lingyun spoke, a look of regret enveloped his countenance. He was keenly aware that outdated notions would inevitably be consigned to the annals of history. Yet, was this not a survival method painstakingly forged by the sages in the depths of darkness? Upon hearing this, Chen Zun finally grasped Zhao Lingyun's overarching thoughts and, with a moment of clarity, exclaimed, "Disciple understands. Master intends for me to first refine my body, and once my physical form is strengthened, to subsequently merge with the blood essence of spirit beasts, thus reopening the path of cultivation. Truly, he is a teachable student." Zhao Lingyun nodded in approval. Indeed, he harbored the notion of dual cultivation of body and spirit, encouraging Chen Zun to give it a try, for there existed no alternative. However, this was merely a somewhat immature concept of Zhao Lingyun's. For upon merging with the blood essence of spirit beasts, Chen Zun would become akin to a half-demon, existing in a liminal state between human and beast. He sighed deeply. Merging with the blood essence of spirit beasts is not arduous. Yet awakening the bloodline of ancient divine beasts will imbue you with a temperament of considerable ferocity. Should you falter in maintaining your true self, you risk devolving into a mere machine of slaughter. Although Zhao Lingyun's words were uttered casually, they resonated with a sense of danger that even cultivators of the great ascension stage found alarming. Chen Zun, too, felt a surge of trepidation at this perilous method. Nonetheless, he was not the kind to cower in the face of adversity. Aware of his current predicament, he recognized that he had no grounds for further criticism. Only this singular path lay before him, and retreat was not an option. Having tasted the sweetness of cultivation, he could not resign himself to a life of mediocrity. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Master, Even if it leads to certain death, I am willing to give it a try. It is not so dire, without certainty. How could I dare allow you to attempt it? Zhao Lingyun observed Chen Zun's resolute demeanor and could not help but chuckle. Do not fret. I possess my own methods. Here, I shall employ the Taoist heart method. I have a technique that can effectively temper your violent tendencies. With this as an aid, success is assured. Thus, by employing a method that mimics the essence of demons to refine the body, coupled with the blood essence of spirit beasts, and supplemented by the Taoist heart method, the three would merge as one, making you the first in the history of Tianluo Continent to synthesize the paths of demon, beast, and Tao. As Zhao Lingyun spoke, the murkiness in his eyes began to sparkle with fervor, his expression growing increasingly animated. To carve out a new path, the first of its kind from antiquity to the present. Chen Zun's heart surged with excitement, his blood boiling with anticipation, embodying an almost dreamlike eagerness. However, Zhao Lingyun's subsequent words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, dousing his fervor. Do not rejoice too soon. 1 year for body refinement. 1 year for merging with the blood essence of spirit beasts, and 1 year for cultivating the Taoist heart method. First, you must conquer the trial of body refinement. Chen Zun regained his composure, nodding in agreement. Zhao Lingyun continued, I shall impart the method of body refinement to you. Commence your training tomorrow. With that, he approached Chen Zun, extending his slender, withered hand, and pressed it against Chen Zun's brow, a sphere of light penetrating within. Outside the mirror, hiss. The thoughts of the sect master truly transcend time and space, bordering on madness. It seems the demon lord has succeeded. Alas, the methods of body refinement and the Taoist heart technique remain undisclosed. Otherwise, I too would be keen to give it a try. The onlookers outside the mirror were taken aback by the conversation between the two, gasping in astonishment at the revelations within. Many cultivators who had previously abandoned their pursuits felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this was their opportunity to advance further. However, the absence of specific cultivation techniques in the scene prompted them to lament in frustration. One individual scolded, "What is there to panic about? The demon lord is still alive." Indeed, the demon lord had not yet perished. The crowd fell silent for a moment before their gazes shifted greedily towards Chen Zun. As long as he lived, there remained a chance to uncover the methods of cultivation. Shen Ruoyan, displaying vigilance, embraced Chen Zun tightly, her eyes wide as she admonished, "Dare you?" Yet, the crowd dismissed her warning. After all, she was not a transcendental cultivator, and they believed they could act as they pleased without her interference. Their attention returned to the mirror, eager to observe how the demon lord refined his physique. Chapter 72. The sound of humiliation resounds noon. Beneath a waterfall at the base of the Tianyuan sect's main peak, the thunderous roar of cascading water resembled a silver curtain draped against the mountainside. Plunging into the deep pool below, on a stone by the wall of the deep pool stood a solitary figure, drenched in the torrent. This individual was none other than Chen Zun. His hair hung loosely, teeth clenched, bare from the waist up, fists tightly gripped, and his sharply defined muscles, under the relentless deluge, appeared as though they had been scalded. His entire body flushed crimson. Time slipped away, and unable to endure the pressure of the water, Chen Zun let out a roar and leaped into the pool, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a head emerged from the water's surface. This method of body refinement was indeed beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Exhausted, Chen Zun shook his head, wiped his face, and laboriously crawled onto the shore, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. Following the regimen of body refinement, he utilized the waterfall as a tool to hone his physique. Despite his resilient character, the experience of the cascading water was still excruciating. After resting sufficiently, Chen Zun banished the fatigue from his face and rose to his feet, hastily tying back his damp hair. He donned his training attire and felt the pangs of hunger, reaching for a piece of cooked meat weighing 5 or 6 pounds. This was the flesh of a demon beast, imbued with spiritual energy, capable of replenishing the vitality Chen Zun required to strengthen his body. Zhao Lingyun provided him with over 10 pounds daily, devoid of any seasoning, and he was compelled to consume it all. Since embarking on his body refinement journey, Coupled with his mortal physique, Chen Zun's appetite had significantly increased. Now, though the 5 or 6 pounds of meat was tough to chew and lacking in flavor, it sufficed to quell his hunger. Having satiated his appetite, Chen Zun filled his water pouch, turned, and made his way along a narrow path towards the Tongtian Steps. The so-called Tongtian Steps are the stairway constructed from the foot of the mountain to the summit of the Tianyuan sect's main peak. For ordinary individuals, ascending this path is akin to reaching the heavens, hence its name. The towering peak is shrouded in clouds, obscuring the summit from view. Daily traversal of the peak was also a directive from Shen Ruoyan, intended to strengthen his muscles and bones. For an average person, a single ascent would likely leave them incapacitated. Chen Zun raised his gaze and resolutely began his ascent. Initially, he only broke a slight sweat, but the fierce sun soon left him dizzy. After grinding through nearly an hour, he felt himself on the verge of collapse. Having to lean against a nearby stone for respite, he still had a considerable distance to reach the mountain's midsection. His legs felt as if they were laden with lead, and his limbs grew weak. After taking a sip of water and wiping the sweat from his brow, he inhaled deeply and continued his climb. The path of body refinement is marked by the challenge of surpassing one's limits and the difficulty of perseverance. Having chosen this path, he would not falter midway. Time seemed to stretch as Chen Zun continued his ascent. At long last, he reached the halfway point of the mountain, where various stewards conducted their affairs, and the number of people began to swell. They watched Chen Zun's disheveled appearance, secretly amused. A mere mortal dared to defy the heavens. Had it not been for the benevolence of the sect master, how could this so-called senior brother of the sect ever hope to ascend the towering tree of the Tianyuan sect? Among those who could kneel beneath the Tianyuan sect's banner, who was not a dragon among men, no one held him in the slightest regard. They only regarded him with disdain. The esteemed, direct disciple of the sect master was nothing more than a rootless mortal, especially as Shen Ruoyan had gone to such lengths to host a grand initiation ceremony for this waste, making it known throughout the world and inviting ridicule. This left the fellow disciples feeling nothing but humiliation. Look, there's that waste again. A mortal is a mortal, and without a spirit root, no amount of effort is worth it. It's hard to fathom the sect master's thoughts in accepting such a person, bringing shame upon the Tianyuan sect. Someone nearby spoke loudly, unabashedly mocking, their indignation palpable. Shoo! The timid quickly lowered their voice, advising, "Why shout so loudly? Aren't you afraid he will tell the sect master?" Yet the speaker grew bolder, their voice rising even higher. "Let them hear. Can a waste be discussed?" All these cutting remarks fell upon Chen Zun's ears. His expression remained unchanged, his pale visage betraying no inner turmoil. In his eyes, there was only the celestial staircase ahead. Chen Zun took a step forward, the ridicule and jeers continuing unabated, yet they parted to create a path for him. Suddenly, all noise came to an abrupt halt, for at the foot of the stairs stood a striking figure. She exuded an air of haughty serenity, yet radiated an aura that kept others at bay. Amidst the crowd, she resembled a lotus, unsullied by the mud. However, her gaze now sparked with icy fury. Ji Yanwu had arrived. She had heard every word spoken. Anger surged within her. How could they speak of Chen Zun in such a derogatory manner? It was utterly intolerable. Yet, when she caught Chen Zun's gaze, her anger swiftly concealed itself, and her cold, beautiful face suddenly blossomed into a smile. She gently parted her lips and spoke softly, "You've come." In that instant, everyone was captivated by her smile, as if the very heavens had dimmed in its presence. Wow, the fairy Ji must be smiling at me. Don't be narcissistic. Take a look at your pitiful self. It's clearly directed at me. You too, don't argue. With this appearance, she must be smiling at me. In that moment, the crowd became embroiled in a debate over who Ji Yanwu was truly smiling at. Chen Zun merely nodded slightly, lifting his foot to continue onward, his gaze unwavering. Brushing past Ji Yanwu without a moment's pause, his focus was solely on the celestial staircase. Nothing else mattered. Chen Zun. Ji Yanwu hesitated for a moment, then turned to call out to him. Chen Zun appeared not to have heard, his steps steady as he continued to ascend the steps. "Stop right there." Ye Yanwu, exasperated, stamped her foot, biting her lip, and disregarding her own modesty, hastily pursued him. At this moment, the onlookers were utterly astonished. It turned out that the smile from Ji Yanwu was directed towards the so-called worthless individuals among them. One was a mere mortal, a disciple of the sect leader with nothing but a prestigious title to boast of, while the other was the most distinguished beauty of Shueiyue Pavilion in recent years. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth, yet an inexplicably strange scenario unfolded where the latter seemed to be pursuing the former. What was most perplexing was that Chen Zun remained indifferent to her advances. Moreover, judging by the situation, the seemingly icy Ji Yanwu appeared to have taken an interest in Chen Zun. This revelation struck the onlookers like a thunderbolt. How could this worthless individual possess any merit to earn the favor of the celestial Ji? It was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Chapter 73. A clear sky amidst clouds. Ji Yanwu positioned herself firmly in front of Chen Zun, preventing his departure. Ultimately, Chen Zun found himself unable to evade her presence, and, lifting his gaze, spoke calmly. "What is it that you wish to do?" Observing the sweat-soaked Chen Zun before her, the image of the aloof and formidable figure she remembered from the icy expanse shattered in an instant, though a trace of that cold demeanor remained unchanged. She had once believed that Chen Zun was merely concealing his true cultivation to avoid the scrutiny of the world, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as an ordinary mortal. However, when she conveyed to her master that the one who had saved her in the frigid wilderness was indeed Chen Zun, her master had persistently shaken his head in disbelief. He insisted that, in the presence of high-level cultivators, those of lower realms could not successfully hide their abilities. Chen Zun was unmistakably a genuine mortal. Moreover, rumors had circulated widely, with many mocking Su Zongzhu for taking on a disciple deemed worthless. In a moment of desperation, she had sought out the locations where Chen Zun was known to appear, only to overhear the scornful taunts of disciples from Tianyuanzong directed at him. Anger surged within her at the humiliation he faced, mingled with curiosity about how he had come to be in such a state. Ji Yanwu felt a blend of joy at their reunion and a torrent of questions. When Chen Zun's gaze met hers, she found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, her expression became exceedingly complex as she inquired, "How have you come to be like this?" "I have not changed," he replied simply. "But your cultivation, is that all you came to ask?" Chen Zun countered, his tone sharp. Ji Yanwu fell silent, realizing the nature of her inquiry. Their relationship, at its core, was merely a fleeting encounter, akin to two lines intersecting at a point, devoid of deep affection. To broach such an intensely private subject was indeed inappropriate. "Unless there is something else, I kindly ask you to step aside so as not to impede my cultivation," Chen Zun stated, taking advantage of her momentary distraction to sidestep her and continue his ascent. Unwilling to relent, Ji Yanwu trailed closely behind him, lowering her voice as she implored. "You saved my life. I do not wish to owe you a debt of gratitude. An encounter by chance does not equate to a life debt. You owe me nothing now, nor will you in the future," Chen Zun replied, halting his steps. He turned to Ji Yanwu with seriousness, saying, "I ask you to pause. For the sake of your reputation, to avoid unnecessary gossip, let us part ways here, as if we were never acquainted." With that, he cast a glance behind him, shaking his head before resuming his climb. Following his gaze, Ji Yanwu noticed a throng of cultivators below the steps, pointing and whispering about the two of them. It was evident that news of today's events would spread swiftly. Soon, the high-ranking flower of Shuyuezhai, Ji Yanwu, and the so-called worthless disciple of the Tianyuanzong would be publicly linked. In a fit of defiance, she shot a glare at the gathering crowd before running to walk alongside Chen Zun. Ji Yanwu felt a deep sense of grievance. She had come to express her concern for him, only to be met with such indifference. Reflecting on Chen Zun's indifferent and cold demeanor, it felt akin to conversing with a stranger. His repeated assertions of integrity and claims of owing her nothing seemed merely a pretext to dismiss her. The more Ji Yanwu pondered this, the more her anger surged. She resolved to remain by his side, disregarding any rumors or gossip, determined to endure alongside Chen Zun. Chen Zun glanced at her, his brow furrowed. "Why do you refuse to listen? You may take your own path, while I tread mine." The celestial steps are not solely for you. What concern is it of yours? Ji Yanwu huffed in response. Seeing this, Chen Zun's expression turned somewhat resigned. Since she was intent on opposing him, he chose not to deter her, instead focusing his thoughts, descending into silence as they ascended the steps together, side by side. Without uttering a word, time passed and the sky darkened. At last, as the soft moonlight enveloped them, Chen Zun reached the summit. Arriving at the grand plaza of the Tianyuan sect, the atmosphere was serene and profoundly quiet. Unceremoniously, he sank to the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Ji Yanwu stood nearby, her spiritual energy sustaining her. Even if she were to ascend and descend the main peak once more, she would only expend a fraction of her power. Witnessing Chen Zun's stubbornness, she felt a mix of admiration and a burgeoning curiosity about his secret descent into the realm of mortals. Here, wipe your sweat, Ji Yanwu offered, producing a silk handkerchief from her bosom, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she extended it towards him. For a disciple of the conservatively minded Shiyuezhai, this gesture was undeniably audacious. This cherished item, kept close for so long, would never have been offered to a man had it not been for Chen Zun saving her life. Chen Zun gazed at the handkerchief, imbued with a delicate fragrance, and waved his hand, declining her kind offer. No need. He actually refused it. Was he rejecting her? Ji Yanwu stood there, hand outstretched, her expression one of disbelief. After mustering the courage to present something so personal, she was met with a brusque response, which felt like a humiliation. Any woman would find such a reaction intolerable. The thought of her efforts today only deepened her sense of grievance, her eyes moistening and her body trembling slightly. Unable to contain herself, she blurted, "If you don't want it, I shall ignore you from now on." With that, she angrily threw the handkerchief at Chen Zun's head and, without looking back, activated her escape light, departing from the scene. Chen Zun grasped the handkerchief, turning to watch as the light streaked away, vanishing in an instant. His gaze was profound, and after a moment of silence, he pursed his lips, remaining seated without a word. "That girl is quite something. You've been rather heartless." A voice suddenly broke through the silence, laced with a teasing tone. Chen Zun turned sharply to see Su Huayun standing beside him, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Chen Zun's face displayed an expression of bewilderment as he recounted the incident from his training in the frigid wilderness, how he encountered the fateful scholar and subsequently rescued Ji Yanwu. He clarified the nature of their relationship, asserting that he had merely acted within his capabilities and did not desire any debt of gratitude from her. Su Huayun listened intently, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Zun, and remarked with a hint of significance, "It seems that the matter is far from straightforward." Chen Zun, perplexed, inquired, "What does she mean by that?" The disciples of Shiyuezhai were notoriously conservative, seldom bestowing personal belongings upon others, particularly males. Thus, Ji Yanwu's actions suggested her motivations extended beyond mere gratitude for her rescue. The youthful inclinations of infatuation and admiration were natural sentiments for their age. However, Su Huayun chose not to unveil this insight, finding amusement in the situation. If his disciple were to win the affections of Shiyuezhai's prized disciple, the master of the sect might very well be driven to despair. Contemplating this, Su Huayun felt a tinge of schadenfreude before turning to stride towards the main hall. "Gulme, it is time for body tempering." Chen Zun sighed. Unable to grasp the complexities of the situation, he chose not to dwell on it further, tucking the silk handkerchief away and rising to follow Su Huayun. In the future, should he encounter Ji Yanwu again, he would certainly return the handkerchief to her. Chapter 74. A quiet night of self-reflection. Ji Yanwu gazed into the mirror, memories from the past gradually resurfacing in her heart. This particular memory was etched deeply within her, for it marked her first audacious attempt in life, yet it yielded such a harrowing response. In that moment, her heart was filled with an indescribable turmoil. Within the mirror's reflection, behind the main peak, inside a secluded cave, lay the sanctuary of Su Huayun's ascetic practice. At that moment, a large bathtub occupied the cave hall. The tub was filled with a dark liquid, as inky as night itself, bubbling without a flame. while copious steam enveloped the entire cave. Zhao Lingyun instructed, "Enter the bath and remain until the water cools." Chen Zun inhaled deeply, shedding his upper garments, clad only in shorts, and plunged into the tub with a sudden motion. It's scalding. Despite having endured this experience thrice before, the heat was still unbearable. The liquid seared his skin, prompting him to leap out of the tub in shock. This was no mere body tempering. It felt akin to being boiled alive. Zhao Lingyun, indifferent, settled by a stone table, pouring himself a cup of tea, observing with a detached gaze. Chen Zun gripped the edge of the tub tightly, steeling his resolve, and sat back down. This time, he remained steadfast, gritting his teeth as the veins on his forehead throbbed, silently enduring the searing sensation. Relax, do not tense your muscles. Operate the body-tempering technique, guard your dantian, and allow your body to absorb the medicinal properties. Zhao Lingyun's voice resonated at the right moment. Chen Zun complied, closing his eyes and positioning his legs in a meditative posture, quietly channeling the techniques within his mind. As he engaged in the practice, he felt the burning sensation transcend from his skin to his internal organs, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. It was as if his body was being gradually incinerated from the inside out, a sensation far more intense than the temperature of the liquid, amplifying his agony. However, this suffering paled in comparison to the innate malevolence that flared within him every 7 days, which inflicted a torment upon his soul. Fortunately, having faced pain more excruciating than this body tempering, he adapted quickly. Thus, his expression settled into tranquility as he sat within the tub, his breaths becoming calm and elongated. Zhao Lingyun kept his gaze fixed upon Chen Zun, sipping his tea. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. Enough, Zhao Lingyun finally declared, pouring the last cup of tea from the kettle, testing its temperature before speaking. At his command, Chen Zun ceased the body-tempering technique and slowly opened his eyes. The once inky liquid in the tub had transformed into clear water, no longer boiling, but instead chillingly cool. It dawned upon him that the medicinal effects had all been absorbed into his body. As he glanced down at his hands, he noted their fair complexion, as smooth as that of a woman's skin. Moreover, he sensed a potent energy coursing through every muscle, as though he had been granted an entirely new physique. A look of astonishment spread across his weary face. It seemed the trials of body tempering had not been in vain. If this continued, within a year, his strength would become terrifyingly formidable. The hour is late. It's time to return. You are but a mortal and require rest. Zhao Lingyun drained the tea from his cup, rose to his feet, and issued a gentle dismissal. The disciple took his leave. Chen Zun emerged from the bathing tub, donned his garments, and respectfully bowed before exiting the cave dwelling. Zhao Lingyun watched as Chen Zun departed, shaking his head in bemusement. This lad possesses remarkable endurance. The mountain wall rippled as Chen Zun stepped out. He glanced upwards to behold the resplendent moon, large and luminous, suspended in the night sky, while streaks of light occasionally danced at the horizon. It seemed there was still a considerable time before dawn. Without lingering, he trudged wearily towards his abode. As he passed by Zhao Lingyun's loft, he halted momentarily. It had been several days since their last encounter. He wondered how she fared. Muttering softly to himself, he was about to ascend the stairs when he noticed the profound darkness within. He abruptly slapped his forehead in self-deprecation, realizing, how could he disturb her when she had already activated the spiritual inheritance stone? Moreover, propriety dictated that even if Zhao Lingyun were his sister, their close bond did not warrant such an intrusion at night. The potential for gossip was far too great. With a sigh, Chen Zun diverted his gaze and retraced his steps toward his own quarters. Just as Chen Zun departed, Zhao Lingyun's silhouette emerged from the shadows on the second floor of the loft. She observed the restored mountain wall before casting her gaze upon Chen Zun's retreating figure. Her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, yet she remained silent. Upon returning to his humble abode, Chen Zun found it sparsely furnished, a single bed, a thin blanket, and nothing else, epitomizing a life of destitution. He removed his shoes and lay down, fully clothed, surrendering to sleep. After the passage of what felt like a single incense sticks burning, Chen Zun suddenly awoke, anguish etched across his face. His skin was a deep crimson, reminiscent of a boiled prawn. Indeed, the 7-day period had arrived, and the innate malevolent fire within him had erupted into a full-blown assault. This unleashed tremendous suffering upon the slumbering Chen Zun, who, caught unawares, curled into himself, his limbs convulsing as he writhed upon the bed. Yet, despite the torment, he bit down on the blanket, daring not to utter a sound, fearing that even a whisper might disturb Zhao Lingyun. The innate malevolent fire was impervious to any medicinal remedy, demanding that he endure through sheer willpower. After what felt like an eternity of excruciating pain, the first light of dawn began to break. Only when the agonizing throes subsided entirely could Chen Zun finally exhale in relief. He sat up, drenched in sweat, and remained in a daze as he sought to regain his composure. It seemed that sleep was no longer an option. With a sigh, he rubbed his face with his hands, summoning his resolve. Rising to his feet, he wrapped himself in a blanket and stepped outside to cleanse himself. Hanging the blanket to dry, after changing into a fresh set of clothes, he commenced yet another day of training. This cycle of repetition endured for an entire year. Outside the mirror, Zhao Lingyun stifled her sobs, her heart heavy with memories. She had indeed been quietly observing Chen Zun's every move from the shadows. Only because she activated the spirit pattern inheritance stone, her master merely stood by to offer support, and once it was done, he abandoned her without a second thought. Meanwhile, her brother Chen Zun emerged from their master's cave every night without fail. This led her to suspect that her master favored her brother, a mere mortal, over her, a daughter of destiny. From that moment on, jealousy towards Chen Zun took root in her heart, fueled by her dissatisfaction with her master's preferential treatment. Each time her master reprimanded her, that seed of resentment grew a little more, fostering an unconscious bias against Chen Zun. She had never contemplated how her brother endured his trials while living adjacent to her in the loft. She had never shown concern for the torment he faced. Today, it became evident that all of her brother's sufferings stemmed from her own actions. This realization filled Zhao Lingyun with both trepidation and an overwhelming sense of guilt. Chapter 75. The holy blood enters the body subsequently. The imagery within the water-moon mirror flickered with uncanny rapidity, ultimately pausing at the second year. On this day, the weather was splendid, devoid of clouds. Chen Zun had ascended the main peak for an entire year, transforming his previous single ascent into a remarkable 5-tier journey. Today, he completed his task early, shedding the burdensome weighted vest and the leg bindings that collectively weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds. After a refreshing change of attire, he donned a pristine white robe and made his way to Su Huayan's cave abode. Su Huayan had been awaiting his arrival and, without unnecessary words, grasped Chen Zun's arm. In a flash of spiritual radiance, their surroundings shifted dramatically. They found themselves deep within the subterranean chamber of the cold jade bed. The scene remained unchanged. Wisps of cold mist rose from the jade, enveloping the area in a shroud of white vapor. Upon touching the cave walls, the mist was severed by a stream of light, reintegrating into the intricate patterns of the floor tiles. The atmosphere here was even more frigid than before. "Remove your outer garments and take a seat," Su Huayan instructed. Chen Zun nodded, discarding his white robe to reveal his robust torso, settling onto the cold jade bed. With a flourish of his sleeves, Su Huayan activated the patterns on the floor, causing them to shimmer with brilliant light. The cold mist swirled around Chen Zun, obscuring his figure in a blinding white haze. As the temperature plummeted, the mist eventually dissipated, revealing Chen Zun enveloped in a layer of frost. Soon after, he was encased within a colossal, transparent ice block. He felt an overwhelming chill, his body immobilized, the flow of his blood sluggish, and his heartbeat nearly inaudible. His senses remained intact. Through the icy barrier, he could still hear the sounds from the outside world. Observing this, Su Huayan flipped his palm, revealing a crystalline vial containing a pure, white nine-tailed fox, vibrant and lively. Were it not for the golden talisman sealing the vial's opening, it would have undoubtedly leaped out. Su Huayan's expression turned grave as he called out to Chen Zun. "What follows is the infusion of the sacred blood left behind by the ancient nine-tailed celestial fox into your body. You must endure, for should you falter, you will perish." and no one will be able to save you. A chill ran down Chen Zun's spine, instilling a sense of urgency within him. After a brief reminder, Zhao Lingyun inhaled deeply and removed the golden talisman from the vial. At that moment, the miniature nine-tailed celestial fox burst forth as a streak of light. Attempting to escape through the mountain wall, Zhao Lingyun's gaze sharpened, and with an impassive expression, he extended his hand, conjuring an ethereal blue grasp that firmly ensnared the fox, rendering it incapable of escape despite its frantic struggles. The prowess of a major ascension stage cultivator was not to be underestimated. Zhao Lingyun manipulated the grasp, directing it towards Chen Zun's third eye, releasing the fox from its bindings. The white fox, transformed from the sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox, darted straight towards Chen Zun's face and, with a swift motion, entered his brow. With a thunderous sound, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Zun, causing his skin to crack and blood to seep forth. The transparent ice encasing him began to fracture, the fissures multiplying as his blood flowed abundantly, saturating the ice with a network of intricate cracks that resembled a bloody glacier. The sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox was overwhelmingly potent. Despite Chen Zun's formidable physique and the ceaseless chill emanating from the cold jade bed, he was still no match for the might of a mythical beast from ancient legends. As the ice neared the brink of being entirely stained crimson, it seemed poised to shatter at any moment. Should the ice break, Chen Zun's corporeal form would explode, dispersing into a cloud of sanguine mist, leaving him with no escape from doom. Zhao Lingyun would not allow such a fate to befall him. With diligent incantations, he summoned the cold mist rising from the cold jade bed, striving to mend the surface fractures. Then, with a swift motion of his hands, he directed a pure azure essence to envelop the ice, securing it firmly. With his intervention, the trend of the cracks was halted. Ultimately, under the restorative influence of the cold mist, the ice encasing Chen Zun was rendered flawless, devoid of any visible fissures. Though it was no longer transparent, but stained red with blood, obscuring the figure within. Zhao Lingyun withdrew his hands, his complexion pale, stumbling back a step. The essence was the very foundation of a cultivator's power, having channeled such a substantial amount to suppress the divine might of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Even a master in the great ascension stage felt the strain. After consuming a recovery elixir, his color steadied, and he turned his gaze once more to the blood-tinged ice. Within, flickers of spiritual light danced, accompanied by the faint sound of a fox's cry. At this pivotal moment, when Chen Zun was merging with the sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox, danger still loomed. Concern etched itself onto Zhao Lingyun's face as he murmured to himself, "Chen Zun, your success hinges upon your own resolve. I can assist you no further." Outside the mirror, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. The sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox. This legendary creature, an ancestor of the Qingqiu clan. Where did sect master Su acquire such a precious drop? The crowd buzzed with excitement. The nine-tailed celestial fox, a divine beast of ancient times, had long vanished from the Tianluo Continent, leaving only myths in its wake. The existence of the Qingqiu clan cast doubt on whether the legends were true. Would the sacred blood that the demon lord fused with bear any relation to the bloodline awakened in Qingqiu Ya? As this thought crossed their minds, all eyes turned to the alluring figure of Qingqiu Ya. What a remarkable coincidence. Qingqiu Ya, too, was taken aback. Having spent considerable time with Chen Zun, she had never known he had merged with the exalted sacred blood of their kin, nor had he ever demonstrated the divine abilities of the nine-tailed fox. This left her in a state of doubt. Could it be that the fusion had not succeeded? However, the sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox is something even the Qingqiu clan lacks. Where did Master Su manage to procure it? After a prolonged silence, Mo, the master of the Qingqiu Pavilion, spoke. The Tianyuan sect, established since the ancient era, has its roots in legends left by immortals. Given its rich heritage, it is hardly surprising that the Tianyuan sect possesses a drop of the nine-tailed celestial fox's sacred blood. The assembly nodded in agreement, moved by his words. This is precisely why, among the 7 great sects of the Tianluo Continent, only the Tianyuan sect can be deemed a superlative sect. The vast chasm of unrecorded history that separates the ancient era from the present remains a mystery to all. This void, referred to as the most cataclysmic calamity in the history of the Tianluo Continent, was endured by the Tianyuan sect, which emerged unscathed from a catastrophe capable of annihilating the entire continent. Indeed, it is a source of profound awe. Chapter 76. The emergence of the half-demon in the depths of silence. A month had elapsed. Zhao Lingyun, seated nearby, sensed a shift and opened his eyes. A crisp crack echoed through the air as the blood-colored ice encasing Chen Zun began to fracture. As the fissures multiplied, shards of ice fell away, revealing Chen Zun's form. At that moment, he radiated a brilliant light, his skin mending itself, and a spectral figure of a nine-tailed celestial fox emerged behind him. Ethereal golden runes spiraled across his body, exuding an ancient and profound aura, infused with a demonic energy that suggested regal power. Zhao Lingyun, witnessing this transformation, was overwhelmed with joy and relief. The fusion with the sacred blood of the nine-tailed fox had succeeded, and it appeared even more magnificent than he had anticipated. Just then, Chen Zun opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within their depths, and he could not help but lift his head in a resonant howl. The nine tails of the celestial fox behind him unfurled in unison, echoing his cry. After a moment of exultation, he descended from the cold jade bed and approached Zhao Lingyun, kneeling respectfully in a profound bow. "Master, your grace has bestowed upon me a rebirth that I shall never forget." This bow was imbued with genuine sincerity. Upon the entry of the sacred blood, the fierce and dominant essence of the divine beast surged within him. Without Zhao Lingyun's protection, he would not have endured this far. He would have perished long ago. "Rise," Zhao Lingyun said, accepting him with warmth. After helping Chen Zun to his feet, he scrutinized him and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Chen Zun replied, "I have perfectly integrated the sacred blood of the nine-tailed fox and awakened its bloodline. New meridians have opened within me, allowing me to sense spiritual energy, though I find myself struggling against a tendency towards brutality." As he spoke, a rare smile graced his face. Following the complete fusion of the sacred blood, he had opened a new meridian and inherited the cultivation techniques of the nine-tailed fox. His potential now rivaled that of his previous ice-veined spirit body. However, he felt an inexplicable impulse, his demeanor colder than before, accompanied by a propensity for violence. The nine-tailed fox, an ancient divine beast. Even a single drop of its sacred blood could influence one's character. Devote yourself to cultivating that Taoist heart method. It can mitigate the effects of the blood fusion and enhance your cultivation, Zhao Lingyun advised, having anticipated the aftermath of the sacred blood integration. "I shall remember your teachings." Chen Zun nodded. The Taoist heart method was indeed formidable, had it not been for this powerful practice over the past month. He feared that even with the sacred blood's fusion, his consciousness might have succumbed, leaving nothing but the dwindling essence of that drop of blood. Yet, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Within his dantian, a perfectly round white demon core had formed. Had it not been for the suppression of the Taoist heart method, he might have already revealed his half-human, half-demon state. He was no longer entirely human, existing in a liminal space between humanity and demonic existence, and the aura emanating from him filled him with apprehension. "Master, my demonic aura is quite pronounced and seems difficult to conceal. What should I do?" Zhao Lingyun, ever prepared, replied calmly, "No need to worry. Simply focus your mind and utilize the Taoist techniques to rein in your demonic energy. Moreover, since you predominantly embody human traits, as long as you do not deliberately reveal it, most will remain oblivious to your origins." Chen Zun, concentrating his thoughts, felt a surge of joy. This method indeed proved effective, granting him confidence against the potential discovery of his uniqueness. You must not disclose your half-demon, half-human state to anyone, not even that girl, to avoid unnecessary complications. Although Chen Zun could suppress his demonic energy, he would not be able to hide it from higher-tier cultivators. The Central Plains strictly forbade the existence of demonkind, and should his peculiarities be unveiled, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. With a heavy heart, he continued to express his concerns to be safe. Dedicate the next year to mastering the Taoist techniques until you have seamlessly integrated them with the training methods of your inherited celestial fox lineage. This way, you will not draw attention, and then you will be eligible to select a spiritual sword from the sword tomb for your use. Chen Zun understood the implications of this and took Su Huayun's words to heart. However, he did not intend to limit himself to merely practicing the Taoist techniques. He harbored other ambitions. Master, I wish to learn alchemy and artifact forging. Su Huayun raised an eyebrow in surprise, responding with a subtle inquiry. What purpose do you have for such pursuits? Chen Zun candidly explained, a diverse skill set is never a burden. I possess a spiritual sword forged from my own true essence, and I aspire to create a treasure blade. Additionally, mastering alchemy would allow me to sustain my cultivation independently, without reliance on others. Only then did Su Huayun recall that Chen Zun indeed possessed a true essence sword and reluctantly accepted his rationale. He then imparted with both gravity and significance. Our sect has adept cultivators in these arts. You may use your identity token to seek their guidance. However, allow me to caution you. Alchemy and artifact forging are not akin to cultivation. They require innate talent. Do not squander your time or stray from your path if you lack such gifts, as neglecting your cultivation would be a grave mistake. This was heartfelt advice from a mentor, as some may struggle with cultivation yet excel in alchemy and forging. He feared that Chen Zun's straightforward nature might lead him to obsess over these crafts at the expense of his growth. I understand, Master. Seeing Chen Zun's sincere attitude, Su Huayun felt reassured and ceased to press the matter. Let us depart. We have lingered here for over a month. I wonder if that girl has been diligent in her training. Outside the mirror, the chosen one was indeed formidable. The demon lord had merged with the sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Strangely, why had he never demonstrated the powers of the nine-tailed fox? The onlookers marveled at Chen Zun's fortune and strength, yet they pondered over the anomaly of his possessing the bloodline of demons without ever showcasing its capabilities. If Chen Zun had perfectly integrated the sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox, why had he never revealed his half-demon, half-human state? Moreover, throughout his rise to fame, he has consistently embodied the essence of the human lineage, wielding the divine powers of humanity. So, whereas his nine-tailed fox bloodline vanished, with Zhao Lingyun serving as a cautionary tale, it seems, perhaps, there is a possibility. At this thought, the discerning individuals discreetly cast their gazes towards Qingqiu Ya, the formidable great marsh demon king intricately entwined with Chen Zun. Even Shen Ruoyan and the other women exhibited varied expressions, directing their attention towards Qingqiu Ya. The latter appeared somewhat flustered and hastily declared, "Why do you all gaze upon me? My nine-tailed bloodline awakened independently, and it bears no connection to him." Yet, to outsiders, her confidence seemed rather tenuous. At this juncture, Qingqiu Ya disregarded the opinions of others. A sudden realization struck her, an enigma that had perplexed her until now. Her nine-tailed fox bloodline did not awaken of its own accord. Rather, it revealed itself the day of her wedding to the Tiger King, after Chen Zun had slain the Tiger King and decimated her kin. This line of thought sent a chill throughout Qingqiu Ya, leaving her too fearful to contemplate further. Chapter 77. The Awakening of the Sword Tomb after a decade. As the flustered Qingqiu Ya observed, the images within the mirror continuously shifted. Through the rapid transitions, Chen Zun mastered the arts of alchemy and weapon forging. The remaining scenes were devoted to his rigorous cultivation. Ultimately, the imagery settled a year later, on a day when Chen Zun emerged from his meditation. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze, and a rare smile graced his countenance. At last, he had regained his strength at the nascent soul stage. 3 years had passed since he transformed from a mortal being to a half-human, half-demon physique, imbued with the sacred blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The profound synergy between the nine-tailed fox and the Taoist heart technique allowed him to return to the nascent soul stage in merely a year. Moreover, having previously ascended beyond this realm, his restoration to this level occurred without the tribulation of heavenly lightning. Chen Zun endured countless hardships, and after much toil, He could not help but reflect on the arduous path he had traversed. He gazed inward at the white demon core residing in his dantian, his expression a mix of peculiarity and resignation. As a half-demon, he found himself unable to undergo the usual process of refining a nascent soul, realizing he could no longer conform to the norms of ordinary practitioners. However, accepting his fate, Chen Zun adopted a more optimistic outlook, dismissing such thoughts. He rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. It had been a month, and he wondered if Yinner had successfully condensed her core. He strolled slowly to the loft where Zhao Lingyun resided, casting a glance upwards with concern in his eyes. The ice-veined spirit body was an extraordinarily rare spiritual root, and Zhao Lingyun had devoted 3 years to her cultivation, achieving great perfection in the foundation establishment stage just a month prior. She had since entered seclusion to further her breakthroughs, and Chen Zun felt a twinge of worry after a month of her absence. Yet, he refrained from intruding, understanding that such pivotal moments required tranquility. After pausing for a moment, he ambled towards the grand hall. Upon reaching the plaza halfway up the mountain, he found it teeming with people, far more than usual. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Su Zongzhu of the Tianyuan sect and a striking figure with a mortal background, Chen Zun's presence naturally drew attention. Moreover, his rumored romantic entanglement with the exceptional beauty Ji Yanwu from the Shuiwei Zhai only heightened interest in him. Yet, curiously, his arrival did not incite the usual fervor. Instead, hushed whispers filled the air as conversations revolved around an impending significant event. The decade had concluded, and the sword tomb of the Tianjin Peak was set to reopen the following day. You just realized this? I was aware from the day I entered. Any disciple over 16 who has been here for 3 years is permitted to attempt a trial inside. Should one gain the allegiance of a spirit sword, it would be a tremendous fortune, though the Tianyuan sect was not primarily focused on the sword path. The quality of the spirit swords within the sword tomb was such that even rival sects like the Xiaoyao sect felt envious. The young cultivators buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen Zun naturally heard the conversation around him. His purpose for coming here was to select a spiritual sword from the sword mount. Rather than a mere selection, it could be said that the spiritual swords were choosing their masters. The sword mound is located on the peak of the heavenly sword, where countless flying swords are embedded in a small mountain. The heavenly sect boasts a long-standing heritage, and after the passing of each generation of predecessors, their life swords return to this mound, awaiting the next fated individual. Over time, this small mountain, known as the Sword Mound, has accumulated many powerful flying swords, including the legendary sword of the sect's founding ancestor hidden within its depths. These swords, nourished by the Sword Mound, possess remarkable spiritual qualities. For a cultivator fortunate enough to bond with a flying sword, it is akin to gaining wings of a tiger. However, the Sword Mound opens its doors every 10 years, allowing disciples who have been initiated for over 3 years and are at least 16 years old to try their luck, regardless of their aptitude or cultivation level. Such a significant event is not one to be missed. Consequently, today's registration at the service hall is bustling with newcomers who meet the criteria established over the past decade. Chen Zun quietly stood in line. Due to his unique status, others dared not approach him too closely, leaving a considerable space both in front and behind him. When it was Chen Zun's turn, the disciple seated within the hall did not lift his head, monotonously inquiring, name, master, residence, date of initiation, and age. Chen Zun, disciple of sect master Su Ruoyan, residing at the main peak, initiated 3 years ago, age slightly under 20, over 19, he replied, presenting his identity token. Chen Zun, the attendant, suddenly looked up, recognizing the infamous figure from the heavenly sect, his eyes widening in disbelief. He rose, accepting the token with both hands, and queried, "Is the grandnephew also participating in the Sword Mount event?" Despite the disdain that the disciples of the heavenly sect held for Chen Zun's mortal constitution, his lineage was undeniably impressive. Su Ruoyan had taken him as a disciple late, while many of his contemporaries had already passed on or left behind numerous disciples and descendants over millennia. Thus, Chen Zun's status was exceedingly high. Indeed, Chen Zun nodded. This simple gesture elicited laughter from those behind him. A cultivator, hidden in the back, whispered mockingly, a mere mortal, relying on the sect master's abundant resources to barely cultivate a shred of spiritual power, dares to participate in the sword mound's spiritual sword selection. How ridiculous. Chen Zun's expression remained unchanged. He had grown numb to such remarks and no longer took them to heart. Apart from his master, Shen Ruoyan, no one was aware of the extent of his current prowess. Silence. The attendant, hearing the taunts, darkened his expression and shouted. Chen Zun, after all, was a direct disciple of the sect master. Regardless of his ordinary qualifications, his lineage commanded respect, and it was inappropriate for disciples from other peaks to disparage someone of his standing. The atmosphere immediately fell into silence. The demeanor of the deacon disciple softened slightly as he meticulously assisted Chen Zun in registering his information. Upon completion, he returned the identity token to Chen Zun and smiled, saying, "Tomorrow at noon, gather here. The disciples under the main peak will together proceed to the sword tomb at Tianjian Peak. Do not be tardy, for we shall not wait beyond the appointed time." In the 3 years since entering the sect, this was the first instance of kindness directed towards him by a deacon disciple. Chen Zun, for the first time at Tianyuanzong, felt a sense of goodwill and a desire for friendship. He retrieved the identity token and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name, senior brother?" The deacon disciple replied humbly, "I am unworthy of such a venerable title. I am Fu Siyuan, a disciple under Master Li Huamo." Chapter 78. Success and Failure. Regardless of strength Li Huamo, Chen Zun was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the pile of desiccated bones within Hanmang Mountain. To his astonishment, Fu Siyuan turned out to be a disciple from a previous generation under his tutelage. Such a twist of fate was indeed remarkable. He nodded at Fu Siyuan and stepped out of the formation, returning to his quarters. Regarding the expedition to the Sword Tomb, he harbored little confidence. He merely regarded it as fulfilling his master's request, as urged by Shen Ruoyan. The following day, Chen Zun arrived early at the plaza of the Elder Hall. Here, hundreds had gathered, for the opening of the Sword Tomb was a grand event for the Tianyuan sect. Some senior elders also wished to partake in the excitement, eager to witness which fortunate individuals would emerge victorious after a decade. Among the throng, dozens of young cultivators huddled together, their expressions a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Each of them was qualified to enter the Sword Tomb, dreaming that they might catch the attention of a spiritual sword and sword of greatness. To his surprise, the leader of the group was none other than Fu Siyuan. Spotting Chen Zun, he waved from a distance. "Master Uncle, over here." His call drew the attention of other cultivators. Chen Zun had intended to blend into the crowd, but with Fu Siyuan's shout, he had no choice but to approach. Fu Siyuan greeted him warmly. "Master Uncle, you've arrived quite early." Chen Zun replied, "Fu Xiong, we are all disciples of the same sect. Some are even older than I. Please refrain from calling me Master Uncle. Simply refer to me by my name, Chen Zun." Although Fu Siyuan appeared slightly older than Chen Zun, his repeated address as Master Uncle left Chen Zun feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if he were an old man. Shaking his head, Fu Siyuan responded earnestly, "In our Tianyuan sect, we adhere to a hierarchy based on seniority rather than age. I would not dare to disrupt the customs of our sect. If Master Uncle does not mind, you may simply call me Fu Siyuan." Reluctantly, Chen Zun acquiesced to his suggestion. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about Fu Siyuan's unusual warmth towards him, unlike others who looked down upon his mortal background. "Why do you disregard my origins and fear not the gossip of others?" Fu Siyuan explained, "As for the idle chatter of others, I choose to remain indifferent. Like you, I hail from the mortal realm. My own talents are humble, yet I was fortunate to be accepted into the Tianyuan sect by my esteemed master." With a dismissive expression, he continued, "Those who mock are truly superficial. In this world, we do not judge heroes by their successes or failures, nor by their innate talents or backgrounds. Instead, I admire how Master Uncle remains composed in the face of cold remarks. That quality is truly commendable." This discourse immediately altered Chen Zun's perception of Fu Siyuan. Such words revealed a broad-minded disposition, marking him as a worthy companion, and Chen Zun felt an increase in his admiration for him. After exchanging a few more words, the disciples designated to enter the sword tomb had all gathered. An elder conjured a spirit vessel, which materialized into a magnificent size of 100 feet. Each individual then employed their respective spells to board the vessel. Fu Siyuan, displaying thoughtfulness, assumed that Chen Zun's modest cultivation would not allow him to ascend the spirit vessel. With a gentle grasp on Chen Zun's shoulder, the two leapt onto the spiritual vessel, landing steadily upon its deck. As the elder performed a series of hand gestures, the vessel began to move. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they arrived at the peak of Tianjian. This towering mountain appeared from above as if a sword were thrusting directly into the midst of the surrounding peaks. As the spiritual vessel descended, the group landed firmly atop the mountain. At this moment, Tianjian Peak was brimming with disciples of the Tianyuanzong, each clad in garments of various colors, congregated in their respective groups. After a brief wait, the peak's master, a tall middle-aged man named Duan Lin, a practitioner at the harmonization stage, observed that everyone had arrived and declared silence. Instantly, the crowd fell quiet, their eyes fixed upon him. Duan Lin's gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over the assembly as he solemnly stated, "The decade has passed, and the sword tomb shall reopen. Remember this. You will have 1 hour to enter the sword tomb. During this time, regardless of whether you can bond with a spiritual sword, when the hour is up, all disciples must exit. Otherwise, the formation of the sword tomb will close, and none will be able to rescue you if trapped within." Yes, though Duan Lin's voice was not loud, it resonated with authority, and the crowd responded in unison, mindful of the gravity of the situation. "Let us commence." Without further ado, Duan Lin stepped forward, extending his hand to summon a brilliant crimson sword into his grasp. With a gentle flick, the void was rent open, creating a vast chasm that gradually expanded into a towering portal of emptiness. However, this portal was not yet stable. A group of several dozen disciples from Tianjian Peak emerged, each wielding a small flag, and began to cast them into the air, employing secret techniques to stabilize the portal. This process was somewhat slow and required additional time to fully open the entrance to the sword tomb. Meanwhile, the assembled disciples in the square observed the emergence of Duan Lin's crimson sword, engaging in hushed discussions. The Qi Li sword. I have heard that this spiritual sword was the life-bound flying sword of a sect master from several millennia ago, immensely powerful. At the time of his entry into the sword tomb, Master Duan was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet the Qi Li sword chose him as its master, propelling him to prominence, enabling him to slay countless evil cultivators and achieve renown, earning the title of Qi Li sword sovereign. What envy! If only I could bond with any spiritual sword. Chen Zun listened intently to their whispers, recalling the tales of Duan Lin from his 3 years as an initiate. Prior to acquiring the Qi Li sword, this esteemed sword sovereign had no connections, possessed average aptitude, and was merely an ordinary cultivator. After obtaining the Qi Li sword, he became a disciple of the then master of Tianjian Peak, rapidly rising in power. This tale of triumphant reversal inspired many young cultivators present, who hoped to share in Duan Lin's fortune and gain recognition from an elder or peak master, thus securing their own place as a disciple. In a silent contemplation, Chen Zun found himself comparing the prowess of Qi Li with that of his master, Su Huayun, and the sword Zhongli. Just then, he noticed the entrance to the sword tomb was nearing stabilization. A stir arose within the crowd, prompting Chen Zun to cast aside his thoughts and focus intently. He observed that through the diligent efforts of dozens of disciples from the Tianjian Peak, the previously unstable void entrance gradually coalesced into a square-shaped portal. Through this portal, a scene emerged. Atop a dark, modest hill stood countless swords, varying in size from those as large as door panels to others as tiny as needles, each exhibiting an astonishing array of forms. Each sword shimmered with resplendent brilliance, radiating a fierce sword intent. The sword tomb had finally been unveiled. Chapter 79. How can one know the boundaries of law? All right, you may proceed in an orderly manner. Remember, you have only 1 hour. Duan Lin said with gravity as he sheathed the chilly sword and turned to the gathered crowd. Adhering to the words of Master Duan, the young cultivators responded in unison. Following this, the young disciples began to divide into two lines, marching towards the entrance of the sword tomb with remarkable organization. Before long, hundreds had entered. Duan Lin settled himself comfortably among the elders and peak masters of Tianyuan sect. The master of Qingqiu Peak, a beautiful woman named Ye Xiyu, smiled and remarked, "Brother Duan, your Tianjin Peak has recently taken in many exceptionally gifted disciples. It seems at this time, Tianjin Peak will undoubtedly excel in the Sword Tomb expedition." Though her words carried an air of flattery, they were indeed truthful. Tianjin Peak, with its sword-centric focus, had historically produced the most disciples who resonated with spirit swords during the opening of the Sword Tomb. Moreover, in recent years, Tianjin Peak had attracted numerous talented young disciples. It was anticipated that Duan Lin would be the peak master to gain the most from this expedition. A hint of a smile broke through Duan Lin's serious demeanor as he replied, "Sister Yu, you jest. Your disciples at Qingqiu Peak are commendable as well, especially during the last opening of the Sword Tomb. Was it not one of your disciples who claimed the Xiyu sword?" As he spoke, his gaze flickered to a woman standing beside the lovely Ye Xiyu, who bore an ancient, purple-hued sword at her waist. Ye Xiyu's charming face broke into a light smile. She chose not to respond, but turned her attention to the empty chair at the head of the assembly, which belonged to Su Huayan. "Brother Duan, where has the sect master gone? Why has he not come to partake in the grand event of the Sword Tomb's opening?" inquired an elderly man with a head of white hair. "The sect master is away on matters. He has entrusted us to oversee the affairs of the Sword Tomb," replied Yun Zhao, the peak master of Baichao Peak and a master alchemist. Ye Xiyu paused for a moment, counting on her fingers, and curiously glanced at Yun Zhao. What could the sect master possibly be preoccupied with? If one were to count, he has not shown his face at 10 consecutive openings of the Sword Tomb. Yun Zhao stroked his beard and sighed. "How would I know what occupies his time? Even the disciple he took under his wing seems indifferent, spending the last year wandering to Baichao Peak to seek my guidance on alchemy." The moment these words were spoken, another voice chimed in, belonging to a muscular man with a dark complexion who began to grumble. This man, known as Niu Dapeng, was the peak master of Hualien Peak, the bastion of weapon crafting. With discussions of alchemy and weapon crafting, curiosity among the gathered peaks was piqued. Duan Lin began to ponder deeply. Ye Xiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked, "Is it that disciple named Chen Zun who possesses no spiritual roots?" "Indeed, he is the one. Who else could it be?" Niu Dapeng and Yun Zhao nodded in agreement. Upon receiving the response, Ye Xiyu was utterly astonished, her face awash with perplexity as she inquired, "Is he not incapable of cultivation? How could he seek to learn the arts of alchemy and weapon forging from you?" The notion that an ordinary individual devoid of a spiritual root would aspire to master such arts was indeed curious. Yun Zhao interjected, "You are mistaken. I am unsure of the methods employed by the sect leader, but Chen Zun is capable of cultivation, albeit with limited spiritual power. As for alchemy, his comprehension is remarkable. He grasps concepts effortlessly and can draw inferences surpassing many of my disciples. It is regrettable that such talent is not paired with a robust spiritual root. Otherwise, even if he devoted himself solely to alchemy, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a master." Yun Zhao extolled Chen Zun's intellect, yet his expression bore a hint of regret. "Indeed, Uncle Yun speaks the truth," Niu Dapeng chimed in, praising, "This lad possesses commendable talent in weapon forging. He endures hardship, remains patient, and his temperament is neither proud nor impatient. I have nearly divulged all my knowledge to him. Were he to possess a spiritual root, mastering the flames of refinement in weapon forging would render him exceptional." The assembly was taken aback. These two were renowned as strict masters within the Tianyuan sect. Known for their irascible temperaments, their disciples often faced harsh rebukes for even minor missteps. The fact that an ordinary man like Chen Zun, lacking a spiritual root, garnered unanimous praise from both peak masters indicated that, aside from his cultivation shortcomings, he was not inferior to other distinguished disciples and perhaps even excel beyond the average individual in certain aspects. Contemplating further, one might ponder the sect leader's discerning nature. Having taken only 2 disciples in a millennium, how could one expect mediocrity? The very notion of a great ascension cultivator accepting an ordinary person devoid of a spiritual root as a disciple is astounding in itself. It appears that while Chen Zun may lack a spiritual root, he is not as simple as he seems. Rather, he possesses extraordinary qualities yet to be uncovered. Yu Wujiao's curiosity deepened, and she turned to Duan Lin, inquiring, "Brother Duan, did Chen Zun participate in the spirit sword recognition within the sword tomb?" Duan Lin nodded and gestured. "Indeed, that is him." The crowd followed Duan Lin's gaze, their attention drawn to a tall, white-robed youth within the sword tomb. This individual was none other than Chen Zun. Yun Zhao chuckled heartily, narrowing his eyes. "This lad has also come to partake in the spirit sword recognition. I wonder if any spirit sword will acknowledge him as its master. I eagerly anticipate which spirit sword will choose him." Having interacted with Chen Zun for a year, Yun Zhao was highly satisfied with his character and intellect, naturally hoping for a spirit sword to recognize him. However, Duan Lin was less optimistic regarding Chen Zun's prospects. Noticing the attention directed towards him, he elaborated, "Lacking a spiritual root is a fatal flaw. One must understand that establishing a connection with a spirit sword requires spiritual power and sword intent. No matter how exceptional Chen Zun's comprehension may be, he cannot achieve this. This very limitation makes it difficult for a spirit sword to resonate with him." The peak masters nodded in agreement. Du N's words hold a measure of truth. The notion of a spiritual sword recognizing its master necessitates a fundamental ability for communication, which is essential for resonating with the sword. A mere mortal, devoid of such capability, regardless of their exceptional qualities, would find it impossible to forge a connection with the spiritual sword. Ye chuckled and remarked, "The sect leader is a cultivator at the great ascension stage, possessing unfathomable powers. If he can enable those without spiritual roots to cultivate, who is to say he does not possess a unique method for communication between mortals and the spiritual sword?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Contemplating the enigmatic Su Huayun, known for his elusive nature, who had the ability to allow mortals to cultivate, they wondered if he likewise held the key to communication with the spiritual sword. Consequently, the gaze directed towards Siege Enzi and brimmed with heightened anticipation. Du N's eyes flickered as he pondered, acknowledging the validity in Y Nzho's assertion. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced that Chen truly possessed the ability to have the spiritual sword recognize him as its master. This judgment stemmed from the instinct of a sword cultivator. Just then, within the sword tomb, an echoing sword cry resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, prompting someone to shout with fervor, "Someone has been recognized by the spiritual sword." Chapter 80. The inferior sword's disdain in a mere span of time. The recognition of the spiritual sword's master was attained. The surrounding cultivators were instantly captivated by the sound of the sword's resonance, their gazes drawn towards the source. Within the sword tomb stood a young cultivator, his demeanor one of aloofness, positioned before a spiritual sword. With a gentle touch upon the hilt, he effortlessly extracted the blade from the dark earth. Although the sword was not of the highest caliber, it was certainly remarkable. The clear, melodious ringing of the sword momentarily left him in a daze, swiftly followed by an overwhelming joy. The disciples within the sword tomb were left wide-eyed and speechless, soon succumbing to envy. While envy lingered, a sense of urgency filled the air. Not everyone had the fortune to forge a bond with a spiritual sword, and with only an hour at their disposal, wasting time equated to foregoing the opportunity for recognition. Consequently, the disciples redoubled their efforts in searching for their coveted spiritual swords, employing various methods to communicate with them. Outside the sword tomb, the disciples of the heavenly sword peak observed. Upon recognizing the disciples' appearance and attire, they identified him as one of their own. Yu Wujiao, with a hint of envy in her expression, congratulated Duan Lin. "Say congratulations, senior brother Duan, on your disciple achieving recognition so swiftly. The other peak masters, upon realizing the disciple was not from their own sect, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, as they were all comrades, and with time still on their side, they expressed their congratulations to Duanlin. Duanlin, maintaining an air of composure, remarked, "It is merely a middling spiritual sword, hardly worthy of note." Yet, despite his calm facade, the joy on his face was unmistakable. After all, his disciple's success reflected well on him as a peak master. His gaze shifted to Chen Zun, who was leisurely wandering within the sword tomb, showing no inclination to engage with the spiritual swords. This only solidified Duanlin's belief that Chen Zun would find no fortune in the sword tomb. He turned his focus back to his own disciple, while the other peak masters, witnessing the heavenly sword peak's disciple claim the first recognized spiritual sword, ceased their attention on Chen Zun. In an instant, Chen Zun found himself overlooked by all. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Zun was lost in thought as he traversed the sword tomb. His gaze drifted over the disciples, fervently attempting to commune with the spiritual swords, employing a myriad of tactics, some muttering incantations, others jumping in frustration, and a few resorting to sheer brute force, attempting to wrench the swords from the earth. Some even knelt, pleading fervently, utilizing every conceivable means to gain recognition. Yet the spiritual swords remained resolutely unmoved. Chen Zun was left speechless, finding the scene somewhat amusing. He shook his head in resignation and proceeded deeper into the sword tomb. After all, he possessed a life-bound flying sword formed from true essence. And as long as he later discovered a corresponding spiritual vessel, he could forge a sword that truly belonged to him. Thus, Chen Zun harbored a mindset of fortunate acceptance, finding value in the experience rather than the outcome. He merely wished to behold the splendor of the myriad swords within the tomb and expand his own understanding. As Chen Zun ventured further, the quality of the spiritual swords became increasingly exquisite. Even beneath the shroud of dark soil, one could sense the formidable sword intent radiating from each blade. Here, the crowd is equally dense, with everyone yearning to forge a connection with an exceptional spiritual sword. Each individual desires to take a chance. After all, who knows if fortune might favor them and allow a humble sword to acknowledge their worth, thus elevating them above their peers and garnering the favor of the peak master? However, the more superior the spiritual sword, the more formidable its sword intent and the more robust its spirit, making it exceedingly difficult for these disciples to earn its recognition. As the younger disciples approach the hilt, they are met with an intimidating chill emanating from these swords, presenting an unmistakable front of rejection. Consequently, many disciples, upon witnessing such a scenario, meander around without obtaining the sword's permission and eventually make their way out. After all, every passing moment is precious, and none wish to squander their time on endeavors destined for failure. Nevertheless, Chen Zun noticed a particular youth standing before a colossal sword, its size akin to that of a door panel. The boy's slender frame appeared diminutive and fragile in comparison to the immense blade. The sword radiated an icy aura that Chen Zun could sense even from a distance, clearly rebuffing the young man. Yet the boy remained undeterred, his expression resolute and defiant, embodying a spirit that seemed intent on confronting the giant sword head-on. In this youthful tenacity, Chen Zun saw a reflection of himself and felt a surge of encouragement for the lad. At this juncture, half the allotted time had elapsed, and the sounds of swords humming filled the air. Among the hundreds of disciples, over 20 had already formed bonds with their spiritual swords. The remaining disciples grew increasingly anxious. Failing to secure a superior sword, they shifted their focus to the next tier of spiritual swords, recognizing that any gain was preferable to returning empty-handed. Chen Zun, having shifted his attention from the boy, leisurely circled the area, harboring no intention of seizing a sword. It was not out of fastidiousness on his part, but rather the sword's disdain for him. To be precise, they seemed to reject him outright, perhaps sensing Chen Zun's lack of spiritual roots. Each ordinary sword would hum ominously as he approached, retreating even further into the ground, leaving him with no opportunity. It was as if they were declaring, "Do not approach me, worthless one." Feeling the sword's contempt, Chen Zun could only sigh in resignation, finding no fault in their behavior. As the saying goes, A good bird selects a fine tree to perch upon, and a loyal minister chooses a worthy master to serve. Spiritual swords are no different. They thrive best under the stewardship of a capable owner. Although Chen Zun understood this, his anticipation for the sword tomb diminished, prompting him to turn and exit. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He halted, gazing at an object embedded in the ground. This was not a spiritual sword. Rather, it was a dark iron sword blank. The surface of the iron appeared to have been corroded by some substance, riddled with tiny pits that gave it an appearance akin to discarded refuse. While one might label it as trash, its inexplicable presence amidst a plethora of spiritual swords in the sword tomb rendered it peculiar. Though devoid of sharp sword intent or dazzling brilliance, it was, paradoxically, the most extraordinary among the multitude of spiritual swords, strikingly ordinary, yet uniquely captivating. Chen Zun's keen eyes immediately detected the iron rod, which stood out like a Siberian husky among a pack of wolves. In the presence of a myriad of spiritual swords, this iron rod, despite its distinctiveness, was overlooked by the other disciples who hurried past it. After all, within the minds of the onlookers, the value of this iron rod was dwarfed by that of even the most ordinary spiritual sword, leading them to disregard it entirely. However, a few disciples, intrigued by its unexpected presence, entertained the notion that, despite being merely iron, it might possess some unique quality. They pulled it out for a brief inspection, only to return it to its place in disappointment before swiftly departing. The ease with which it was extracted, devoid of any connection or intent, suggested that it was merely a discarded trinket carelessly cast into the sword mound by some elder. Consequently, no one paid further attention to the iron rod. Contemplating that the other spiritual swords did not seem to welcome him, Chen Zun decided to approach and ascertain the true nature of this peculiar rod, pondering whether it might be a familiar material for crafting artifacts. With that thought, he lifted his leg and moved closer. Chapter 81. The sword emerges. Shocking the heavens, a solitary iron bar stood starkly against the black earth, seemingly abandoned. The ethereal swords, imbued with remarkable spiritual essence, appeared to shy away from this forlorn iron rod, creating an expansive void around it. Chen Zun approached the bar, observing it in silence. There was neither the piercing intent of a sword nor the dazzling brilliance of light. It was simply solitary and unremarkable. A sudden wave of empathy surged within Chen Zun, as he realized that this object, much like himself, was shunned by its kind. He extended his hand, grasping the top of the iron bar and caressing it gently. To his surprise, it was not cold to the touch, but rather exuded a subtle warmth, evoking a sense of sentience within him. Though taken aback, he did not dwell on it, as he could not discern the material of the bar. Nevertheless, it was evident that it possessed some unique quality. He shook his head, a fleeting expression of regret crossing his face as he murmured to himself, "In such desolation, you must feel exceedingly lonely." Alas, without a master, the treasures within the sword tomb cannot escape through the formations. You lack spirit, or else I would have taken you with me. A thought crossed his mind, and he felt fortunate that the iron bar lacked spirit. Otherwise, it would have suffered from the disdain of so many swords for years. Unbeknownst to Chen Zun, his actions had attracted the attention of the various peak masters outside the sword tomb. Outside the sword tomb, the elderly Yun Zhao reflected. This young man possesses a formidable inner strength. Despite being disregarded by the other swords, he maintains his poise. Such a character is truly regrettable. The other peak masters nodded in agreement, acknowledging, if only he had a more suitable spiritual root, with his disposition, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. However, it was clear that the swords avoided him, refusing contact, revealing their disdain. Even with Su Huayun's teachings on how to communicate with the spiritual swords, he remained unable to gain their recognition. Yu Wujiu, with a glint of curiosity in her eyes, inquired, "What could Chen Zun possibly want with that iron bar? It's quite intriguing. After all, weren't we once like him when we entered the sword tomb? It's a pity that this object holds no value." Niu Dapeng scoffed dismissively, unconvinced by her remarks. Duan Lin cast a glance at Chen Zun within the sword tomb, his gaze fixating on the iron bar before he turned to Yun Zhao and asked, "Master Yun, what exactly is that iron bar?" When did it appear in the sword tomb? His question piqued the interest of the others, for this iron bar was a rather renowned anomaly within the sword tomb. Though it appeared to be an ordinary object, its presence in such a place was a mystery. They had all ventured into the sword tomb, encountered this bar, and even touched it. The issue remained that it exhibited no spirit, and its origins were unknown. Yun Zhao, being the elder with greater knowledge, was expected to shed light on this enigma. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. I am uncertain about the nature of this iron bar, nor do I know when it first appeared within the sword tomb. I have heard from predecessors that it existed when they entered the sect, suggesting its ancient origins, although the exact time remains a mystery. The crowd was left in disappointment. Yun Zhao furrowed his brow, trying to recall something. In an uncertain tone, he remarked, however, I once heard the sect leader say that this object has been here since the formation of the sword tomb. This statement startled the peak masters, for the sword tomb was established by the founding patriarch, Shao Zhilong, for his renowned divine weapon, the Junzi sword, which has existed for tens of thousands of years. Thus, if this iron bar resides within the sword tomb, it too must possess a history spanning millennia. Moreover, even if it is mere common iron, its prolonged nourishment within the sword tomb would render it an extraordinary spiritual object. Yet, this item bears no distinction from ordinary iron. At this moment, Yu Wujiao of Qingqiu Peak felt a stirring in her heart. The Junzi sword has remained within the sword tomb since the time of the patriarch. For tens of thousands of years, aside from the sect facing calamities 3 times, during which it flew out to assist, it has never acknowledged another master. Do you think this object could be the transformation of the Junzi sword? Her words astonished the assembly, plunging the peak masters into deep contemplation. There is certainly some merit to her assertion. As one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Tianyuan sect, the Junzi sword possesses its own spirit, well known to all. The statue of the founding patriarch on the main peak holds a model sculpted in the likeness of the Junzi sword. However, within the sword tomb, no sword resembling it has ever been seen, indicating that the Junzi sword may have the ability to transform into any sword within the tomb. Furthermore, aside from the patriarch, no one else has ever claimed the Junzi sword as their own. In light of this, the probability that this iron bar is indeed the transformation of the Junzi sword is substantial. Absolutely impossible, Duan Lin interjected. After a moment of thought, he had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. The Junzi sword is a divine object of great repute. How could it possibly be something so inconspicuous? This item is most likely something inadvertently discarded by the patriarch during the creation of the sword tomb, perhaps even a prank of the patriarch. Duan Peak Master S. words were not without reason. Compared to Yu Wujiao's theory, most of the elders and worshippers leaned towards agreeing with Duan Lin. In their minds, the Junzi sword, being the unparalleled sacred artifact in the world, should possess an air of aloofness. How could it lower itself to transform into something as mundane as common iron? It seemed that the expedition to the sword tomb was destined to yield no results. Niu Dapeng lamented. Just then, a resounding sword cry echoed throughout the sword tomb, followed by a tremor that shook the earth. What had transpired? The expressions of the crowd changed, and they rose to their feet. Yun Zhao looked toward the sword tomb, his eyes widening in astonishment. The giant K's sword has acknowledged a master. Duan Lin focused intently on the sword tomb, his gaze landing on a figure, his expression shifting from surprise to overwhelming joy. Within the sword tomb, a colossal sword, akin to a door in size, broke free from the black earth, soaring into the sky and hovering above, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The resounding chime of the colossal sword reverberated through the sword mound, eliciting a harmonious response from all the spiritual swords within, thus manifesting this extraordinary phenomenon. Grasping the hilt of the giant sword was a resolute young lad, whose demeanor inspired awe among the onlookers. The other disciples turned their gazes towards him, their faces etched with astonishment. At that moment, Chen Zun had just extracted an iron rod from the earth and was equally taken aback by the sudden commotion. Hastily glancing upwards, with a mere glance, he recognized the young man gripping the formidable sword as someone he had encountered previously. Outside the sword mound, the crowd beheld the giant sword with a mixture of wonder and envy. However, upon noticing the color of the boy's attire, they discerned his affiliation with a particular peak. After taking a sharp breath, Niu Dapeng turned to Duan Lin with a complex expression, bitterly exclaiming, "Another disciple from the heavenly sword peak." Niu Dapeng was not alone in his sentiments. The expressions of the other elders and peak masters mirrored his astonishment. The heavenly sword peak was certainly stealing the limelight. Chapter 82. The divine iron acknowledges its master. The reactions of the peak leaders were entirely understandable. The giant K sword is no ordinary weapon. It is forged from a substantial amount of azure steel. The sword is both large and heavy, serving not only as a formidable defense, but also possessing astonishing offensive capabilities. With a single strike, it can either kill or severely injure, making it a true premium spiritual sword. This sword is not originally from the Tianyuan sect. Rather, it is a renowned sword belonging to a wandering cultivator, collected by Su Huayun many years ago and nurtured in the sword tomb until now. Congratulations, senior brother Duan, for your disciple's remarkable acquisition of such an extraordinary spiritual sword, Yu Wujie remarked. Duan Lin, delighted by his disciple's achievements, could no longer contain his excitement. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he modestly replied, "You flatter me, fellow disciples. Your own disciples have also made impressive gains. While the harvest of the other peak leaders' disciples may not have been as bountiful as that of the Tianjin peak, it was still commendable." After exchanging mutual praises, a disciple from Tianjin peak approached. "Peak master, the hour is drawing near." "Understood," Duan Lin said, his smile fading as he gestured for the disciple to step back. He addressed the entrance of the sword tomb, proclaiming loudly, "The time has come. The sword tomb will soon close. Please exit swiftly." His voice echoed within the sword tomb, startling the gathered disciples. The young man who had successfully acknowledged the giant K sword as his master descended, ignoring the others as he dragged the massive sword towards the entrance without a glance back. To his surprise, he had indeed succeeded. Chen Zun observed the young man's graceful demeanor with a twinge of envy. However, such fortune belonged to others. He could only admire it without harboring further thoughts. Now that the time had arrived, he too did not wish to linger. After examining the iron rod one last time, he sighed and replanted it into the earth before turning towards the sword tomb entrance. As for those disciples who had not reaped any rewards, their urgency grew. Yet with time up, there was nothing they could do. They could only depart with a sense of unwillingness and regret. Outside the sword tomb, as the last disciple emerged, the towering void gate slowly contracted, returning to a state of tranquility. During this opening of the sword tomb, over 50 out of several hundred participants had successfully acknowledged their spiritual swords. They held their newly acquired swords with unceasing smiles, gently caressing them, unable to part with their treasures. In stark contrast, those who failed to acknowledge a spiritual sword wore expressions of despondency, resembling withered eggplants, listless and lacking vigor. For this time, only those with at least the foundational stage of cultivation would be eligible for another entry into the sword tomb. And achieving such a level is no trivial matter. The harshness of the heavenly Tao renders cultivation a formidable challenge. It is likely that more than half of those present would never again gain the opportunity to enter the sword tomb. Duan Lin remarked, surveying the scene with a dismissive snort. "A minor setback, and you all wallow in despair? How will you ever achieve greatness?" His words served as a wake-up call to the disappointed disciples, instilling a sense of urgency within them. Yet, the feelings of disappointment could not be easily dispelled. Observing their reactions, Duan Lin softened his tone. "Do not lose heart. When you diligently cultivate to the golden core stage, you shall have the opportunity to return to the sword tomb." Upon uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards the more than 50 individuals present. Speaking earnestly, those disciples who have acquired spiritual swords should not become complacent. Remember that the sword is merely an external tool, to be wielded but not relied upon. True cultivation is the righteous path. Do not disrupt the order. "Yes," the disciples responded in unison. Duan Lin's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he retracted his gaze. But suddenly he gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" His voice, though soft, was clearly heard by the nearby peak masters. Yu Wujiao, intrigued, inquired senior brother Duan. What troubles you? Duan Lin, however, did not respond, seemingly oblivious to her question, his eyes fixated on Chen Zun, who stood in a corner. The crowd, too, was curious, following his line of sight. At that moment, they finally understood Duan Lin's agitation. Chen Zun, inconspicuous in the corner, sensed the collective gaze of the peak masters upon him, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Feeling somewhat vexed, he wondered why they were staring at him, inwardly muttering, "What do they want from me?" Yu Wujiao suddenly exclaimed, "It's that iron rod." "Iron rod? What iron rod?" Chen Zun, now fully attentive, wore a puzzled expression. He instinctively patted his body and felt a hard object at his waist. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that the iron rod from within the sword tomb was inexplicably hanging at his side. This revelation caused Chen Zun's eyes to widen in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He distinctly remembered placing it back in the soil. How could it have followed him out of the sword tomb? At that moment, Chen Zun was startled as Duan Lin had approached him. The elders and peak masters soon gathered around, their eyes fixated on the iron rod at Chen Zun's waist. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, all wondering what had transpired. What is happening? Duan Lin glanced at the iron rod, then fixed his penetrating gaze upon Chen Zun, asking in a solemn tone, "How did this object accompany you out of the sword tomb?" Chen Zun drew the iron rod from his waist. "Is this what you mean?" "Indeed. I have no idea," Chen Zun replied, his face a mask of confusion. In truth, he was even more curious than Duan Lin about how the iron rod had followed him. Duan Lin's brow furrowed deeper. "Has it acknowledged you as its master?" Chen Zun initially intended to deny it, but as the thought formed in his mind, an inexplicable and intimate consciousness emerged in his brain, establishing a mysterious connection with the iron rod as if it possessed life. His mind was awash with confusion. After a moment's reflection, he spoke with uncertain conviction. "It seems that way, but not entirely." Yun Zhao, taken aback by this statement, chided him playfully. "Chen Zun, stop being coy. Is it or isn't it?" Chen Zun could only brace himself and respond, "I suppose it counts." This answer left the peak masters exchanging glances, at a loss for words. This object had behaved like an ordinary item for millennia, yet it appeared oddly out of place within the sword tomb. Many had attempted to retrieve it, but none had succeeded. In the depths of the sword tomb, nothing can be extracted without a rightful owner. Not even the soil can be taken away. Yet, the fact that Chen Zun has managed to bring something out signifies that this object is not as the masses perceive. It possesses a certain sentience. Allow me to examine it. Duan Lin took the iron rod from Chen Zun's grasp, placing his hand upon it, yet he sensed nothing, as if it were mere mortal iron. This revelation left his expression even more perplexed. Noticing Duan Lin's silence, Chen Zun sensed an air of discontent emanating from the rod within his mind and, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Master Duan, does this iron rod possess any extraordinary qualities?" Duan Lin returned the rod to Chen Zun, cryptically remarking, "This object is indeed remarkable. I cannot discern its nature, yet it is far from ordinary. If wielded wisely, it shall be of great benefit to you. Mishandled, it is no different from common iron." Chapter 83. The Descent for Experience Outside the Mirror. Why has the iron rod never been wielded by the demon lord? Some cultivators, upon witnessing Chen Zun being recognized by the iron rod, found themselves deep in contemplation, as it seemed the demon lord had never employed weapons of such a nature. Yet, there were a few who understood its true essence, for this rod was none other than the Junzi sword. Zhao Lingyun gazed at the iron rod cradled by Chen Zun, her eyes filled with complexity as she sighed softly. The Junzi sword? Upon hearing this, a significant portion of the cultivators gasped in astonishment. This iron rod was, in fact, the manifestation of the Junzi sword, the foremost among the 3 divine artifacts of the Tianyuan sect. Clang! Just as skepticism lingered in the air, the Junzi sword, suspended in midair, suddenly emitted a clear and melodious ringing. It danced around Shen Ruoyan, who embraced Chen Zun, as if expressing compassion. This moment solidified the belief of the onlookers, from receiving the unwavering support of Su Huayun, thereby gaining a renewed opportunity for cultivation. to the awakening of the sword tomb and the ordinary-looking, yet truly extraordinary iron rod recognizing its master. The fortune of the demon lord was indeed remarkable. The gathered cultivators couldn't help but reflect on this. Inside the mirror, the scene transitioned, freezing a month after the iron rod's recognition. Chen Zun had secluded himself. Yet news of his bond with the iron rod had long circulated through the Tianyuan sect. Particularly, the disparaging remarks from disciples who looked down upon Chen Zun's cultivation were rampant, mocking him as a mere waste, claiming that even the object that recognized him was nothing more than an ordinary iron rod. Meanwhile, those who believed in Chen Zun remained silent, having learned of the rod's mysterious origins through their masters or other sources. The fact that it had never recognized a master before, coupled with its association with the sword tomb, piqued curiosity regarding the rod's enigmatic qualities. As the storm of gossip swirled around him, Chen Zun finally emerged after a month of seclusion. He had taken this time to acclimate to the presence of the iron rod. However, his understanding of its use remained limited. Despite his attempts to communicate with its spirit, he had gleaned little, only knowing that it could be wielded, while the rod's deeper mysteries awaited his own exploration. At this moment, with the iron rod hanging at his waist, Chen Zun made his way toward the elder hall on the main peak. His master, Shen Ruoyan, was absent from the sect and had entrusted him with a specific task that required his personal attention. "Uncle Master, do you have some business?" Fu Siyuan spotted Chen Zun from afar and hurried over. Chen Zun offered a faint smile and replied, "The sect master has assigned me a task to undertake after the Sword Tomb expedition, to descend the mountain for experience." Experience? At this, Fu Siyuan expressed a hint of confusion. Over the years, as various sects dispatched disciples to the Central Plains for practical training, Tianyuan sect had followed suit. Cultivators who had made significant progress were typically interested in such endeavors. What puzzled him was that Chen Zun, lacking in cultivation and not meeting the requirements, was to descend for experience. However, given Chen Zun's assertion that this was an order from the sect master, he refrained from further comment. Instead, he turned his attention to the iron rod hanging at Chen Zun's waist, asking with curiosity, "Uncle Master, what is the origin of this item that has recognized you as its master?" He could not fault the incessant gossip surrounding him. Indeed, the recent discussions within the Tianyuan sect had become quite prevalent. Chen Zun smiled and candidly responded. After a month of research, he remained unable to discern the true material of the iron rod, the only certainty being that it seemed to possess a peculiar affinity for him. As he caressed the iron rod hanging at his waist, his fingertips glided over its uneven surface, evoking a pleasant sensation in his mind. Fu Siyuan merely inquired without delving deeper, swiftly assisting Chen Zun in completing the necessary formalities for his descent from the mountain for training. He then expressed his concern, saying, "Master Uncle, your cultivation is not particularly robust. During your training, please refrain from recklessly seeking to assert yourself. The world is fraught with malevolent creatures, and you must prioritize your safety." A spark of curiosity ignited within Chen Zun, prompting him to ask, "Is the world truly so unsettled?" "It is far more than just unsettled." Fu Siyuan sighed, conveying his helplessness. Reports from various sects indicate that peril lurks throughout the Central Plains. Individuals of the demonic path, once hidden, are now wreaking havoc upon the world. Many disciples who ventured down the mountain for training have encountered attacks, and numerous lives have been lost. As a resident cultivator of the Deacon Hall, Fu Siyuan maintained close connections with the outside world. Based on the information submitted by returning disciples, the seemingly peaceful Central Plains had transformed into a landscape rife with danger. Thus, with the amalgamation of current intelligence, Fu Siyuan deduced that descending the mountain for training was fraught with peril, particularly for those of lower cultivation, who could easily lose their lives with a moment's carelessness. "Master Uncle, I have heard a troubling rumor purportedly shared by the master of Shui West Studio, stating that a great calamity is imminent, and one must exercise utmost caution during their descent." Chen Zun's gaze flickered, recalling the admonitions from his master and subtly grasping their significance. Yet, he felt a warmth in his heart at Fu Siyuan's concern. He was the first among his peers to show such kindness since his arrival at the Tianyuan sect. "Thank you for the reminder. I will be vigilant," he replied, bidding farewell to Fu Xiyuan before turning towards the heavenly staircase, descending with purposeful strides. Fu Xiyuan watched Chen Zun until his figure disappeared from sight before shaking his head and returning to his own affairs. Meanwhile, after descending the heavenly staircase, Chen Zun encountered disciples stationed at the mountain gate who questioned him. He presented the release certificate obtained from the deacon hall along with his identity token, thereby exiting the Tianyuan sect without incident. Upon reaching a secluded area, he no longer concealed his cultivation level, summoning the iron rod to soar through the air. His journey followed the route meticulously planned by Shu Huayan. Passing through several locations, his ultimate destination was the site of Shu Huayan, Mingyuan Mountain. However, the first stop on his journey was the imperial city of the Qi dynasty. With his current nascent soul strength, flying thousands of miles in a single day was well within his capabilities, but he preferred not to rush. The vast expanse of the Central Plains, rich in resources, would lose its purpose if he merely focused on speed. This venture was not only an exploration of his mindset, but also an opportunity to broaden his horizons. After a day of flight, Chen Zun descended beyond the confines of the city in the mortal realm. Disguising himself as an ordinary individual, he spent a day resting within the city. On the following day, Chen Zun emerged from the city, strolling on foot like any common man. The journey to the Qi, if not undertaken by flight, would require at least 6 months to complete. However, Shu Huayan did not provide a specific time frame, and Chen Zun was in no rush. At that moment, he was accompanying a merchant caravan consisting of several dozen individuals, with 2 burly men leading the way as scouts, followed by a multitude of martial protectors. And finally, a procession of horse-drawn carts laden with goods trailing behind. Chen Zun, lingering at the rear of the caravan, spent a bit of silver to sit beside a frail old cart driver, engaging in casual conversation. Chapter 84. The Shocking Revelation of Cannibalistic Bandits, Old Sir. "To where is your caravan bound?" Chen Zun inquired casually while seated in the cart, leaning against the goods with arms crossed, one foot resting on the edge while the other dangled freely outside. "Our caravan is headed to Pushan County, a journey that will take at least a month and a half," the elderly carter replied, his lean physique and sun-darkened skin giving him a weathered appearance. Yet he was notably loquacious. He flicked the reins lightly against the horse's flank and turned to ask, "Young man, what about you?" Chen Zun replied offhandedly, "I have a distant relative in Yuna City engaged in trade. My father believes that farming is not a sustainable path. Thus he sent me to seek a stable position with him, in hopes of securing a promising future." Indeed, farming was not a lucrative means of livelihood. It merely sufficed for sustenance, while aspirations of wealth necessitated venturing into the world to strive for success. The carter nodded in agreement, evidently in accord with this sentiment. The old man scrutinized Chen Zun more closely, noting that despite his ordinary attire, the youth's demeanor and eloquence suggested he was not of peasant stock. Particularly, the dark iron rod he held in his arms resembled the possession of someone trained in martial arts. "You dress quite differently. Your skin is fair and unblemished, suggesting you have not toiled in the fields. Have you practiced martial arts?" The carter's keen observation had pierced through Chen Zun's facade. Maintaining his composure, Chen Zun replied nonchalantly, "You have a discerning eye, old sir. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, never having farmed. I possess some skills, though they are merely superficial and would hardly impress an expert." The carter clicked his tongue and remarked, "The world today is far more treacherous than before. The martial arts can prove beneficial in these perilous times." Chen Zun recalled Fu Xiyuan's words, feeling a stirring of curiosity. "Are you jesting? This area is under the jurisdiction of the immortal sects. How could it possibly be unsafe?" Though thousands of miles from the Tianyuan sect, this region still fell within its sphere of influence. The common folk were not unfamiliar with cultivators, and logically, they should be under their protection. "You, young man, are clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world. You are unaware that the immortals concern themselves only with demons and monsters, leaving the bandits to their own devices." The carter continued, "In recent years, the burdens of taxes and corvée labor have grown heavier. Farming offers just enough sustenance for families. There is no surplus to pay taxes. The populace, having lost their means of survival, inevitably turns to other paths, shedding their clothing and transforming into bandits. They band together, claiming mountains as their own, specifically targeting merchant caravans. Some bandits, possessing a modicum of decency, allow passage for a toll, sparing lives. However, should one encounter a ruthless bandit, it would be a dire fate. They not only rob, but also kidnap, severing fingers to compel families to pay ransoms. Those who fail to pay are executed. The carter spoke with an unsettling familiarity, his tone calm, yet the content was chilling. Chen Zun, being of common origin, felt powerless regarding the plight of the lower classes. The formidable cultivators were explicitly prohibited from interfering in worldly matters by the decrees of the various immortal sections. Moreover, the secular world, burdened by the weight of its own transgressions, poses a significant hindrance to spiritual cultivation. Practitioners of the arcane arts tend to shun it entirely, and even when aware of the tribulations faced by ordinary mortals, they often regard such matters with a cold detachment, choosing not to intervene unless malevolent forces are at play. Chen Zun felt a twinge of sorrow within, and after a moment of silence, he expressed his indignation, questioning, "Is it not the duty of the authorities to address the presence of bandits and robbers?" The old coachman, upon hearing this, spat dismissively, his face contorted in disdain, and replied with derision, "The officials are adept at oppressing the common folk, yet when it comes to confronting bandits, they are utterly inept. They dare not provoke such ruthless individuals. Even when aware of the bandits' existence, those in power choose to remain silent, ignoring the chaos as long as it does not escalate to rebellion." The old coachman mocked the inaction of the government, lamenting the power of the bandits. He sighed, "These brigands are not easily dealt with. Even if the authorities send out soldiers, the moment the pressure mounts, the bandits simply shed their disguises and return to their villages as law-abiding citizens. Once the danger has passed, they gather once more to plunder, leaving the populace defenseless. Alternatively, when the heat is on, they evade capture and roam freely, pillaging wherever they please. The jurisdiction of the government is limited to its own province, and they cannot dispatch troops across borders. Thus, the bandits operate with impunity, growing bolder over time, leading to the present dire situation that seems impossible to eradicate." Chen Zun listened in silence, his heart heavy with unease. The indifference of those in power, who prioritize their own ambitions and profits over the welfare of the people, only results in the suffering of the common folk. For cultivators, their lack of compassion renders them aloof and blind to the plight of those beneath them, who are akin to mere ants. They are all selfish, and it is no wonder that the world is rife with injustice. It was only now that he understood that the desires of ordinary people were simply to secure their basic needs, yet even this modest hope seemed unattainable. Chen Zun began to grasp the intention behind his master's directive to venture into the world for experience. For a time, he found himself at a loss for words. The journey was long and arduous, and the old coachman had only spoken to alleviate his own boredom. Observing Chen Zun's silence, the coachman assumed that his previous remarks had frightened the young man, and thus he offered reassurance. "Fear not, for this is a main road. The bandits do not dare to ambush here. Should we encounter any, we have dozens of capable men within our caravan to deter them. As long as we avoid the group known as the Mountain Blind Bandits, we need not worry for our lives." Intrigued, Chen Zun inquired, "What makes the Mountain Blind Bandits so unique?" The old coachman fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something dreadful, his face blanching with fear. He clenched his jaw and spoke in a hushed tone. "While others rob for wealth, the Mountain Blind Bandits do not merely steal. Their most heinous act is cannibalism." At that moment, under the blistering midday sun, Chen Zun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss upon hearing the coachman's words. He had only heard of such grotesque acts occurring among demonic beasts, never imagining that such horrors could manifest in the human realm. The old coachman continued to recount the atrocities committed by the Mountain Blind Bandits. These fiends are no longer human. They commit every imaginable evil. Recently, I heard that they slaughtered an entire village hundreds of miles away, burning, killing, and pillaging. Out of 100 souls, only an 8-year-old child managed to survive, a truly tragic fate. Upon reaching this point, the old coachman sighed deeply, filled with pent-up frustration, and raised his hand to deliver several sharp lashes upon the horse's hindquarters. Chen Zun clenched his fist, silently etching the phrase "drilling mountain blind man" into his memory. The old coachman cautioned, "The bandits come and go without a trace. One must be particularly wary of those remote areas deep within the mountains and forests. Young lad, as you traverse the rivers and lakes in the future, should you encounter these brigands, flee if you can. Never entertain the notion of luck. If you fall into the clutches of the drilling mountain blind man, do not expect to see another sunrise." Chapter 85. In the forest of Zhongfu at that moment, a robust man rode up from behind, his complexion dark and his brow furrowed. "Old Huang, focus on driving your cart. When we are out here, why utter such ominous words? Those who guard the caravans are typically superstitious regarding banditry and cannot abide such talk." "Damn it, look at my tongue," I spoke carelessly. "Wang, the chief escort, I shall no longer speak of it." The old driver nodded submissively, a hint of flattery on his face, clearly intimidated by the sturdy man. Wang, the chief escort, acknowledged him with a nod and chose not to reprimand the old driver further. He rode ahead, calling out, "Brothers, quicken your pace. There is a cool water stall about 10 miles ahead. Let us reach it soon and enjoy some refreshing tea to alleviate our fatigue." It was the sweltering noon, the sun beating down relentlessly. Both man and beast had begun to tire from the journey and longed for a shaded spot to rest, eat, and replenish their energies before continuing on their way. Upon hearing Wang's voice, the previously listless caravan sprang to life, their faces brightening with anticipation as they hastened their pace. The old driver, having been chastised by Wang, became more diligent, concentrating on guiding the cart. Chen Zun, too, felt no desire for conversation. He leaned against the cargo, squinting his eyes to restore his spirit. The scene swiftly shifted, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The journey had been relatively smooth, with only 2 of the attendants suffering from food poisoning and subsequent exhaustion. It was now afternoon, and the weary travelers, covered in dust, navigated their camels and carts off the main road onto a more secluded path. The road was flanked by mountains, dense with trees and overgrown with weeds. After traveling another 30 miles, they would arrive in the city to rest, though fatigue marked the faces of the guards. The thought of a hot bath and the prospect of embracing a beautiful woman in a cozy inn ignited a languid yet eager anticipation among them. Seeing this, Wang, the chief escort, felt a surge of irritation and bellowed, "Everyone, snap to it." A young guard chuckled nonchalantly. "We're almost in the city. What kind of mishap could possibly occur? Better to ponder whether to sleep with my wife tonight or to drink and then sleep with her." With such bravado, he jested about needing at least 2 wives for a night of revelry. "Ma Zi, are you trying to work yourself to death? In this world, only the overworked oxen perish. The fields do not tire. Tonight, drinking takes precedence." As they continued onward, the atmosphere began to relax. Some young guards started to tease Wang, their tension easing at the prospect of entering the city. One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Wang, feeling irritated, rode over to the guard named Ma Zi, lightly cracking his whip against him while mockingly scolding, "Have you all grown restless? Before we enter the city, keep your spirits up or beware of capsizing in the gutter." As he concluded, his tone turned serious. In the perilous world of merchant escorts, heedlessness is the gravest of sins, a lesson learned through the blood of the fallen. While others may succumb to complacency, the esteemed Wang, the chief escort, must remain vigilant. The group acknowledged this with a collective murmur, struggling to muster their focus as they urged their steeds onward. Wang then rode to the rear, ensuring no one lagged behind. Once Wang had distanced himself, a young escort named Ma muttered quietly, "It's not that easy to capsize. I might just lose my wits in the gutter." His words caught the ear of another escort nearby, and they exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The old cart driver, leisurely guiding his wagon, chuckled at the commotion ahead, remarking, "Ah, youth is truly a blessing." Chen Zun remained silent, still clutching his steel bar, seated cross-legged against the cargo, a faint smile gracing his lips. The simplicity and purity of mortal joy infused him with a touch of warmth. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharpening with intensity. His spiritual awareness swept the surroundings, revealing two groups of bandits concealed by the dense foliage and wild grass on the hillsides. Armed with knives and clubs, some even wielding crossbows, they lay in wait for the caravan. Indeed, there are bandits lying in ambush, he thought, resonating with the saying, "What you fear will come to pass." It was evident that this gang was not to be trifled with. They were seasoned criminals, well-versed in the ways of merchant caravans, capitalizing on the moment when vigilance waned, executing a treacherous surprise. Chen Zun straightened, steeling himself as he observed the bandits' next move. The two scouts ahead remained oblivious, unwittingly leading the caravan into the trap. Just as the last of the wagons crossed into the ambush zone, the silence shattered with the swift release of crossbow bolts. The sharp whistling slicing through the air as they hurtled towards the head of the caravan, aimed directly at the leader's head. The bandits had a clear objective: eliminate the leader, and chaos would ensue among the remaining members, allowing them to swarm and dismantle the entire caravan. This unforeseen turn of events took everyone by surprise. The lethal bolts, with their astonishing speed, left no room for evasion. Yet by some twist of fate, the arrows veered slightly, narrowly missing the heads of several leaders, embedding themselves into the roadside. The fortunate leaders, spared by a hair's breadth, sat stunned, their faces drained of color, still reeling from the shock. But Wang, being a trained martial artist, quickly grasped the situation. His expression hardened as he drew his sword and galloped forward, shouting, "Be cautious! We are ambushed! Gather together quickly!" His words rang like thunder in the ears of all escorts. Despite the initial panic, they reacted with surprising swiftness, drawing their weapons and clustering around the camels and carts, forming a protective circle. In the haste, confusion was inevitable, with the sounds of neighing horses and shouts filling the air. Under Wang's urgent commands, they managed to regroup, albeit clumsily. Kill! In but a brief moment, armed bandits emerged from both sides of the road, shouting loudly as they charged towards the merchant caravan, encircling the group. The bandits hesitated to attack, merely surrounding them, causing the individuals within to huddle even closer to the center. Among the inner circle of the caravan, the old coachman and his fellow packers, though each armed with various makeshift weapons, trembled with fear, their faces ashen. Chen Zun feigned calmness, grasping an iron rod with a composed expression, yet he remained the most unperturbed of them all. Wang Dezong, the chief escort, recognized that this situation could not persist. He surveyed the surrounding bandits and spoke in a grave tone. "I am Wang Silin, the chief escort of the Fu family. Might I inquire which band of heroes you hail from?" Within 100 miles, several groups of bandits roamed, and Wang Dezong sought to ascertain their origins in order to devise an appropriate response. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the bandits, prompting them to part and allow a man on horseback to advance. The old coachman, summoning his courage, glanced at the rider. With that fleeting glance, the wooden stick slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed onto the ground, his countenance pale with despair, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over." The others, sensing his dread, tightened their hearts and hurriedly inquired, "Old Huang, which band of bandits is this?" The old coachman managed a bleak smile, forcing out a few words from his throat. It's the blind men of the mountain." Chapter 86. The fallen tree and the scattered monkeys. The voice of the old coachman resembled a low murmur, akin to a dying man's desperate cry, clear enough for all to hear. The crowd instinctively looked up. A slender figure sat astride a horse, his disheveled hair flowing freely, and on his gaunt, monkey-like face, a scar ran from his brow down to his cheek, the dark red flesh protruding grotesquely. An eye patch covered one of his eyes, while the other, a slanted and fierce gaze, radiated an ominous intensity. Upon recognizing his visage, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through their veins. This man was none other than the notorious bandit known as the Blinded Mountain Bandit, a figure sought after by the authorities across several prefectures. His audacity was astonishing. He dared to rob mere 30 miles from the city, an act of unparalleled boldness. The blinded mountain bandit, noticing the merchant caravan's recognition, chuckled. When did my name become so widely known that you could identify me? One of his minions flattered. The great leader's reputation is indeed far-reaching. Who does not know of it? In response, the bandit smiled and swiftly struck him with a backhand, rebuking. How could you miss with that crossbow? You still have the audacity to speak. Bring him out and execute him. With a casual wave of his hand, several bandits lunged forward, pouncing on the unfortunate minion, dragging him away. Great leader, spare me. The minion pleaded, panic etched across his face. I had aimed well. I don't know how it went awry. Grant me another chance. His desperate struggles were futile as he was pinned to the roadside. One of the bandits spat at him. Go explain yourself to the king of hell. The glint of the raised blade flashed ominously as it descended mercilessly, severing the head from the body, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. The scene was horrifically bloody. The members of the caravan felt a cold dread as they witnessed such brutality. The blinded mountain bandit was ruthless, treating human life with the same indifference as one would when slaughtering chickens or ducks. Wang, the chief escort, realized they had encountered a formidable adversary. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, what would it take for you to spare my Fu family caravan? Understanding the gravity of their situation, he knew they faced dire consequences at the hands of the blinded mountain bandit, with the bandits greatly outnumbering them. A confrontation would surely lead to their demise. Thus, he resolved to buy time, hoping that reinforcement from the city would arrive. Even a fool of a city lord would recognize the urgency of sending assistance, for failing to do so would jeopardize his own prospects. The blinded mountain bandit is not unreasonable. He said, if you wish for my mercy, it is simple. Lay down your weapons, and we shall take our wealth and depart without troubling any of you. What say you? He grinned malevolently. That is utterly impossible, Wang retorted, fully aware that the bandit was attempting to deceive him. With such a villain's reputation, it was likely that the moment they laid down their arms, they would be slaughtered. Let us negotiate anew. I understand that life in the mountains is arduous for your men. Here, I have some gold, a token of my Fu family's respect for the great leader. Having spoken, he received a small pouch of gold from the hands of a steward and tossed it away. The blind man of Diamond Mountain caught it, weighed it in his hands, and then tossed it to a nearby burly man, shaking his head. This meager sum was only sufficient for a single meal for the brothers, hardly enough to buy your lives. Wang, the chief escort, darkened his countenance. What does the big boss mean? What do I mean? The blind man of Diamond Mountain's gaze sharpened, his face contorted with madness. Naturally, it is your life that is desired. No sooner had he uttered these words than he swiftly raised his hand, launching a small concealed arrow from his sleeve, aimed directly at the vital points of Wang, the chief escort. The blind man was exceedingly confident in this strike. No matter how formidable the opponent, none could withstand it. For those who had witnessed this attack were already dead. Wang, taken aback by the blind man's treachery, despite his vigilance, was still a beat too slow in his reaction, left to watch helplessly as the concealed arrow hurtled toward his face. He had believed this strike would inevitably hit its target, but an eerie turn of events unfolded. Just as the arrow reached Wang's face, it inexplicably halted at his eye. This sudden change startled everyone present, and the blind man, in shock, pushed aside his eye patch, his triangular eyes widening in astonishment. In that moment of distraction, the suspended arrow astonishingly reversed its direction, now aimed at the blind man himself. The blind man, gripped by terror, reflexively grasped the jade pendant hanging at his waist. A surge of dark energy billowed forth, vanishing upon the horse's back. The arrow, however, did not cease its flight. It struck a bandit behind the horse, penetrating his skull with tremendous force, pinning him to a tree trunk. The bandit, wearing a bewildered expression, toppled backward, lifeless, as a mixture of red and white blood gushed forth from his forehead. Meanwhile, a dark mist swirled, revealing the figure of the blind man, who, without a backward glance, began to flee for his life. Chen Zun, fixated on the direction the blind man had vanished, murmured, "Demonic energy?" All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in stunned silence, the atmosphere shifting to one of hushed disbelief. Witnessing such a bizarre occurrence before their eyes, with a blind man having already fled, some bandits began to regain their senses. "It's a ghost," shouted an unknown bandit. And then he turned to run. The remaining bandits followed suit, abandoning their weapons of knives, guns, and clubs. Wang, the chief escort, observed this, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his blade and shouted, "Brothers, do not let them escape. Let us slay these vile bandits." As he called out, he spurred his horse forward, seizing a lagging bandit and delivering a fatal blow, blood splattering as the bandit fell beneath his steed. The remaining escorts, seeing this, gritted their teeth and charged forward, shouting, "Let us confront the bandits." With the addition of dozens of escorts, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The slower bandits soon met their demise beneath a flurry of blades, reduced to mere pulp. An hour later, reinforcements from the state city arrived, commencing a search of the mountains for the bandits. The battle against the bandits persisted for 3 days, culminating in the capture of all but the notorious leader, the blind bandit of the drilling mountains, and a handful of his followers. The once dominant faction terrorizing the region was thus eradicated. In the aftermath, aside from a few injured guards, one individual remained unaccounted for, the young man who had joined the caravan midway. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the triumph of what was deemed a resounding victory. Such splendid news filled the local officials with joy, prompting them to report to the court that very night, while simultaneously lifting the curfew for 10 days. The townsfolk adorned their homes with lights and decorations, celebrating as if it were the new year. Meanwhile, the Fu family trading house felt as though a divine presence had intervened to protect them from being annihilated by the blind bandit and his gang. They invested a considerable fortune in constructing a temple at that site for worship. Curiously, after visiting the temple, many individuals found their wishes fulfilled, leading to widespread belief in its efficacy. This word of mouth attracted an increasing number of supplicants seeking children, wealth, love, and safety, resulting in a flourishing incense trade that showed no signs of abating. Chapter 87. The heaviness of sin cannot be cleansed by death on the other side. The blind man of the mountains fled frantically through the dense forest. He did not halt his escape until sunset. Leaning against a tree trunk, he gasped for breath, frequently glancing back. When he saw that no one was pursuing him, a look of relief spread across his face. The blind man of the mountains felt a sense of pride in his ability to evade capture, muttering to himself, "Those who wish to keep up with me in these mountains have yet to be born." As the saying goes, there are no misnamed nicknames, only misnamed individuals. His moniker, the blind man of the mountains, had been given by others, for he navigated the wilderness with unparalleled ease, leaving no trace behind. Oh, is that so? Just as he reveled in his own superiority, a voice rich in magnetism interrupted his thoughts. He turned abruptly, eyes widening in terror as he beheld a tall young man standing not far ahead, a jet-black iron rod hanging from his waist. This young man was Chen Zun, who had come in pursuit of the blind man. Are you human or ghost? In the desolate mountains, under the dimming sky, even the bravest heart quaked. With an impassive expression, Chen Zun coldly inquired, "What is the source of the demonic aura surrounding you?" The blind man's countenance changed drastically. He stepped back and turned to flee. Yet, after only a few strides, he found Chen Zun's figure inexplicably blocking his path, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Where do you think you're going?" Having traversed the martial world for over a decade, this was the first time he encountered such a situation, leaving him paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as he retreated in desperation. Please don't come any closer. Answer my question. I do not wish to repeat myself." Chen Zun's tone was flat, yet it instilled a chilling sense of urgency in the blind man, who felt that one more word from him could seal his fate. "If you spare me, I shall speak. Fail to comply, and death is certain. I'll tell you. Just don't kill me." The intensity of Chen Zun's murderous intent escalated. In a moment of life and death, the blind man, drenched in sweat, retrieved a black jade pendant from his waist, explaining, "This was given to me 2 years ago by a mysterious figure. He claimed this treasure would save my life in times of peril. In exchange, he asked for my assistance and promised that should I perform well, he would teach me the ways of cultivation and usher me into the realm of immortality." Entering the realm of immortality? Is that not the very terminology employed by practitioners of the dark arts? Chen Zun's gaze flickered as he pressed further. What did he require of you? The blind man hesitated, cautiously lifting his eyes to gauge Chen Zun's expression, which remained unperturbed, causing his heart to race with anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, realizing that his life was entirely in the hands of this man, he stammered, "He instructed me to kill. The more the better." Chen Zun was secretly alarmed, understanding that the blind man had indeed committed many murders over the years. Yet he had not anticipated that a figure from the dark sect was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Is that all? After committing the heinous act, he instructed me to place a jade pendant upon the foreheads of the deceased, claiming it would gather their lingering energies. He assured me that when the count of the slain was sufficient, he would seek me out. The exact timing, however, remained shrouded in uncertainty. The blind man from the mountain dared not conceal the truth and recounted everything in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Chen Zun fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "You lie. Do you think to deceive me with your fabrications?" The blind man became visibly anxious, pounding his chest as he exclaimed, "I, the blind man of the mountain, stake my life on the veracity of my words. Not a shred of falsehood exists within them. If you doubt my honesty, a simple investigation will reveal the truth. Do not approach me. You promised you vowed to spare me." As Chen Zun drew closer, the blind man fell into a state of panic, his body rendered immobile, his complexion paling with fear, his speech descending into incoherence. "When did I ever promise to spare you?" Chen Zun had already reached the blind man's side, disregarding the despair in his eyes. He extended his hand and placed it upon the blind man's head, closing his eyes in concentration, distrustful of the blind man's claims. He intended to employ his own methods to ascertain the truth. This method was the soul-searching technique, capable of forcibly extracting memories from the soul. However, those subjected to such an act would find their souls shattered, deprived even of the opportunity for reincarnation. While the soul-searching technique lacked compassion, Chen Zun felt no remorse in wielding it against this cannibalistic scoundrel, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent lives. After a brief interval, Chen Zun opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. The blind man's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, his visage etched with despair and terror, his eyes forever unclosed. A notorious villain met his demise in the desolate mountains. "Indeed, it is connected to the forces of darkness," Chen Zun murmured, his expression growing grave. The blind man had not lied. Through the memories extracted from him, Chen Zun glimpsed the enigmatic figure cloaked in malevolent energy, as well as the rationale behind the blind man's murderous directives. This black jade pendant served as a vessel for the souls, with the recently deceased. Their spirits still tethered. A mere application to their foreheads would allow the pendant to siphon away their essence. In essence, one sought wealth while the other craved souls, resulting in a mutually beneficial alliance, a true win-win collaboration. For murders committed by dark forces would inevitably attract the attention of celestial sects, provoking their wrath. In contrast, the blind man's actions as a mere mortal, extracting souls with care, would evade the scrutiny of these celestial guardians, skillfully exploiting the loophole that prevented them from interfering in worldly matters. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Zun understood the necessity of reporting to his sect, demanding a thorough investigation into the increasing banditry within the mortal realm to combat this growing menace. He produced a communication talisman, articulating the details of his findings. As the talisman shimmered and vanished into thin air. After completing this task, he grasped the black jade pendant and infused it with his spiritual energy. With a crack, the malevolent energy surged within, shattering the pendant. Hundreds of ethereal shadows emerged within the forest, these specters being the innocent souls wronged by the blind man's hand. An elderly man clad in tattered garments, a short-sleeved farmer rolling up his trousers, a merchant adorned in opulent attire, a knife-wielding bodyguard, a village woman with a pronounced belly, and a youthful child with an innocent visage. They remain but mere souls, devoid of consciousness, gazing vacantly ahead, stirring a chill wind through the mountains and forests. A profound discomfort settled within Chen Zun. He felt that the act of soul-searching was far too lenient for the blind man of the mountain. The transgressions committed by this individual warranted nothing less than a prolonged and torturous demise. After a moment of silence, Chen let out a sigh, solemnly stating, "Dust to dust, earth to earth. Since you have departed, find solace in your return to the cycle of reincarnation. I shall endeavor to uncover the true mastermind behind this tragedy." Chapter 88. Encountering the extraordinary monk at the end, the restless souls turned their gaze towards Chen Zun, seemingly comprehending his intentions. Their ethereal forms grew increasingly transparent, and soon, they gradually dissolved into the cosmos, ceasing to exist. Mortals toil throughout their lives, striving merely for sustenance and the safety of their kin, yet still, they find themselves unable to maintain such a simple existence, culminating in a tragic fate. The world is indeed unjust. A myriad of emotions surged across Chen Zun's face as he clenched his fists. He resolved with unwavering determination to unearth the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows and to restore justice for the innocents who perished unjustly, thereby illuminating the world once more. With that, he strolled into the forest, disappearing from sight after just a few steps. As for the lifeless body of the mountain bandit left behind, it deserved its fate, to be discarded in the wilderness, allowing the wolves and tigers to deal with it, a final form of retribution. Outside the mirror, the onlookers gazed in silence at the vanishing figure of Chen Zun, rendered speechless. The echo of the world is unjust reverberated within each heart, lingering and refusing to fade. Among the assembled cultivators, all esteemed practitioners of the mystical arts, none had ever deigned to consider the feelings of mere mortals. Particularly those who had defected from the celestial void palace felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After the establishment of the celestial void palace, had it not been for Chen Zun's advocacy for an inclusive approach, welcoming a multitude of lesser qualified mortals from the mundane world, they might never have embarked on the path of cultivation themselves. Yet, they had never contemplated doing anything for the common folk, seeking only to distance themselves. However, Chen Zun was a cultivator who genuinely cared for the plight of mortals. Such a pure-hearted individual, who could have foreseen the heinous deeds he would later commit. This realization left many in a state of bewilderment, grappling with their emotions. Reflecting on the Dark Lord within the water and moon mirror, his actions from childhood to the present had indeed embodied the traits of a noble man, a true man of character. The old sage felt inadequate in comparison, lamenting the unfortunate transformation he later underwent, evolving into a villain of unspeakable cruelty. Gu Mo paused, unable to articulate his subsequent thoughts, and instead sighed repeatedly. Even those harboring deep-seated grudges against Chen Zun found it exceedingly difficult to refute his essence, nodding in reluctant agreement. Han Eugene mockingly remarked, "Do not be deceived by his feigned compassion. If the Dark Lord truly cared for the lives of mortals, why then did he slaughter millions of our great Qi citizens and ruthlessly slay my beloved second brother, who cherished the people as his own? Ultimately, he is nothing more than a hypocritical scoundrel." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. The massacre of millions at the hands of the Dark Lord Chen Zun had resulted in rivers and lakes stained crimson with blood, a grievance that the Empress of Great Qi continued to bear. Until Chen Zun met his end, her heart would remain shackled by resentment. This paradoxical behavior left many perplexed, igniting curiosity as to why the Dark Lord had changed so swiftly. Unbeknownst to all, at that moment, Shen Ruoyan, upon glimpsing the black jade pendant, revealed a bitter expression. Her acquaintance with Chen Zun had birthed a profound enmity between them. This animosity would only begin to dissolve after the battle at the Purple Gold Mountain, a karmic bond that originated from the black jade pendant. Turning to Han Eugene, Shen Ruoyan remarked with a grim smile, "Are you not curious as to why Chen Zun killed your second brother?" Han Eugene's expression shifted as she rebuked. Shen Mo knew. "What do you mean? Speak clearly to this emperor. You shall soon find out. Your second brother met his demise unjustly," Shen Ruoyan murmured to herself. Within the mirror, The message relayed by Chen Zun swiftly garnered the attention of the sect stewards. Given the involvement of the demonic faction covertly inciting mortals to commit murder and seize souls, after notifying the 7 great sects, Tianluo dispatched representatives to address the matter. Under the leadership of a cultivator in the god refinement stage, and with the cooperation of the mortal court, efforts to combat bandits and robbers commenced. Within a mere month, the rampant banditry across the land was brought under control. Meanwhile, Chen Zun remained oblivious to these developments as he sought the mysterious individual who had previously encountered the Blind Mountain Bandit, suspected to be affiliated with the demonic faction. Despite several days of diligent searching, he found himself at an impasse. However, during this period, Chen Zun entered the territory of the Daqi dynasty. He arrived at a state city, intending to explore and gather information. After wandering for half a day without success, he suddenly recalled that the most informed places in the mortal realm were often inns. He located an inn within the city, chose a seat on the second floor near the window, ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, sipping leisurely. The patrons entering and exiting varied in attire, yet those bearing swords and daggers were notably more prevalent. Nearby, a group of martial artists feasted heartily, their voices growing louder after consuming a few cups of wine. One burly man, having drained his cup, lamented, "Since my brothers and I have honed our skills, we possess great abilities but lack opportunities to showcase them, which is truly vexing." Another replied, "Brother need not worry. Banditry is rampant across the land. Recently, the notorious bandits led by the Blind Mountain Rogue have been eradicated. The court seizes this opportunity to eliminate this major threat and is currently recruiting righteous warriors. Shall we finish our meal and sign up?" The robust man nodded vigorously, slamming the table, declaring, "It is settled then. With our skills, these mere bandits are but insignificant pests, unworthy of mention. This will be our chance to gain fame and fortune." After this proclamation, the group raised their cups in a toast once more. Chen Zun's heart stirred as he grasped the significance of the information sent to Tianluo. Even within the Daqi dynasty, actions were being undertaken. He sat quietly for a while, hearing the most frequent chatter surrounding the ongoing campaign against banditry, detailing military raids on certain strongholds and the casualties involved. This brought him a sense of relief, as the rising tide of banditry was a grave concern. Its eradication was indeed welcome. After confirming there were no further tidings, Chen Zun felt a tinge of disappointment. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, he intended to settle the bill and depart. Suddenly, a figure outside the window caught his attention. It was a short, stout monk, with a round head and a yellow robe draped over him. In his right hand, he held a string of translucent glass prayer beads, while a silver bracelet adorned his left wrist, creating an air of solemnity. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Chen Zun discerned that the stout monk possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage. Since descending the mountain, this marked Chen Zun's first encounter with a fellow cultivator, particularly one from the Buddhist sect. He pondered which Chan lineage this disciple of the Buddha might have received his precepts from. Just as Chen Zun was lost in contemplation, the stout monk seemed to sense his scrutiny and raised his gaze, their eyes locking in silent communion. In that fleeting moment, neither uttered a word. Chen Zun rose to his feet, clasping his hands in greeting, and took the initiative to speak. "Master, since fate has brought us together, why not join me for a meal?" "Amit Ba," the stout monk replied, his eyes sparkling with delight as he recited a Buddhist chant. "It is better to yield to your gracious invitation. I shall not stand on ceremony." With that, he lifted the hem of his monk's robe and stepped gracefully into the inn. Chapter 89. The intoxication beyond wine. As the stout monk settled down, Chen Zun intended to summon the waiter for a few vegetarian dishes. However, the rotund monk spoke first. 3 pounds of lamb, 1 roasted chicken, 1 steamed mandarin fish, and 3 portions of your best dishes, along with a jar of 20-year-old daughter's red wine. The waiter, upon hearing the monk's order, noted that every item was meat and wine, leading him to suspect that this man might not be a true monk. Despite his inner doubts, he remained silent and could only glance eagerly at Chen Zun. Chen Zun was taken aback by the monk's order as well. This was the first time he had encountered a monk who consumed meat and drank wine. He nodded and replied, "Let it be as the master has commanded." Once the waiter departed, Chen Zun turned to the stout monk and inquired with a smile, "Isn't it required for disciples of the Buddha to uphold precepts? How is it that the master partakes in meat and wine? Such actions surely break the precepts." "I humbly cannot claim the title of master," the stout monk replied modestly. He continued, "The Buddha is beyond form and illusion. Wine and meat merely pass through the body, yet in the heart of the Buddha they reside. How can this be deemed a breach of the precepts? Surely the Buddha would not reproach me for this." This man's unconventional demeanor intrigued Chen Zun. He poured wine into the stout monk's empty cup. The monk possessed a remarkable aura, combined with the solemnity befitting a Buddhist disciple. Chen Zun was curious about the monk's Dharma name and the temple he hailed from, as well as which esteemed master had initiated him into the monastic life. The stout monk pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect. "I am a novice from Qingqiu Temple, having received my precepts under the guidance of my esteemed teacher, Master Guangyuan. My Dharma name is Wanfu." Guangyuan? Chen Zun suddenly recalled that Guangyuan was indeed the abbot of Qingqiu Temple. The stout monk's initiation under such a distinguished figure suggested he was no ordinary individual. "I am Chen Zun, a disciple of the Tianyuan sect." To avoid any misconceptions, Chen Zun succinctly introduced his background, omitting any mention of his master, Su Huayan. The monk, Wanfu, smiled gently. "I recognize you, Chen Benefactor. 3 years ago, my teacher brought me to the Tianyuan sect to witness your initiation ceremony." Chen Zun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of resignation. As the direct disciple of Su Huayan, the sect leader, it was unlikely that many in the world were unaware of his name. This meant he would likely be recognized easily in the future. Raising his cup, Chen Zun proposed, "Since we have met before and fate has brought us together again today, shall we share a drink?" "Fate indeed. How delightful," Wanfu replied, lifting his cup, and the two shared a toast. At that moment, the dishes were served. Wanfu removed the clay seal from the wine jar, and a rich aroma wafted forth, brightening his eyes. "A fine wine, Chen Benefactor. I have not consumed a morsel all day. Let us feast and drink heartily before resuming our conversation. Feel free to indulge. There is no need for formality." Chen Zun encouraged. Wanfu, taking the cue, began to drink heartily, rolling up his sleeves to savor the meat and wine. Chen Zun merely observed from the sidelines, occasionally lifting his wine cup to take a few sips, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. After the passage of a single incense stick's time, Master Wanfu devoured the dishes on the table with a speed akin to a whirlwind, finishing the last drop of wine before exhaling a sigh of satisfaction and letting out a hearty belch, much to Chen's amusement. However, Chen Zun perceived him as an authentic monk, spontaneous and carefree, someone worthy of friendship. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Master Wanfu, where do you intend to go next?" With a gentle smile, Master Wanfu replied, "I had no particular destination in mind. My sole aspiration is to propagate the Dharma and guide sentient beings. Yet recently, I have heard that many disciples from various celestial sects have gathered in the capital of the Great Qi. I plan to head there next." The mention of the Great Qi's capital piqued Chen Zun's curiosity, especially since his master had urged him to visit that place. "Do you know why the disciples from celestial sects have congregated in the capital?" he asked. Master Wanfu's face revealed surprise. "You are unaware?" "I truly do not know," Chen Zun admitted, shaking his head. Having only recently descended from his sect for training, he had yet to meet anyone who could inform him of the happenings in the Great Qi's capital. "I seek your enlightenment, Master." Seeing Chen Zun's expression of ignorance, Master Wanfu believed him and refrained from further elaboration, stating directly, "The current emperor of the Great Qi has a daughter who will be conferred the title of princess in 2 months. It is rumored that this young lady is the emperor's illegitimate child, found 8 years ago. Due to her extraordinary talents and exceptional qualities, she is deeply favored by the emperor, who has sent out invitations to young talents from various celestial sects to witness the ceremony." Chen Zun was momentarily taken aback. 8 years ago, he recalled that night when 3 Foundation establishment cultivators spoke of assassinating a princess. The resolute little girl he had saved seemed to be the very princess of the Great Qi. What a remarkable coincidence! Could it truly be her? This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Chen Zun. Meanwhile, Master Wanfu, unaware of Chen Zun's inner turmoil, continued. It is said that the great Qi princess possesses breathtaking beauty, rivaling that of Ji Yanwu from the Watermoon Pavilion. They are often compared, one cold and one warm, both enchanting and captivating numerous disciples from celestial sections. Though a man of the Buddhist faith, Master Wanfu held an admiration for beauty, praising both the great Qi princess and Ji Yanwu as unparalleled women. Suddenly struck by a thought, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, Chen Zun, I have heard that Ji Yanwu has already arrived in the great Qi's capital. This statement abruptly pulled Chen Zun back to reality. He was unaware that the rumors sparked by Ji Yanwu's entanglement with him at the Tongtian steps had already spread throughout the Central Plains. Who did not know of the association between Ji Yanwu of the Watermoon Pavilion and the direct disciple of the Tianyuan sex master? Now, Chen Zun pondered that since Ji Yanwu was also in the great Qi's capital, fulfilling his master's request meant he would inevitably embark on a journey there. It would be prudent to embark on our journey now, returning the exquisite silk handkerchief to Ji Yanwu upon our meeting. Chen Zun felt a stirring within and thus addressed Monk Wanf. In light of this, I happen to have business in the capital of the great Qi and am eager to behold the unparalleled beauty of the great Qi princess. Shall we travel together? The young monk echoed this sentiment. Monk Wanf chanted a Buddhist incantation and cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zun, reflecting on the fact that the latter had only proposed companionship upon learning that Ji Yanwu was also in the capital. It was evident that beneath the guise of wishing to admire the princess, he sought to encounter Ji Yanwu. The intention was clear, and it seemed the rumors held truth. Their relationship was indeed extraordinary. Monk Wanf pondered this in silence, choosing not to reveal his thoughts. Unaware of the monk's inner musings, Chen Zun summoned the innkeeper to settle the bill before departing the tavern, setting off together. Chapter 90. A bare encounter with Shen Ruoyan due to the proximity to the capital of the Great Qi in the passage of 2 months. Chen Zun and the monk Wanfu were in no rush, leisurely journeying through the mundane world. A fortnight passed. One night, in the stillness of deep night, Chen Zun sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. After more than a month of wandering, he had encountered numerous experiences that broadened his horizons, and his state of mind became increasingly stable. His true essence grew more refined, and the Taoist heart method now imbued him with a profound calmness, rendering his demeanor more aloof and solitary. At that moment, while Chen Zun was refining his spiritual energy and transforming it into true essence, an unexpected transformation occurred. His body turned crimson, and waves of heat surged around him, a hint of pain appearing on his handsome face. The innate, evil fire, which flared up every 7 days, was causing chaos. However, this episode